Here's the horn in Brooklyn. Denver gets Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon back, but it was a non-factor. Denver loses tonight to the Brooklyn Nets, 127-115, and Denver now 1-4 on the season-high 7-game road trip.
McKinnon can't win it. Forsling has it. And the Colorado Avalanche suffer only their third regulation loss of the season. They have all come on the road and all come against the Eastern Conference. At Boston, at the New York Islanders, and now at the Florida Panthers.
One last snap, and it is over. What a season for the Denver Broncos. They are the #1 seed in the AFC.
Well, they did it. It looked exactly the same as every other week that we basically watched the Broncos, but they did lock in the 1 seed the first time in over a decade that they have done that. Now, the way they went about it, I'm not going to be somebody today that says, well, I didn't do this and the offense could barely score and your only touchdown came from the defense or whatever. To me, it's all secondary. What you wanted to do was go out and play a football game in which you got a win and you came out unscathed in the health department. Now, the Bulls injury where he went down was very scary. Was able to come back in the game, so that is good news. And you get this extra week now for guys to get rested up, healed up, and ready to go when the real bullets start flying. Not that they weren't beforehand, but we all kind of understand. This is as wide open as the NFL has been in a long, long time. You got 3 different teams that finished with 14 wins, and it was the Broncos, the Patriots, and the Seahawks, and I don't know if anybody truly believes that any of those 3 are going to win the Super Bowl. That's how open this is. So, with that, you took care of what you needed to take care of. Was it pretty? No. Was it perfect? Hell no. But you ultimately got to the final destination that you wanted to get to, which is a 1 seed in the AFC with you going into the postseason pretty healthy. I'm not going to sit here and bellyache about the Broncos. And I see text coming in already. Truly pathetic performance yesterday by the offense. I get it. You know, part of me was surprised that it didn't look better than what it did. And then the other part of me is like, why would I expect anything different? This is what they've been all year. It's kind of like the offense shows up when they have to show up. And there's been plenty of times where that has happened. Where you go back to fourth quarter comebacks this year, or you go back to the Packers game, and the Packers game was a game in which the offense had to step up for you to win, and they did it. Like, if you were expecting a different sort of feel to the game yesterday, then and again, I was somebody that I thought maybe they would just go gas to the floor for the first half, build up a big lead, and not need much in the second. And then you just kind of realize this is who they are. This is what they do. A whole bunch of guys were out of the lineup yesterday for the Chargers. It wasn't everybody, but obviously no Herbert, no Hampton. Sat down McConkey and a few different guys. Khalil Mack, a whole bunch of people were out. Would you like to see them go in and tear that team apart? Yeah. But again, this is about perspective and who this team is and what the goals were yesterday. The goal was simple. Win the game, escape healthy. Boom. That's it. I've already made all of my judgments this year on what their style of play means for the postseason. The recipe for a Broncos win is simple. Play good defense. If not, you're probably going to be in trouble. We've known this since week 1 of the season, and literally nothing changed. I think the offense has gotten slightly better as the season has gone on, but it's been pretty much the same deal. So they have capitalized on every opportunity that was given to them. You finished the season 14-3. There's really no reason to shake your head. You took care of business. You've beaten good football teams throughout the course of the year. You've beaten playoff teams. You were very, very capable. If I was given 2 different options, hey, you can enter the postseason with a really good offense but a bad defense, or you can enter the postseason with a really good defense and a bad offense, I'm choosing the latter. It is way more translatable. It has a much better track record of success in the postseason. And if you combine that with great defense and clutch offense when necessary, that's a recipe that can win a Super Bowl. Like, as it stands today, with now everybody locked into what seeds they are, we already know the matchups for the first round, would I put my money down on the Broncos to win the Super Bowl between all the 14 teams that have made this postseason? No. But would I give them a damn good shot? Yes. And when I ask the question of who would I put my money on, it's almost an impossibly hard question. You look at every single team that exists right now in the postseason, there is not one that overwhelms you with the, yep, that one is absolutely the odds-on favorite. You know what's funny? I think Seattle is built in a very similar manner to what you do. The difference with them is they run the football incredibly effectively, and I truly think if the Broncos get J.K. Dobbins back, that they are a very similar football team to Seattle. Like with Seattle, it's simple. It comes down to a trust factor with their quarterback, and I don't trust Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold's fine. If you need Sam Darnold to go out and win you a game, I would have a lot of hesitancy believing in that. It's kind of the same way I feel about Bo Nix right now. I think that he's good for what his team is. If you need him to go out and put a 35 burger on somebody, you're probably in some trouble. But overall, I feel really good about the chances compared to everybody else that's going to be in this dance. You have something that is coveted by every single football team. You have something that translates every single week to every single game. You have a defense that is incredibly good. And people made the comparisons to, the 2015 team way back, like week 5, 6, 7 during the season. And I was kind of like, I think that's a pretty tough one to compare this to like an all-time sort of defense. Still don't think it's a perfect comparison. But you got 17 games worth of evidence that shows you it looks really similar. Offense being good enough for how good the defense is. You won a Super Bowl off that model because defense can always be something relied upon. Tesher says, I feel like Bo ran the ball effectively yesterday, which I love to see. I thought the same thing. It's just about finding ways to make plays happen. I thought Bo taking off when he did, and he did a really good job of finding some space, and when that space sort of closed, getting down on the ground and not risking a big hit. So overall, this year, the Broncos rolled through it at a torrid pace of 14 wins to 3 losses, finished the number 1 seed in the AFC, and now it becomes, who are you going to play? Because with all these matchups, we were talking about this before. Could you see every wild card team beating the team that ended up being the division winner in that first round? I could. Do you guys think the Chargers could beat the Patriots? It's certainly possible. Do I think that the Bills could beat the Jags? Yeah. Do I think the Texans can beat the Steelers? Hell yes. So these are the matchups that you're going to get in this first round. Just playing the odds game on this, Buffalo, who is the wild card team, is a favorite against Jacksonville. New England is a 3.5-point favorite against the Chargers. And Houston is a 3.5-point favorite as they go on the road to Pittsburgh. All of those games could easily be flipped one way or the other. And then it's about who is your matchup. And I'm going to be totally honest with you. I think out of all of these teams that you could potentially face, I really mean this. I don't know how much the opponent matters. Last year it did. When you got matched up with Buffalo last season, we all felt it. It was like, wow, I can't believe the Broncos made the playoffs. This is probably going to go poorly. You know, we all kind of had that feeling because last year it was a lot more about you needed help from your opponent at times to go out and get a victory. I truly think, and this is what makes you a really good football team, when you are basing things off of your own ability and not the people across from you. I know that you have to take into account the opponent that you're playing. If you're playing the Tennessee Titans, it's going to be a lot different day than if you're playing the Rams. I get it. But at the end of the day, I don't think that Buffalo is going to be able to dictate anything that you do. I don't think that Jacksonville is going to be able to do that. I don't think that Houston is. I think it's all about you playing to your style, and you kind of make people fit the tempo and pace and style of game that you want to play. Like the Broncos yesterday, again, pretty miserable offensive performance. It didn't matter because all you knew that you had to do was play solid defense, and that game was over. You know, at the beginning of the game, even with the struggle offensively that it was, didn't it kind of feel like after the pick six from McMillan, the game was done? Felt that way to me. 10-3 halftime score, I'm like, yeah, whatever. They'll score enough in the second half. Like, it wasn't even a question in my mind. Again, the actual way that the game finished, not ideal for confidence purposes. But if they went out and how about this? If the Broncos go out and they put up 40 on the Chargers yesterday, would you truly feel better about them heading in the postseason, or would you write that off as a game against a team that kind of like waved the white flag? Like, I think it's hard to have any takeaways yesterday other than came out healthy, clinched the 1 seed, and that was the whole purpose. You know, and I've been the guy, Nelly, you know this as well as anybody, with the way the text line is blown up on some Monday mornings when I've gotten in here after a Broncos win and been like, hey, that's not good enough and blah, blah, blah. You've seen that as well as anybody. I'm not doing that today because I don't think that's the point. I don't think that Sean Payton, by the way, was pulling out all the stops yesterday, dialing things up offensively. It was how basic can we be getting through this game and ensuring that we get the win. And they did it. So, a lot more to get to as we now have a week to think about things. And with that win, I believe that means that this is Moshe's week. Correct, Nelly?
That is correct. Later in the week, we will get to the 2025 Moshe Awards.
So thank God. If nothing else, the Broncos got the win, so we didn't have to wait until February to do the Moshes. How great is that?
Yeah, exactly. That really fast-tracked the Moshes. So that was the biggest takeaway. Shout out Trey Lance for giving us the Moshes, baby.
Thank you. That pick six that you threw in the first half, the deflected, whatever, Jaquan McMillan takes it to house call. That has now led to us being on the proper timeline that we should be on. So, Broncos clinched the 1 seed. A lot of things to talk about with the Nuggets and Avs over the weekend. I got to tell you, my heart sank watching as we were doing the trifecta yesterday of Broncos, Avs, and Nuggets being on at the same time, my eyes are dancing around. I see Landeskog blow up into the post and being down on the ice. They show the replay. I saw the knee buckle, and it made me sick. Thank God we got at least a bit of decent news. Not that Landeskog's playing tomorrow or whatever, but it's not what I feared it to be. We'll get to it next. All right, Texture says, just lie to me. Tell me everything will be okay with the Avs and Gabe. Lie to my face right now. I don't need to lie to you. Now, it depends on, I guess, everything's going to be okay. If you thought what I thought, the news that we're getting now is way better than what I assumed. First of all, I don't, skeptical is the wrong word. I was very, I was very interested and cautiously optimistic about Gabe coming back from being off for 3 years and how effective of a player he would be. We've just never seen it before. It's a surgery that nobody's really come back from and been remotely themselves. And just the act of taking 3 years off of something that involves athleticism, how effective can you be? And so we got the first couple of tastes of Landeskog. You're like, okay, he's okay. He's fine. And I thought that Gabe Landeskog recently has played a supremely high level of hockey. Like, he has been awesome lately. To watch what happened yesterday, and I'll take you through the whole range of emotions that I felt in watching it. The first thing that I really see, because again, I'm trying to watch 3 things at once. The Broncos, the Avs, and the Nuggets are all playing at the same time. And to watch Landy crash into the net, knock it off its moorings, and then not get up. My first thought was, yeah, he hit that post really hard. It's got to hurt. And then they showed the replay. And you watch his left knee do a little, I don't know how else to describe it. It like buckles in for a second, and that's what caused him to fall. And then the fact that he couldn't get up, had to be helped into the locker room. All I thought was, it's a knee. And this is like the end of Gabe Landeskog. Like, are you really going to come back from another knee and play again? Only to find out later, Bednar said he's going to miss some time, along with Devon Toews. But Wedgwood said of Landeskog after the game, it's a rib cage area for him. And McKinnon basically said that bone injuries heal better than ligaments and tendons. Not to mention the Avs had they posted on Twitter out with an upper body. So I'm telling you guys right now, I don't know how you feel. And a texter says, his injured knee is the right knee. Yeah, exactly. You healed the right knee. I thought he injured his other knee, which to me would be even worse. I don't know if it'd be even worse, but it's like the same amount of bad. You just think about this for a second. If I told you, hey, I punched the right side of your face 100 times and it looks like a balloon, and then I started pummeling the left side of your face, does it matter which side I'm hitting anymore? It hurts. But the fact that it wasn't a knee, I don't know how you guys feel. I'm like relieved. If he's out for 2 months with broken ribs or something, then fine. Like, that to me is way better than the alternative of what I thought it was. So I'm actually, despite knowing, or in spite of knowing, I should say, that he is going to miss a good amount of time on the ice, I'm kind of happy. Because I thought it was worse. I thought it was a knee. And by all indications, it looks like it's an upper body. So overall, like, that was, it felt like Nuggets games recently where it'd be like the game's played and I don't care about the result because there's something that happened in the middle of the game that is more important than the final result of the game. That's what yesterday was. Now, overall, the Avs lose that game yesterday 2-1. I think that, first of all, you're playing against a really good team in Florida. That's one thing. Second of all, watching your captain go off like that probably messed with you a little bit. And third of all, you were due to lose. Okay? The amount of time that you have gone with just 2 regulation losses was an NHL record. You defeated that by doing what the Avs always do, which is the comeback against Carolina the night before. What's funny about that comeback, and I made a comparison when the Avs won that game. It's another one in which the power play looked like garbage, and they gave up a shorty, and they got to get that figured out. They're doing a million things that look awesome, but the power play is the difference between you being like a really, really good team and like a holy bleep, you're an all-timer team. The Avs against Carolina give up the shorty. Things don't look like they're going well. It looks like, all right, maybe they're going to be dealt a loss here. They're down 3-1 after the second period. And within 2 minutes of the third, the game's tied. Then you take the 4-3 lead. Then you close it out with the, what do you call it? It's not an empty netter. It's when McKinnon almost gets yanked to the ground as he's trying to score the empty netter. They just are like, nope, screw that. That's a goal. Doesn't have to go in the net. I seen it. It feels like the Avs. Here's the comparison I made. There are billionaires that do really dumb things sometimes that put their lives in danger. Whether you're trying to go on a submarine to go see the Titanic or whether you're climbing Mount Everest. And I truly feel like not only they do that to remind themselves of their mortality. Like, yeah, I might have $18 quadrillion, but I do this to remind myself that I can still die. I'm not a god, okay? I can do everything else that I want, but I cannot beat death. And it feels like the Avs give up shorthanded goals just to feel alive. Because they know, they're like, I'll come back and win. But maybe I just got to push myself today. So here, you take that. I'll figure it out later. But to be at this point in the season, it's January 5th. You're 31-3-7. Pretty unbelievable. And yes, we can yell and scream about the power play and how it's not good enough. And everybody would agree with you. Everybody that's within the locker room, everybody that's got a microphone in front of their face here, everybody that you talk to out. My wife knows, okay? It's got to be better. But the holistic approach of look at what this team has done this season, it's been pretty unbelievable. You're going to lose sometimes. It's an 82-game season. Texture says, we were due to lose, but I can't do 2 in a row. Better beat Tampa Bay. We're a little spoiled over here. Yeah, I get it. I'm just saying, the Avs weekend, yeah, you lose to Florida, whatever. Good hockey team. You didn't have it that night. It's the third time you didn't have it in, 41 games. Not going to yell and scream. And I don't know, I've taken a very, very cautious approach to basically all of the teams this morning. Like the Nuggets, they lose to Brooklyn. It's their 4th loss in the last 5 games. And I've told you I am taking a very, very perspective approach with them where I know they're going to lose games and I can't be upset every single night given what they're facing. Yes, last night you had Christian Brown and you had Aaron Gordon back in the lineup. Very clearly they're on minutes restrictions. Very clearly they're trying to get their feet back under him again. Like Christian Brown he played 24 minutes. You barely noticed him. It's going to take a second. You felt the impact of AG right away, but he was coming off the bench. It's another example of I'm just going to give this a minute. And especially with Brown and AG back, you should start to see better results here soon. Maybe not in the next game or two, but it should be right around the corner. By the way, couldn't help but think in that game, as it's the first time that they faced Porter since the trade went down. Michael Porter Jr. this season, he led the game, or he was tied with Jamal Murray in a game high for points. He had 27 last night. That's right around his average for the year. He's averaging 26. He's averaging 26 on 50% from the floor and 41% from three, which are very, very good numbers. Now, Brooklyn overall is a poor basketball team. But given the extra opportunity of being the guy, the number one dude on that roster, Michael Porter Jr., I think, has done what I expected him to do, and actually better than what I expected. Which is, yes, he's getting the points, but he's doing it pretty efficiently, too. Even last night, he was finding ways to get assists. Call that a little extra juice, I guess, from playing your former team and all that different stuff, but this is kind of what I was discussing his entire tenure here when people are yelling about him being paid a max contract to score 18 points a night. The basketball can only go to so many people. And when half your shots every night are given to Jokic and Murray, and the other half of your shots have to be spread around like 6, 7, 8 different dudes, it's just going to be hard to put up point totals. And I've always thought this, if he was given a larger opportunity somewhere, that I think it could be different. And I know people looked at games in which Jamal was out, or they looked at games in which Jokic was out and was like, well, then why wasn't he putting up 30 points a night then? And it's still about what your offense is run through. He might have had in your hierarchy, your totem pole, the next guy up, he would be the number 2 option in the offense. Well, your offense is still being run the same way. And I always think that was the challenge here. You saw last night, they run that entire offense through him. It's whatever suits his game best. And turns out, he's a pretty damn good offensive player. Not to do that old, I don't know what that meme is of the astronauts where they're looking at Earth. Always has been. Like, I'm that one. I knew it. It was just a matter of how did it fit here. And it fit good enough for a championship. So, again, with the game and the loss, I don't know how much I can throw my hands up and be like, this is unacceptable and all that different stuff. You're down a million different people. I mean, Deron Holmes went from somebody who didn't play at all to somebody who's in your starting lineup now. Zeke Najee's getting 18 minutes tonight. Jalen Pickett's getting 14. You're starting Spencer Jones. Nothing against any of the players I just mentioned. But that was not the plan as we headed into this year, was for those guys to get that amount of playing time. So it's kind of like all three of these teams. We talked about the Broncos to start things off. Was it pretty? No. Most of this year hasn't been. But bottom line is, you had to get a win and to exit that pretty unscathed. And you succeeded. From an Avs perspective, you lost your third game in regulation all year. I think they're due, or they're allowed to have one of those occasionally. They set the damn record for longest streak in NHL history, or longest time into a season, with only 2 regulation losses. And then the Nuggets, they're dealing with a million different injuries. But going back to the Avs, there's the one thing that I think all of us were thinking about as that game ended was what's going on with the Landeskog. Well, here's Bednar after the game.
Upper body, he's going to miss some time. You know, he's still getting looked at and diagnosed, but, I mean, did not look comfortable, so he's going to miss some time for sure.
Is he going to, stay here or go with you guys to Tampa, or?
I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I think they're still working that out.
Just what was your kind of initial reaction and everything that happened with Gabe and all the way through?
Well, I mean, I hate to see any player, let alone our captain, go in like that, but, I mean, it's a fast game and looked like, he just got tripped up a little bit and went into the post. I mean, there wasn't much there except for the collision with the post, yeah.
I'm not crazy, am I? Did everybody else have that flash of you thought it was a knee? Because that's what terrified me. Again, if I asked everybody listening right now, you just got that answer from Bednar. Upper body injury. Does that feel like a relief to you? Considering what you originally thought, because it does for me. I saw the entire Landeskog career flash before my eyes for a second. And look, it's brutal. Landeskog, we know this. He's a tough SOB. And if he's getting helped off the ice into the locker room in the way that he did and staying down on the ice as long as he did, you know this thing hurts and it doesn't feel good. But I wake up and I listen to that audio and I feel an overwhelming sense of relief compared to what I thought happened before that. So a lot more to get to this morning. It is a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Reminder to you guys, tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away tickets to the Avs and Senators on Thursday night. Tune in all day for those keywords on the 20s, and you can win. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's. Delicious pizza you can bake when you're ready. Order at papamurphys.com. So, a lot more to get to. I do want to talk about some of the other games that went down over the weekend. And whatever the finish to that game last night was that decided who was making it to the postseason between the Steelers and the Ravens. We'll get to some of the matchups next. Or what do they call this? They call this Black Monday in the NFL, where if you were a coach that did not live up to what you should, teams start handing out pink slips today. The first one has happened. The Atlanta Falcons fired Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot. That's after the Falcons closed the year on a 4-game winning streak, but still was not good enough to make the postseason. God, the NFC South was just, it's a mess. The Panthers make the playoffs and win that division despite being a sub-500 football team. 3 teams in that division finished 8-9. Panthers come out with the tiebreaker, so they get the 4 seed in the NFC. And the Bucks, who beat the Panthers yesterday, don't get in because based off their tiebreaker, the Atlanta Falcons had to lose to the Saints, which they almost did, and then found a way to win. So they're out. So we will see the Panthers in the postseason despite losing in what felt like a must-win game yesterday because the NFL is weird. I give you that, and then I juxtapose it with this. They didn't have a single team that was over 500 in their division. The NFC North becomes the third division in NFL history to have all teams above 500 at the end of the year. It happened in 2023 with the AFC North, with the Ravens, Browns, Steelers, and Bengals all finished with an above 500 record. And then you have to go all the way back to, what do you remember about this year, Nelly? The 1935 NFL West division, where the Lions, Packers, Bears, and Cardinals all finished above 500. So one division had nobody above 500. The other division had 4 teams above 500.
And by the way, I saw one of these national NFL tweeters, like Ben Solak or something. I'll have to find who it was, but they described Week 18 perfectly. The extra week that's been added to the NFL over the past few seasons, they said that every Week 18 game is either garbage preseason slop or everything's on the line playoff insanity.
Yeah.
Like the games, the last 2 weeks of the season in the expanded season have just been insanity.
Well, I'm trying to figure out and remember if that was any different when it was just 17, or I'm sorry, when it was 16 games. Was there more on the line typically for a 16-game season? Or was it the exact same thing and I just don't remember correctly? Regardless, one of those games with everything on the line was the Steelers and Ravens last night. And if there's one team in the postseason, or I guess 2, one team in the AFC that I think has absolutely no shot of doing anything, it's Pittsburgh. If there's one thing in the NFC that I think has absolutely no shot at doing anything, it's Carolina. There's basically 2 teams that I am eliminating from the discussion. The Bears are close. Because I don't trust Caleb Williams at all yet. First-year head coach making the postseason, team that hasn't been there in a minute. It's hard to trust that. But they're widely above, I think, the other 2 teams that I mentioned. The game last night, everything on the line. The Ravens, who have scratched and clawed and itched their way back into trying to win this division, they put themselves in position for a winner-take-all game at the end of the season. And I think you're facing a team in which you feel pretty good about your chances. You get towards the end of the game. The Ravens score a touchdown with 2:20 left. And they're up 4. And based on how the game was going, you're like, you know what? You got to feel really good about your chances right now. 2:20 left in the game, and I get that it's Aaron Rodgers, but it's just he's not the same very clearly. And they allow, in a minute 25, the Steelers to go down. Yes, the Steelers to go down and score the go-ahead touchdown with just an extra point to put them up 3. And on that extra point, Boswell just yanks it. I think it might have gotten touched, but still. All the Ravens need to do now, with 55 seconds left on the clock, is get in field goal range, in which, first of all, they have a giant return that takes them out to about midfield. They execute a 4th and 7, this deep ball, 25-yard or something like that to Isaiah Likely that puts them in position where they just take a knee, call a timeout, and you waltz your way into the postseason because the Steelers are stupid and missed an extra point. And that kid, what's his name? Loop? Is that his name?
Tyler Loop.
I mean, just straight up slice off the tee box. And I can only imagine, after the Ravens started the season the way that they did, with the amount of games that Lamar Jackson's missed, to be put in a position like that only to be thrown off and cast off to the side, not making the postseason, and watching the Steelers win that way has to suck.
And Brett, we were chatting in the breaks. So my girlfriend is a Steelers fan because even though she's from Colorado, her dad is a Yinzer. So she's grown up a Steelers fan. I went to bed before that game was over. I know I'm a wuss. I need my beauty sleep. She stayed up and watched the game. I was woken up by her screaming at the last 2 minutes of that game.
As she should, for every single emotional reason.
Exactly. For the Steelers missing the kick, and then the Ravens missing the chip shot, everything on the line for a playoff spot. And I did one of those things where you're half awake, half asleep, where you're kind of in between states.
Right.
And I had a dream that the house was getting broken into, that she was getting robbed or something, because I heard her going from downstairs. And then finally, when she came upstairs, I was like, what? And she goes, oh my God, the Steelers missed the kick, and the Ravens missed the kick, and the Steelers go to the playoffs. And that was
what happened? Everything did.
Yeah, everything happened while you were sleeping, Buttercup. That's what happened.
To have the yes, no emotions, if you're one of those fans last night, for that last 2.5 minutes, whatever it was, has to be insane. Texter says this. I'm assuming this is in regard to the NFC South. Abolish divisions and go to a 1-7 format, best of the best. I disagree. I like, actually, that there's just a mandate in the NFL. Win your division. You play each of these teams twice a year. Be better than them. And if you do that, you get in. Like, I have no issue with this whatsoever. Everybody talks about that. And I don't know why having an issue with divisions is something that is, and having that matter is so bothersome to people. What's the point of playing in it if it doesn't matter? It's part of the reason why, college football is making conferences not matter. Duke wins the ACC. I get it that they're bad. Shouldn't that count for something? Or else what's the point of being in a conference? College basketball does. You win your conference, you are auto bid into the NCAA tournament. Congratulations. Why not? And I get it. There's some years where the NFC South or whatever division we're talking about is a lot worse than others. And then in 4 years, that could be the best division in football. Like, things, they have a cyclical nature to them. I like that the division matters. Like, it's one of the more confusing things in the NBA, by the way. The Nuggets are the best team in their division. What does it mean? Nothing. Well, then why is there a division? Why not have every team in the Western Conference play themselves an equal amount of times? There should be no divisions if the division doesn't matter, but the divisions do matter in football because if you win it, you're in the playoffs. I like it. You win your division, you get home field. Cool. Everybody knows the rules before the season starts. It's not college football. I won my conference. Cute. Bama's in. I mean, It's better than that. So 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. What's going on here, Nelly? We got a Schefter bomb?
Yeah, he said that the word around the campfire is the Falcons are hiring a new president of football, which many expect to be former Atlanta quarterback Matt Ryan.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I am so like the opposite of a lot of people on stuff like this. I get really hesitant and skeptical when you go to the well of former player hired, because I want to know if you're basing that off of acumen or if it just is a cool thing. So, like, here's the examples, and I understand that there's a few that are in this town. Like Joe Sakic did that. He's really good at what he does. Cool. Elway did it. Don't care what you guys say. He was really good at what he does. Despite how the thing ended, 2 Super Bowl appearances, one of the best defenses ever lived, and one of the best offenses that's ever lived in the span of 2 years is a good job. But there's a lot of examples where that hasn't. And people get really caught up in he's from here, he gets it. Yeah, but is he good at the job? Because that's the most important thing. I'll take somebody who lives in Siberia if he's good at the job, who doesn't know anything about the local whatever here.
A Siberian could probably do a better job GMing the Rockies than whoever they have.
Yeah. Again, that's a college thing a lot. It's like Michigan went to hire a coach. Here's what I heard. They just got Kyle Whittingham, who I think is an amazing coach. And some Michigan fans go, yeah, but he's not a Michigan guy. He just doesn't get it. I'm like, does he get winning football? Because if he gets that, that's what matters. He'll become a Michigan man for you very quickly. Rally House football Monday, a whole bunch to get to. Broncos clinched the 1 seed. Recap the Avs and Nuggets from over the weekend. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Next.
Here's the horn in Brooklyn. Denver gets Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon back, but it was a non-factor. Denver loses tonight to the Brooklyn Nets, 127-115, and Denver now 1-4 on the season-high 7-game road trip.
McKinnon can't win it. Forsling has it. And the Colorado Avalanche suffer only their third regulation loss of the season. They have all come on the road and all come against the Eastern Conference. At Boston, at the New York Islanders, and now at the Florida Panthers.
And lands from the pocket, gets picked off. Off the deflection, and here we go with the run back. Inside the 20, McMillan is in for the touchdown.
Great performance by this defense today.
One last snap, and it is over. What a season for the Denver Broncos. They are the #1 seed in the AFC.
All right, a lot to get to. Rally House Football Monday this morning. The Broncos are the #1 seed in the AFC, which does mean one thing, boys. It's Moshe's week. Yeah. With that win, if nothing else, guys, with that win, the Denver Broncos have let our award show happen this week as opposed to March.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. So, here's the deal. A lot to get to, Avs, Nuggets, all of that stuff. We'll put that to the side for a second because the Broncos have done something they haven't done in a long time, a decade, which is not just win the division, but you're the #1 seed in the entire conference. You are automatically in the divisional round. I have done this a lot of times this season. I've come in here on a Monday after the Broncos won and been like, yeah, but what the hell was that? To be honest, don't really care. The goal of that game yesterday was get the win and come out healthy. Check. Garrett Bowles scared the hell out of me for a second. Really nervous about that one. Went back in the game, so that seems to be all good. I know a lot of people didn't like the offense, but are you guys with me? Who really cares? This is what we've seen all year.
Well, I think the game was devalued the last two games, to be honest with you. I think the Chargers are responsible for making the game what it was.
Me too.
I think when the Chargers decided they're not going to play, it turns into an exhibition game, and both coaches are like, let's just survive. I really believe that was part of the problem.
Moj, did you have the same feeling I did, despite the offense not doing much all day? Jaquan McMillan takes the pick 6 back. You're like, okay, so the game's over? Cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, of course I did. I mean, I thought to myself, all right, it's over at that point because the Chargers are not going to – I already told you the Chargers are not going to score 10 points in this game. But if anybody sits here on this Monday morning and you look – it's almost like you're whistling by the graveyard, Kaner. I don't care. I don't care.
About the offense?
I don't care. They're the #1 team. They're in the divisional.
It's true.
You know what you're doing? You're trying to convince yourself that everything's going to be okay.
No.
Nobody's saying that.
I promise you, Moj, I'm not, by the way, some breaking news here because it is Black Monday in the NFL. Yeah. Raheem Morris has already been fired in Atlanta, and right now, breaking, Kevin Stefanski has been fired in Cleveland. So he is out.
Wow. Okay.
All right, let's rock and roll.
We're going to have a busy session with Schefty today.
Yes.
He's going to be on his phone a lot. What time is Schefty on with us?
Should be 9 o'clock this morning, correct, Nelly?
Yep, I will let you know if anything changes.
Why is Vic so loud in my ear? I feel like he's yelling right in my face.
Why don't you light up your room so you can see your face?
Why
don't you just smother your face on that microphone a little bit harder?
Why don't you show up to work on time?
Fine.
Great.
I am.
Great. Listen.
Cool, Carl.
Moj, you can. This isn't me convincing myself of anything. It's recognizing what's been the reality since the first week of the season. Here's what's funny. There's no convincing yourself of anything with the Broncos. They've been the exact same thing for 17 consecutive weeks. Almost unchanging. I guess the offense has gotten slightly better as the season's gone on, but not much.
Well, let me say this.
The team that we saw against the Tennessee Titans the first week of the year feels like the exact same team we see right now.
Except they're 14-3.
Yes, yeah, exactly, though. They win ugly. Okay, that's what the team is.
And I'm going to say this. This team playing football the way they are right now, they're going to win the Super Bowl playing ugly football. No problem.
Wait, say that again?
I
What'd you
have no
just
idea
say?
what you just said. Did you
They are
speak that
going
in
to win the
English?
Super. They are. I just said the way they're playing right now. They are going to win the Super Bowl, playing ugly football, no problem.
I don't know if this is sarcasm, Mose.
Yeah, it's obviously sarcasm.
Here's what I would tell you. They might. I said this during the appetizer, and I mean this with all sincerity. If I had to put my mortgage on a football team to win the Super Bowl, I would not put it on the Broncos. But I also think that they got as good a shot as anybody.
I wouldn't put it on anybody.
Like, if you had to right now, if I just ask you guys this question, your entire life savings has to go on a football team to win. Who do you put it on?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
You
it's
have
too
to.
wild.
You have to.
It's like a wildcatter.
Pick a team.
But what you're see, here's what I don't like what you're doing. I don't like you excusing away 4 field goals. Like saying, that's how the way the Chargers wanted to play, and that's who the Broncos are. And don't excuse away a performance when they should be kicking major ass.
We agree. That wasn't.
No, you
fun
don't
to
agree.
watch.
No, you don't agree. You don't
Yeah,
agree.
I do
Otherwise,
agree. I was at the game. I was at the game.
Otherwise,
it was very boring. It was very vanilla.
What do the Patriots do to the Dolphins?
Moj, listen to me.
What?
I agree
I'm not listening.
with
No.
you. He's asking you a question, though. And the question is valid. It's a legit question. Anybody can win this thing. Anybody can.
Except for Carolina and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, there's one concern I have. I mean, yeah, Moj, hey, Pittsburgh's offense was pretty dynamic in that game. Would you take Pittsburgh or Denver?
Vic, honestly, I don't. At this point, I don't know.
Oh, come on, Moj. If the Broncos' first matchup is the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm jumping for joy.
As am I. I'm telling you, dude, you should do what the Okay, listen to me. You're right. They're the number 1 seed. They've got a bye. This is incredible. The fairy god offense queen is going to come down from heaven above and going to go poing. Here comes 38 points. That's what she's going to do, during the bye.
Why are you so pissy?
Well, because, man, you should do what the Patriots did. They beat the snot out of the Dolphins. The Bills beat the snot out of the crap Jets. That's what you should do. The Chargers, dude, name a human being in the starting lineup that actually played football yesterday for meaningful snaps. I mean, come on.
Keenan Allen.
Okay, big deal. Trey Lance throwing the football.
I agree with you. It was not a very good performance. But I think that was already done the moment the Chargers decided not to play their studs. I really believe that at that point, the game was going to be what it was. I expected this.
Not to mention, I mean, you watched it. It didn't feel like Sean Payton was really pulling out all the stops on offense either. That really felt like a get-me-through game. The entire vibe of that was just get the win and leave healthy. You know who I think that the Broncos look a lot like and would look even more like if J.K. Dobbins is healthy, which I think I saw it from Zach Stevens yesterday. He said something to a fan before the game. They said, will you be back for the Super Bowl? And he goes, sooner, is what he said.
I told you this 2 months ago when he got hurt. I said, do not be surprised if he's back sooner.
If they get J.K. Dobbins back for the divisional round, I think them and the Seahawks are very, very similar football teams. I really do. Because I don't quite trust Sam Darnold, and I don't think Sam Darnold is great. But, dude, did you guys watch what that defense did to the 49ers over the weekend?
Yeah.
Like, mauled them. And they play their entire game that's based off of, I'm going to play good defense and run the football and hope my quarterback makes a couple of throws during the game. That's their entire strategy, and it feels a lot like Denver.
I have one chief concern regarding the Broncos. And, perhaps yesterday they went, the first drive, they tried to run the ball the entire way. And what's interesting about it is they gained 70 yards rushing on that first drive. Just running the ball.
Yeah.
71 yards with a -3 on the last carry. 71 yards, right? Do you know that is the most yards they've ever gained on an opening drive of a game since 2011 Tebow? Here's the problem. For the rest of the game, they only gained 43 yards.
Right.
So all their work was done on the open. I'm a little concerned, not a little, a lot, till they have to prove it to me, with the offensive line and the health. Because I thought they got shoved around a few times yesterday.
Yeah. I really need Dobbins to come back. It's very clearly their running game is not as good when the second that he left the lineup.
Well, the running game only on a couple spot occasions has been good at all this season. It's not been good.
There was a stretch
Nah. I mean, Dobbins has had some great runs, but you can't say, the Broncos run game. And I mentioned this. The difference between this version of the Broncos and the one that won a Super Bowl in 2015, 16, that team could run the ball. Do you remember C.J. Anderson running the ball?
But what I'm saying, Vic, they had at least a 70-yard rusher in all the games that Dobbins was in except for 2 before he got hurt. And that's happened once since. That's the difference here.
Maybe it's because this is an unusual year. Maybe it's because the field is wide open. Anything can happen. You know what I mean? But you two jokers sitting around here about a number 1 seed bye-week football team with 14 wins. You sure are making a lot of, they kind of look like this. When you should be touching yourselves with joy. When you should be happy.
Wait a minute.
This
you were the one
team's
yelling
bad
at me about the offense being bad this morning and us not taking it seriously.
No. Listen to me. You should be touching yourselves with joy, saying this team is badass. This team is going to rock and roll. Man, they're 14-3. Who's going to stop them? My point is that, hold on, Nelly. You guys are sure. I mean, just listen to yourselves, because you're not talking like this is a 14-3 number 1 seed bye week team. You're not at all. And to me, that's like, golly, it gives me a lot of trepidation.
They're flawed.
Okay.
Because they're
and
not.
That's
Nobody's disputing that. Moj, go back to sleep, wake up, and start over.
Hang on a second. Let me just say this, Moj.
Start over, Moj. I want you to start your day over, because I don't know what the hell you're drinking or eating this morning, but you're being very petty and dumb. Nobody thinks this team is infallible. Nobody thinks this team is going to march on to the Super Bowl. Nobody thinks that. You're stupid if you think that. But we're just sitting here celebrating the fact that they're the number 1 seed. For the 9th time, they've got home field, which is more times than any team in AFC history, mind you. There's nothing wrong with celebrating that. Nothing. They're 14-3. They overcame a lot. They're at a place where nobody thought they'd be. It's okay. It's okay to think they're 14-3 and still be worried about their playoff run. It's okay.
Okay. Then let's not pretend that this team has some major problems and that, Sean Payton's just holding back the offense because he knows and da-da-da-da-da-da, just trying to get through the game. Man, they looked like crap. If they defensively, obviously, they did what I thought they should do, and that's beat the snot out of a Chargers team that has no offensive starters. But, man, I look at what the Patriots did. Did they give a crap? I don't know. They hung 38 on the Dolphins. The Bills hung 35 on the Jets. You know why? Because they can and they did. This team's just scraping through, kicking field goals. I mean, it doesn't bode well, man. It makes me nervous and it makes me angry because I think they should have stomped these guys.
But here's my question, Moj. Again, I'll go back to something I said earlier.
No, I don't care how they get their bread as long as they get
No. That's not my question. They've looked the exact same for 17 straight weeks. Right. I'm not surprised by what happened yesterday. I've seen it every week all year. And
then they're one and done. I'm here to tell you right now, if this team shows up in 2 weeks, they're done.
What if it's a team that beat Green Bay or the team that beat Dallas, though? That's the thing. I think that's what Powder's trying to tell you, is that perhaps they're chameleon-like and able to change their stripes.
The team that put 44 on Dallas. You're right. Yeah, I mean,
or maybe the team that beat Philly when they were down late, or maybe the team that just finds a way. I mean, maybe it's that team.
Okay, well, I hope to God it is, because what I saw yesterday did not encourage me.
Okay, but Moj, Philly is a playoff team, and Houston's a playoff team, and Green Bay's a playoff team, and they've played this style and beaten them. I don't think that there's anything that says, even if they play this exact same style, they can't do that again. It doesn't mean that I think – I don't know. It depends on what matchup it is and who you're playing against and whatever.
Hey, Brett.
They might lose the first game of the postseason, or they might win the entire damn thing. Like, this is what I'm telling you. Like, I feel like every team is like this. They have a very obvious flaw, and no team is one that feels like they're head and shoulders above the other. When I asked you earlier, put your mortgage on a team to win the Super Bowl, you couldn't give me an answer because everybody feels this way.
I'm going by what I think is the biggest true measuring stick of the late season. Jaguars came in here and worked them. Okay, so listen. I'm not saying they can't go all the way because I think they can, but they better friggin' find something because what I saw yesterday ain't going to cut it. They're going to be one and done at home and be making excuses at the podium.
Can I ask you this? Would you rather a football team have a great defense and bad offense or great offense and bad defense?
I'd rather have a great defense and bad offense.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask a better question. Because you're very snippy this morning, and I don't disagree with a lot of fans, by the way. I was getting texts from season ticket holders. Fans were booing yesterday at the stadium. I was there. Fans were booing. Fans were mad. Fans were like, what is this? They have your same. But when you take a step back, let me ask you, Moj, would you rather have a team that's 14-3 with home field or a team that barely snuck into the playoffs, that the last couple games their offense looked dynamic and they looked awesome? What would you rather have?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Answer the question. Don't start playing your games.
I'd rather be 14-3. But,
Right.
but Vic, I'm telling you right now, if I can't believe the Baltimore kicker missed that field goal.
What a stupid end of that game.
If Baltimore, listen, let's say it's just week 1 and Baltimore's coming in here and you didn't have a bye, you'd be scared to death of the Baltimore Ravens.
Most, you'd be scared to death of anyone. I mean, see, that's where your argument is flawed. There's not a single team out there that wouldn't scare me because the Broncos play that style of football. Scary. That's what they do. So as long as you're at peace with that, and you have to come to peace with that, this is not going to be, you know what? You want to go to the Louvre and go see some great art. Instead, you had a first grade art class. You got to understand what you're looking at here.
I'm very see. This is where I'm so confused by some textures this morning by Moser. I don't know. I don't know what you guys want. This team is 14-3. They're the number 1 seed. I get it that the offense has been bad. But people are acting like surprised by what they saw yesterday. Why are you acting surprised by this?
Then let me put it this way.
If this is your attitude, you should have this attitude every single Monday.
You're right. I should be as honest as I possibly can be. And it's this. I don't know what I want.
That's obvious.
But here's what I do know. I cannot pretend that I feel good about this team. I can't. I feel great about the defense. I cannot pretend I feel good about the offense. I can't.
I think that's fair.
That was crap yesterday. It was crap, and you know it was crap. You're stuck on the 3-yard line. You can't punch it in. You continually stall. You have to kick 4 field goals. Your only touch comes off a pick 6 off a running back's hands. I mean, let's not pretend what we saw was a number 1 seed type of win because it wasn't.
Nobody is pretending. How many times do I have to stop you mid-sentence and tell you nobody is thinking that? Nobody saw that game and all of a sudden is boosted with confidence. It didn't do anything. But I'm not surprised either.
Here's Sean Payton after the game, by the way.
Look, am I ever happy? No. All right? But we shouldn't be as coaches. I know fewer words have never been spoken, Mark. Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions, but you have a lot to write.
Truer words have never been spoken. Man.
Thank you. You're exactly right. So, but I think that's a good trait. There's some things when we watch that film that we'll be like,
Was that Kisla?
Yeah, that was Kisla. Kisla and Sean Payton mid-press conference going after each other a little bit.
Can I, just to play the beginning of this again, I think this sums up Sean Payton really well.
Look, am I ever happy? No.
That is like perfect.
How did you find a soundbite of Moser and put it on your board? I'm surprised.
Listen, I could counter, every Moser soundbite today and every texture, and I can't believe I'm playing the ultimate optimist here because, I did a post-game show last night where I ripped the Broncos for their lack of run game and how they showed us they could run the ball on one drive and then fell asleep the rest of the game. But I can read every single text and counter it with this. Brian writes in, 1 and done. Houston is going to come in here and beat that blank. Maybe. Or maybe the Broncos barely beat Houston. Maybe. I mean, you guys, every single one of you seem to think that it's set in stone, that the playoffs, there is not a single team that is without flaw.
Wait a minute. Houston damn near lost to Riley Leonard yesterday. They give him a 30-piece to him.
I mean, every team is flawed. Do I want to play the Chargers again in 2 weeks with their starting quarterback? No. That won't be fun. Justin Herbert's a lot better than Trey Lance. He's not going to miss wide open receivers all over the field. No. But I guarantee you this, it'll be a different kind of game. That's where we are. Well, that's where you are.
Here's the other thing. And Tesher says, my concern is, can Peyton and Nix turn the switch on offense? No. I don't think there's a switch. We would have seen it in one of the other 17 games so far. They are who they are. And here's their formula. You play great defense. You do enough at the end of the game to win. They've done it almost every single week, with a couple of exceptions.
No, you're mad. Here's the deal. I know the source of this. See, you have your own expectations, and when you don't see the Broncos play to that level, you're automatically angry. I've said all along, this game is going to be like every other game. This game's going to look like every other game because that's what this team is. I said it all week. So I'm not sitting here this morning going, oh, my God.
Yeah. Let me wrap it up by saying this then. And this is the way I'll end the first segment of the show today.
Am I ever happy? No.
No. Never in my life would I think that I'd be sitting here staring at a 14-3 number 1 seed team with a bye week and an automatic spot in the divisional round going, crap, I think they're going to get worked. Never in my life would I imagine that, but that's where we are.
Okay, well, we'll get back to this in a little bit because I'm still confused on that.
Bo? You could be right. You could be wrong, too.
But
and
why?
If they win, then what? And if they win, then what?
We'll get back to this.
Then it's awesome.
We'll get back to this in a little bit. Rally House.
Let's do a song. Hey,
that's all a charade.
Let's do a song. They won.
It's a very confusing energy this morning by like everybody. I'm so confused by everything.
I don't like Moser's attitude. Yeah, turn him off. Get him off.
Rally House Football Monday and Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. The Avs and Nuggets from over the weekend. Look, I was terrified yesterday when I saw Gabe Landeskog go down. And dare I say, he's going to miss time. But I'm almost relieved with the time he's going to miss, and I'll explain next.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's been extremely warm in Denver, Colorado. Yesterday, it was 186 degrees Fahrenheit in my sauna. Oh, my gosh, is this thing beautiful. I was sweating so much. I'm still sweating. I love to sweat. Sauna provided and put together, thankfully, by the good people at Flatirons Fire and Design. They have more than saunas. They have outdoor kitchens. They have fireplaces. They've got it all. Check out the showroom, 53rd and Bannock on North I-25. They have everything you might want. FlatironsFire.com. That's FlatironsFire.com.
All right, Rally House Football Monday. Get back to the Broncos and the NFL in just a little bit. Again, keeping our eye on some of the breaking news that's happening this morning. It is Black Monday, so coaches being let go across the NFL. 2 already. Raheem Morris out of Atlanta is gone, along with the GM, Terry Fontenot. And then Kevin Stefanski a few minutes ago was let go from Cleveland. So keep an eye on that. It felt, as I was trying to keep my eyes on 3 screens, because the Avs, Nuggets, and Broncos were all playing at once yesterday, I watched Landy crash into the post. And the waves of emotions that I went through in that short amount of time, which was this. Hits the post, he's down on the ice. I'm like, wow, that looks like it hurt. And then you guys, Mo, show me the replay. And I see his left knee like buckle for a second before he falls and crashes into the post. And I literally thought it's not a ribs problem or anything. It's a knee issue, and that this was possibly the end of his career that I just witnessed. I was terrified and sick.
And now I have nothing.
And I get the news after the game, as Bednar said this.
Upper body, he's going to miss some time. You know, he's still getting looked at and diagnosed, but, I mean, did not look comfortable, so he's going to miss some time for sure.
Is he going to, stay here or go with you guys to Tampa, or?
I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I think they're still working that out.
Just what was your kind of initial reaction and everything that happened with Gabe and all the way through?
Well, I mean, I hate to see any player, let alone our captain, go in like that, but, I mean, it's fast game and looked like, he just got tripped up a little bit and went into the post. I mean, there wasn't much there except for the collision with the post. Yeah.
I don't know if this is the reaction I should have, Moj, but this is where I'm at this morning. I'm happy. I know he's going to miss, I think the diagnosis 6 to 8 weeks is typically what these injuries are if it's a rib thing. I'm relieved because I thought it was a knee. The way that I saw it on the replay, I was like, oh, my God, he's done maybe for the year, maybe for his career. To learn that it's only an upper body rib problem when he hit the post, I'm like, good.
It's like Jokic relief.
Yes, exactly.
What I want to know is this, Moj. Those goals come off the moorings, right? They're supposed to break away so you don't have major injury. I'm looking at the replay over and over and over again. How is there that extensive rib injury by hitting the crossbar there?
Well, you hit the post, and Vic, you're going in fast. I mean, he's going in fast. I mean, imagine he's not at 20 miles per hour, but he's probably at 17, something like that. I mean, he's going fast. He hits a rut with his left skate, and
sweet ice there, Florida.
I know. He toe picks. And he goes down. Honestly, his whole body language to me did not say knee. And by the way, his right knee is the one that has the dead guy in it, not the left knee. Okay, but
I almost think that'd be worse if it was his left knee. It's the other one now?
Well, it's neither knee, so don't worry about that. But even though the net will come off the moorings, they've got the rubber little post that the net sits on top of, and that little rubber post goes down into the ice. It's a fine line between keeping the net on and then having it just, fall off all the time and break away. And thank God that, years and years ago they actually changed it where the net would come off. There's no metal spike that goes, directly into the ice and it doesn't come off. But, I mean, when you're going that fast and you hit that tissue, and again, I don't know exactly where it was. I mean, just feel your side, boys. Feel your side. How far down to your rib? Okay, from your rib to your hip, okay? Feel that area. If you're driving, go ahead and feel yourself right there. Feel your love handles, okay?
Yeah.
So is it the love handle? Is it right at the bottom of the rib? Is it internal? I don't know the answer to any of that.
But don't the hip pads come up a little bit, though? The hip pads come up over the love handles.
Not that far, yeah, but not when you're falling down and you're crouched and then the pants go down a little bit and it exposes. Just think of it this way.
I wonder if it's something internal.
Well, it could be. Hold on, let me explain. It's not quite a Shania Twain midriff, that's exposed, but it's close enough, okay? It's not quite just, way up here. So all that's exposed, and you're going in hard. And to me, it looked like wind is knocked out, internal, scrambled eggs, whatever. Like, oh my God, my spleen is angry, my kidney hurts. Whatever. That's what it looked like to me.
The reaction is what scared a lot of people. I mean, just like when Joker reacted the way he did, and then Gabe couldn't move. I mean, he's on the ice for what felt like an eternity, right? He couldn't move.
Right, yeah.
And then the way they had to help him off the ice, it just looked so foreboding and so ugly. Pain threshold is one thing, but I wonder where the pain came from. I wonder if it's an internal injury or not.
Yeah.
But you're so right. I never before have wanted anybody to injure their ribs.
Yeah.
But in this case, when you saw the slow-mo of the left knee buckle, I thought for sure that was it.
Yep.
Yeah. But when I say, he's got some, I have no idea what he has. But let's say it's this. Some broken ribs, he'll be fine. You know what I mean? It's like, well, they ain't my ribs, or they ain't my, it ain't my soft tissue. I mean, I don't have no idea what's wrong with him, but it ain't me. But he'll be fine, right? And look, if he comes back with a dead guy in his leg, he can come back from this and play good, effective hockey.
Well, here's the other thing, Mosh. He was playing so well recently.
I know, dude. I know. Had a goal, previous game, wraparound. I know.
Now, the Avs, they lose that game. I think that they're allowed to lose occasionally in regulation.
Oh my God, I thought Nate was going to tie it at the end there. Oh, my God, what a move. I thought that.
It felt like Carolina. Like, I said this during the Carolina game. They give up another shorthanded goal on the power play, and the power play still looks like a mess right now.
It does.
And to me, it's the billionaire. This is how I described it. The Avs feel like the billionaire who wants to take the submarine to the Titanic or climb Mount Everest just to remind them that they're mortal, that they can die. And so they just want to test their limits a little bit just to make sure that they realize, hey, I can still be gotten, okay? And so they put themselves intentionally in bad positions. I'm convinced of it. That's why they do it. Because you have that 3-1 deficit that you're heading into the third period with, and within 2 minutes, the game's tied. A few minutes later, you get the lead again, and you get another dub. It's like they test themselves.
You know let me tell you what was encouraging about yesterday's game, even though they lost to the Florida Panthers 2-1. The Panthers were embarrassed on an international stage on Friday night. They got smoked outdoors in the Winter Classic against the Rangers in their own, baseball barn. So they were pretty motivated. They were primed and ready to go last night. But there's never a lack of effort with the Avs. And that's have you ever seen a team sort of lollygag its way through a game, Vic? You ever see a team not play defense or guard on the perimeter because they're lollygagging their way through a basketball game? I mean, I'm trying to think of a team that's done that. Well, I have to take your word for it. But they never do that. They always play hard. It's just they don't always play effectively because, look, man, they're human beings. It's a back-to-back situation. This season, Brett, they were 5-1-1 in Game 1 and 4-0-2 in Game 2. They always play hard, and they played hard yesterday. They're just off. It's not sinking. It's just miss. It's that kind of thing. It's passes like I'm turning this way and you pass it off the boards that way. It's that kind of stuff.
Right. By the way,
that power play has to get figured out, dude.
It's bad.
I mean, listen, Riker was correct in the postgame. He said, look, you get 3 power play chances, virtually in a row in that second period, and you don't score. If you do score, it's a totally different game.
Well,
you don't score.
You were just bringing up Riker. Here's Riker in the postgame on the power play.
1-1 game in the second period. You have 3 power plays. You go up 2-1 in this game, you're going to win this game. Not only did the power plays not create anything, they were terrible once again. They had 2 turnovers at the blue line that almost went the other way for goals. So finally, here we are at game 41. The power play finally cost you a game. We're sitting up here talking, going, we're a little surprised this has not happened yet. But let's see you get into the playoffs as we're talking. You get a tight game like this. If you get 3 power plays in the second period, you have to score on one of those against a team like this. And in a regular season run, back-to-back, guys have no gas. You've lost your captain. Something's got to be done because it is not working, and that's why they have no points here tonight.
We were just discussing the Broncos being 14-3, and what do you feel? How's your confidence level heading into the postseason? There'll be in the divisional round. And there's a lot of question on how people feel about that. I'll tell you this right now, Moj. The Avs do everything well except for the power play, it feels like right now. But when I ask the question of what bounced you from the postseason last year, it's the only thing you're not doing well. And that's the concern. It's like that can be enough for a great, historically great, to this point, hockey team to get knocked out earlier than they want to. Is if you don't fix that.
It has to be fixed. And they work on it all the time. They change personnel. They change scheme. They change, attack, the way they attack the zone. They do all different kinds of things. And, it worked against Carolina. They were 2 for 5, and that was good. They got in the zone and got it done. But right now it's just kind of like pulling teeth, and it's a difficult thing. Brett, I wish I had the answers. I don't have the answers. We'll talk to the coach about it on Wednesday, but I don't know. Keep working, I guess. But it's got to be a concern at this point.
Reminder to you guys, tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to the Avs and Senators on Thursday night. Tune in all day for the keywords on the 20s, and you can win. And Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's, delicious pizza that you can bake when you're ready. Order at papamurphys.com. Also, the Nuggets. They faced their old pal, Michael Porter Jr., yesterday. Mm-hmm. Things did not go well despite the return of Christian Brown and AG. I'm curious as to what the time frame is for the extended grace, we'll say, of these injuries to start to dissipate, and then you start to take these a little bit more seriously and more concerningly about this 4 out of 5 game losing streak that they got going on right now. So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Do you make New Year's resolutions? Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't. But either way, you shouldn't have to make a resolution to improve your own health, guys. Because when you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing progress in the gym, staying committed can be pretty tough to those, right? Well, maybe you're dealing with low testosterone. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can absolutely help you with that. If you're like many men who are low T, but in a few weeks you're going to feel your energy return, brain fog is going to go away, your sleep will improve, you'll get that vigor and vibrancy back. Do yourself a favor. Give them a call today if you're feeling that way at 720-440-7900. There's no need to wait. Most guys wait a year or longer. You don't have to do that. Schedule an appointment. You're going to meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. It's only $99, includes the T and the PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit is going to be absolutely free. Find out if you're dealing with that, because the older you get, the less testosterone your body is going to produce. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Again, that number, 720-440-7900, or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, get back to the Broncos in just a little bit. It is a Rally House Football Monday. Vic, the Nuggets, as we were dealing with the trifecta yesterday, all the teams playing at the same time, Broncos, Avs, Nuggets, played against Brooklyn. They faced off against their old pal, Michael Porter Jr., who, along with Jamal Murray, led the game in points. Both of them had 27. You got the return of Christian Brown and AG. AG came off the bench. Brown was in the starting lineup. AG looked good. Christian Brown largely was unnoticeable, it felt like, in that game. But when can we start to judge, with those two back in the lineup, the Nuggets for winning basketball games again and being upset about losses?
And it's not just winning games, it's how you play.
Yeah.
It's exactly the approach you bring to the game. I am befuddled to understand this, and let me know if you have that soundbite, Nelly, of Coach Adelman after the game, because David Adelman said exactly what I was thinking while watching that game. You tell me, guys, how a team that was minus those two starters went to Toronto and won and played great defense, and then went to Cleveland minus 5 key players, played lockdown defense, and had a chance to win that game. They were leading most of the way. How does that team, now the cavalry returns, the reinforcements are back, and then they let off the gas, and defensively they were awful. Awful. One game on this road trip was more winnable than the others. One game, and that was yesterday's game.
Mm-hmm.
And the performance they put on the court, I thought lacked intensity, lacked energy, lacked focus. They laid up. And there's no excuse for that. They lost a game they should have won. Just like in Toronto, they won a game they should have lost. It's okay. Hey, you could be surprised and celebratory. After the win in Toronto, I'm like, gosh, look at these Nuggets, man. They're scrappy, they're fun, they're gutsy. Good job, gritty. You know what? I'll take the opposite of that and say yesterday, that was terrible. That was a terrible approach. Don't listen to me. Listen to the head coach.
From the start, our energy was lackluster, embarrassing to start this game. I thought we picked it up as it went, but the game was out of control at that point. They started feeling good about themselves. Guys started making threes. 41 in the third quarter really speaks to that. But you can't come out with an unprofessional approach, and we did put ourselves up against it. So we can have all these excuses about guys just getting back, the rotation's different, all that crap. But the bottom line is we were not ready to play. And when you're not ready to play, things like this happen, starts like that happen, and eventually a third quarter like that happens. So it's a very disappointing performance from our guys.
Wow. When a coach hits you with the unprofessional, right? When he calls you unprofessional, that's going to trigger, that should trigger you.
Sounded very Malone-ish. Malone's dropped that one a couple of times, too, when the effort's not there.
Well, I think he was just befuddled, like many of us were. How that same team, that's the same group that played so hard. And it was so fun to watch them. I don't know about you guys. Watching them in Toronto and Cleveland, they lost a game in Cleveland, and I was proud. Yeah. How often are you proud of your team when they lose?
No,
but this was the one game that was hard for me to watch because I have the Broncos going whilst I'm preparing for my own game and then getting into my own game. So this was the one that I was in and out of throughout the entire game.
You didn't miss much. They were terrible.
You're right. But here's the thing, is that when you have AG and CB come back, I think human nature, it's very easy to say, oh, well, we got 2 of our starters back, we'll be fine. No, you're not going to be fine. You've got to play hard. You can't just say, well, these guys are back and everything's going to be okay, because it's not, because you'll get beat by Brooklyn. That's why. You'll get beat by a 10-win basketball team.
So are we at the point now, or is it still going to take a couple more games with Christian Brown and AG back, where you start to look at some matchups, and certainly last night was one of them that you should have won. You should have beat Brooklyn. But do you start looking at matchups like this is a game they should win now when they're playing against the lower tier teams in the league? Or is it still kind of like, hey, they're trying to figure things out without Joker? I know you said it's about the way it looks, but Vic, let's say they gave effort. Let's say they gave effort yesterday and lost to Brooklyn still. Is that still one that you're like, yeah, what are you going to do? You're hurt a lot. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, but as a fan, don't you just want to see the effort? And,
of course.
And when you provide the effort, the wins will come. But when you can watch a game as a fan, I'm not even a coach. I mean, the coach said it himself afterwards. Unprofessional, horrible approach. But when you're a fan watching and you see it, what does that tell you?
Yeah.
You saw it. They're now 1-4 on this road trip. They've lost 4 of the last 5. That's to be expected with the injuries. I'm not sitting here telling you that it was going to be pretty. Just give effort. That's all. That's all you can ask for as a fan. I mean, you may lose the remainder of this road trip. I mean, come on. They're going to go to Philadelphia tonight, second game of a back-to-back, with a roster that's hampered by injury. Good luck with that. And then you finish it off in Boston, who's playing a lot better. Good luck with that.
Hang on.
Probably going to go 1-6 on this road trip.
Second game of a back-to-back. Roster still really injured. Playing against Philly. Guaranteed dub. Nobody.
Maybe they pull it off.
If we know this team,
win.
I think we know this team. Yeah. They should have no business winning this game. Game turns into a win.
See,
real
and I
quick.
don't know if that makes me happy or if that ticks me off.
I know. I'm with you. But whenever we feel like no shot,
off.
It's
I would
like,
almost be ticked off if they won tonight.
So
I'd be like, come on, man.
You're going to be pissed if they win.
Well, I mean, you just said it, right? Yeah. You have no reason to win tonight. You played Jamal Murray 40 minutes last night. The dude has been playing he's been playing hard, too. I don't know if he's been doubled every time, blitzed, everything.
He is playing his ass off. Watching Jamal all year, really.
I look tired watching. I feel tired watching him play.
Well, what did he have? Didn't he have like 16 assists in the
game
game
yesterday? He had 16
yesterday?
assists, and he had 27 points.
Like, whatever you thought about Jamal and cue the text coming in, well, he's a professional. He's supposed to do this. Okay, fine. He's having a phenomenal season.
He's getting doubled every time.
Yes. Especially with that added pressure, because I was curious, how is Jamal going to handle what he is? How rare has it been in his career, Vic, where he's the focal point that you need to try and shut down? He's going to be that for a month now, at least. How does he handle it? I thought in the absence so far, he's done a really good job.
What's the term that Coach Bednar uses a lot when passengers? Right? He says a lot of. I'm looking at the Nuggets. There are a lot of passengers in that game.
Yeah,
and if you want to win, down 2 centers, they're down 2 centers. You can't afford to have any passengers.
By the way,
they didn't have any passengers in Toronto. They didn't have any in Cleveland. Everybody played as hard as passengers were not to be found. There were last night.
Tell you something right now. The guys that are playing right now, that if this team were fully healthy would not even sniff the floor, have no excuse to be a passenger ever. You're getting playing time when you otherwise wouldn't. There should be no, I have to motivate you to get up tonight and bring some energy. That should be automatic for about half the guys that are on the floor right now, because they would, or else wouldn't be, absent of injury.
I mean, you tell me how this works. How is this possible? And this is where I'm a little frustrated. Your 2 best defensive players return to the lineup to give you a bit of a push, right?
Yeah.
AG and CB. We're told all the time, those are your 2 best defensive players. Glue guys who can do both sides. How do you go from giving up 103 in Toronto, 113 in Cleveland, and then 127 when those guys are back?
Against the worst team that you faced? I don't know. Don't have a good answer for you. I mean, the short answer is just effort, right? Just an effort thing.
I think, and I hope they don't use this to try to expedite Nikola Jokic's rehab and recovery. Whatever you do, be careful. But just from looking at him, watching him, fellas, I would not be surprised if he's back way earlier than people think. That would not surprise me. I'm not giving you a medical opinion here. I'm not giving you any insight. I have no idea what the medical... I just, watching his gait and his stride.
Well, and the good thing is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, Vic, it's not the type of injury that if he were, you hold out a guy like AG a little bit longer because it's a soft tissue thing, and you're like, that could crop up anytime. This is just kind of like when it feels right, you're good, isn't it?
Yeah.
There isn't like a risk of re-injuring a bone bruise. It's just when it's healed, it's healed.
I'm getting a couple texts here, and let me explain my rationale here, Moj, and you've seen this from teams before. Somebody texts in, is it that AG and CB haven't played a game without Joker on the floor, so they were kind of lost without Joker in there? Of course, obviously you got to reset, learn how to play without him. But last I checked, the previous 2 games, they were without Joker, too, and those guys seem to do just fine.
Yeah. It's hey, listen, somebody else will do the job. That's what it is. It's somebody else will guard their guy. Somebody else will flash out to the perimeter. Somebody else will play hard D.
Or, human nature. These guys are back. We can just exhale a little bit.
That is correct. That's exactly right, and it's not going to cut it. So hopefully the comments of the coach, because you can't go to that well all the time. You can't go to the unprofessional well all the time, guys. That's a rare well.
Yep.
And for it to happen when you're injured like this in Brooklyn, so think about it.
So and David Adelman's being honest. He's probably a little bit calculated in that too, but you can't go to that well all the time, so we'll see how they respond. I'm not even saying they have to win in Philly. I'm just saying that I just want to see the effort there. That's all. I want to see the effort.
Tune in tonight. Christian Brown, Aaron Gordon back in the lineup for their second game after missing time with injuries. Pre-game for the Nuggets and Sixers on 92.5 will start at 6 o'clock, and it is powered by Ramos Law. Hopefully they get a lot better performance tonight than it was last night. Yes, Moser.
I'm going to make a promise to you guys and to the listening audience. My mom would always say, if you can't say something nice about somebody, just make sure they're not in the friggin' room.
Okay.
And I'm going to collect my thoughts on the Denver Broncos and their offense. I'm going to recollect my thoughts. And you know what I may do, Vic? Just for you, because I know it upsets you, and I know you think that I'm being silly and flippant and everything else. I may not say anything from this point on. The next 2 weeks about the Broncos offense, I may not say a damn
Well, here, Moj,
word.
let me ask this question as we get to break. Ponder this in the next few minutes.
And by the way, I've got some thoughts on the Sean Payton, Mark Kisla controversy. I got some thoughts on that, too.
I got a question for you. Ponder this during the break. Because there's a lot of people that feel the way that Moser does, that the Broncos won yesterday, but their offense looked awful. Got the win, the 1 seed, 14-win season. Would your perspective really be different had the offense put up 35 yesterday? So think about that for a second. And if the answer is yes, then I think you're fooling yourself. We'll get to it next.
lands from the pocket, gets picked off. Off the deflection, and here we go with the run back inside the 20. McMillan is in for the touchdown.
It was a masterful season. Sean Payton, Vance Joseph, and this Bronco team. The first step is done. And you see Ellis extending, and he left the pocket a little too early, but just the ability to have the depth they have and have new guys come in. It was just great performance by this defense today.
One last snap, and it is over. What a season for the Denver Broncos. They are the #1 seed in the AFC.
When people ask, like, all right, what's the benefit of the 1 seed? Many will say it's the rest. I personally think it's the elimination of a game that you don't have to play. Our fans were fantastic. Man, I'm proud of our team. You know, to sit here with 14 wins and line them up, and all you can do is play them. You can't control when you're playing them. This game ended up being a little bit like last year's finish to Kansas City. To be able to host the divisional round is significant.
Broncos win, capture the 1 seed, and get this week off before figuring out who they play next week. So, show starts. I don't know what people are looking for this morning as far as the emotion to this. You get the 1 seed, you finish season 14-3. This should be jubilation. A lot of people don't feel that way because the game was kind of miserable yesterday. The offense didn't look good. It was a game that you probably should have rolled in a way that should have looked much different than it did. But my question here is, people upset about the offensive performance yesterday, and I get it. If they put up 40, would you truly feel different? Like, is this just a short-term, like, I didn't have fun watching the game yesterday thing?
A lot of it's that.
Or is this like people have taken this into the realm of, oh, this is going to get you beat now? Because they've been the same. So I'm confused at the reaction this morning by people, I guess.
After the first drive of the game, all right, and they were up 3-0. And I mean this with all sincerity. At no point was I ever concerned about the Denver Broncos losing that game.
Nobody was, Vic. Nobody was.
They won 19-3.
Yeah, nobody was concerned, Vic.
So if that's your belief, right? If your belief is the game is over after the first drive, and we all saw it, and then you saw Trey Lance try to throw the ball, and you're like, okay, the game was over. What's the problem?
Let me see where I am today. It's a great scene in the movie Miracle. Herb Brooks, right? And you had the Minnesota guys and the Boston guy or Northeast guys, and they're all fighting at the Olympic camp, right? Everybody's fighting everybody, you know, Clanahan, everybody's going at it. And so Herb asks Ralph Cox, he says, where are you from, kid? He says, well, I'm from wherever's not going to get me punched in the face. And that's kind of the way that I feel this. Like you, Brett. You're from wherever it's not going to get you punched in the face. I'm from wherever it's not going to get me punched. Feeling about these Denver Broncos this morning. That's where I am in regards to because I should be happy. I should be happy at 14-3 in a bye. I should be thrilled about where they are and what they've done. And Sean Payton, when I listen to what he just said, he's 1,000% correct. You play who's in front of you. You try to win the games. You're 14-3. You won 14 out of 17 games. That's all there is to it. That's all. That's it. You're done.
I think it's fine to feel the way, like if you are disappointed in the offense and you think it's going to be something that holds them back when the playoffs, when they get there in the divisional round.
Don't worry about it.
No, hang on. I think that's a totally fair thing to have. What I'm asking is, did you feel that way before the game? Like, because if you did, you should have felt like this with an unchanged emotion since midway through the year.
That's correct. No, Brett, do you know how many games I predicted the Broncos should I said the Broncos should smoke these guys.
You did it all year, and that's part of your frustration because you did it every week.
Yeah, because they should have beaten these teams better.
Based on your standards. I mean, nobody's playing to your standards. That's you're right. Personal standards. Some of us know what they are.
Well, I think Sean Payton, deep down, when I listen to him talk, he's not incorrect. But I think he's saying the things that he sounds really friggin' defensive for a 14-3 football coach. I don't know if he sounds that way to you, but to me, he sounds incredibly defensive for being 14-3.
Well, I'd make the case as to why. Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, make it, Brett. Make it, Brett. Go ahead.
I'm from wherever it's not going to get me punched in the face. In the final, let's see here, 8 games of the season, how many multi-touchdown games did Bo Nix have throwing the football? Just take a guess.
In the final, what? Say that.
The last
say that
8
again?
games. So basically the second half of the year.
Passing touchdowns?
Multi-passing touchdown games.
1.
Correct. Green Bay.
Yeah, 1. Yesterday, the only touchdown the Broncos produced came on a defensive touchdown.
Yeah. And I think it's totally fair to have concerns about the offense. All I'm saying is that should have happened. Like a guy saying, hey, I think our offense is going to get us beat in the postseason should have been saying that in week 8, in week 3, in week 12, in week 15. Like it should have been the entire year this feeling had to prevail. And at that same time, all the Broncos have done is won.
So let me ask all of the naysayers, because it's funny. I'm playing the other side. Last night we did our postgame show, and I was playing Moser's side, and I feel so. It's funny how when people come out and be dramatic about stuff like this, how you change your tune. Moser's made me switch to the other side because of this drama. But I need to ask you this: do you think they're going to fix it?
No.
Did somebody come into this game? As a Bronco fan, did you suddenly think, oh, okay, this is the week? How many times do they have to tell you who they are?
Yeah.
How many times do they have to prove to you this is what they do? So you're dumb for changing your expectation. I'm being respectful about it.
No, I get it.
If you think they're suddenly going to change their stripes and turn into the, early 2000s Rams or Peyton Manning's Broncos of 2013, if you think that's what they're going to turn into, that's on you.
Let me ask you this question again, Moj. If they came out and they put up 35 points yesterday, would you have the same feeling as you do right now?
I don't think I would. And like you said before, Brett.
That feels faulty then.
Right, yeah.
That's just an emotion based off of, I just didn't have fun
It's an
yesterday.
emotional response.
Yeah.
Everybody's
You're right.
emotional about what they saw. The game was over after the first drive. Just remember that. The game was over. It was
Vic,
over.
I'm not talking about a stupid 19-3 win yesterday. It's the Chargers team that's playing nobody. They have virtually no starters on the field. I mean, they had some, but you know what I mean. Every key player for that team.
So what
was
do you
on
think
the
the Broncos are going to do? I keep going back to this. Do you think they're going to magically just warp speed into something else?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
we're
gonna
take.
Are.
You're right. We're going to take what we get. And I hope to God that it's good enough to win. You're right. Vic, you are not incorrect. But let me tell you where my brain goes, and you can tell me I'm stupid, and I'm sure you're going to because you like to do that. I watched the Jaguars yesterday play the dog butt crap Titans, and they blow them out, 41-7. I mean, it's 31-7 at halftime, and Trevor Lawrence and his long hair are sitting on the sidelines with a baseball cap, hanging out, playing tickle fight. I watched the New England Patriots. I mean, it was 7-0. I watched them drive down the field and punch it in against the Dolphins and punch them right in the mouth. I mean, right in the mouth. Bam. Done. And I'm like, that's the way a team that's going to go 14-3 should behave. That's the way I look at it. I could be wrong, but that's the way I look at it. I look at the Buffalo Bills tuning up for the postseason against the dog butt New York Football Jets. And you know what they did, dude? They punched them so hard in the mouth, right square in the kisser, and then put a baseball cap on.
So again, they didn't meet your expectations. They didn't meet your expectations. What you see that they should do, they're not doing.
No.
Yet they're 14-3.
Yeah, exactly right. So they didn't meet the expectation that I feel is going to win you in the postseason. That's it. Yeah, that's
Can't
correct.
wait to find out.
And you know what? You're right, and I could be very wrong. I could be completely wrong.
Let me just go through something real quick.
Please do, Brett.
Just as an exercise.
Please do. Yeah, I'm curious.
Should they have beaten the Titans worse than they did in week 1?
Yeah.
Yes, you could say, here we go. Just do every game. Here we go.
Should they have beaten the Jets worse than they did?
Yeah.
The Giants?
Keep going, Moshe.
Keep going. The Giants?
Yeah.
The Raiders, the first game?
Yeah.
That Washington team that was starting Marcus Mariota that went into overtime?
Uh-huh.
The second Raider game?
Yep.
The Kansas City game last week?
100%.
And the Chargers game this week? This isn't
how
a
foolish
surprise. Like, this is what I'm trying to get across to
people.
people.
How many times we've done this? We've done this song and dance. You are emotional and you're a drama queen.
Oh, I'm not even saying this. Hang on, Vic. I'm not even saying this.
They are who we thought they were.
I'm not even saying this to Moser. I'm just trying to illustrate and paint this picture to people that this is no different than what they've been since week 1 of the season. They have been, I would say, the most consistent football team that's ever existed, to be honest with you. Like, I've never seen somebody that is the exact same from week 1 to week 17 that is 14-3 right now.
And you know what's crazy? They could easily be 8-9.
Of course.
As they are 14-3.
Yes.
But here we are. Here we are. You are given something precious. You're giving home field. You're giving the opportunity now to waltz to the Super Bowl on your home turf. Something I never thought possible with this team. And the expectations don't change. They could very well lose in 2 weeks. They play that Saturday game, by the way, in case you haven't seen the schedule. And there's not a single team that would come in here that wouldn't scare the hell out of me. Not a single one.
Pittsburgh.
Everything you said.
They'd scare me too. Wait, hold on. Let me play this exercise with you, Powder.
Mm-hmm.
You mean to tell me you're fully confident that the Broncos could beat Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Fully confident. Like you would bet your mortgage on that game.
Yes.
Yeah,
Pittsburgh's the only team. The only one.
I wouldn't bet anything on anybody.
I don't
Vic,
trust anything about that Steelers team. Nothing.
Vic, let's say, except Mike Tomlin, he's the only thing I trust. And by the way, I thought that bald kicker last night had cost Aaron Rodgers his career when he missed the extra point.
We'll go around the league in a second. There's so many things about the end of that game, including I have never seen a bigger bleep-eating grin than what Mike Tomlin had on his face after that game got done and in the post-game press conference.
We got to the hotel.
He reveled in that.
We got to the hotel a little bit late from Florida to Tampa last night because you can't believe how busy the airport was in Fort Lauderdale yesterday trying to get out of that joint, man. It was insane.
Great.
Our plane was parked and all. Okay. But I did, walking through the lobby, they had a TV on. I was able to catch the end of that game. And I just sat there and watched it. And I thought, you know what? This bald kicker is going to cost he's going to end Aaron Rodgers' career because he missed an extra point. And then Lamar Jackson drives his team all the way down the field, converts on 4th and 7.
Weren't we just talking about this last week where I said it's amazing how many quarterbacks' legacies are tied to the feet of kickers?
Yeah, it's insane.
And you thought Aaron Rodgers missing the playoffs again to, I don't know, close out his career or whatever was happening. And then Lamar Jackson is going to be seen as, this is going to go down in his resume. Couldn't win a playoff game, and hell, he couldn't even make the postseason that one year. If the dopey Loop kid could just hit a kick, who knows?
Vic, so here's the story. What you've said today, I'm intellectually honest enough to absolutely agree with you. I mean, it doesn't mean I have to like what you're saying, and it doesn't mean that I don't have a different perspective, but I think what you've said is absolutely correct. So then, you being the doctor that you are, you being the amateur psychologist, I think you took 2 weeks of psych at Notre Dame. Is that what you did? 2 weeks.
Never took a
before you
psych
dropped that
class in my life, but it's okay.
Oh, okay. What do you got? What do you got, Powder?
Just real quick, some news here. This is from Mike Kliss. The Titans, and this is not surprising, but the Titans have requested permission to interview Vance Joseph for their head coaching position. The interview will happen this week via Zoom.
You'll get a lot.
Of course.
Here's what you're trying to say. Here's how I feel. You're trying to tell me how I feel. I'll tell you how I feel.
Well, Vic, I'm asking you to diagnose me then.
Yeah.
Let
me tell you how I feel first, and then I'll diagnose you.
Please.
I am a Broncos fan who's at peace with whatever the hell happens from here on out. I'm at peace with it. And that's a lot of you
question, actually.
A lot of you don't seem to understand that. A lot of you are, oh my God, you got to win. You got to win at least 2 games. I know that this team can stumble. I know that things can fall apart. I know that if they produce the offense they've produced the last few weeks in the playoffs, they won't win. I know that. I also know that they're in this position because they figure it out somehow, some way. They figure out how to win. They've done it 14 times. So I'm at peace with that. I'm at peace with how this season in the postseason can go either way. You're still playing that, well, you got to be perfect to win. They're not perfect, and they're not going to be perfect. This is what they are. So I'm diagnosing you, Moser, by saying your expectations every week, oh, they're going to blow this team out. You're placing false expectations on a team that can't achieve them. And when they can't, you don't know what to do with it.
You know what I'd like to do with you?
I just diagnosed you. Now you're going to get mad? Is that what you do to your therapist?
But you're flippant about it. A therapist.
I'm not being flippant about it. You want your girl to be hot. What if she's not?
Can you turn him down a little bit, Nelly? Because it feels like he's shouting in my face. Number
I would
two,
just love to poke the bear a little bit.
I want to diagnose you with a middle finger so bad right now. Do you know that, Vic? I want to die.
The guy asked for my medical opinion, and now he's mad.
Take one of these and call me in the morning. Hang on. Vic, you asked a really interesting question, I think, in the middle of your diagnoses. I wouldn't be satisfied with whatever happens from here. I think they got to win one. I'm not saying they got to win the Super Bowl or even make the Super Bowl. I think that they have to win a playoff game. Because I'll tell you what this will feel like. Correct me if I'm wrong here. If the Broncos go into the postseason and they lose that first game in the divisional round because their offense stinks, it would feel a lot like the Avs losing in the postseason because their power play stinks. It would feel like a wasted opportunity that you had all of this stuff that was going for you. You had the ability to do X, Y, and Z, and one thing that was plaguing you all year ended up being the thing that bites you in the butt. And I don't think I'd live with that very well.
So, but I'm going to go back to you. Let me put you down on this couch. You know what the Broncos offense is, right? You've seen it now 17 times, right? You've seen it 17 times. What makes you think they're going to be any different in the postseason?
I don't think they'll be different, but I think that, look, they've won this way 14 out of 17 games. I think that they should be able, as a 1 seed, to get you one.
Okay, but
I'm not saying that the offense is going to go out and score 40, but I don't care how they win. I think they need to win a game.
Great, but how they win, like the substance over style or style over substance. Yesterday, people were mad with the style.
It's the playoffs now. I don't care what the style is anymore. Okay. The style bothered me earlier in the year because I thought it would be something that hindered them for when it does matter.
So now it's okay, though, from here on out to win any way possible.
3-2. I don't care. Just win. Right. Yeah.
But like this game yesterday, style mattered.
For me, no. Yeah. I thought the entire goal of yesterday.
Well, it did for Moj.
Well, for me, win the game yesterday and come out healthy. They accomplished that.
The last 2 games, the style wasn't there, correct? They won, but the style was nasty.
Look, right? How many times have you heard me on a Monday after the Broncos win, and I'm like, dude, I'm pretty disgusted with that game yesterday, despite the win. I'm not like that this morning. I'm not. I think they accomplished their goal.
9204, this texter, Vic is driving me nuts today. The expectation now with the number 1 seed is going to the Super Bowl. You hope. Doesn't necessarily mean they're the number 1 team because you have the number 1 seed. How much football have you watched? Do all number 1 seeds in any sport, are they the best teams?
No.
Do all number 1 seeds advance to the championship game?
No.
Do number 1 seeds sometimes get upset?
Yeah.
Do number 1 seeds have flaws?
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think, what makes you so cocky and confident? What makes you so resolute in your belief that just because you're the number 1 seed, it's assumed that you have to be there? There's no assumption from me. I know how this works. I've watched enough sports to know sometimes you get to the number 1 seed by fluke. Sometimes things happen. Sometimes things go your way. Not all number 1 seeds are created equal, my friend.
I think very easily we could have a Super Bowl that features 2 wildcard teams.
Exactly. I mean, so just because you're the number 1 seed doesn't make you that much more special here. Who cares? You know, Seattle's the number 1 seed in the NFC. They could easily be upset. Easily. Who cares if you're the number 1 seed?
The NFL playoffs, by the way, your home for it is Altitude Sports Radio. We'll have all 6 games this weekend and every game straight through the Super Bowl in the Bay. The NFL in Westwood 1 lives on Altitude Sports Radio.
I'm in Tampa, Florida. Guess who's here practicing?
Tampa.
Maybe it's a sign of things to come in college football.
Is there a bowl game there?
Right around the corner. No, the Indiana rowing team is going through its rowing. Yeah. Interesting.
Heave!
Very interesting.
That's neat.
All right, so
I just want to be the guy. I just want to be the guy with the cone over his face. Row, you losers!
Yeah,
row.
That's a good gig.
That's a good gig.
When we come back, we'll take a look around the weekend that was in the NFL. Stick around. All right, let's take a look around the NFL games on Saturday with some implications to them. So if the Panthers won against the Bucs on Saturday, the Panthers would be in the postseason. Instead, the Bucs win, which meant they needed Atlanta to lose for the Bucs to make the postseason. And Atlanta barely snuck out a victory against New Orleans, which puts the Panthers back into first place, and they make the postseason.
That was so stupid.
So let's just be clear here. The winner of the NFC South is advancing with a sub-500 record. The Atlanta Falcons, who were eliminated on December 7th, ended up tying for first place by the end of the year.
Stupid.
Wild.
You're hosting a playoff game at 8-9.
Yes. Carolina ends up somehow coming out on top despite losing this weekend. The game at night on Saturday was Seahawks and Niners. That game was for the NFC West. And the Seahawks slowly suffocated San Francisco to a 13-3 win and taking the NFC West and the number one seed in the NFC.
That defense is fearsome, man. It really is.
Michael McDonald's a hell of a singer, and he is a hell of a defensive coordinator.
Holy moly.
Because that is a scary level defense. And they have, here's the thing about Seattle. I don't trust Sam Darnold at all. But I trust that defense, that running attack that they have with Kenneth Walker and with Charbonnet. They have JSN on the outside catching passes. They're a very scary team that I also don't think as a one seed is making the Super Bowl.
That game was over, so the Niners had them 3rd and 17 with all the momentum, and they give up a run of 20 yards.
Yep.
Did you see John Lynch up in the booth just go crazy?
Yeah. Dude, the fact that the Niners still finished the season 12-5 is unbelievable.
Dude, if that is not Coach of the Year material, for Kyle Shanahan to pull out a 13-5, Brock Purdy missed half this season. Ayuk, I think, is probably in witness protection. The guy's in and out of that lineup all over the place. I mean, he did an unbelievably good job so far.
Yeah, think about it. The Purdy in that offense with Christian McCaffrey and all that weaponry, that gave 3 points at home in that game.
I know. How'd you feel about the black uniforms, the black helmets and all that?
I'm colorblind.
Okay.
It's always my favorite question to Vic.
Oh, Jesus.
What'd you think about the colors, Vic?
How many times do I have to say this?
I'll tell you what to do.
What do you want me to say?
You ask me what to do with your rainbow.
All right, going on to Sunday. Falcons and Saints. Falcons hang on for a victory 19-17 despite winning the last 4 games. They fired Raheem Morris and their GM Terry Fontenot this morning. Again, just to repeat, the Falcons were eliminated from the playoffs on December 7th and tied for first in their division by the end of the year, which is just really funny. Browns and Bengals.
Think about the perspective. They tied for their division. They're obviously not going to the postseason, and they fire everybody. They're like, and yet you've got.
Well, they were bad. They were horrible.
Look at the difference, though. Expectations. Carolina has the same record, and everybody's coming back, and they're happy as can be.
Yeah. It's because they were left for dead. Bryce Young was left for dead, and they somehow got it done. It's just crazy.
Well,
stuff.
I'm trying to figure this one out, and I feel like there's going to be some news here soon about something in Cincinnati. But Cleveland beat Cincinnati the last game of the year. Don't know how. Cincinnati was playing all their guys. Burrow was playing. Jamar Chase was playing everybody, and Shedeur Sanders was 11 of 22 for 110 yards, and Cleveland wins. The big story to come out of that game that everybody cared about was Myles Garrett set the sack record.
Yeah.
So he did end up getting that before the game was finished.
Did you see Shelby Harris, his mate on the defense? Did you see what he did after the sack was taken? He high-fives the ref. It was hilarious.
So listen, this is an amazing stat about Myles Garrett, and I think he is one of the biggest freaks we've ever seen in the history of this sport. So T.J. Watt was the latest guy to tie Michael Strahan's record at 22.5 sacks. He did that a couple years ago. It took him 616 snaps to get there. When Michael Strahan did it, it took him 567 snaps. Myles Garrett had 23 sacks and 437 snaps this year.
Wow.
180 less than T.J. Watt.
That's the other thing I was going to tell you. All these records that are being set and broken, now that there's an extra game, and then when the season went from 14 to 16, do these records really matter? Do they carry weight with more games?
Well, Myles Garrett was carried off like Rudy at the end of the game, so yeah, it matters a little bit to them. Maybe it's the only thing they had joy for this year.
Rudy.
By the way, Kevin
Oh,
Stefanski, after that win, has been let go in Cleveland, so they'll be searching for a new coach.
there.
The Packers, who decided to rest everybody, played against the Vikings. The Vikings end up winning that game 16-3. McCarthy leaves in the middle of that game for whatever. He had some arm issue going into it. But an inconsequential game. The Packers are like, screw it. We're the 7th seed. Who cares if we lose? Nothing game.
It was absolutely nothing, and they've got to go to Chicago. That's going to be pretty interesting.
So the Vikings finished 9-8. I just want to remind you that because it's foreboding for something later. The Giants and Cowboys. Giants win that game 34-17. The only real thing of note in this game is that the Giants, who were in position to get the number 1 pick 2 games ago, have won their final 2 games, and I forget where that puts them, but not number 1.
The Giants are so bad that they can't even lose when they have to.
Yeah.
The last 4 seasons, they have ruined their draft positioning by winning games they don't need to win late in the season. They did it again.
So they finished 4-13, so they're still picking top 5, but just not as high as they could have gone. Jags and Titans, we all kind of saw that. The Jags wanted to get the win just in case the Broncos and Patriots lost. Now, neither did, but they won 41-7 over Tennessee.
Dude, that team looks... Trevor Lawrence went for 255 and 3 touches and put a baseball hat on, dude.
Let me tell you the most...
they barely beat Indy last week.
The most impressive thing about that game, hang on a second, wasn't that they won 41-7. It wasn't that they put the baseball caps on at halftime. That kicker they have, who can hit 67-yarders with like 15 yards to spare, what's happening with that?
Cam Little?
That guy's a freak.
Yeah. He got a big leg. That little guy had a big leg.
Guys, he hit a 67-yard field goal, and it hit the net behind the field goal post.
I know.
It's crazy.
I know. Between him and the Dallas kicker, there will be a 70-yard field goal sooner than later.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
So Jags 13-4 to close out the year, but they remain the 3 seed in the AFC. Texans and Colts, a game that the Texans wanted to win for seeding purposes. They almost gave it away. Riley Leonard, who, Vic, I thought you said last week, could not throw. He threw the ball okay against that Texans defense.
Maybe he developed a forward pass since he played in college.
They do end up winning 38-30, but they needed a 12-3 fourth quarter to do it. So they end the season 12-5. Bills, despite benching everybody, win 35-8 over the Jets. Mitch Trubisky throws 4 touchdowns. I'll give you a pretty mind-blowing stat. Do you know what the Jets didn't do in 17 games this year?
Intercept the quarterback.
They did not have
a single pick.
Yep.
That's hard to do.
It's the first time in NFL history.
I'm going to tell you guys right now, I think all of us will live our lives, however long they are, and hopefully long and prosperous for all of us, and then we will die, and that will never happen again in an NFL season.
Agreed.
Don't think it's possible.
Not possible.
So the Jets finished the year 3-14. So I told you to keep the 9-8 record of the Vikings with their win over the Packers in mind, and here's the reason why. Lions and Bears played this weekend. The Bears had to win this game to stay the 2 seed in the NFC. They were battling with the Eagles. The Lions end up kicking a last-second field goal to win that game, and then eyes turned over to the Eagles game, which we'll get to in a bit. But with the Lions winning that game, it is the second time since 1935 that all 4 teams within the division finished above 500. It happened 3 years ago in the AFC North, and the last time it happened was the 1935 NFL West division did it. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So Bears 11-6, Lions 9-8 to close out the year. Raiders Chiefs. Raiders were locked into the 1 seed no matter what, so they're like, why not get 1 win at the end of the year over a Chiefs team that does not care anymore, and boom, they did it. 3-14 on the year. They win 14-12 over
Did you know
Kansas City.
that this yesterday was only the second time in history? Listen to this stat. Not a single AFC West team that played yesterday produced an offensive touchdown. Only the second time in the history of the game that an entire division went a full day, a full weekend without an offensive touchdown.
That's insane.
Makes no sense.
Crazy.
Cardinals and Rams. That game was really close, like late, and the Rams pulled it away in the fourth quarter. but they end up winning 37-20. So the Rams finished 12-5, and somehow at 12-5, third in their respective division.
They've got to go. When you talk about a good draw, they're going to go to Carolina.
They got a great
5 versus 4.
They ended up finishing second after the Niners lost because they're both 12-5, but they win the tiebreaker. Go ahead, Mo. Sorry.
Aren't they the 5 seed, right?
Yes, they're the 5.
Yeah. So they're going to go to Carolina, correct?
Yes.
That's a great matchup for the Rams. Great.
You see why the Rams were very highly motivated to win that game that final week. Is if I get my matchup between the Bucs or the Panthers over anybody else, yes, please, I'll take it.
Totally.
Patriots, who needed to win in an attempt to grab the 1 seed if the Broncos lost, they beat the hell out of the Dolphins 38-10 as Drake May played for about the first half, and then he was like, see you later.
They've got a run game, man. They've got a run game in New England.
Yeah, between Stevenson and Henderson, yeah, they're really good.
Power run game. They got power.
Yeah, 2 guys that you can really get after. My question is, with the Stephon Diggs thing, is he going to play in the postseason? Because what's going on with that?
No idea.
He played yesterday.
Yeah, I have no clue. He denies all charges, so who knows?
And then the last couple here, the Commanders beat the Eagles 24-17. Why was that significant? Because when the Bears lost to the Lions and that game was still going on, if the Eagles had won that game, they would have jumped Chicago for the 2 seed. Instead, they decided they were going to rest all their starters. Do you think they regret it?
So who are they stuck with now?
So their matchup is the Niners. And they would have gotten the Packers had they won yesterday.
Yes, they regret it. I would
too. So the Eagles 11-6, Commanders 5-12. Then finally, the late game came down to the last 2.5 minutes. Aaron Rodgers with 2:20 left finds a way to put a touchdown on the board. They're up 26-24 pending the extra point, which is shanked. I think it might have been tipped, but now,
dude, it went like this.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how. I mean it just, in that short amount of time and space, it went like this. What happened?
By the way, if you guys missed it, here's a little recap of how the game finished.
Rodgers gets the snap. He's back to pass. Looking left. Going deep left. Man wide open. It's caught. Touchdown Pittsburgh. Touchdown Steelers. Calvin Austin. Boswell for another big PAT. His kick is up. It is no good. He missed it wide right. And the lead is 26-24. Now a Ravens field goal could win it. This will be a 44-yard attempt. It will come from the middle of the field. Here's the snap, the spot. The kick is on the way. It is no good. He missed it. It's wide to the right. And the Pittsburgh Steelers have won the division. The Steelers are going to the playoffs.
Sandwiched in between that, by the way, was a 4th and 7 that was converted by Lamar Jackson to Isaiah Likely to put them at that 44-yard range.
How good was that catch, though?
It was great.
How good was that catch?
The pass is perfectly placed.
And then he kneels it in the middle of the field to set his guy up, and he blows it. I cannot believe what I saw.
Go ahead, Vic.
After that game, this stat's crazy. There have been over 60,000 field goal attempts in NFL history. 60,000. Tyler Loop's miss. The only one of those attempts that came as time expired in the fourth quarter in the final week with the final game of the season on the line. Like, literally the NFL season draws to a close with that.
Yeah.
First time it's ever happened like that.
And I was watching that kick sails wide. They do that cut pan over to the Steelers sideline. They show Aaron Rodgers, and they show Mike Tomlin. And I have never seen Mike Tomlin looking more defiant. And I was trying to figure it out. So that is a look around the league. By the way, I forgot one thing in here when we were talking about the Cardinals and the Rams. Would you guys like to hear a hot mic'd Trey McBride? Because this is what it sounds like.
Yeah, please. Rochette fires and wide open. Wow, it's McBride. Oh,
I'm him. So there you go. One of the best tight ends in the league. Just letting you guys know. Boom. 303-504-0925.
Who is this him everybody's referring to, by the way?
See, this is why this is where I feel really old. I'm just so. I can't get on board with any of the new things that people are saying now.
You know, I've heard that for years now. I'm him, but who is him?
His pronouns is he, him.
He's the guy, is what he is, Vic. He's just the guy. He's the man.
That guy?
I'm him. Yeah. Listen, you ever
tell me a
seen
little
that
bit
video?
about
Well, no, have you ever seen the video where the guy goes, "You're not that guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that guy."
So that
video.
guy and him are the same person.
But then,
correct.
You're not that guy.
When he says, "You're not that guy, pal," that guy goes, "Are you that guy?" Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm him.
Texture says this, by the way. I like this. Mike Tomlin is the equivalent of C's get degrees. Just good enough to pass, but never good enough to matter.
Mike Tomlin
As
has a
of
Super
recently?
Bowl championship, too. Yeah, he's got a Super Bowl, though,
It's
bro.
a
Come on.
long time ago, Moj. To that Texture's credit, a long time ago. They haven't won a playoff game in almost a decade, okay? That is an issue.
Yeah, but have you seen the crap players that they've had on the offensive side of the football?
Who's responsible
It's
for
not
that?
Not him.
You're telling me a guy's been coaching there for 20 years, isn't in charge of personnel on his team? Get the hell out of here, Moj.
By the way, Moch, you said you're all excited that the Rams got the Panthers this year. Do you know one of their 5 losses were to the Panthers?
They won't lose that game.
I'm just giving you facts.
Spend $150,000 on a football team. Too bad.
But it's not enough to buy a football team. But it's not enough to buy a football team.
All right, back after this. All right, time to pick out a Broncos player in the groove. Vic, who's in the groove for you?
Oh, I thought Nick Benito had a nice little comeback performance yesterday. He should have had another sack that he bounced right off of Trey Lance earlier in the game. But I thought Benito played with a little more verve, and they're going to need that going into the postseason. Force turnovers. The Broncos finally came up with some turnovers yesterday.
Well,
about time.
That's why I'll go ahead and take the easy one here. I know it was a deflected play, just kind of right place, right time, but Jaquan McMillan finding the end zone, the only one to find the end zone. He is my player that is in the groove for the Broncos. Is Moser here, or is he not here?
He told me he had to run downstairs for something, Nelly. Oh, there he is.
There he is. How about you, Moj? Broncos player in the groove for you yesterday.
I thought about this. It's everybody in the defense, dude, because that defense is fantastic. And I know they're playing Trey Lance. I understand that, but man, it's a dang good defense. And everybody who pushed the quarterback, everybody who had a hand in the sacks, that's my groove. Period. End of story.
Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. That is our Broncos player in the groove. We'll get to keys of the game tonight in just a second. I have a question for you, though.
By the way, but by the way, real quick, can you think of an offensive player in the groove at all?
I thought Jaleel had a couple nice runs. Didn't get much of an opportunity to do more than, how many carries did he have? 6?
Yeah, Bo Nix finally used his legs a little bit, too. I mean, he scrambled around and ran for almost 50 yards. That's pretty good.
Jaleel just...
Anything else?
He just, you know what? To give him credit, he makes the most of every time he's out there.
6 for 41.
I appreciate that about him.
6.8 yards per carry for Jaleel.
Here's the question. We actually have this up on Twitter at Altitude SR. Are you satisfied with yesterday's Broncos win? Your options are a win is a win or I needed to see more. How do you think that split's going?
I'm fine with it.
I bet it's about...
But how do you think people are responding?
Well, everybody's upset.
I'd say it's 70-30.
Yeah, easily.
60, I mean, 65-35.
Trust me, I got so many texts from season ticket holders at the game yesterday that were so fed up. But I'm telling you, the game was won once Chargers decided not to play their guys. The game was over. 3-0, the game was over. Hey, Cortland Sutton got 1 reception, 2 targets. They were not even – it was over.
It's 57-43. So a lot closer to 50-50 than I thought. Yeah. And again, you know, we kind of went through it earlier. This game is not surprising. The result, what you saw, is not surprising. It's been happening since week 1 of the season. They play against a team that you feel like is inferior to you, and it ends up being kind of ugly. And that's how it's been all year. Now, at the same time, when they've played against teams who are pretty good, they've stepped up to the plate. I mean, the only game this year in which they got wrecked in a way that was, I don't even want to say you're never really in it, but you got blown out. It was the Jags game. The other 2 losses, the Colts game, you could have won. Chargers game early in the year, you could have won. Now, that could flip the other way, too. They've had a whole bunch of games they should have lost that they ended up getting dubs in. But it was, the Jags is the only game that I think has been out of character in a way that we weren't used to, with just the amount of sheer volume of points they put up against you.
Adam Schefter is going to join us here in about 9 minutes, and I'm sure he's got a busy morning. He's going to be on 3 phones at the same time. Before we get to that, I need to ask Moser a question, a 2-part question, because big story away from football yesterday locally was the injury to Gabriel Landeskog, and we all just sat there watching it in the Broncos press box going, oh, my God, what is going on? 2-part question, Moj. When do you think we'll get the extent of the injury?
Probably, well, they're off today, so my guess is probably from the coach tomorrow. I'm sure he's been diagnosed by now. Here's the way I look at it. I have no knowledge whatsoever. But if it's not a lower body, I'm sure he's going to be able to return at some point. That's the way I look at it.
Okay. My second part of the question is this, and hockey's always like this, and I've always been critical of their style. It's the least transparent sport when it comes to injuries. They hide everything, upper body, lower body. And I think it does your player a disservice when you don't, especially something like this, of very much significance. It just keeps people guessing. It's bad. It's bad to speculate this much about a guy of that consequence. Do you think they'll be forthright? Is that what they do?
Vic, they don't have to. See, the league is different than other leagues because you don't have to be as, quote, forthright.
But why? Why?
Because I don't know. Maybe is the betting not as prevalent? I don't know, to be honest with you. But they're not required by the league to specify exactly what is wrong with a player.
But I'm asking you, forget the league. I mean, don't you think it's best for him, rather than people just coming up with crap, throwing crap against the wall? Here's what the injury is. We'll have him back in this much time.
I would like to know exactly what it is, just from my own personal standpoint. But if you don't have to, you don't have to. I mean, I don't know that hockey is different than other sports in this regard, but, whatever it is, somebody's going to try to hurt it again. Somebody's going to try to go after it.
I know. I understand that. I mean, if they see the injury, and somebody's blowing back on me saying, in the NBA, Joker hurt his knee. We know it's a knee injury, a bone bruise, whatever, and 4 to 6 weeks. They're forthright about it. Why is that hard to do that? Why is the NHL different?
Nelly, get Gary Bettman
There's
on the
never.
phone,
I mean,
please.
it drives me crazy. There's never a timeline on anything. It's just like, yeah, lower body, upper body, deal with it. Why?
Yeah, I don't got an answer for it either.
What's your opinion on that?
My opinion, I don't feel like as fervent as you do about it. It doesn't bother me as much. I don't know. Are you saying it does a disservice to the player? Is that what you're saying? In what way?
Yes, it does a disservice to the player because now you start speculating. Well, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. Just tell us what it is. I mean, it's not rocket science here.
I don't think that people would question the toughness of a hockey player, though. I don't think that that's ever been really a debate for that group. Now, other sports it could be. Like Anthony Rendon gets hurt in the MLB, and you're like, what's his injury? And they go, we aren't going to tell you. You'd be like, well, what the hell's going on here? Okay?
Yeah, well, it's going to give you $200 million out the door. Did you see Wedgwood take that puck right in the
right in the
last
beak
night? Dude, I mean, it hit right here, right between the eyes.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
So what happened to Toews?
He went crashing into the boards on Saturday night in Carolina. I
remember seeing that.
Yeah, so he's going to be out a little bit too.
Yeah, that looked rough on the ankles, the way he went in there.
Yeah.
But they're calling that an upper body.
But I think because he went in with his feet, knees, and upper body slamming into the inboards, dude.
Ow! By the way, just some news here before we get to Schefter. So I don't know which one of these is more surprising. Cincinnati's announced they are bringing back Zach Taylor for another season, which I did not think was going to happen. Secondly, the Giants have announced that they are retaining Joe Shane, their general manager.
Jeez.
Which is also incredibly surprising. We'll talk to that with Adam Schefter in just a couple minutes. Stick around. Send out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Joined as we are every Monday by Adam Schefter of ESPN on a very busy Monday. Adam, how you doing?
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
So the recent news that just came down, we'll get to the Broncos and stuff in a second, but which one of these is more surprising, that Cincinnati has retained Zach Taylor or that Joe Shane remains the GM of the Giants?
I think this was the expectation in both places. Obviously, some people in their fan bases would disagree. People in the Giants fan base, I think, wanted a change. I think people in the Bengals fan base wanted to change, some of them, but those teams are standing pat. They're not making any changes right now.
Do you think any changes will be made with the Baltimore Ravens and John Harbaugh?
Yeah, well, that's the one I think that everybody's waiting to see, right? Like, that's an interesting situation. We're going to see how that plays out. I think there are going to be discussions. John Ravens decides to part ways. I think he'd have his choice of jobs and wouldn't be unemployed for very long. But to me, they're still figuring that out. They lost last night. They're out. Those conversations will start sooner than expected because I think the Ravens were hoping and thinking that they'd win the division. It didn't happen that way. So there we go.
Adam, I saw yesterday morning talking to Mike Greenberg. And is there anything that surprised you so far, that caught you by surprise that you didn't expect?
In terms of coaching moves, or in terms of results?
In terms of what teams are doing here on this quote Black Monday.
Well, it's 9:03 in Denver, 11:03, and I think I'm a little surprised at Raheem Morris. I think people thought the GM would be out, but they weren't expecting Raheem Morris, coming off 4 straight wins, to be fired in the second season. But the Falcons were obviously hell-bent on overhauling their organization. And so Raheem Morris got swept up in that, and he's out. Stefanski, not a surprise. We know the Giants and Titans have openings. We're waiting on more right now. I think everybody thinks Pete Carroll, that name will be called here today at some point in time. And then we wait to see what else, right? Like, there are a few others that are out there that we're waiting to see if and when they come down here.
We know, Adam, because of the success that he's had here, that Vance Joseph is going to be getting interviews. He's got one with the Titans coming up. What are the odds? What would you place the odds on Vance Joseph taking a head coaching job this offseason?
Yeah, I don't like to place odds. All I can tell you is that he's going to get a lot of interviews. He's going to have interest. He's being recognized for the job that he's done in Denver. And then it'll be up to him in that interview cycle with how he presents himself, how they feel about him. Vance is a very impressive guy. And if he impresses the right ownership group at the right time and they feel like he's the right guy for that moment, then I could see him getting one. I don't know how to calculate the chances of that, other than to say that he's going to be in the mix on, I would expect, multiple jobs.
Is he allowed to accept the job? They don't play again for 2 weeks. Can he, if the interview, he knocks it out of the park, can he take the job before the next game?
Well, he's under contract. He's with a team, and so he's not allowed. I think he could agree but can't negotiate a contract, but you're not allowed to interview a coach in person until January 19th. There are different rules for teams in the playoffs. So, it's very tricky, and the morning after, I don't have the exact rules for you other than to say I don't think, last year we got Mike Vrabel hired the first week because he was an unemployed coach who was allowed to be hired, and the Patriots did just that. But for coaches under contract, those don't move very quickly.
Adam, we've been very matter-of-fact about this Denver Broncos team this morning, about where they are as a number 1 seed, but you can't deny 14-3 is 14-3. What's the scuttlebutt around the league about the number 1 team in the AFC?
Well, listen, I think people are impressed, but I also think people say the conference is wide open. Now, I don't think the Broncos have impressed people to the point where they say, boy, let's wrap up the AFC title and just give it to Denver. It's not like that. They're going to have to go earn that here, but they have a huge advantage. They got to bye the first week. They got 2 home games to get to the Super Bowl. It's certainly something that can be done. But to me, the AFC, it's a fairly level playing field. I really don't look the Broncos, because of the situation, have an advantage. But I think all the teams are all fairly evenly matched, and I can make an argument for just about any team in the AFC field for them reaching the Super Bowl.
Which one seed do you think has a better chance of making the Super Bowl?
Which AFC team?
No, which one seed between the Seahawks and the Broncos? Who's got the better shot?
I mean, they're two good, great defenses with two great home field advantages. Whichever one plays better is going to have the better shot. I don't know how to answer that. They both have built-in advantages, that come along with being the one seed. And I think the Seattle team has been more impressive this year over the course of a full season, but I think the NFC field is also pretty good, like the Rams, the Eagles, some tough teams there, Bears. So I don't know. Here's the deal. I like whichever one's going to play its best football now, and I don't know which one is going to do that.
Despite the win last night and Pittsburgh being in the playoffs, I still read about these rumors of Mike Tomlin going to the broadcast booth. How legit are those?
I think Mike Tomlin's been the subject of a lot of speculation here for the past 3, 4, 5 years, and we heard the Steeler fans chant, fire Tomlin, and he's the longest tenured head coach in one city, 19 years there in Pittsburgh, 19. That's an unbelievable run. So it's only natural that there's going to be conversation about somebody in a job that long, just like John Harbaugh has been in Baltimore for 18 years. They are the two longest tenured coaches, and probably there's as much interest and noise surrounding each of them as anybody else. Again, the Tomlin thing, I've heard people say they think he's going to take a year off. I've heard people say they think he's going to go to TV, where obviously he would be a huge success. The feeling I've gotten, and we'll see, doesn't mean it's right, is that his most likely landing spot will be back in Pittsburgh, where he's got a year left on his contract. But he's not thinking of that right now. He's in the playoffs. He's thinking of Monday night, a week from tonight, versus the Houston Texans. I think that's his focus. And when that ends, he could step back, meet with the owners, think about what he wants to do, and make a decision at that point in time when he has the full body of work of the season behind him.
Last one from us, and I know you're busy. How many texts have you fired off during this 9-minute conversation?
Not any, to my knowledge. So I tried to give you guys my undivided attention. It's not always so simple. I've gotten a couple of texts, but I've done the best job I can to remain focused on you during the time we have today.
My man.
Carpe diem.
Yes, that's
Carpe
right.
diem.
Adam, really appreciate your time. I know it's busy today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
See you, man.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, joining us.
I don't know how I'd be able to respond with my phone buzzing that much.
I couldn't.
Right now, our phone's at an all-time high because Nelly sends us texts just all hours of the day. Right. I mean, right now,
because Nelly's doing his
Correct.
job.
That is correct.
Yeah, Nelly's just relentless. It's a relentless attack on my phone. Just relentless attack from Steve Nelson.
Hang on, Moshe. All conversations with Adam brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Vic, I need Vic to explain something to me, though. Mm-hmm. I was reading your threads yesterday, and it said the Denver football Broncos, are the number one seed for the time in history, most in AFC history.
Yeah, 9th time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. They're the number one seed for the time in history.
What?
The Denver football Broncos are the number one seed for the time in history.
Well, I meant to say 9th time.
Yeah, well, why don't you say that then?
Oh, forgot.
I actually love those. What is it? Nelly, help me out. What do people say when it's something like that? That is certainly something that's happened in history or something like that.
They'll say they are one of the top seeds, or they're one of the number one seeds of all time. Like they're one of the teams of history.
Where are you reading this, Moshe?
Well, I don't know, Vic. It's right here on your thread thing. It says the Denver football Broncos are the number one seed for the time in history. I don't know what to tell you. It's from Vic Lombardi Sports.
What's Vic Lombardi Sports? Oh, that's on Threads. Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was a Twitter.
Wait, what the heck? All right, hang on a second. What the hell is Threads?
It's on the Instagram version.
It's Instagram thing. Yeah.
It's Meta. It was Meta's attempt to copy Twitter. It was Zuckerberg's attempt to get in on the Bird app.
Another one of those failed things, or somebody tries to do Twitter and doesn't.
This has been around for like 3 years. You haven't heard of Threads?
I just found out there's a Blue Sky thing. I don't even know what that is.
The Denver football Broncos are the number 1 seed for the time in history.
Somebody said, follow me on Blue Sky. I was like, what the hell is this? I thought it was like another one of those OnlyFans sites. Now you have Threads? How much do you guys want me to download? I'm not doing it. When Twitter dies, and it will, I'm done on the internet, okay? That's it. I'm over. I'm going back to newspapers. I've already done that a little bit. I get them on Sundays. By the way, all Conversations with Schefter brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org.
So I'm in my sauna yesterday, 186 degrees, and I'm trying to read the Sunday paper.
Yeah, were you threading?
Have you ever tried, when mass sweat's coming down, to read a physical paper?
Well, that sounds like a genius idea. When something's wet, just
it was
throw
like
paper in there.
Just the end of that round. It was like clay.
You know what I like to do, Brett? I like to when I.
You ever tried to read a newspaper while you dive into a pool? Really difficult.
Yeah. When I take my pine tar bath, I like to roll around in feathers. You ever tried to do that? It's a lot of fun, and you come out looking like a chicken, and it's just really great.
Moser, I think you're onto something. A pine tar bath smells like the best smell you could ever have when you leave. Pine tar.
Don't you love the smell of fresh cement? Like when concrete's first laid down,
you know what?
Is there anything better than that smell?
Let me tell you something right now. Texture says, Brett sure knows what OnlyFans is. I don't know what you freaks do by giving money to strangers on websites like that. You guys you're freaks.
Vic, not Vic. Brett, you think these little piggies are going to market for free? If you want to see the little piggies, you better pay up, Kaner.
Hang on. Can I tell you something? I'm going to do this quietly. I don't know why, because it's going through radio.
Yeah.
I just had this conversation with my wife a while ago.
What?
I told her, said, honey, she has like symmetrical feet and toes.
Mm-hmm.
I said,
oh, Jesus.
You want to put those biggies on the internet to get us a little more cash. That is okay with me.
Hey.
If it's just the feet, it's okay with me if you would like to do that.
I'm going to try another.
I'm going to tell you what I'm not doing today, okay, please? I'm going to tell you what I'm not doing.
That's a serious conversation I had. If that money is so easy to get by just putting your feet out there, I'll take the photos.
I want to talk about the Broncos and the Avalanche and the Nuggets. I'm not going to talk about Vic's favorite smells and your wife's symmetrical feet.
All right, but you're the one who brought it up.
I'm not. No,
you're the one.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm just not. No, I'm just not going to do it. I have no interest in partaking in any of that.
Let me close this segment up.
It's been a while. I need to put up a straw poll.
I'm dead serious.
I need to put up a straw poll. I haven't done this in a minute. Not a straw poll. Sorry, a poll on Twitter. Would you like us to talk about Vic's smells and my wife's symmetrical feet? Yes or no?
I got a better question to close the segment. All right, this will close the segment. I guarantee it. We have to do our own informal vocal poll where we all, at the count of 3, who would be most inclined to subscribe to an OnlyFans account on this show? The count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Moser.
Yeah. Yeah.
And with that, we'll go to break.
If you're looking to sell, upgrade, or find a perfect mountain home, I know it can be difficult to find the right real estate agent, one who can put your needs and wants into focus for the perfect place for you and your family. Well, the snow is flying up there, and if you're thinking about a mountain property, you need to think about Anastasia Bell. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge, and she knows exactly that market inside and out. You want to ski and ski out? She knows them. Incredible getaway properties? Absolutely. Her personal attention to detail makes her a go-to for clients who need that trust and that knowledge, and she's done that with many, many people from Denver. It's not just Summit County. It's all over the Rockies. So do yourself a favor. She's sought out by people that appreciate that level of professionalism. Write down this telephone number. It's 970-968-7646. Again, that number, 970-968-7646. If you're finally ready to enjoy that mountain lifestyle, that's the person you need to call. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
All right, breaking news. That glorious moment this offseason when Pete Carroll was hired in Las Vegas, and we got the, have you ever seen a division with better head coaches than this? Sean Payton, Andy Reid, Jim Harbaugh, and Pete Carroll. Well, that's done. One and done for Pete Carroll. It was, I said this from the start. That Pete Carroll thing made no sense to me. Mm-hmm. He's in his 70s. He's taking over a team that needs a long-term rebuild that's going to take years. What was the point? What did they think was going to happen there? And did they think that getting Carroll along with Geno Smith was just going to kickstart them into like a playoff type season? Like I never understood it from the start.
You know, I always saw the Carroll hiring as sort of a seat warmer. Just warming the seat for somebody else. Maybe they couldn't make up their mind, or they lost out on somebody they really wanted. They said, "Well, somebody run the team this year. We're going to suck anyway." I thought that's what it was.
Here's the question I have for you. How much do you like, don't like, or fear whatever Fernando Mendoza?
What? What do you mean?
Well,
he'll be the number one
the
pick, and
Heisman
he'll
Trophy
go to the
winner.
Raiders. Yeah.
The Raiders are picking him number one.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is, do you fear an incoming Fernando Mendoza? Do you think that if he wins a national title, is that going to change your mind on anything with what the Raiders do? Because he's going number one to Vegas.
This is this is really bad analysis. I'm going to say that before I even say what I'm going to say. This is horrible analysis. Don't trust a guy that weird. Just don't.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
I can't. I hear that, and I'm like, does that sound like somebody who's going to haunt your dreams?
Give all the glory to God.
No. I just can't do it. And maybe Moji does. Maybe he's like the greatest quarterback ever. I can't take that voice as somebody who's going to wreck your life in your division. I just can't. So you asked the question. Right. You said, how much am I scared of it? It just, in my head, I go, that doesn't compute in my brain. Sorry. Doesn't sound like a killer.
No, he doesn't. But
we're going to go out there, all of our players, we're going to do this to 110%. I love my guys so much. I just can't see it. I don't know what to tell you.
So fast, multiple running into 50, so I knew I had to go out fast.
You know what? Touche, Nelly. That gal, Fem Cabal, pulled off the greatest upset in track history.
All running so fast, multiple running into 50s.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
to be fair, if you played a clip of Fem Cabal's voice before that race happened, I go, she is getting lapped by the field. Okay, lapped.
Yeah. And then what happened?
She beat the snot out of everybody on her leg.
She had one of the greatest, I guess, closing 200s in the history or 400s in the history of the Olympics.
Every time I hear
so I don't want Fernando Mendoza to have one of the greatest closings in the history of the NFL.
Moser, was it you that told me Femke Bull's voice sounded that way because she was tired? Is that what you told me?
Well, yeah, because she was winded. Her voice doesn't always sound exactly like that.
So when Sam Elliott goes running, he sounds like that?
Maybe. He might.
I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah, the voice of Smokey the Bear. If he goes on a sprint, it's only you can change wildfires.
Jeez.
I just look, man. I just know that Mendoza is the kid's a player, man. I don't know if he's going to scare me down the road or not, but that's where the Raiders are going. You can be sure of it.
Cue up all the Mendoza line jokes as he enters the field. Enters the fray. He'll be the Raiders next year, and the Raiders have a lot of decisions to make. It's pretty obvious to me that Tom Brady's influence on that program has taken over.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, real quick though, on that regard, the appearance or the voice or whatever the case may be, did you see Joe Burrow yesterday?
His hair?
Yeah, what's going on
Fiddling
with
his hair afterwards?
What's his story, man?
He's always been eclectic in his looks.
Has he?
Dude, he wears those little tinted shades and super tight V-neck shirts. I mean, yeah, he's always kind of been like that.
Okay.
Just quickly, I want to get to Keys to the Game in a second, but just a recap for you from Adam Schefter. In 2021, John Gruden resigned as the head coach of the Raiders. They then hired who? Josh McDaniels.
Right.
Who the following year was out. And then they hired Antonio Pierce, and the following year he was out. And then they hired Pete Carroll, and the following year he was out. That's an incredibly poor run of picking a coach.
It's a hell of a run there,
Very,
Vegas.
very bad. Very bad.
Almost impossibly bad. You hire and fire a guy 3 consecutive years?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Again, I really believe that the Pete Carroll hire was one where they said, God, we suck. Just get somebody in here. Just warm it up for a year.
Yeah.
I really believe
that's what it feels like. They knew that they were – oh, gosh.
Mark Davis sounds like he should have Femke Bull's voice. Like he looks – you know what? Play Femke Bull with this picture behind it. I want to see if this makes sense.
We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coach,
well,
the great team, and we have around us.
All running so fast, multiple running into 50, so I knew I had to go out fast.
I'm watching Landman last night, and Sam Elliott's voice is just so beautiful.
Was he winded?
He was half naked in a pool.
Oh. Isn't that how you're always supposed to be in a pool? Is half naked?
Yeah, but I'm not going to give away what happened last night.
So he was naked?
What's Sam Elliott?
So
do you watch Landman?
No. I told you, I saw the preview of the way he was talking to his daughter, and I was like, I can't watch this show. That's too weird. That is way too weird for me.
It is weird. It's gotten a little off the hook.
Yeah. Game tonight. Nuggets on a back-to-back taking on the Sixers.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
5:30 tonight, Nuggets and Sixers. Victor?
The Nuggets have some decisions to make here because this is going to be tough. Second game of a back-to-back. Jamal Murray played 40 minutes last night, played hard. How much do you run that guy? How worried are you to add another injury to the table? Do you ease up tonight in a game that looks incredibly difficult to win? I mean, what do you do with Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown? They haven't played in over a month. Do you play them on back-to-back nights?
Good question.
Do you sit them all with me? These are going to be some tough decisions for the Denver Nuggets. Now, you can't react to what's happened. We knew this was going to be a tough road trip as soon as Joker went down and then Valanciunas. They're 1-4 on this road trip. So you can't start spinning your wheels thinking we got to make up ground. You got to be cautious here. But I really wonder what the Nuggets do tonight with an already tired bunch and worn out bunch. Do you even put them out there? Every time I say punt, they win. Every time.
I'm getting a little bit nervous, though, Vic, because they've dropped the fourth. They're 4-6 in their last 10. If that continues, they're going to drop even more. They're going to get down to that 6-7 range.
But what did you expect, right? What did we expect?
You're right. You're right. I mean, I don't expect anything more than that, but it just doesn't mean I have to like it. That's all.
I would say this, Vic. Would it be weird for them to basically punt this game after he just talked about being unprofessional the night before?
Yeah, I don't think they will. But you can't run them into the ground either.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and that's what's sad about the way they performed yesterday, because if you looked at the schedule and said, we got a back-to-back, Brooklyn, Philly, which game are you going to target to win? Which game do you really want?
You win Brooklyn, and then you do whatever
and
happens.
Then you could sort of, exhale against Philly. Now they put themselves in a spot where, damn it. And that's the spot they're in.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get the selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So, just to recap some things. The Broncos win yesterday in ugly fashion, albeit, but they are the number one seed in the AFC, and they get a bye heading into the divisional round. The Nuggets, who we were just discussing, had according to their coach, unprofessional performance yesterday. And the Avs lose their third regulation game of the season. But the bigger news, as this has happened quite a bit lately, the result of the game factored less than the news coming out of the game, because Gabe Landeskog could barely walk back to the locker room, which is now an upper body injury. This was Bednar after the game.
Upper body, he's going to miss some time. He's still getting looked at and diagnosed, but did not look comfortable, so he's gonna miss some time for sure.
Is he gonna stay here or go with you guys to Tampa, or?
I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I think they're still working that out.
Just what was your kind of initial reaction and everything that happened with Gabe and all the way through?
Well, I hate to see any player, let alone our captain, go in like that, but it's fast game and looked like, he just got tripped up a little bit and went into the post. There wasn't much there except for the collision with the post. Yeah.
The question is, what is the injury? Is it ribs? Right. Is it internal? Is it whatever?
Let's do this. Let's look at the very positive. What's the most positive thing that can come out of what we saw last night? The most positive.
Just
bruised ribs.
Bruised ribs and out for a month.
Yeah, so I guess that would be the most positive thing. As long as it's not a knee, and it's not, because they would say it's a lower body. They would say that. But let's say also that there's no internals that are like his intestines are not reconstructed or anything like that, right? I think you can deal. I don't know what it is, but if it's ribs of some kind, that is not only fixable, that is comebackable in a big-time way. I think that would be the best-case scenario should it transpire.
Yeah,
that would be it.
McKinnon basically paraphrased yesterday. They were asking him about the injury, and his answer was essentially this. Bones are easier to heal than ligaments and tendons.
Yeah. So does that, if the fact that Nate said that, does that make you a little bit more at ease?
Oh, I'll tell you, Moj, my perspective on this is when I watched the replay, and again, I had three things on at once. The volume wasn't on your game. It was on the Broncos game.
How dare you?
When I saw the knee, like the toe pick and the knee kind of, the left knee buckle, I thought that was the problem. Yeah. And I go, oh, my God. So to get news that it was the upper body, I was like ecstatic. I know it still sucks, but I thought the worst.
But even if they say it's going to be the ribs, they're not going to give you detail on how bad it is because that's just the way hockey operates. So
yeah, this is a week-to-week thing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what's frustrating about it because you can't, there are no goals in our mind. We have no idea. They're the only ones that know.
If it is ribs, have you ever had a rib injury? I've had a separated. I've never had broken ribs. I've had a separated.
I have, and it hurts you. When you breathe, it hurts.
I told Riker last night in the air, Brett, I go, if you've got like a rib cage injury of some kind, if somebody looks at you wrong, it hurts.
Yeah.
It's such an uncomfortable thing.
Totally agree.
But again, these are not my ribs. These are not my internal organs or whatever is wrong with them. But as far as I'm concerned, just being a guy who's trying to look ahead, those are comebackable, and those are not season-ending type of things. So that's the most positive thing you can.
Let's hope it's comebackable. I mean, we can only hope.
Exactly.
We will never know the extent of a hockey injury. It is the most mysterious thing in the world, and you're at their mercy with describing whatever it is.
But they would tell you if it's like a year-long thing.
Yeah, I mean, but even then we didn't know. Yeah. We didn't know when Gabe went through his thing. We didn't know. We didn't know. That's just the way it works.
Well, one thing they do have to fix, this is Mark Rycroft in the postgame.
1-1 game in the second period. You have 3 power plays. You go up 2-1 in this game, you're going to win this game. Not only did the power plays not create anything, they were terrible once again. They had 2 turnovers at the blue line that almost went the other way for goals. So finally, here we are at game 41. The power play finally cost you a game. We're sitting up here talking, going, we're a little surprised this has not happened yet. But let's see you get into the playoffs as we're talking. You get a tight game like this. If you get 3 power plays in the second period, you have to score on one of those against a team like this. And in a regular season run, back-to-back, guys have no gas. You've lost your captain. Something's got to be done because it is not working, and that's why they have no points here tonight.
So why?
Vic, I don't know. Are they stubborn with their entries? Sometimes. Are they indecisive with their passing? Sometimes. Are they not shooting the puck enough on the power play? Sometimes.
Could it be
I would
just dumb luck, puck luck?
No, we're halfway through the season. It's not just dumb luck. It's fits and stops. I watched the second unit come on with about 40 seconds left in one of the power plays last night, and Burns fires it up to Olofsson, and they're right in the zone, back to the point, and they're set up. And I'm like, well, that looked pretty. I mean, and again, it's a small sample size, and it's just an anecdotal type of thing. But that second unit, got in like that. Now there have been times when the second unit they can't even get the puck in the zone. So it's not any one thing. It's something on any given night is what it is.
Playing with your food.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I look at the 2 power plays that scored in Carolina on Saturday night, 48 hours ago or whatever the hell it is, not even 48 hours ago, and especially on that second one, the one-timer by Nelson, it was pass, bang. Yeah. Pass, bang. Because teams are now really pressuring the Avs. They're really flying to the man at the point. They're chasing them all the way to the blue line. They're not shrinking back. I mean, for crying out loud, who was it? The L.A. Kings were finishing their checks in the corner on a penalty kill. And I'm like, you don't see that very often. I mean, you'll see guys lay some licks, but they're defending. These guys are finishing checks like it's 5-on-5.
These next couple weeks for the Avs could be critical because you're out Landy. Toews, we don't know the extent of his injury. Again, there's no detail there, so we don't know how long he'll be out. This could be that moment in the season where you got to stay afloat and overcome some adversity. They haven't faced adversity. Think about it. Not since
really,
they had a
no.
few games where they came away with points in overtime, and you're like, what's going on? Let's go. And then all of a sudden, they just took off like a rocket ship. There has been no adversity. And that
is correct.
There's nothing wrong with facing some of it now.
And they've built cushion, which is the good news, that they can afford to, if they do have a stumble here trying to figure things out, they can. You don't want to.
They've got an 11-point lead with a game in hand on Dallas and 2 games in hand on Minnesota. So they've put themselves in a very enviable position. By the way, the Stars have lost 5 in a row. Now, a couple of those have been in overtime. Last night they lost to Montreal. But Dallas is struggling a little bit right now. Minnesota's coming off a loss. So it's like, you've built yourself enough of a cushion, but again, every team goes through this stuff. I mean, the Avs know it very well from last year. Every team has to deal with injuries to big guns. You do what you can.
Isn't it crazy that the guys who are getting injured are also guys that are destined to be playing for their respective countries in the Olympics? Yeah. That's like, and I posted this last night. I said the only good news for when this injury happened to Landeskog, let's say it's 4 to 8 weeks, whatever, is that you can absorb some of that time with the Olympic break. You obviously would want him to play for his country. I'm sure he would. But from an Avalanche perspective, that's a win because you get 3 weeks there.
It's a big buffer is what it is. A big buffer, and you're not missing any games in terms, you're not missing all those games that would normally be there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, Vic, the schedule is condensed, so you're making up a game per week. Essentially, is what you're doing to take away from the games that you're missing because of the Olympic break. So they're built into the schedule already. But it's just a time. Again, this is just me speculating. I'm thinking of best case scenarios. Okay, let's say he rests for a while, things heal up, whatever it is, and then during the break, you're obviously not going to play for Team Sweden, but you start ramping up. And now you start skating some more, right? Now you're doing this and that. So by the time the Olympics are over, you start to get into March. Trade deadline will be on the 6th, and then you make a final push. Maybe he'll be ready to go by that time, and that would be a great scenario if he could. It was just a hell of a scary scenario last night.
It's Rally House Football Monday. 303-504-0925 is the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Fact checker next.
Do you make New Year's resolutions? Well, maybe you do, maybe you don't. But either way, you shouldn't have to make a resolution to improve your own health, guys. Because when you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing progress in the gym, staying committed can be pretty tough to those, right? Well, maybe you're dealing with low testosterone. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can absolutely help you with that. If you're like many men who are low T, within a few weeks you're going to feel your energy return, brain fog is going to go away, your sleep will improve, you'll get that vigor and vibrancy back. Do yourself a favor. Give them a call today if you're feeling that way at 720-440-7900. There's no need to wait. Most guys wait a year or longer. You don't have to do that. Schedule an appointment. You're going to meet with a Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. It's only $99, includes the T and the PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit is going to be absolutely free. Find out if you're dealing with that, because the older you get, the less testosterone your body is going to produce. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins down at Colorado Springs. Again, that number, 720-440-7900, or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
can listen to us anywhere in the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. So game tonight, 5:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio. It is Nuggets and Sixers. So stay tuned for that.
Tomorrow night, the Avs and the Lightning in the spot where the Avs won the 2022 Stanley Cup. Standing in the lobby last night, watching the end of that game on my way to the room. And I look around, I'm like, oh, man, that was so fun. It was so great. And then I guess you realize how emotionally invested you are. And I always am. I'm always emotionally invested in this hockey team and so on and so forth, and the Broncos and the Nuggets. But you emotionally invest yourself in there. You want it so bad. I mean, it was such a fun time. And now you're like, oh, man, Gabe got hurt and Taser's hurt. And, could this happen again? You just want it so bad. It was a great time, Brett. I mean, those memories come flooding back. It was awesome.
Tampa's won 7 in a row, so they're really hot going into that game as well.
Yeah, they're pretty dang good. And by the way, they're upset with how their season ended last year, too. I mean, they've lost 2 years in a row now to Florida. And it's like, golly, okay. They're a little bit torqued off, and they're a good hockey club, and they've got 9 people going to the Olympic Games. They're the number 1 team in the Atlantic Division, tied with the Canes for the top spot in the East. So this is tough, man. It's a tough trip.
With the Broncos' win yesterday, they have locked in the 1 seed. They have advanced to the divisional round already. Here is some Sean Payton after the game on how they'll handle this bye week.
Differently than the bye during the season. There'll be a break, but then we'll come back and have some joint practices prior to the weekend, get the opponent, and then back in Monday. So that's different than the normal bye. The weight room, training room will be open. You study 4 opponents. You begin to – this is a divisional opponent. We've got like backlogs of tape on the Chargers. They could very well be here in a couple weeks. But we'll practice Friday and we'll practice Saturday.
You're kind of watching this weekend to see who your opponent's going to be because the NFL does reseed. So the Broncos are going to face the lowest remaining seed that's left after the wild card weekend. But with the teams that are left, the 5-seeded Texans are a favorite in their game against the Steelers. The 6-seeded Bills are a favorite in their game against the Jags. The Chargers are not. They're 3.5-point dogs to the Patriots, but if the Chargers win, that will be your opponent.
Yep.
So it kind of goes from there. So
they all scare me.
So here's the reality: you're facing one of these wild card teams because one of them are going to win.
They all scare me.
If Buffalo comes here, oh good God!
Moj.
Yeah.
Insert team. You're going to be concerned no matter what. So just embrace it. Understand what it is, and
what'd you say? Insert team? What'd you say?
Insert team.
Oh, insert team.
Yes,
I thought you said it's routine. Who's routine?
I don't understand anything that you said.
I want you to say concerned or not. Ready? Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Yes.
Houston.
Yep.
Yes.
Chargers.
Yep.
Yes.
Buffalo. Okay, so what are we doing here? I mean, let's just, that's what it is. Just calm down. Everybody calm down.
I'm calm.
Hey, could you play the
Peyton?
Peyton?
It's not going to suddenly change.
Play the Peyton and Kiz thing. Could you do that for me real quick? I want to hear the tone of that one more time.
Look, am I ever happy? No. All right? But we shouldn't be as coaches. I know fewer words have never been spoken, Mark. Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions, but you have a lot to write.
Truer words have never been spoken. Man.
Thank you. You're exactly right. So, but I think that's a good trait. There's some things when we watch that film that will be like,
This is an interesting cat, Sean Payton. He's an interesting dude in more ways than one, and I've said that on many, many occasions. He also, it's hard for me to tell if he's being snarky on purpose because he's feeling himself, or if he's also just a little bit defensive about how his team is getting it done. I don't know. Again, style points, I'm not sure they matter to the coach, and he laid it out there. Look, you've got 17 games in front of you. You've won 14 of them, and he's absolutely right about that. But Why is he being so pissy when he's got a 14-3 number one seeded team? I don't get it.
I think there's a lot of factors there. I think he's in a different market where it's a more critical reaction to the team than he was used to in New Orleans. That's a big difference.
They do? Just give him back rubs the entire time? What they do there?
It would be like jumping from Denver to Philly. We're very nice compared to Philly.
I think, look, I do think that's a part of it. I think the other part is he would feel differently, I think, if the issue on this team was the defense, not the offense that people had a beef with.
Yeah, because the offense is his baby.
Yeah. And I think that's bothersome to him. That they've won 14 games this year, and constantly, whether it's locally or nationally, people have been like, yeah, but what's that offense doing?
Your only touchdown yesterday was produced by your defense.
Yeah. And I'm sure that's frustrating for him because look, when your build is a genius on one side of the football, and that is, by consensus, the one thing that's most likely to hold your team back.
As I'm going through my copious notes, and I know only one touchdown was scored, they had another one that could have been easily a touchdown if Bo leads Evan Ingram with that pass in the
but
second.
He didn't.
Yeah,
but he didn't.
I know he threw behind him, caused Ingram to slow down. But if he leads him, he was wide open. If he leads him there, he's sailing
Trey
into
Lance,
the end zone.
If Trey Lance hits any number of open wide receivers,
Yeah, but he didn't.
I know. I'm just saying we can play that. We can play that game all day long. You know what I mean? Look, Vic, you're right. Sean Payton is right. Man, you won the dang game. Okay, you're 14-3. You're the number one seed. But if anybody in Denver is going into the postseason or going into this week going, yeah, you know what, 4 field goals on offense against a Chargers team that had nothing to play for and rested everybody, if you're feeling, if you say that that's acceptable or you're feeling good about it, you're whistling by the graveyard.
But nobody's
man.
feeling good
you're
about
lying
it. See,
to
you're
yourself.
making up this fake argument. It's a hollow
You
argument.
did this morning. 7:01 in the morning. You were feeling good about it.
I never said I felt. Brett, did I feel good about their chances? If nothing changes, see, you're making things up. There's no sophisticated Bronco fan sitting there today at 14-3 and saying we're going to steamroll to the Super. Nobody's thinking that. Nobody's thinking that at all. They know the flaws that exist, and it's okay. Let's see what happens. That's all I'm saying. I understand that this team there's some parts of this team that I have no idea what I'm going to get. And that's okay. There's a big difference between, like, number one seeded Avalanche. You expect them to steamroll, right? You expect it.
I don't know how to put this much other than this. I am at and have been at for a while the acceptance phase of what the Broncos are. So is it like, do I feel good about where their offense is moving into the playoffs? No, but it's the same place I've been for weeks. And, like, I'm totally unsurprised by the result I got yesterday. And if they go into the playoffs and whether they win or lose, but they put up 18 points or 15 points, I will be unsurprised then. Like, this is I'll repeat this to people who are just tuning in. We went through this earlier. The Broncos' schedule all year long, and teams that you thought they should have beaten worse than they did because the offense didn't do enough. And it was the Titans game in week 1, and it was the Jets, and it was the Giants, and it was the Raiders both times, and it was the Commanders, and it was the Chiefs, and then it was the Chargers. Like, they have been the absolute same team from the first week of the season to the last week of the season. I'm no longer holding out hope that anything's going to be different. They are who they are. They've always been that.
And that's been my argument. Not all. I can celebrate the fact that the Denver Broncos earned the top seed in 14-3. That's celebratory stuff. I can also be a realist and say, yeah, but they're not like every other number one seed that we've seen. They're not created equal. They're just not. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Straight up right now, do they beat the Patriots?
I don't know.
Okay.
Do you think in New England? I don't know.
Ask me.
Hey, do you think they beat the Patriots, Mark?
I don't.
Okay. So what? What do you want me to do with that information? You want me to go hide now? You want me to go sit in the corner and start crying? Because Moser doesn't think they'll beat the Patriots. What do you want me to do?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what I want you to do off air. How's that?
Hang on. You sounded really confident in that no about if you think they beat the Patriots. So you think young quarterback in his first taste of the postseason, Drake May, has to waltz into Denver against that defense, and they're just going to have a ton of success and rip the ball around like crazy? No. Well, if they don't do that, then guess what? You got a chance to win. And that's what the Broncos do to everybody.
I'm telling you, he's the better quarterback.
That's fine. What? How many times have you faced a better quarterback this year and won 14 games?
That's a dumb comment. That's a dumb argument. That's dumb.
I'll tell you what. You bend over, I'll show you where you can put your argument.
You're just being you're being unreasonable.
This is what people have tapped into, and maybe this is why I feel differently than Moser. When the playoffs start in the NFL,
I'm frustrated by the lack of offense. I'm frustrated.
When the playoffs start in the NFL, I will trust the great defense more than the great offense every single time, and that's what the Broncos have. They have a great defense that will keep them in a game and likely win them a game. Like, that's what they have.
Ask me what I think about the Broncos' playoff chances from here on out.
What are they?
I would not be surprised if the Broncos win. I would not be surprised if the Broncos lose. That's it.
They could be one and done or win the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The end. I've never felt this way about a team. I've never felt this way. You look at every Broncos team that's gone in. Again, 9 times they've been the number 1 seed. Do you want me to go through every single other time and how I felt? This is different.
So if there's there's a bunch of good news with them winning and grabbing that 1 seed. Also, as a byproduct, you guys get the Mojis late this week. That's going to be Thursday and Friday we're doing the Mojis.
Oh, wait. No. Can't do it. I'm not going to be here.
What do you mean you're not going to be here? You're going to be gone?
Yes.
When?
Those 2 days.
All right. We got to audible.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
It's going to have to be that. It's going to have to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys might want to do a little research before you plan things.
Nobody told me you were off on Thursday and Friday. I did not get that memo. Why don't you tell me?
You know where I'm going.
Yeah, I do, but I've got a problem with you right now. I really do. I've got a big problem with you.
All right. Well, can we get a quick fact checker, please? Now,
and I'm gonna tell you all about it.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker, presented by Backus and Schenker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Couple updates on the polls we have going. First of all, Brett put on his own Twitter page, would you like us to talk about Vic's smells and my wife's symmetrical feet? So far, the early results are not looking good. It is 58% say no.
No!
They don't want to hear about that. The other poll that's a little bit more important,
hold on a second. That means 42% of the weirdies out there do.
Yeah.
God, people are weird,
If you don't like
man.
the smell of freshly paved concrete, I can't help it.
I really thought you were going to say the smell of my wife's feet. I thought
you're going through all your weird smells, and then Brett's talking about his wife's feet. This got weird real quick, man.
What's the other poll?
The other poll is on our Altitude Sports Radio page. We asked people if they are fine with the win yesterday or if they needed to see more style points, and so far it's about 56% of people are fine with the win. 44% needed to see more.
Sounds and feels about right, given the reaction we've gotten today. And a lot more to discuss as we bring this back tomorrow. Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Monday, yes?
So we're Moseying it tomorrow? Is that what we're doing?
You can do it without me if you want.
No, it's going to have to be. We need us all here and present. So, have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
It's a 3rd and 5. And lands from the pocket. Gets picked off. Off the deflection. And here we go with the run back inside the 20. McMillan is in for the touchdown.
Who cares if they only put up, under 250 yards of offense against the C version of the Chargers? Who cares if they did the same thing against the Raiders, who just fired Pete Carroll after 1 year? Who cares if they did the same thing against the Chiefs when they had Chris Oladokun as their quarterback?
Who cares that Gabe Landeskog nearly got decapitated whilst the Broncos were playing in this contest?
The Broncos, for the first time since 2015 and for the 9th time in franchise history, are the number 1 seed in the AFC. They will not play this coming weekend in Wild Card Weekend, and they await the lowest remaining seed 13 days from now.
Possibly 12.
Possibly 12.
And actually, there's a little bit of juice on that. Did you see that?
Most of the time, the teams with the first round bye play on Saturdays.
Yes.
So 12 or 13 days from right now, the Broncos will play their first playoff game, but the path to the Super Bowl in the AFC runs through the Mile High City. This is who they were the entire season. As we welcome you guys into a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That dapper man across the table from me, dressed to the nines in a suit and tie, is Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass, and you guys, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Guys, I know I said 31-10. I was hoping that just the law of averages would come out when the Broncos play a bad team. Eventually, the offense will show up. It didn't last night, but the defense did. And I know they're playing against Trey Lance, and I know Marion Hampton isn't in the game, but the defense showed up. You finally saw the pass rush come to fruition. I've been begging for a strip sack for how many weeks, and we got one.
Well, and as many times as you've hit the quarterback and sacked quarterbacks from the other team, it's wild to think that was the first one in forever. And it was beautiful. It was a thing of beauty. And it took a Trey Lance to be the guy that would put the ball on the ground. But it's what you needed. And frankly, if the Broncos offensively play anywhere near what they played against both the Chiefs and the Chargers, which I wouldn't call it bad. I would call it unbelievably conservatively.
Uninspiring. Is that a little harsh?
I don't know.
I don't think it is.
Maybe. I just feel like it's play Big Ten West Iowa, University of Iowa Hawkeye football, and field goal, kick your way, and defensive score your way into victories, and just don't screw it up.
What is the least inspiring unit for a number 1 ranked team right now? The Broncos offense or the Avalanche power play?
At least the Broncos offense has shown electric abilities in very small fits and starts.
It's not going to actively hurt you. And we've got so much to talk about. We will get into the Avs. I'm not really going to break down a 2-1 loss to the Panthers. We'll talk about Gabe Landeskog, who seems as though he has skirted catastrophic injury. It's an upper body injury. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Oh man, UBs are so much better than LBs.
Way better than LBs.
I don't like LBs. Jeez.
Like the Avs
I
power
actually do.
plays.
I do like Elbys for all of you that are listening. I'm a fan of you.
The Avs power plays like actively hurting them. They go out there and it feels like you're going to get scored on. At least when Bo goes out there, I don't think he's going to throw a pick six. Do I think they're going to gain a first down every time? No.
No, good chance you're going to punt. You know what I love? Sean Payton against Chris Oladokun and Sean Payton against Trey Lance in the Chargers BC team. He's employed the perfect execution of one of my favorite mantras in football.
What's that?
As it relates to your offense, you just tell your quarterback, you tell your offensive unit, every drive ends in a kick. In some semblance of a kick. A punt is fine. It's a good play. A field goal, that's a kick. A point after touchdown is a kick. A turnover downs is not. A turnover is not. The Broncos have played, air quotes, every drive ends with a kick football. And you know what? They're the number one seed because they took care of business in 2 weeks that if you give a Chris Oladokun life or if you give a Trey Lance life, like, did you see Jim Harbaugh at halftime? In his halftime interview, he was like, we're in the fight? We're in the fight. That means we're going to fight. We're going to keep fighting. Like, he didn't really even go in. He was like, oh, wait a minute. There's a chance that we could actually be in this game? Oh, I like this. I'm a competitor. Cavemen want to win game. But, of course, you never gave them the ball. You never gave them the short field. And you made Trey Lance, who's incapable of really anything, drive the length of the field and score a touchdown.
Now, the question is, if you play that type of football while settling for field goals when you have short fields, after the strip sack, after the punt return from Marvin Mims, when you have those types of short fields and you can't move the ball. Like was it the Mims punt return that they had -2 yards? No, that was the strip sack. That was
fumble.
the Benito strip sack. They had -2 yards.
I think the Mims return yielded you a field goal on like a 20-yard drive.
Yeah,
is that right?
It was hardly anything.
Yeah.
So when you do that in the postseason, not against Trey Lance, but against Justin Herbert or Drake May, what's the result? That's where Broncos country right now is shaking a little bit.
Stats that I do not like involve the offense's inability to play even sound, solid, situational football. 3 trips to the red zone, 0 touchdowns, 0 for 3. In the way that the NFL calculates red zone percentages.
Again, at the very least, you're not giving the ball away.
Every drive ends in what, Raj?
It ends in a kick.
And that's what they did.
And most often, those kicks that, go through the uprights, they're going to help you. At least you're not Baltimore.
Can I also give you another coaching-ism that was burned into my head when I coached in the Big Ten West?
I would love to hear it.
Most football games are lost, not won.
Is that a PJ Fleck?
You betcha. And it's true. Like, you watch the Broncos, when you have a good defense through the course of this season, I would say that the Broncos, they won many games because their opponent lost many a game by way of taking too many sacks, by way of going for it on 4th down and coming up short, and the defense giving you the football on a relatively short field. I think the Broncos have done a good job of not losing games, and that's what, if you think about what was the very reason that Sean Payton justified the draft pick of Bo Nix. What's the stat he loved? The college stat.
That negative plays stat.
Yeah.
Amount of snaps that result in a interception, a fumble, negative yardage, or a sack. He was, without a doubt, the best of the quarterback class.
Yeah, and what style of football is he essentially calling? That style. Because he knew he had something trending in a very good direction with a defense that, post that Miami Dolphins debacle, young players fitting into really, really electrifying roles in the pass rush, secondary that, people can complain about it at times, but it's pretty dang good. I mean, you came down to the very final drive of the season yesterday for who was going to have the best yards allowed defense in pro football between the Texans that we all talk about. The Broncos were number 1 until the very last drive of the game. They're good, guys. They're really good. And so while we can say Sean Payton's just going to roll out this style of football the rest of the playoffs. Well, if that's the case, I think the rest of the playoffs won't be very long. But you can be rest assured, Broncos country, that Sean Payton has very, very much proven, as has Bo Nix, when he feels like he needs to score in droves, it doesn't feel like the game's called like it was yesterday.
Right. There's been one game where Denver hasn't played up to or down to competition.
Packers?
Maybe two.
Would you say Packers? Cowboys?
I'd say Cowboys because they hammered the Cowboys.
Packers was
a
good
lesser
game.
opponent.
It was a good game. The Micah Parsons injury just felt like it turned that game.
It changed everything.
It felt like it changed everything for the Packers to the point where recently fired head coach of the Cleveland Browns, Kevin Stefanski, is rumored to be the front runner to be the head coach of the Green Bay Packers, who are currently getting ready to play a playoff game. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I'm not getting rid of Matt LaFleur. I think he's a great fit there.
Dude, NFL's crazy
market.
You see all the recent firings in the last 20 minutes?
Pete Carroll?
Yep. See the other one?
No.
Jonathan Gannon, breaking news, Arizona Cardinals. So we have Brian Daboll's out, and obviously that happened midseason. So the Giants' job's open. Tennessee Titans fired Brian Callahan. That job's open. The first one to fall yesterday was Raheem Morris, and basically everybody.
Despite winning, did they win 4 straight to end the season?
Yeah,
kind of got hot.
Kind of felt like me when I got fired at Western Kentucky. I'm like,
what the heck?
I won the last couple, man.
I'm buzzing right
Dude,
now.
I'm kind of sick.
We found something.
Did you feel bad for me and you wanted me to go out on a win? What are we doing here?
That's kind of how I felt about Kevin Stefanski.
No doubt.
You come back, you find a way to beat the Cincinnati Bengals, and Shedeur Sanders didn't look great, but like Myles Garrett's got 23 sacks, then he should have gotten boots. Stefanski gone, Raheem Morris in Atlanta gone, Pete Carroll gone in Las Vegas. So Black Monday continues to hit. We'll keep our fingers on the pulse of any other firings throughout the day. On the other side, like we do on every single Monday, your Broncos big play replay. There's not many offensive plays, but the defense showed up. That's next. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House shop every team in town. That's the coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, and for the 14th time this season, we will do a Broncos big play replay.
After a win?
After a win.
I can't wait to get into Bo Nix checks it down to Evan Ingram. Bo Nix checks it down to Tyler Bidet.
Not quite a check down, but we start off with Bo Nix using his legs. The second longest play from scrimmage in the game, a 22-yard scramble.
They fake the toss, and Nix, he's going to keep it again. He's got the first down, plenty more as he advances to the Chargers side of the 50 and is out of bounds just inside the 40-yard line. Underrated as far as a running threat, isn't he, Tony?
On 3rd and 6, he flips the field, gets into Chargers territory without that 22-yard scramble, especially on 3rd down. But without that chunk play, I doubt Denver scores on their first drive of the game.
Yeah, and it was great to see the bow-leggedness come back into play, something that I've been begging the Broncos and Bo Nix and Sean Payton to be able to utilize. I'd like to see it more in the red zone, maybe a little bit less in the open field. That opening drive was the longest drive of the game, and it was a beautiful drive outside of the finish. But 15 plays and you took up 8 minutes and 52 seconds of clock. And when you're trying to, from a game theory standpoint, eliminate hope for an opposing offense that just went 3 and out, that's a really good thing for the Broncos in terms of just game theory.
LA's first 4 offensive drives ended punt, interception, punt, and only took off 5.5 minutes off the clock. Their 4th one was a punt as well, but they had a little bit of sustained pressure and time off the clock there. Speaking of that interception, it's a big one. Jaquan McMillan, a pick 6.
It's a 3rd and 5. And Lance from the pocket gets picked off. Off the deflection, and here we go with the run back. Inside the 20, McMillan is in for the touchdown.
I love that KJ pulled up the video here, and it's got Espanol up top. Jaquan McMillan roba el balón y lo lleva hasta la zona de anotación. Pick 6 que cambia el juego.
How about Malcolm Roach getting that big tushy up there, man? He's got Riley Moss leading the way, and Malcolm Roach is like, I'm with you every single step of the way.
KJ, you need to start using DS Sporks MX from now on for all of your X needs right now, because this really, really hits.
Walk me through Jaquan McMillan jumping the pick.
It was awesome. So it was really a tip ball equals a picked ball, and that's what, when I was playing for Chris Peterson, former University of Washington head football coach, Boise State head football coach, he used to always tell us quarterbacks, man, you've got to make sure, and receivers, because this was a tip ball by one of the receivers, that the line is that tip balls, well, they're pick balls. And that's what happened here. Jaquan McMillan, right place, right time, and he was advantageous. The other acronym that a lot of defensive coordinators use, CTO, TTY. Catch the ones they throw you. And Jaquan McMillan just did just that and knew where to go with it, and that was all the way to the crib to get Empower Field completely electrified.
Your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We're going to have all 6 games this weekend and every game straight through the Super Bowl in the Bay. The NFL on Westwood One lives right here on Altitude Sports Radio. The defense was big time, not just the pick 6, but we were looking for the pass rush. Nick Bonito and Zach Allen get to the quarterback.
Lance in trouble. Bonito's on him and then gets some help to bring him down. Zach Allen helped finish it off, but Bonito had him wrapped up. And a loss of 12.
It was a near strip sack from Zach Allen. Bonito's bringing Lance to the ground. If Zach Allen gets there a half second earlier, Trey Lance has the ball extended out right over his right rib cage. Allen saw it. He was just too late. The reason why this is such a big play, what happened right before that? 3rd and 6. Aronde Gadsden runs a little crossing route through the middle of the zone, or rather through the middle of the hash marks, grabs the ball, 17 yards, right when you thought you were going to get off the field. You go, this again? Bend, don't break. You're
really
going to
give
give
this
up 3 points?
With this guy? With Trey freaking Lance?
Right.
Who on the very opening drive of the game had wide open dudes and just couldn't even remotely get close to locating the football? Yeah, they were able to make the adjustments. And it came by way of a pass rush that I said needed to show up. Nick Bonito needed to show up, and boy, did he.
They unfortunately fall just shy of the single-season team record, 4 sacks shy. We talked about how Myles Garrett did hit number 23 for Cleveland. Those are the two big records on the defensive side that were about to fall this year. Denver falls, again, just shy of the single-season team record. Right after that...
But they ended up with how many?
Was it 58? Is the record 62, something like that?
I think, let me double check.
KJ, double check that for me. Okay. LA punts. Denver gets the ball back. I don't want to play the audio here because like Nix and Romo were not great on it. I think Tony was just distracting Jim Nantz from this play. 1st and 10, Bo Nix scrambles all the way down to the LA, was it the 46-yard line? And unfortunately steps out on the sideline doing a little tightrope. That was sweet, man. If I get more of that from Bo Nix in the postseason, that's how you can flip fields.
You know, you're going to have to utilize that part of your game. And I'd say, I keep saying it, once you cross about the 25-yard line going into score, that's where Bo Nix needs to be fully activated as the run threat. And on 3rd down. Give me 3 first downs, just like that. Give me 3 first downs a game with your legs.
It was 3rd and 4 there. He got the first down. Again, it would have been a 34-yard scramble and completely flipped the field. And instead of punting, Denver likely would have had another 3 points there. But unfortunately, they do have to punt the ball away yet again. Back to the offensive side. I told you about the second longest play from scrimmage. Here's the deepest one for the Broncos offense.
Meantime, the Broncos operating in charge of territory. And on play action, wanted to go down the field. He does. He's got his man. It's Ingram. And he is ridden down finally inside the 10-yard line by Cam Hart. And the Broncos offense is in business.
That sack number, not 58, but it was 68 for the Broncos, 4 shy of the all-time record at 72.
So glad they got that extra one, too. So glad.
Oh, we'll hear that in a little bit, but 37 yards. Play action pass to Evan Ingram.
I actually love the catch here from Evan Ingram. It was a deep crosser off of a hard run action pass. Bo Nix puts the ball in I'd call it the general airspace of Evan Ingram. He makes an awkward body catch. Are we starting to see maybe a positive trend in Evan Ingram just in time for the postseason? Maybe.
Again, I look at Evan Ingram a very similar way, and the tight end production for the Broncos, I look at it very similarly to, again, the Avs power play. I don't care if it sucks the whole season, if in the playoffs it works.
Just deliver the goods when the goods are needed.
If he shows up in the divisional round and has 4 catches for 67 yards and a touchdown and the Broncos win the game, I will forget completely about the regular season and Evan Ingram kind of being on a milk carton, right? I'll do the same thing with the Avs power play. Like, they can run it 16% all year. If the playoffs roll around in April and in May and they run it 25%, I don't care. I feel the same way about Evan Ingram.
Just without looking at your computer, and don't try to overdo this. What would you say the final stat line is on Evan Ingram in terms of how many catches he had this season?
42?
50.
Okay.
Do you think he was north or south of 450 yards?
South.
He was 461.
All right.
And
still not what I wanted.
Only 1 touchdown.
Still not what that's where you get hurt.
But that's kind of what he'd been, remember? Even some of his big years didn't necessarily yield the touchdowns. So 50 catches, he was used more than it felt like he was used. However, he wasn't used like the Joker was promised that he would be used. So far.
Broncos defense and the pass rush finally showed up. Yes, it was against a bunch of backups and Trey Lance, who holds onto the ball for far too long for his own good. But what I was looking for was the big play at the big time. This game wasn't completely over at this point. It was 16-3 Denver, right? You're still within a couple of scores there if you're Harbaugh and the Chargers. Benito with the strip sack seals the game.
Here's Lance, knocked out of his hands, and the Broncos are on it. Benito was the one who got the strip. It looked like Roach on top of the football. Jones is there too. Yeah, Jones is the one who ended up with it. A second takeaway today by that magnificent Denver defense.
14 sacks on the season. For that man, Nick Bonito, he had a sack and a half in this game. Honestly, if I'm scoring that, I probably make sure Bonito is 2 full sacks there. But 14 sacks leads the Broncos, again, as they fall 4 shy of the all-time record. I see people on the text line be like, oh, they're the 17th game, so they really weren't that close. No, I don't care how many extra games there are, the total number is the record. I saw Michael Strahan being like, well, I did 22 sacks in 16 games. Do you see that Myles Garrett had his 23rd sack in like 480 snaps, something crazy like that, which is 100 shy of what Strahan had with 1 fewer game?
He was on an absolute warpath.
Record's a record.
But I'll tell you this, Nick Bonito, this is exactly what the doctor ordered at the time the doctor ordered it, and that was that Nick Bonito needed to have a splash game because it had been 3 games of no sackness. 0 sacks against Green Bay. 0 sacks against Jacksonville.
Nick Bonito, El Castrato?
0 sacks against the Chiefs, against Chris Oladokun. And his last time of having a multiple sack game dated back to the 7th of December against the Las Vegas Raiders. This was a sack and a half, and it was right when it was needed. And Nick Bonito ends his regular season with 14 sacks. Phenomenal year.
Really good year from Nick Bonito. Really solid year from the Broncos defense as they grab the number 1 seed in the AFC 14 times this year. Man, the Broncos and a big play replay coming after a victory.
Did you realize that had Nick Bonito not recorded a sack and a half yesterday, he would have actually not had as productive as a season as his 24 year?
It feels like his 24 year was more consistent.
Even. There were droughts, but you know why? Because he's commanding double team help. He's getting chip help. He's getting, people are having a Bonito plan that they didn't necessarily have last year. He wasn't fully immersed. He hadn't emerged on the scene in the National Football League where all coordinators had to have a Bonito plan.
And also in those games where you played backup quarterbacks, it was so painfully clear that whoever was running the offense on the other side of the ball, the one thing they were going to do was not have the Denver pass rush ruin the game. Like the Chris Oladokun game. Andy Reid was like, the ball's coming out of your hands, and on the opposite side, Vance Joseph wasn't going to run at him constantly because they knew Chris Oladokun had one thing, his legs. He can extend the play. We're just going to keep this guy inside the pocket. If he breaks contain and runs through the middle, that's all right. He's not going to kill our defense there. I do think that those types of game plans of going the ball's getting out of your hands immediately kind of kills your ability to get into that 16, 17, 18 sack range for an individual.
Do you almost feel a little bit like the plan that you were just mentioning about the Oladokun, Trey Lance plan of don't let the pass rush be the reason that we lose this football game because our quarterback's getting assaulted early and often. So therefore, let's run quick game, screen game, try to run the ball at these lighter-bodied pass rushers. You kind of feel like that might be the plan for just about everybody going to the postseason, where you don't want to test the theory that we can handle this pass rush, meaning other offenses feel like they can handle Nick Bonito, Jonathan Cooper, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, who was absent yesterday with injury. I don't know, man. Like, I think that the Broncos, ironically, the best way to play the Broncos might be don't screw it up, the other team, with your offense being overzealous. And number 2, just play a ton of zone coverage against Bo. And that's, man, I'll be really, really, really honest. I thought that Bo Nix was going to struggle a lot versus true cover 1, get in your face. That's where he's actually kind of, he's found good matchups. He's thrown really good go balls, slot fades, slant routes, crossers, shallow crossers, deep crossers. That's where Bo really shines. Where Bo almost kind of struggles is just trusting himself to stand firm in the pocket and rip a ball right over the middle of the field with consistency. He's done it. There's plenty of evidence that he can do it, but it looked like Bo did not want to do it yesterday or against the Chiefs in the Oladokun game.
Denver can play one of 4 opponents in the divisional round. They can play Pittsburgh if every one of the divisional champions win their wild card game.
And that would be choice number 1.
That would be
2,
choice
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Although, it was fun to see Aaron Rodgers come alive again last night.
I was rooting for him.
100%.
I don't know why.
I don't know why
I
either.
can't stand him. I kicked him off the show.
Stop it.
Remember I kicked off any of his sound
What
bites?
is that? Is it just you're looking at an all-time great knowing that like this is probably the last hurrah?
For you thought back to, man, when I was a 4-year-old watching Aaron Rodgers. And for me, I was like, gosh, I remember back when I was 37, man, watching rookie Aaron Rodgers. I'm just playing.
Your 4 opponents. We obviously know, please give us Pittsburgh. LA is the 2nd. Houston is the 3rd. And Buffalo is the 4th. Out of those 3 teams, which team gives the Denver pass rush the biggest amount of fits?
Jacksonville.
You can't play Jacksonville.
Oh, no. Okay, sorry.
Jacksonville is the one team you cannot play. Or sorry, there's one of 2 teams. You can't play New England and you can't play Jacksonville.
So it's Buffalo. I obviously know the Chargers. Buffalo.
Chargers, Bills.
Okay.
Texans, Steelers. Those are the 4 possible teams you can play. We obviously know give Denver Pittsburgh for the love of God, but if that doesn't happen, those 3 remaining teams, Chargers, Bills, Texans.
Call me a complete scaredy cat. The team that I want to face least. And I don't know if it has as much to do with handling the Broncos pass rush as much as it's just styles make fights. I don't want to play the Chargers, man. I don't want to play the Chargers.
Okay, so how's this?
I don't like the Broncos. I don't like the Broncos. I don't like Sean Payton and Bo Nix for whatever reason against that defense because of the 3 games where you played a real version of them. I didn't like what the Broncos did offensively against Jesse Minter. Jesse Minter, defense coordinator, he and Mike McDonald of Seattle are the two coordinators that I think have kind of put Bo Nix in a blender. In terms of like pre-snap looks, not knowing where to go with the football, where Bo just consistently does not look settled.
So I'll phrase it differently then.
Phrasing.
Does Denver's pass rush have to be elite in the playoffs to win? Because what you said kind of makes me feel like your answer is no.
I think it needs to be good, and it will be good. I think here's why the Chargers scared me the most too. While they have a plethora of injuries, offensive line and running back, they just feel to me like a team that will decide to run it right at you. And teams that have decided to run it right at you, it neutralizes the pass rush. It makes players do things in the defensive front that they don't prefer to do. Zach Allen prefers to pass rush from the interior. John Franklin Myers prefers to pass rush. Malcolm Roach, DJ Jones, they like playing the run. I would say that both of your edge players, your elite edge players, in Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper, they love rushing the pass. They love pinning their ears back. Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman, the meat-headed nature of who they are, they'll just make a determination. Like yesterday, they ran slot power and slot ISO to a nub side, and they made Pat Surtain II fit the run in the box. Did you see that? And then they made the adjustment. Let's go man corners over and make Talanoa Hufanga fit the run.
How about Surtain's tackle
awesome.
in the 4th quarter? That little flat route on the left side. Was that 3rd down? I think it was 3rd down.
Hit him so hard.
Was that the 3rd or 4th?
He gave himself a stinger. He talked about it post game.
What a hit!
He loved it though. He says it was the hardest hit that I've delivered in my career.
When I saw it happen, I thought it was Talanoa Hufanga.
It looked like a Hufanga. Maybe like Brandon Jones when he was healthy. It didn't feel like Pat. You couldn't see his number. I'm like, oh.
When Surtain got up, I went, "You have that? You can do that?" It's the same, like when I look at McKinnon and I look at Joker, and I think that they've peaked. They're at the best of not only their athletic ability, but like the athletic ability of their entire sport. That's how I felt when I saw Surtain lay that hit in the 4th quarter. I didn't think not that you didn't have that in the bag, I didn't think you could get better. Like now you're not only a blanket coverage corner, a guy who can take away the ball.
I loved it too. So look at Pat's got his eyes in the backfield. It's a cover 2, which the Broncos don't run a ton.
Oh, it's
just a beautiful form tackle. And I love his celebration too. He did the stinger celebration. Like, I'm going to put my arms down. Yep, one of them is actually limp. I can't feel it, but I'm going to celebrate.
All right, so Broncos big play replay again for the 14th time this year, coming after a Denver win, the number 1 seed in the AFC. That's the Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Raj. It's Denver's number 1 for Sports Talk, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in tonight as Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon are back for their second game after missing time with injuries. Your pregame for Nuggets and Sixers on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starts at 6 p.m., and that's powered by Ramos Law. Nuggets fall by 12 to their old buddy Michael Porter Jr. and the Brooklyn Nets. MPJ, double-double. In 40 minutes, man, Jamal Murray did everything he possibly could to get the Nuggets a win there. 16 assists, was it 27 points, 6 boards for Jamal. You did get the return of Brown and Gordon combined for 43, 44 minutes and just over 40 points for the two of them, but it did feel still like they were testing the waters. Really tough going back-to-back with this many injuries for the Nuggets. They're now 1-4 on their 7-game road trip. That's kind of what we expected with this many losses. When we were first talking about it, having all of those injuries, I was like, if you can be 500, that's a grade A plus. Then you add in Joker. It's just too much to overcome for them.
Yeah, and also you're getting Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon. Jeez, you're getting them both back at a point in the season where you really need them badly, but their return to play doesn't really allow them to fully immerse themselves for 35 plus minutes each. And so it just feels like you're toe dipping right now. You got your toe in there with Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown, but you're not quite fully there yet. And therefore you end up having another wave of transition. Another transition. That's okay. As long as the Nuggets continue to play roughly 500 basketball. And right now, in Joker's absence, what are they right now?
They're 1-4 on the road trip. 1-4. Not great. They have that one win, right? The one win which rivals the 7 freaking dudes.
How many games of the road trip was Jokic out? Was it all 5? No, it wasn't all 5.
No, He's been out in 4 of the 5.
So take away the Miami game that he actually got injured in. There's only been 3, and they're 1-2 in those games.
Just win tonight. Come on, win.
Okay, so 1-2 in those games, 1-3 when he actually plays in one and left.
Win tonight, baby.
Win tonight.
Keep the 500 going, man. I'm gonna be watching it closely.
It's not really 500. They're sub 500 right now. They're sub 500 in his absence and sub 500 on the road trip.
If they win tonight, they would be 500. I'm saying
he got hurt in the Miami game. They lost the Miami game.
He played. 1-3. He started.
Okay,
he's
sure,
1-2.
Fine,
guy.
Fine.
All right, buddy.
Fine. Don't DMac me. I saw you doing that last night on the Altitude post game. Don't do that.
He did it to me. So I'm going to do it to you.
Don't bring that energy in here.
Yeah, it's the old guy trying to talk to the younger guy.
Did you, like the rest of Avs faithful last night, did you panic for a little bit?
I was, here's what I panicked. A lot of people were scared of the buckling of the knee.
Terrified. So when that happened, man, when I saw his knee toe pick and then go to the middle, that's how I tore my LCL playing.
Yeah, I saw your tweet. I'm like.
And I'm not Gabe. Like, it's very clear I'm not that human being. I don't have that pain threshold. I'm not as powerful as a person. But, like, not only have I done that playing that same sport, I've seen other buddies of mine toe pick and tear knee ligaments. And as soon as I saw that, I went, oh, God.
Explain the mechanism of a toe pick.
Sometimes you catch it on a rut. Sometimes your weight is distributed just a little bit differently.
And it just kind of just spins you out.
And it just catches something because it is a literal knife edge. And instead of going straight in a super vicious moment, a violent moment, your knee, instead of being straight, goes like this.
Yeah.
And it snaps inside or outside. So when I saw the actual play, his toe picks right in the middle there. This isn't something bad.
Okay. Here's what scared me is the banging right there. I was scared about the weight distribution straight down into the ice at that age. And his major reconstructive knee was which one?
It was the right knee.
Okay.
So this happened on his left knee yesterday, and I was terrified that it was a lower body or a knee injury. Now, he hits the net going probably 15 miles an hour in one of the few spots that hockey players don't have any padding.
It didn't give right away.
It's not designed to give right away.
Right.
The net and those rubber peggings are meant to
absorb,
bend a little bit and then go.
It's kind of like the equivalent of what's it called in a car, the bag, the
airbag.
The airbag's still gonna hurt you. It could break your ribs.
Yeah, it's still gonna hurt.
Still gonna hurt you, but it's gonna save your life.
Right. If he had crashed into the net in the 80s, that net's not moving as easily, and he is in a world of hurt. And he already is at that point.
Lacerated, you name it, right?
It sucks.
Internal bleeding.
Even with the new pegs and stuff, man, like going full speed with no padding into a metal bar is not fun. That hurts a lot. And it's going to be likely a rib break or a fracture. You're hoping that it's not anything internal for Gabe. He was in so much pain. But as I sit this morning, the fact that it's not lower body, the fact that it is not soft tissue or ligament, for what we know right now, it should elicit a collective sigh of relief from Avs fans.
What's your prediction? Broken ribs?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1?
The number of broken ribs?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Yeah.
No idea.
Happens. You know what's so funny is it happens so much in football. Like the amount of times there's a broken rib, guys play on it next week.
I mean, he's the type of dude that
a lot of guys play on it the next week.
He's the type of guy that would play through something like that. Certainly if the playoffs were happening, Gabe would be throw a jacket on me and I'll be okay.
And it's
numb
brutal.
me up.
You can't even breathe.
Well, hockey fans will remember Nikita Kucherov played in the Stanley Cup final, I believe against the Avs, and was nowhere near the same player, but he was playing. And he was visibly labored and injured.
Want to hear something real sick? Within the unspoken code of football injuries, it's essentially frowned upon that you would ever miss a future game from broken ribs.
Really?
Very, very frowned upon. Yeah.
Not often football guy looks at hockey guy and goes, you sure you want to sit this one out?
Well, I mean, I was hearing everybody talking about broken ribs. It's like months ago. What? Like
most of the time.
If it's punctured lung, even that. I've seen guys
again,
puncture a lung.
We don't know
because
what the
of a broken
is.
rib that actually goes through your lung, the organ.
The tissue.
I've seen that happen where a guy missed 10 days. And they're back. Sickos. Like they inflate it with a balloon so they can get it to heal.
Again, more often than not, it's football player that looks at the hockey guys and goes, you guys are lunatics going out there playing on those types of injuries.
To me, it's frequency.
Something different.
Yeah, the frequency of how often hockey players play, it's different than football.
Correct.
Right? You only
82
have to,
versus 17.
You only have to get yourself geared up for one day that week. So like the amount of stuff that you could pump into your body that will make you feel it less.
Oh, and there will be things pumped into Gabe when he returns to make him feel that injury less.
As if you would think that they already haven't been that way with probably his lower body, right? I think about think about the amount of trauma that has been on his lower body in his return to play. He's already dealing with pain, man. And he's a tough son of a gun.
It's a shame that he gets injured because he's playing so well right now and he's playing top line minutes and he's very clearly back to the exact version of Gabe Landeskog that we saw before. Now, maybe a little bit slower.
Mad at me for saying this?
No. What's up?
I kind of feel the same way that I do about Nikola Jokic. It's not the worst timing.
No.
As it relates to when it really matters.
What this will do, and I feel gutted for Gabe Landeskog, if this is the case, it likely knocks him out of the Olympics. And there is a chance.
Good.
There's a chance it might be his last ability to wear the 3 crowns.
Sweden ain't wearing. They're not winning the dang thing anyway, man. Are they?
Sweden's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Sweden's the 3rd best team in the world.
It's all good.
Behind Canada and the Americans.
You're leaving out the team that can't even play.
Rushka. I know.
I want to see Rushka.
It is an athletic travesty that the Russians can't play in the tournament.
Don't penalize them because they're idiot freaking leadership.
I agree.
Of a country. I want to see Rushka.
Same thing
Give
happening
me the
in the
Russian
juniors
gas
right now, man.
I want to see some 72-year-old classic Russians on the ice, just fresh, hopped off on some. Who's the greatest old school Russian hockey player?
Varlamov.
Okay, how long ago?
Vladislav Tretiak. They were part of the CCCP teams in the
80s.
Late 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Whoa, that's good.
Those 3 guys. I mean, the dudes who then defected to the NHL, you're looking at Alexander Mogilny, Sergei Fedorov.
Oh, I love Sergei.
Konstantinov, Igor Larionov.
Could Sergei get the Phillip Rivers treatment and just get on the gas and just go out there and just give it one more hurrah?
He looks pretty good right now. He's still coaching the KHL.
Jeez.
He looks pretty mean.
I would love Sergei on the ice, man. Gosh.
But yeah, Avs fans, looks as though that the
Wearing
Avs
that
have
red,
skirted an injury right now with Gabe Landeskog in terms of his lower body. It's being reported from the team as an upper body, maybe a rib type of injury, but we don't have complete clarity on it yet. He will miss some time for the Avs. They don't play again until Tuesday evening when they face off against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for another Avs Ticket Tuesdays. We're giving away tickets to the Avs and the Senators on Thursday night. Tune in all day for keywords on the 20s, and you can win. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Papa Murphy's, delicious pizza that you bake when you're ready. Order at papamurphys.com. We'll continue with Rally House Football Monday on the other side. Broncos, the number 1 seed, Black Monday in the NFL. Get you caught up on all the firings and also what teams screwed up in terms of their draft order yesterday. It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford today, PhD from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy will take you guys from 3 to 6. And then the Nuggets play the second of a back-to-back against the Philadelphia 76ers on 92.5. Berto's got your pregame. Sponsored by Ramos Law at 6 p.m. Avs off the ice today. Back on tomorrow for the last of a 3-game road trip against the Tampa Bay Lightning. It is Black Monday in the NFL, Coach.
It's Bloody Monday. It's Black Monday. Whatever you want to call it. There are some heads rolling.
Kevin Stefanski gone from Cleveland. Atlanta fires Raheem Morris.
Both guys won this weekend, by the way.
All three of these guys won. Las Vegas fires Pete Carroll.
Wait, the Raiders won?
The Raiders won on a last-second kick.
I didn't even know.
Did you not see that? Carlson hit like a 60-yarder.
But they still have they locked up the first pick of the draft.
So what they did, and this kind of pissed me off, winning that game gave Kansas City a better draft selection.
Yeah.
And it still makes Vegas the number 1 overall pick.
But that's perfect for Vegas.
What do you mean? Why would you want to give Kansas City a better pick?
Because they probably want, if they've already locked up the number 1 pick, all they care about really is changing some semblance of the culture of winning a game.
Why do you want to give Kansas City a top 10 pick? Yeah. Kansas City would have been picking 11 or 12.
What are they at now?
9.
Jeez.
Don't love that. Kansas City did it the right way. Look at all of these teams. Kansas City lost 6 straight games to end the year. They did it the right way. They moved into the top 10 knowing they weren't going to make the playoffs.
I was talking to a buddy of mine and just talked about how many week 18 games, and really for that matter, 17, even some 16 games, just feel weird. Like they feel like, why even play them?
No idea how to wager them whatsoever. Who's playing? Who wants to win?
Who's on the roster? What's their health? Is the coach getting fired? What's happening behind the scenes? And the NFL wants to potentially elongate this regular season. You imagine potentially how many meaningless games there would be in a sport that is highly, highly physical. The cost of playing it sometimes it can lead to a career-ending injury, let alone a next year season-ending injury. You're going to end up having an entire month worth of football games that are meaningless for 90% of the league.
18 weeks feels kind of perfect.
Yeah, feels a little long to me. Kind of miss 16 games.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. Week 18. Would
you
you agree
miss
that
a team being able to be 500?
Yeah. I think 500 is. I think that's maybe a worse. That's a worse outcome of a season than 7-9, or excuse me, 8-9. 8-8's like.
Because you can't be 500 now.
No, you can't.
You can either be above or below.
You can be 500.
Well, you can tie 17 games?
8-1, baby.
Oh, okay. There you go. 8-8-1.
Would that? I don't know if that'd count as 500.
Yeah, it would.
It would. What? How do they count?
I don't know what the win percentage would come out to.
Yeah.
8-8-1 is 500.
Sounds right. Seems like the game that
you can't have 2 digits and be 500. How's that?
Correct.
That feels a little odd. All right. Kansas City loses 6. They move into the top 10. Arizona loses 9 straight to end the season. 9 straight games to end the season. After being, what does that come out to? Was it 3-5? Still kind of like relatively available?
They weren't good. I'll tell you this, they were good for a fantasy league team earlier in the year.
They fire Rich Gannon. Now the question is,
Jonathan Gannon.
Jonathan Gannon, Rich Gannon's
please don't fire my guy Rich Gannon. I loved him. Great Delaware Blue Hen. Great.
They fired Jonathan Gannon.
Oakland Raiders.
Now the question is, do they move on from Kyler Murray?
They should.
He finally cut Kyler Murray. Someone walks in as a new head coach. Maybe it's Vance Joseph. Does Vance Joseph walk in and go, I've seen Sean Payton be able to do this. He did it with Russ. That's not my guy. I don't believe in him. Cut him. We'll deal with the dead money. We're going to be terrible next year. We'll get our quarterback in the draft.
I know that the tie there with Vance Joseph that's kind of where he went to recreate himself as a coordinator following his ouster from Denver as a head coach. But if you're the Cardinals organization, why would you hire Vance Joseph that's really just a D coordinator in terms of if you looked at the sample size of his career? And when he got his opportunity to be a head coach, it didn't go well.
So then why is he a sexy name right now
Well, I'm just talking about Arizona. To me,
he went back to Denver.
Right. But as the head coach. You just fired a D coordinator. You're going to you're basically get the same guy in there. I mean, Jonathan Gannon was a really well-respected. He'll get a job quickly as a defensive play caller. He's really good in that space. Did it for the Eagles, and they're arguably one of their best seasons in franchise history that fell just short of beating the Chiefs at their reign. They're at the height of their reign. I just don't know. I don't know that Vance Joseph, I almost think that Vance Joseph's going to go to a place like Tennessee that had a alleged offensive guru in Brian Callahan, and they want to kind of bring back like Vrabel, but without the guy that's being a punk to everybody in the building. I could see Vance at Tennessee.
Vance in Tennessee.
You like it?
You like that more than Cleveland, more than Vegas?
I think Cleveland should double down on defense, in my opinion. Just the mistake by the lake, the weather they typically have. I think they are building a new building at some point, if I'm not mistaken. I thought it might be a dome, but I think you want to double down on defense down there. I'm sure clearly they've tried it throughout the years. They've gone back and forth, offense, defense, new quarterback, different quarterback, doesn't matter. I think the job that would give Vance Joseph a chance to be successful is potentially Tennessee. Like, I think he could be successful in a fairly weak division. I mean, it's gotten a little bit better, but it's still fairly weak.
And that is the one team that has lined up an interview with Vance already.
And then I think Vance could also do well at Atlanta. But that's the same guy too.
What about if McDaniel gets fired in Miami?
Do they want to hire the guy
I don't know.
that had a 70 burger hung up on his defense?
He's got history there.
I like VJ in Tennessee. If there's going to be a place that he goes, I don't want him to take a bad job.
The 213, Kyler Murray is going to retire, use his career earnings to open an amusement park with rides that don't have height restrictions. I would like that. It sounds like my type of amusement park.
That was fun when we broadcast the joint practice, and Kyler Murray's walking around there, and Raj just said, I too can play NFL quarterback.
I don't know about that. Dude was a first-round MLB draft pick, too. As bad as he's been with the Cardinals and as inconsistent as he has been with Arizona, that dude, if he gets cut by Arizona, you know what I'm doing, man? I'm going to make my money in baseball.
Find a Steinbrenner.
Yeah.
Just find some relative of Steinbrenner and just text him real quick.
Why not?
I'm ready. I'm ready to come back home. You know who else would probably try to follow suit? The ultimate cheeseball himself, Russell Wilson. I'm not too old to play baseball. There's 38-year-old baseball players.
If Tim Tebow can make it halfway through the Mets organization, I'm sure Russ can find his way up through.
Russ was nasty.
The Sky Sox.
Russ was nasty.
The Isotopes.
Russ would kill it with the Aviators, man. He'd be a great aviator.
Well, the one team that screwed up big time in terms of the draft, the New York Giants, winning their 2 final games of the year. If they lose those 2 games, New York has the number 1 overall pick. They win their 2 final games and actually win them comfortably. The Giants move from the 1st overall pick all the way down to number 5. Your draft order as it stands right now: Vegas 1, Jets 2, Cardinals 3, Titans 4, Giants 5. Cleveland comes in at number 6. Now, the thing with Cleveland is interesting, right? They fire their head coach in Stefanski. They retain their general manager,
Andrew Berry.
What does that tell you about the quarterback situation and Shedeur Sanders going into next year?
All along, I could tell that there was not synergy, owner, head coach, GM, and it was so clear. When you draft Dylan Gabriel, was it the 3rd round? Maybe 4th? And then Shedeur 2 rounds later? You could see that there was a lack of continuity across the board. And man, even the body language, the look of, I'm not going to call it disgust on the face of Kevin Stefanski when in the war room they show the pick coming in, but it sure didn't look like an excitement. And I would bet that the Haslam family almost forced the hand of Kevin Stefanski to play Shedeur Sanders down the stretch, even when Dylan Gabriel came back and was healthy and able to play. Although, what did Shedeur Sanders end up doing in his 7 starts?
He went 3-4
at the Browns. That's like being a first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback.
1,400 yards, and if you extrapolate that over the course of 17 games, that's a 3,500 yard season. Now, the thing is, he threw for 7 touchdowns, but 10 interceptions. He also fumbled the ball twice, including one yesterday afternoon that he lost.
They were competitive and watchable with him playing quarterback, in my opinion.
It was exactly what I watched at Colorado. There were plays that went, oh my goodness, how did you make that happen? And then plays where I go, what are you doing sprinting around, holding onto the ball? The strip sack that he had yesterday, I think it was Hendrickson who had the strip sack, that he had yesterday against Cincinnati, was this weird little run through the pocket, but dangle your arm out behind you that I remember screaming at the television when he was a Buff. It was the same experience that I saw in Colorado against NFL talent, which is why he was less successful in the NFL than he was at Colorado. Now, I think he deserves a shot to win the job in Cleveland next year, because who are you going to draft at 6 overall? Like, is Dante Moore going to stay in the draft?
He knew he was the perfect head coach for the Browns. Hey, give me green right west, Spider 2, Y banana, V Reno.
In no world is John Gruden taking that job.
So John Gruden almost got hired at Tennessee years ago. Who's the number one donor at the University of Tennessee? Haslam family. Jimmy Haslam, owner of the Cleveland Browns.
I wouldn't take that job if I'm Gruden. Dude, he is so cushy right now.
He can't get one, though, man. He can't get a gig.
I don't know if he wants a gig.
The only, after everything.
He's having a great time at Barstool.
Northeast Ohio and John Gruden? Come on, man. Doesn't get more blue collar than that.
I'll take the Miami job if I'm Gruden, thank you. If McDaniel gets fired, I'll go and be a Dolphins head coach. At that point, how old is he now? He's 64? 4? You want me to go to Cleveland at 64 and I got millions in the bank? Insane thought process. Absolutely not. I'm not taking that job if I'm him. I'm hanging out at Barstool, and I'm taking a nice, cushy job that is ready-made. Nah, I'm not doing that. I know he's an Ohio guy, but I'm not doing that. He's 62.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it'd be fun. I'd love to see John Gruden with Shedeur Sanders. It'd be a lot of fun.
John Gruden's a big whiteboard guy. Is Shedeur a big whiteboard guy?
I think he'd become one, because there'd be immediate respect for what he's able to accomplish with the quarterbacks that have been under his tutelage.
Biggest surprise firing so far in this cycle?
I felt like Raheem was trending in a good direction.
4 straight wins.
Energy looked high. Team was starting to kind of come into a clearer picture of what they needed to become.
They sent a big screw you to their division rivals in the Bucks.
Yep.
And I know it was a division rival for another division rival, but those were the kings of the NFC South for the past few years.
Man, I'd say that one was surprising. Stefanski, I was just hearing so much heat about, and the moment that Dylan Gabriel was drafted and Stefanski had a big grin on his face, he's dapping everybody up, and then 2 rounds later, Shedeur Sanders is drafted and he looks miserable. I said he's done. And he himself also probably wanted to be done as well. Like, I bet, did you see his statement that he released, Stefanski? It was almost one of unbelievable grace and class, to the point where you said, yeah, I'm relieved. I got paid not to coach this stupid team with this dumb ownership group. Bad GM.
Black Monday continues to roll on here in the NFL. Broncos lock up the number 1 seed 14-3, the 9th time that they have the number 1 overall seed in the AFC. First time since 2015 when they went all the way and won Super Bowl 50. The path to the Super Bowl in the AFC runs through the Mile High City. KJ's NFL notes are on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. It's Black Monday. The Broncos have the number 1 seed in the AFC, so no firings here in the Mile High City, but certainly everywhere else. Guys are on the hot seat. KJ, what's first?
Well, Raj, as you just detailed there, unless you've been under a rock the last 24 hours, the Broncos beat the Chargers yesterday 19-3 at Empower Field, and they are officially the number 1 seed in the AFC. The Broncos have so much time to prep for their next opponent that Sean has a joint practice schedule, ? Here's Sean on what the Broncos will accomplish this week while they are on their rightfully earned bye.
Differently than the bye during the season. There'll be a break, but then we'll come back and have some joint practices prior to the weekend, get the opponent, and then back in Monday. So that's different than the normal bye. And the weight room, training room will be open. Obviously, you study for opponents. You begin to, look, this is a divisional opponent. We've got backlogs of tape on the Chargers. They could very well be here in a couple of weeks. And it's, the other teams. But we'll practice Friday and we'll practice Saturday.
What does he mean by joint practice?
No clue.
Because if I'm not mistaken, a joint practice is when the Broncos play. Does he want Valor to come practice against?
Coach, fantastic idea. Send an email today. Hey, Coach Payton, I heard you had a joint practice, but what I do know is that you can't have another NFL team joint practice with you in the playoffs.
I have a solution for you.
I've got a bunch of high schoolers.
Can I bring my seniors too?
Be so dangerous.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Be a good experience. I choose the wrench.
Don't let Titus throw the football because some guys might get their feelings hurt.
Ooh, it'd be humbling.
I don't understand what the joint practice. Did he just use the word joint practice, being like, we'll have the offense play against the defense for a little bit, which is just a football practice?
The only other thing I could glean from it is when he used the term joint practice and then he pontificated about it. He said something along the lines of various teams and backlogs of film, and do you think they'll have where they treat the scout team like they're simulating each of potentially.
Tuesday are the Chargers.
Correct.
Wednesday are the Bills. Thursday's the Texans.
That's the best guess I have.
Sure.
And that'd be smart. But sometimes right now for the Broncos, and I know it's crazy to say this after week 18, which feels like week 50 with the entire NFL calendar. Don't you think the Broncos offensively just need to work on them? Not really work on any opponent? Just Bo Nix, and I think good on good against their own defense is good. You know what would also behoove the Broncos defensively? Why don't they play more of those soft zone coverages against their own offense to get Bo Nix feeling more comfortable? That's where he struggled. He hadn't struggled against man. It's been against the soft zones and simulated pressures where you're really just bringing 4, maybe 5, but it looks like you're bringing 7, and then it's where do I go with the ball? And then everybody's dropping out, and they're playing top down, so you can't just get the quick out with a go route or a slot fade. Why wouldn't the Broncos get a little bit more proficient themselves on kind of end of game, end of half zone coverages on defense, and then Bo Nix gets more comfortable playing against that style and working some of those middle of field areas, those dig windows, those deep in windows, those bender windows, hole shot windows, which Bo's done really well with. I think there's opportunities there to enhance one another with some good on good. That might be what joint practice means, good on good. Because you don't do a lot of good on good, I don't think, during the actual NFL season. So that might be what Sean wants to get. I don't blame him.
KJ, what's next?
Well, before we transition to the next story, let's quickly hit another sounder from the press conference where Sean, he decided to take an interesting angle with little old innocent reporter Mark Kisler.
Absolutely.
After one like this, yeah.
Absolutely. Again, each week there's a look, am I ever happy? No. All right. But we shouldn't be as coaches. I know fewer words have never been spoken, Mark. Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions, but you have a lot to write.
Truer words have never been spoken. Man.
Thank you. You're exactly right. So, but I think that's a good trait.
What do you make of that there, Raj? I was watching this live, and I was like, wait, didn't you just lock up the 1 seed? Well, like, even if Mark Kiszla wrote something about you that pissed you off months ago, and I don't know if that's the case or not. Like, did you hear Mark Kiszla like in there? Could you hear him interrupt any? Like,
no, there was. I think I heard like a scoff or a little bit of a laugh. I don't know who it was from in the scrum.
Look, am I ever happy? No. All right.
Was that a hiccup? Was that a laugh? Was that a scoff?
All right.
That sounds like my daughter's hiccup. I don't know, man. Like, Sean, what I learned from this is Sean listens and Sean watches and Sean reads to all of the internet shows and the paper columns.
You know what Sean doesn't do, though?
He doesn't care about it.
He doesn't burp the baby and get rid of the hiccups. He's got to learn how to burp the baby.
I'm not a great burper of the baby.
I am elite. I'll teach you my ways. Part of it is I got a big old.
Yeah, I got tiny mitts. I got Kenny
paddle.
Pickett hands, man.
Key is hard pressure with the heel of the palm.
Okay.
And then just
whack.
And you want to keep
it's a wrist action.
It's wrist action. Yep, that's your problem. You don't want to go full.
I'm going like bongos.
No, because then you get more concentrated movement.
Okay.
And so
it's about surface area.
It's the pressure point's got to be more in one little area right here.
Every time I take the baby from my wife to try and burp her after a feeding, or if I try and burp her after I give the kid a bottle, I fail at it. And then I put the baby down and she spits everything up. Well, she spits up everything regardless.
It's part of life.
Caitlin, within 2 claps of the baby's back, I hear, I just suck at it. I'm not good.
It's called the motherly instinct. Something that I have, Raj.
Oh.
It's good.
Very feminine side of Mike Sanford.
All right.
KJ.
Real quick from the 478 about the Kiszla. Sean keeps more receipts than Coach Prime.
Prime doesn't keep the receipts. The people who cover Prime keep the receipts.
He knows. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake.
Terrifying would that be? Prime just shows up in your living room on Christmas Eve.
Prime and Sean are very aware of what's being said and what's being written.
KJ, what's next?
Fun. Really
and now
fun.
we sit here with the opportunity of having the 1 seed.
We'll get to NFL head coach firings and the updates in just a second, but we have an update out of the NBA real quick in regards to the Denver Nuggets. So Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, and Tim Hardaway Jr. are all out tonight.
Oh, no. Are they playing me?
They must be.
Are they asking Scotty to do color and actually play some minutes at the 4?
He'll be the 6th man. He'll be kind of the enforcer coming off the bench.
They'll play 4-on-5 defense, and Scotty just stand the far side out of the restricted zone with his hands in the air. Just launch it to me, fellas.
Hey, how far does that little cord travel?
You can do it wirelessly nowadays. It's 2026.
Does Scotty have? Does he have like the soul patch that Moj has right now? Do they both share the soul patch?
No, Scotty does but Scotty connects it with like the Colonel Sanders.
Oh, that's right.
Beard.
That's right.
Which makes the soul patch okay. The soul patch by itself is unsightly.
It screams 2003 male dirtbag.
You know what I can blame now for Gabe Landeskog toe picking? Moj's little
flavor saver.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Can't do it,
Moj,
Moj.
it's your fault. Get rid of the soul patch.
We could use the St.
100%.
Sean. We should use the St. Sean candle to actually burn it off of his face.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
That'd be good.
That feels dangerous. I don't want to hurt the guy.
Danger's my middle name.
I just want to make fun of him behind his back. KJ, what do you got, buddy?
All right, here we go. So as far as head coaching firings that we know about as of right now, in chronological order, Atlanta Falcons fire head coach Raheem Morris and GM Terry Fontenot. They also are moving to hire a president of football operations, which many around the NFL believe will be former Falcons quarterback Matt Ryan. We'll keep an eye on that. Cleveland moved on from head coach Kevin Stefanski and decided to keep GM Andrew Berry. The Raiders decided to fire Pete Carroll. The Cardinals decided to fire Jonathan Gannon. Brian Daboll and Brian Callahan obviously were both in-season firings. The Giants reiterated this morning that they are keeping GM Joe Sheen and the Bengals have reiterated that they are keeping head coach Zach Taylor. Josina Anderson is reporting that Miami is leaning towards keeping Mike McDaniel, but we'll keep our eyes on that situation in Miami because it's still fluid at the moment. Outside of Mike McDaniel, who's the next coach we should keep an eye on in regards to potentially being fired?
Is it one of the two head coaches that we saw play last night? Let's say the Steelers get blown out by who they play, Houston. Let's say the Texans walk into Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh has no chance. They get blown out in the wild card round. Or is Harbaugh, after 18 seasons done in Baltimore?
It might be time.
Special teams guy, and special teams costs them?
Yeah, missed kick. Justin Tucker not available because of his off-field indiscretions, pretty significant ones. I don't know. I mean, what did you guys make of Lamar Jackson post-game? I think he was asked the question pretty directly. Do you want John Harbaugh to be your head coach next year?
We'll hear from Lamar here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll wait for that.
I think those are the two like dark horsey next guy to be chopped. Harbaugh, Tomlin, depending on what happens in the wild card round. Now, Tomlin, I don't think would be fired. I think Tomlin, if they lose that game, he would just go, maybe I'm done after 19 years. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of rumors of him going to a broadcast booth.
Todd Bowles, Bucks.
If you can't win division sub 500, you should be fired.
Todd Bowles feels like a dead man walking.
If Raheem Morris gets fired after winning 4 straight
games. Well, he also looked like he had life and had juice. Todd Bowles just looks like I hate to say it.
Raheem Morris is the answer. Or sorry, Todd Bowles is the answer.
Yeah.
You're correct.
The one I'm keeping my eye on is Brian Schottenheimer in regards to the Dallas Cowboys. They won yesterday, and that cost them a top 10 pick.
Yeah, but Jerry doesn't – we forget about this.
It's
Jerry
Eberflus.
Doesn't like firing his coaches.
He's great firing D coordinators or
he doesn't like. How long did they hang on to Garrett? Years of like, this is kind of middling, doing nothing.
It was a little better than what we're seeing right now.
Kind of the same thing. Kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. I think he hangs on to his job. Schottenheimer's not going to be a one and done. He hangs on to the gig. I'm really interested in what happens in Baltimore.
Baltimore and Tampa.
If Denver loses Vance Joseph as a defensive coordinator, do you hire Gannon? Do you hire Morris? Or somebody else to fill the D coordinator role? Let's say Vance gets the Tennessee job, and he's going up against Spagnuolo right now.
I can speak to this firsthand because I've coached against this guy that I was matching wits with. Offense coordinator. For me, I was the offense coordinator at Minnesota. This guy was the defensive coordinator at Wisconsin. And that is your current safeties coach, Jim Leonard.
Ooh.
That's who I think is the next defensive coordinator. And I think that Sean Payton is a big fan of Jim Leonard.
KJ, keep it going.
And now we sit here with the opportunity of having the 1 seed.
One of Kevin Stefanski's last accomplishments as the head coach of the Cleveland Browns was being a part of Myles Garrett breaking the single-season sack record with 23 sacks. He passed Michael Strahan, who formerly had 22 and a half. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor was not happy about how the refs in the NFL chose to celebrate that record.
You had a long conversation with the officials after the Garrett sack. What was going on there? What were you
there's 5 minutes left in our season. We're playing for our lives here. And I was never told that we're going to stop the game. And in a critical moment like that, and the refs just said that they made a decision that they were going to stop the game. And they said they tried to do it as quickly as possible. I didn't feel that. We didn't sub. We're trying to be on the ball and go and play with tempo. And the umpire just held the ball so that we couldn't do anything. And I'm yelling at Joe, get on the ball. We didn't sub. We're going. And that we couldn't play. And so, again, trying to get an answer was not easy. They just said that they made a decision as a crew to stop the game when that happened. I guess it didn't matter when it happened. It just, they were going to stop the game and let it happen.
And you weren't informed of that?
No, I was never informed of that. They didn't say one word. We meet with them in the 90-minute meeting before the game. They never said one word about that.
Okay. Is that guy, is he potentially on the hot seat himself?
Zach Taylor?
Yeah.
Cincinnati came out and said that he is safe.
Okay. How long ago was that?
Recently.
Like after this game?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he's gone. They need to draft better. They need to draft on the defensive side of the ball. They made some bad decisions in signing too many offensive players. Now, the big thing is, if they just get a healthy season from Joe Burrow, who's a playoff team, Cincinnati. That is a playoff team if they get a full season there. I think he's misguided, right? That's an all-time record that has stood since 2001. If Cleveland wants to mob their player in the middle of the game, you got to let it happen. I'm sorry. You have to eat that. And no, playing for your lives, shut up. You're not playing for your lives. You're not a playoff team. You've been eliminated for many weeks now. You're not playing for anything. Let's be very clear about that. You lost the game, and it helped you in terms of your draft position. I think he's been a little bit of a hardo there. Since he's now number 10 overall, they pick behind Kansas City in front of Miami.
Did you happen to see Joe Burrow and his media availability?
Yeah, playing with his hair.
He was like losing his brain playing with his hair. It was crazy.
It's weird. A little odd.
Still
Still unbelievably talented.
Yeah. Hadn't been great. You know what I know about this? I know a lot of people have lost their jobs in Cleveland. A lot of coaches have lost their jobs. I had a family member actually recently get fired because the O-line wasn't very good 3 years ago. How was it this year? How was it last year? I don't know, man. Just seems like they just keep just shifting the blame elsewhere and not recognizing they have major systemic problems. And
Cleveland or Cincy?
Cincy. Talking about Joe Burrow playing with his hair. They both have problems. The state of Ohio's got issues. Ohio State's got issues.
They got beat by Miami.
Cincinnati lost their $5 million NIL quarterback, the Bearcats, just signing for $5 million at Texas Tech.
It's odd. The state of Ohio, no more football left.
Not much.
No more football.
It's done.
They're all out.
They're gone.
KJ, what's next?
And now we sit here with the opportunity of having the 1 seed.
The AFC North champion Pittsburgh Steelers, they left the door open for the Baltimore Ravens when Chris Boswell missed the field goal, unfortunately, after a very heroic performance by Lamar Jackson. Rookie kicker Tyler Loop, he kicked it to potentially have a walk-off game-winning field goal, and he knew right away that was not going to be the case. So the Pittsburgh Steelers won 26-24 on Sunday Night Football. Here's Tyler Loop and Lamar Jackson, just kind of expressing their frustrations and their sentiments in regards to how things have played out thus far. And as Coach referred to, this is Lamar Jackson being asked about, does he expect John Harbaugh? Does he want John Harbaugh to be back next year?
I'm super grateful to Baltimore and the organization, the city, just how they've embraced me this year has been incredible. And just for a time like that sucks. And, I want to do better. And unfortunately, the nature of the job is, you have makes, and those are awesome, and unfortunately, you have misses, and for that, for that to happen tonight sucks.
You asking me about next year, Jameson. Like, I'm so caught up in what just happened tonight. I can't focus on that right now. I just told you, like he asked me, "Are you stunned?" I'm stunned right now. I'm still trying to process what's going on. Like, I know we lost, but That's
Tyler Loop. Just found out that our good friend on the Safeway Twitch feed, the Loop Digger. It's my guy, man. He's a Stan account for Tyler Loop. Yeah, what a tough rookie year, man.
God.
What a tough rookie year for Tyler Loop. Not good.
Lamar Jackson not coming out immediately and saying that he wants Harbaugh to return as head coach of the Ravens for his 19th season is damning. As soon as you don't say anything backing up your head coach, I'm going to read that as you want him gone. One of us has to go. It's either me or it's Harbaugh. You're not stunned in the post-game presser. You're upset. You're sad. You're pissed off that you're not going to the postseason. You're not stunned enough to not answer that question. This is very PR-ish of him to go, I'm not going to answer it.
John Harbaugh, head football coach, Atlanta Falcons in a trade. Like it?
If I'm Atlanta? Yeah, why not? That guy's successful.
Yep.
Super Bowl ring.
Yep.
Wins divisional championships.
They've lacked any form of continuity as a franchise for quite some time, it feels like.
Atlanta?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's like the longest tenured head coach there recently? Who do you think of when you see the Atlanta Falcons?
I don't think of a head coach.
I know. Isn't that wild?
Yeah. I would take him if he gets fired and he wants to be a defensive coordinator. I'd take him in a heartbeat. I know he's a special teams guy, but I'd take him as a DC here. Although Jim Leonard, if you do lose Vance, I think that's a very good point that you made a couple of minutes ago. Jim Leonard's your DC. I don't know, man. I think the next firing is going to come out of that AFC North. I don't know how, I don't know why, but guys for 18, 19 years that only have 2 rings combined between the two of them over the course of almost 40 seasons combined.
Haven't been back to the Super Bowl, both of them in over a decade.
Brother, man, that ain't enough. That ain't enough. At some point, you got to go, where's the juice when I'm squeezing this thing? Where's the beef? KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. It is a Rally House football Monday here. We'll wrap it up on the other side, hand off the show to PhD Nate and Andy from 3 to 6. You'll have the Nuggets and the Nets tonight, 6 p.m. Berto's got your pregame show presented by our friends at Ramos Law. Wrapping up a Rally House Football Monday here on the Morning Sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy hanging out with you guys until noon.
Is this
Blink 182?
Okay, that's what I thought. The opening riff was very Social Distortion-like. It was almost kind of Social D.
I hear that riff and I go, it's Blink 182 and nobody else.
Okay. I go a little. You know Social D at all?
No.
Good band.
I'll take a peek.
90s, 2000s, little rockabilly punk.
Denver, 4 potential opponents in the divisional round: Pittsburgh, Houston, Buffalo, and the Chargers. We are at consensus here on the Morning Sprint. If all of the division champions win their playoff game, that would behoove the Broncos to play against Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers here at Mile High. I don't believe that's going to happen. Any chance Buffalo gets past Jacksonville? The Jags are smoking hot, man.
They're so good. And they're playing at home, man.
41 unanswered? I know it was Tennessee, but 41 unanswered, and they ran all over Tennessee. Buffalo got a shot?
I think it's going to be a circle game for every single football fan, sports fan. That's the game of the weekend. The two that I'm most looking forward to this weekend are Buffalo at Jacksonville and Green Bay at Chicago. Because it feels like a moment of reckoning for almost all 4 teams.
What about Pats Chargers?
Pretty good.
There's 4 excellent games. I think Jags Bills, Bears Packers, Pats Chargers, Eagles Niners. Those are your 4 excellent games.
Don't sleep. Okay, this is going to sound insane. Do not sleep on home underdog Carolina.
They're 8-9 against Matt Stafford's been perfect. Matt Stafford's going to lose to the 8-9 Carolina Panthers? No, don't. There's no way. The Rams are 10.5-point favorites. I know I don't have the greatest track record of they put up 19 points. They didn't score a single offensive touchdown.
I kind of like the Panthers for just a creepy little. It's gonna be a better game than you think.
Okay, the 2-4-5 matchups then. Who has the best chance of winning that game as the underdog? The Steelers as 3.5-point dogs, or the Panthers at 10.5-point dogs?
I think the Steelers.
The Panthers aren't going to win that game. Matt Stafford's going to throw for 4 touchdowns, no picks. They're going to win that game by 2.5 scores.
I don't know. That's why they play the games, man.
It is. And again, I've been wrong more often than not.
What would be the equivalent of this last year? Were there any matchups that were similar?
The 2024 playoff bracket had. Would Eagles Packers be a big one? That was a 22-10 game.
No.
Commanders Buccaneers. Commanders Bucks, the 6-3 matchup. But Commanders only won by 3.
Okay.
The Rams, here it is. The Rams and Vikings. But the Rams were the divisional champ at the 4 seed, Vikings the 5 seed, having won, I think, 14 games last year, and the Rams beat the crap out of them.
They mollywopped them, but they were the home team,
27-9. LA was the home team.
Nobody goes into SoFi and penetrates that home field advantage. Just doesn't happen.
I mean, SoFi has a home field advantage for the Rams. It does not have a home field advantage for the Chargers.
Is it that different?
Oh, yeah.
Have you been?
I have been. I've not been to a game, but I have been to SoFi. Just watching them on television, it's very clear that when the Rams are there, it's a home game. When the Chargers are there, it feels disconnected. Tell me if I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Text line? Do I feel wrong on that? Chargers play at 50-50 at best at home, and the Rams feel like a home game?
Call me old school because my dad coached at the San Diego Superchargers. I still feel like the footprint of Chargers fan runs deeper in Southern California than Rams fan runs in Southern California. The LA Rams never really took foothold in the 70s, 80s.
You're from there, so you can tell me you're from there.
The Raiders has always felt like it was the team of Southern California and the Chargers. Like the Raiders and Chargers, they essentially were fighting for generations of Southern Californians.
Great point here. Great point. Last year, the Rams did not play at SoFi because of the fires. They played in Arizona.
Right. That was bizarre.
So
Gosh.
technically not a home game. There you go. There's your closest matchup, I guess.
Thank goodness that Southern California has been just getting obliterated with water and rain. Did you see the Rose Bowl? You didn't talk college football. You don't even like college football anymore, Raj?
What are you talking about?
I thought you loved college
There was
football.
one good game.
No, there wasn't.
One good game.
The Miami Hurricanes, man. First night of it all was awesome.
Still didn't feel like Ohio State was ever in it.
Ohio State
I
kind
wouldn't
of
call
buzz
it
this year.
I wouldn't call that a good game. I thought Miami controlled that thing from start to finish.
Did you have Ole Miss minus Lane Kiffin on your bingo card as being one of the hottest teams going into the
No, but I love
semifinals?
it because I picked Georgia to beat. Georgia played with fire the whole season long. They should have lost 3 games during the regular season alone. They played with fire, including the game that they beat Mississippi. That was the best game of the weekend. The other ones were blowouts. Texas Tech doesn't score a point.
How is
Indiana is just bullying everyone?
How is Alabama not on the hot seat? Like major hot seat.
Yeah, talk about Black Monday. How's DeBoer still have a gig?
Holy cow.
38-3 was an embarrassment. I'm excited for Thursday and Friday's games.
They're going to be both very good.
I think they're both going to be awesome.
And what did I call about a week ago with regards to Miami? What did I say? Mm-hmm.
Most dangerous team in the tournament.
How's the SEC done this year in the bowl season and overall in playoffs?
They have one team left.
Mm-hmm. How they do in bowl season? Were they undefeated? Just destroying people left and right. You know what's happened, man? Parity. It's the reason Nick Saban doesn't want to coach at this level anymore. It's the reason that Kirby Smart's bitching and moaning about everything, because you used to be able to go through the back door to be able to get the deals done, to get the players, and that was in the Southeast Conference. Nowadays, the front doors made this thing very, very tight.
Is the national championship Friday night at the Peach Bowl? Oregon, Indiana. Is that your title game?
Dude,
Whoever wins that comes out?
I'm buying stock on Miami.
Still buying the Canes.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be fun. Who'd you rather see? Who's your preferred title matchup?
Oregon, Miami.
You don't want Signetti in there?
No.
Come on.
Punchable face.
He's kind of fun. He's a punchable face, but he is fun to look at.
Why does he not do anything during the game other than just look like a serial killer? The entire game.
Looks like Bob
Does he
Parr's
talk?
boss from the
Does he talk
The
to anybody
Incredibles.
during the game? Seems like he's just a caricature. He's not calling any plays.
My favorite thing about him is that he's a quarter zip guy, but doesn't have a shirt underneath it. Which I've never done that before in my life. Quarter zip, no tarp.
I think I'm going to channel that energy here in 2026.
Next season, I want to see that. Let the lettuce fly. The taco meat.
Yep. Let it go. Let it fly around.
Q-zip on. It has to be a warmish game. So early season game for you. I want to see the Valor Q-zip zip down, a little bit of taco meat hanging out the top, but you're not allowed to smile the whole game.
Okay. Can I and should I wear glasses that are on the tip of my nose the entire time? And just
I think
look
you'll
down?
vomit.
Yeah, I probably would. I have good vision.
But I would love to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Little no
What
tarp
if they're just
quarter
like?
zip
What if they're
action
just
from you.
blue light blockers? You know, just blue light eliminators.
Are you
don't do
looking at a
anything.
screen on the field?
It's time we do all this music here.
All right, it's going to do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford and KJ Behind the Glass, I'm Alex Ryan. MA PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10 on Denver's #1 sports station. It is Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
And by the way, up yours, Mark Kisla. Oh, not really. We love Kiz. I love Kiz. But Sean was like, up yours, Mark Kisla. Take that. And with that, the Broncos field goal kicked their way to the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing like getting the number 1 seed and getting booed at home, huh? You know?
Yeah.
I love winning the number 1 seed and getting booed at home. That's a unique experience.
How did Keeler put it? How did it feel to be lovingly booed?
Lovingly booed. Yeah.
I had a dude reach out to me. He goes, next time I'm at my daughter's high school volleyball game, things aren't going well. I'm going to lovingly...
Daughter, you suck. Boo!
Lovingly boo her.
I'm booing because you could be better, daughter.
Scott Hastings was, you impressed by the laser show by the Broncos yesterday there?
Pew,
Scott?
pew, pew, pew.
Pew, pew, pew,
I told Dan he should have just played the interception like 4 times and then field goal good. Field goal good.
Field goal good. Yeah, it was underwhelming, but I got news for you, folks. The Broncos are going to the Super Bowl. They're going to the Super Bowl. If you play defense like they play defense and you would give away takeaway at home in an insane environment, which yesterday was, you're going to go to the Super Bowl. I don't care who you play. You're going to beat either team and both teams, and you're going to go to, now, I don't know what you're going to do in the Super Bowl. That's a different conversation. But you wouldn't give away takeaway and play defense. I don't care how bad the offense is. You're going to the Super Bowl.
No, if you score 40 points a game, you're probably going to the Super Bowl too. So, I mean, the ifs and buts are candy and nuts. You got to go out and play the game.
If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
She'd be a bike.
Thank you, Mike Tomlin.
I know. I was going to use that. Yeah, Mike Tomlin. I'm inspired by him. That's
some Italian guy, that cook guy that's Italian that does with Ramsey. He was on a British show, and they said, if this had a little ham in it, it'd be like a British carbonara. And he goes, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bike.
If a toad had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass on the lily pad. It's another one. But, all those things. But here's what's true. Your Denver Broncos figured out how to win 8 games at home, 14 games on the year, have the number 1 seed for the 9th time in their history, and win a playoff game, which they virtually did yesterday because they're in the second round, and 12 teams are going to have to fight their ass off to get where the Broncos already are, and the Seahawks. Those are all true things.
Those are true. Yep. And you know what? You got number 1 seed, so that's a big deal, dude. I don't see any reason to be overly negative about the game at all. You got the number 1 seed, and I played 8 years in the NFL. I got that one time. The one time I got it, I won a Super Bowl. So you have now paved the easiest possible path you could possibly have. I don't know that you can ignore all the other stuff. I don't think you can. There's some matchups that kind of scare me in terms of if we face off against a good offensive team. That scares me a little bit, whether you can keep up with them. But it doesn't matter. I mean, the moral of the story, you got the number 1 seed. It was ugly. It was bad. I definitely don't want to play the Chargers again. I heard Mike talking about that earlier, and I totally agree. Golly, dude, that team, if we got to play that team and they're actually like playing their ones and they actually got like a real game plan against us, like I don't think that's a good matchup. But you have paved the easiest possible path to the Super Bowl, and that's what needs to be celebrated.
Well, you had the number 1 path right in 2015. Was you the number 1 seed in 15? Is what you were talking about?
Yep.
And you were number 1. Weren't you the number 1 seed in 13 also?
Well, I wasn't on that team.
They were definitely not in 13. They had the wild card game against the Ravens, and that was the freezing cold bowl with Joe Flacco. That was a wild card game. They were the division winner, but they were not the number 1 seed. Wait a second. Yeah, 2013. Well, see, what season are you talking about? You talking about the 2012?
The year they went to the Super Bowl.
The year they went to the Super Bowl. Okay, all right.
The year they lost.
Let me rewind. The year they lost to Seattle. Right. Okay. I'm getting my years mixed up because technically it's my bad. Were they the number 1 seed? No, I'm fine. I'm just saying they were the number 1 seed.
They were 13-3.
Because I'm thinking like it's 2020. All right, never mind. It's 2026 now. My bad. 2013 season. In January of 2014, you were the number 1 seed. Yes, you were. Who'd they beat, Dan? At home. Do you know?
Oh, in the 2013 playoffs?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, I'll have to look. I think it might have been Pittsburgh.
I thought it was the Chargers.
Or no, it was the Chargers.
Chargers and then New England, if I'm not
That's
mistaken.
right.
What's your point, Scott? That you've got a good chance if you're the number 1 seed?
No, you should have a better way to go, right? I mean, that's an easier way to get there.
It's the easiest way to get there.
Of course.
Yeah.
But by every analytic imaginable, it's the easiest thing to do. You have every advantage. You have time off to heal. You have the crowd on your side. I mean, just those two things alone are such an unbelievable advantage.
Well, it's what this team needed to have a fighting chance making it to the Super Bowl. I don't think they could make it.
True.
They couldn't make it to the Super Bowl without home field advantage, but they do have that now, and they can. I don't think it's a lock like you do by any means. This team's got stuff to improve. Like you see other teams. This is a weird spot to be in as a number 1 seed and feel like you haven't peaked. You could look at that like it's a positive. Like, hey, we haven't peaked yet. We really only played 2 good games this year. We like Dallas and Green Bay. You put the full picture together, and you haven't peaked. But I would argue that's probably a bad thing that you haven't peaked because you do want to peak by now. You do want, like, headed into the playoffs. You want to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. You want to be firing on all cylinders, right? So there's a path to the Super Bowl that's real. It could happen, and it's far from a guarantee because we got stuff to figure out still.
Listen,
couple things to think about. Dobbins did play against Dallas. I don't think did he play against Green Bay, or was he hurt already by the Green Bay game? But there is a slight possibility you could get him back here in a couple weeks, right? So,
I think they said Super Bowl, there'd be a slight possibility for it.
He was heard yelling at a fan yesterday. Somebody said, "We'll see you at the Super Bowl." He goes, "Sooner than that." So that's your ace reporting on J.K. Dobbins, and that was reported that he said that to somebody in the stand. So who knows?
Let's go.
Who knows?
Well, that'll be the one thing offensively I think is just absolutely crushing them. They have. I mean, let's be honest. If you just watched that game yesterday, that was the first game you've watched all year. Who's the Broncos' best running back?
Jaleel McLaughlin.
I mean, to me, it doesn't even look close, does it?
I'm just so not worried about that. They all kind of look the same to me. There's not a bigger difference than another. I think they miss Dobbins, but, dude, they scored enough. They covered the spread. The defense was great, and they won the giveaway takeaway for the first time in, like, forever. In terms of giveaway takeaway of playoff teams, they are the second to last. The Niners actually got them beat, but the Niners are having the most, like, you got to be kidding me season of all time that they're even in the playoffs. So, yeah, you're right. Like, we're playing ifs games. If you want to play negative if games, we can. If the Broncos lose giveaway takeaway, if the offense sputters, if this, they end up losing like they did to the Jaguars. I just don't think they're going to do it. I think they're going to be even or win giveaway takeaway. I don't know if they're going to be offensively explosive. They haven't been all year, so I don't know why you would expect it. But this is a team that knows how to close, knows how to finish, knows how to come from behind, and wins at home in general, except for one game this year.
Let me just say this, and it really bothered me, even in that game, and then the pundits online and on the network shows and everything, downgrading what the Broncos did because they had so many close games and they won one-score games.
Thank you.
And I'm like, and listen, I know I played a different sport, but I remember Hubie Brown one time, and I'm working for TNT, and I'm doing a game with him and Dick Stockton, and we're in the production meeting. Hubie liked to have the production meeting like 7:30 at breakfast, right? So we got like 10 people sitting around this restaurant in Utah at breakfast, and I got in like at 1:30, right, from flying in. Nuggets had a game or something. But anyway, we're sitting in this meeting, and he said it then, and I've talked to him since then about this. He says, if you look at the games decided by, in the NBA by 5 or less points, good teams win close games.
Yeah.
I don't think any sport's any different. I think it's the same thing in baseball. I remember, you remember the years, the back-to-back years the Royals went to the World Series, right? Lost one, won one. and you go back and look at their 7th, 8th, and 9th pitchers, they were like just fabulous, right? These guys didn't give up runs, and they won one-score run games all season long. They won one-score games, got to a World Series and won a World Series. So I don't know. It's funny, the narrative. And listen, I'll say this. I'm the first and biggest critic and been there all year. This offense sucks. I'm right there with Mark Kiszla. This offense.
Oh, that's not what Kiszla was saying.
Well, but that one piece, an article that he had tweeted in the middle of the year, kind of goes what I was saying in the middle of the year. Let somebody else call the plays.
Yeah, okay. It's because it's a Peyton thing. It's a Peyton thing with Kiszla.
No, I understand that, but he did say that, and I listen, right? I was saying that months ago. So I am absolutely concerned, but don't use a negative. They won close games. That to me is a positive.
Sure.
That no other team can go in. In fact, I think the last time Kansas City used to win all close games all the time. Super Bowl champions win close games, man, all the time. And so how these pundits have turned it around to that's a negative, I truly don't understand that.
Yeah, this team has done a lot of great things, and it's easy to discount the great things because of your concerns. See, I live somewhere in between where I don't think it's like say we're focused on the negative to talk about certain things. I think there's just a reality that this team is going to have to overcome things to win a Super Bowl. That's the reality. They're going to have to overcome a deficiency on one side of the football, just like we did in 2015. It can be done. It can absolutely be done, but it makes life harder. It absolutely does. And it's going to matter who you play. Matchups are going to really, really matter. And I really hope we don't play the Chargers because I think that team just knows us too well.
I think they get to the Super Bowl this year. I don't know how they're going to do in the Super Bowl. That's a different conversation. It's against a different type of opponent. I'm not Chargers, whatever. Fine.
You beat what, 6 NFC teams already?
Yeah, you've done well against the NFC. That is true. Well, I'll just tell you this. Winning via defense in Super Bowls, it doesn't happen that much, but it does happen every now and then. Like, teams have done it. Not a ton, but they have done it. And the absolute key, and Sean Payton, I was like, is Sean listening to our show? Like, he brought up the stat that we talked about last week, Tyler. Minus in 2015 in giveaway takeaway, -4. However, +4 in the playoffs when you guys won the Super Bowl, and he stressed it again. They talked about it all week.
That's got to get fixed, right?
And like you got a shot. You got a shot no matter how bad the offense is. If you can sort of turn that one around, the Kiszla stuff. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
You're +2 in 26.
You are. There you go. That is some positivity right
there.
Can
I tell you what concerns me more than the turnover margin, though? Like, because I think that can be quickly fixed. Like a turnover margin really only matters for the week. It doesn't matter historically what you did the entire season. So as long as you handle that next week, in 2 weeks, okay, that's all that matters that week, right? So that can be fixed. What bothers me far more than the turnover margin, we can't score a freaking touchdown. It's been going on for a month. That's been going on for a month. That's a far bigger concern to me of things that have to be fixed and things that cannot be ignored.
And here's what I wrote down when I obviously didn't get to watch the game live, so I'm sitting there this morning watching and writing stuff down. Bo Nix has turned into the king of 15-play drives for field goals
yeah, no
and
kidding.
3 and outs.
It's for us.
15-play drives for field goals and 3 and outs. That's what he's known for.
Very quick break. Tons of time to get into it. I'm psyched that people are listening. Thank you. Scott, we will get into Adelman with the Nuggets. My goodness. Okay. And good to have you back, Tyler. Hope you had a nice little break. We are rocking and rolling with the #1 team in the AFC, the best overall record in the NFL. It's your Denver Broncos. Let's not sleep on that. It's PhD on 92.5.
I liked how we just managed the game and continued to find ways to get down the field and, score enough points to not let them back in it. I think red zone, we were in there a couple times, key moments, and change those 2 field goals for touchdowns, and you never know what happens on a few other drives. You get a little bit of momentum. So, we'll get back to the drawing board with the red zone, but we've been, decent there at times this year, so it's nothing, to panic about.
They've been okay in the red zone. They're not awful. He's right about that. Red zone
What about
offense,
the last month, though?
I'm not sure about the last month. I mean, they've been okay. They're like a top, 12, 13, 14 team in the league in the red zone. I don't have the numbers. I haven't broken it all down for the last month. Obviously, being 0 for 3 in the red zone sucks. Obviously. And, that's not good enough. You need to be better than that. And it's surprising that they're struggling there, but okay, we'll see what they do. But being +2 in giveaway takeaway and then getting a virtual turnover with the, turnover on downs, where Pat Surtain said that was the hardest he's ever hit anybody, FYI. You do that, you're going to win most games. You really are, even if you don't score a touchdown, which they didn't do.
I would disagree on that. Not scoring a touchdown. I agree you'll win most games if you score a touchdown or 2, right? If you score a touchdown or 2, like Bo said, you convert on 1 or 2 of those, yeah, you're probably going to win a lot of games. I don't know. I'm just looking it up, and who knows, because AI gets these numbers wrong all the time. But I just looked it up on AI to see what their numbers were over the last 4 weeks. And it says they'd been in the red zone 15 times and only scored 2 touchdowns. Could that be right?
Well, they were. We can go back and look. They were over 3 yesterday.
I got one, Tyler, that has Denver 13th in red zone, 57-89, but then it breaks down the last 3 games. They're scoring at a 33% level.
Okay. Yeah. I think DMac's right to the degree you can win a lot of games if you do the bare minimum offensively. But bare minimum offensively means you score a touchdown or 2 along the way, right? So it's all positive stuff. It's not negative. It's not like I'm not sitting here being negative about it. You're in the driver's seat. For this team to succeed, to get to the Super Bowl, they had to get the number 1. They had to get the home field advantage. Mission freaking accomplished. Congratulations. Like, that is hard to do, And now, hey, offense, we got to step up and do the bare minimum.
All right, let me give you the Kiz stuff, which was pretty funny. And Kiz is rolling today, responding to people on Twitter. And he's taking some licks on social media today, my guy Kiz. So I didn't see this article from Kiz. And when Sean sort of went after him yesterday, guys, in the press conference, it felt like unbelievably random because Kiz had not asked him the question, and Sean just sort of turned on him. But here's what happened. Kiz muttered something under his breath when Sean said something, and Sean heard Kiz do it. It's kind of like a teacher catching a kid in the 3rd row sort of saying something, and you're like, I'm sorry, you want to say that to the whole class. It was that kind of moment. So it wasn't that Sean went in there looking to attack Kiz like in the first place, but according to Kiz, because Kiz wrote about this, he muttered something under his breath. So let me play the clip for you, and I can tell you exactly what it was.
Absolutely.
After one like this, yeah.
Absolutely. Again, each week there's a look, am I ever happy? No. All right? But we shouldn't be as coaches. I know fewer words have never been spoken, Mark. Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions, but you have a lot to write.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Thank you. You're exactly right. So, but I think that's a good trait. There's some things when we watch that film that we'll be like,
All right, so Payne says, I'm never happy. And Kisla mutters, I forget who he was sitting next to, but he mutters, truer words have never been spoken. Kisla says that. And Sean picked up on it. All right, that's where that came from. Now, what was the original article that sent Sean Payton off? Check out the headline from early November. Mark Kisla, Denver Gazette. Bloated ego of Sean Payton wrecking Broncos championship run, where he goes on to write about how Sean Scott, in the play calling and his own ego, his narcissism, that
is going to stop the Broncos essentially from winning. So Sean is taking, or rather, Kiz is taking, guys, personal attacks on Sean. I mean, I don't know how else you describe it than saying that that's personal. Your bloated ego is going to stop the team from success. And this just reminds me unbelievably similar to the Keeler Prime sort of deal, where there's been beef bubbling up for a while here, and it came out like that. So that's the behind-the-scenes sort of moment. But I went up to Kiz in the locker room like, what was that all about? And Kiz goes, oh, I wrote this article back in November, and he's probably upset about that. Guys, that's what that is. Do you care? Not care? Does Kiz got a point? Is Kiz out of line? What's your take on it?
Kiz has a history of hacking off coaches
and players.
I mean, this has been going, and some players, for 20 plus years. So does it surprise me? No. Come on.
I actually chuckled at what Sean had to say. Like, hey, you're here every day. You never ask a question, but you got a whole lot to write. You know, like I actually think that's kind of funny. It's a good shot. Nice little rib shot, Sean.
Yeah, I guess Kiz, I didn't even realize this, but I guess Kiz hasn't been asking questions on purpose. Like he's sort of having his own little thing going on. I had not even noticed it. I did not know that was the case. To defend Kiz just a little bit, you guys realize on the Zoom call and the postgame stuff, you have to wait to be called on. You can go on Wednesdays and Fridays and just throw it out there with the rest of the Muggles. But on Mondays and Wednesdays and after games, they got to hand you a mic or call on you, or you don't get to ask a question. So when he's talking postgame to Kiz like, you never ask a question, well, I guess you might be right about that, but like, nobody is asking a question. I mean, like yesterday, Sean went on and on and on and on. I think there were only like 4 or 5 questions because he took so long to answer every single question or just sort of ramble.
I don't know. Bottom line, I really don't care about the actual beef itself between the two guys. Like, whatever's going on there, okay, cool. Like, stuff happens. But I think we're in a spot that we've got a head coach that can get spicy. Cool. Like, when you start to feel the confidence of success.
Okay, let me bring up the whole tone, though. I'm taking too long to amp up to this. But let me tell you, in the locker room yesterday after the game, you wouldn't have known they had secured the number 1 seed compared to week 5, guys. You would not have known the difference.
Yeah, because it was weird.
Machine?
It was weird. You got booed at home while you got a number 1 seed. Like, that didn't feel like a traditional. It didn't feel like a traditional AFC West championship. It didn't feel like a traditional securing of the number 1 seed. You went up against a bunch of backups. You struggled. You got the victory. You got booed. You're like, okay, deep breath. We accomplished it.
That's what it feels like. More just like whatever. Like we just got it done. Bo Nix was asked about being booed. The tone, there was no real celebration. I mean, they had their, smoke machine and music machine. So I go back to the premise, I suppose, that Kiz wrote about 2 months ago. Can you win? And I'm going to you guys on this. If you got a coach, even if he's a great coach, but he grinds you to the degree that nobody is really enjoying the process, can you win a championship like that?
Yeah. Bill Belichick did it
Michael
7
Porter
times.
Jr.
How many times did Belichick win it? 6?
6 times, yes.
6 times?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, more if you count it as an assistant coach, but as a head coach, 6.
So there you go.
Scott?
Can you? Yeah. Can you sustain it anymore? I think in this modern era I don't know unless you have the right guy that's the buffer between coach and team.
Why?
And I will say the buffer for New England all them years was Tom Brady till even Tom Brady had enough.
I don't think we're in that situation, though, fellas. Like, I don't think it's like that. I don't think there's a division between head coach and players on this football team. I don't think that these players are feeling inappropriately grinded on. I think they're grinding, and I've talked to players about Sean Payton this year. Right? I've talked to players on the team this year about Sean Payton, and they all acknowledge he's a tough son of a gun.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But there's a difference between when you feel you're inappropriately getting grinded out versus just this is old school philosophy and we're together. Like
okay.
we're in this together. And I do not see personally a division from head coach to locker room.
Awesome. I don't really see it either. Just to be fair with the whole thing, I don't see it either. I do see, especially with that Elway documentary, that tension between Dan Reeves and John Elway was something. That was something. But that relationship also got them to 3 Super Bowls together, where they lost. And I do wonder if part of the difference now, they didn't focus in that documentary. It wasn't Reeves and then, Shanahan. Wade Phillips was actually in the mix there too. So there was a little bit of a, a break there. Yeah. So I'll just ask you guys how you're feeling about it. Now, I do think the Broncos can get to the Super Bowl like this. I do. And I think they will.
But like what? Like I actually don't even understand what you mean. Like what? Like I don't think there's even a divide. I don't think there's anything that they have to overcome there. What they have to overcome is an offense that's struggling. They got to overcome that. But I'm not even sure what you're asking, like in terms of with what?
Well, I think Sean's mood is directly tied into the offense struggling and the way that's going.
Oh yeah. You should have been there in 2015, dude. Like you want to talk about it? You want to talk about a weird environment?
Okay.
Where you've got one side of the team that is celebrating and hooting and hollering and playing games in the locker room,
right?
And the rest of us got our heads in our hands, and we're staying after for practice, doing red zone work while the defense has already gone inside. Like, yeah, that's where we were too.
All right. Well, let me just throw it back at you. Had a lot of similarities here. How'd you get over that, or did you really never get over it?
It wasn't a divide on the team though. Like, it was like, we got to put in our work. We know that.
Okay.
We're not holding up our end of the bargain. There's no animosity here. We're not having animosity. We're still out on the field.
We got to do our thing better.
We got to get our stuff fixed.
Okay.
We got to get right so we're not the problem for the defense as we head into the playoffs.
Then I think that's what we're probably looking at with this team. But they can certainly win. You guys did. You guys did it. You did it. You had the number 1 seed. You won a couple of home games, and then you won giveaway takeaway in a big way in the Super Bowl. And that's how you did it. You were a different team in the playoffs than you were in the regular season in terms of that. And that's how you did it.
Yep.
But you also had a quarterback, and although he had one of his worst years, kind of decline in his health and everything else, that was still gave a lot of fear to opposing defenses.
Well, it's one of the great Broncos questions of all time. Great debatable question. Would you guys have won the Super Bowl with Brock Osweiler?
No.
I don't know. I know that we felt like we could with Peyton.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. You had belief in him, for sure, for all the right reasons, definitely. But it's not like Peyton was some sort of laser show Scott in the playoffs or the Super Bowl. His numbers were pretty mellow.
No, but
neither were Elway's in the first Super Bowl that he won.
There was a fear. There was always that fear, and you had to worry about it. Let me go back to grinding too much and how soon. And listen, again, I've seen teams that do it and hold on to it forever and ever, and they have a lot of success. But eventually, I'd use Greg Popovich. I think Greg Popovich in San Antonio grounded as hard as everybody. I think you guys would agree that Michael Malone seemed like a grind at all time cost, right?
Yep.
After he won it, how many years did he get?
Not a lot.
Scott, I think you're onto something there. Like, I do think that it wears thin after the fact, right?
Right.
During the fact, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where it's going to. So my feeling is, let's win now, because I don't know how long this thing is really sustainable. I really don't. But it's pretty special right now, and I do think you can. All right, let me just go to the kids thing in the beginning. Do you think Sean Payton's personality and the way he is will prevent this team from winning a Super Bowl?
Hard no. Absolutely not.
Scott?
Do I think what Kiz pointed out?
Well, he pointed out his premise was Sean's personality and ego will prevent the Broncos from winning a Super Bowl.
Well, I think here's what I'll say with a younger team that's never been there. And I know they made the playoffs last year, but the way they played against Buffalo, the way they played against Buffalo looked like Tebow's team when they went into New England. They were just kind of happy to still be there and get there.
That was last year. Yes.
Yeah. I think a Sean Payton's ego can help take pressure off everybody else.
Okay.
Because he can attack the media and get everybody focused on him and let the team and the other coaches kind of do the stuff they need to do.
Yeah, I think Sean Payton's the same dude today as he's been his entire career as a head coach. He won 152 games as a head coach with the Saints. 152 of those things, had postseason success, ongoing year after year after year. The evidence is there that whatever ego Sean has, and that's not the argument. I think we all agree there's an ego there, as most head coaches have to some degree. Whatever is there is not something that's getting in the way of his teams having success.
Here's the issue, because I think they've had issues with the ego and getting away from it. And we've called it out in this show a bunch of times where they're running the ball, and then the second half they run it 5 times. And you're like, why is this game so close? You had something going, you only ran it 5 times. I think that can hurt you a little bit if all of a sudden he determines he wants to do this or that, and that's not what's working in the game. I don't know. Listen, Sean Payton's the right guy to have here right now, and I think he does have an ego, and I think it does. It's massive, and I do think it'll eventually wear out on some people. But I think he's still in a good 1, 2, 3 year window for that.
I agree. His contract has 2 more years after this. We'll see. We'll see where everybody's at in a couple years. But right now, in my opinion, he is the right coach at the right time with the right temperament. This team is incredibly focused. They're not going crazy just because they were the number 1 team. They know, by the way, even behind the scenes, guys, they know the offense has to be better. Nobody in this organization is painting a picture that isn't true. Nobody. Everybody realizes it has to be better. But I think it's going to be one hell of a deal for any team, I don't care who it is, to beat Denver in January at home with a raucous crowd. And by the way, I got a funny story for you guys about the halftime entertainment and the scoreboard and all that. I'll tell you that coming up. I love the Broncos' chances, and Sean's not getting away right now of this team doing what they're doing. What's going to happen in 3 years from now? I don't know, man. That's a different story. When Michael Malone was up there and about Brucey B's going to stay on this team and Lakers daddy and all that, did you think there was a moment in the near future that he wasn't going to be the head coach of the Nuggets? Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Nobody did at the moment. Down the line, who knows? But I think people should be excited because this damn team's going, in my opinion, this team's going to the Super Bowl.
Am I ever happy? No.
We'll get into what's going on with the Nuggets and the Avs and all the firings in the NFL. Where's VJ going to go? He's going to have a couple of opportunities. Details next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The new year is here, and this is the chance to make real positive changes. If you're struggling with ED and you're ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There's no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can do that for you. They work where the pills or herbals fail. With success rates well over 90%, some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and in a new year, make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So check them out today. 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
From the start, our energy was lackluster, embarrassing to start this game. I thought we picked it up as it went, but the game was out of control at that point. They started feeling good about themselves. Guys started making threes. 41 in the third quarter really speaks to that. But you can't come out with an unprofessional approach, and we did put ourselves up against it. So this is the NBA. Everybody can get hot. Clowney made those threes in the third quarter that kind of separated us from them. So we can have all these excuses about guys just getting back, the rotation's different, all that crap. But the bottom line is we were not ready to play. And when you're not ready to play, things like this happen, starts like that happen, and eventually a third quarter like that happens. So it's a very disappointing performance from our guys.
All right, we'll get to so many changes in the NFL today. We'll get to that in a heartbeat and where VJ may be going. But as the Nuggets are on this, what is turning out to be a pretty horrific road trip overall, we have news today on the injury report. Christian Brown out. Aaron Gordon out. Tim Hardaway Jr. out with he's sick, I guess. Cam Johnson obviously out. Jokic out. Jamal Murray out with an ankle, and we knew that was coming at some point. We talked about that actually last week about these back-to-backs, and you might have to do this with Jamal. And Valanciunas is out as well. Wowzers. Tonight, the game on against the Sixers here, 6 o'clock. We get it going on 92.5. Scott?
Yep.
Yep.
Peacock, too.
On the Peacock, no doubt.
Yep.
You want to take us through Adelman's comments and how things are going out there on the road?
Well, here's the tough thing. The game they let slip away, again, that the NBA said Denver should have been shooting free throws to win the game with 2 seconds left or whatever it was.
Ouch.
That changes it. That changes everything in what's going on now. But once you lost Joker, the win in Toronto was amazing. The near win in Cleveland was amazing. And then even in Brooklyn, who's got not as good a record, they got pretty good one-on-one players. To me, it looked like that team was just like, man, we've been on the road 10 days already. Our best player ain't playing. You bring 2 new guys in that you kind of change everything up what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You're playing a youngster at center who's not a center, who has played scared in both the Cleveland game and I thought the Brooklyn game. And, he made a couple shots, but at halftime, your front line had 0 rebounds. Zero.
Yikes.
And I know they were shooting the ball okay. They shot it exactly 50%, but guess what that means? I was talking to one of the coaches. He goes, well, you got to get them to miss shots. And I'm like, well, they shot 50%. Means half them shots were available. you had half them misses available, right?
Right.
And they got 0 rebounds. Size has really crushed them late, and I thought in that Cleveland game it kind of crushed them yesterday or whenever that was we played. I don't even know what day it is. So to me, this has just kind of been the inevitable. Now you hear from the team that basically no one's playing tonight. So good luck, Peacock. First time I'm glad national game took our television game away. So
okay,
good job. And now the Joker's not playing. That should mean that Joel Embiid will play.
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll be healthy tonight.
Yeah. So.
By the way, the Nuggets. Hold on. The Nuggets are not an overdog. They are a 14.5-point underdog tonight.
A whole lot of bodies. So what's going on with AJ and Kristen, right? So we were told New Year. It's the 5th. How we doing?
Well, CB started.
Well, I told you guys.
Well.
But I guess what I'm asking more big picture is like it's going to be a ramp up, right? So like Scott, how long until these guys are like ready to go?
Well, I think Christian played 24 minutes. AG played 21, and I thought much better in the first half than the second half. Looked a little bit more fatigued come second half. And you know this, Tyler, if you don't play football for a month, 5 weeks, and it's a lower body, right? It's a lower body injury. How you getting in shape? How are you staying in shape?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean,
weight?
the treadmill's not keeping you in football shape.
Treadmill's not doing it. Getting in the pool and running laps in the pool or whatever it is. So it'll be a bit of a ramp up. They'll probably go another. They probably won't play back-to-backs for a while, and they probably won't. Probably be in a minute restriction for a couple weeks. There was a play. I don't know if you guys watched the game. There's a play late. AG went up for a layup or something and came down and grabbed the back of his right hamstring.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I said something about it on the broadcast. I said, he's grabbing the back. So, those things are tricky. Murray's kind of been playing hurt, and they're just killing Murray. I mean, they're just beating the snot out of him because everyone else is, not doing enough. And maybe they're just not capable. I don't know, But sometimes when you're a young guy, you might have averaged 20 in college, but all of a sudden they say, hey, I need you to go get 20 here. So
what do you think of Adelman calling the effort unprofessional?
That's all he said since Joker's got hurt. There's no reason we might be undermanned, but there's no reason we can't play hard.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I don't know if it was a biorhythm thing. You've been playing, 7:30 games, and then also now you're playing a 3 o'clock game. And I don't know if, I said also during the broadcast, I go, sometimes you're used to taking a nap at 3 o'clock, and now today you got to be playing a game. That can throw people off a little bit. But I just didn't think they had the requisite energy. Although I thought the bench guys came in with Aaron AG and they played pretty hard and changed the thing. He and Tim Hardaway kind of flipped the thing back into your favor. I don't know if you could have beat him, but you probably could have kept it even closer.
Were David's words appropriate? Was it unprofessional?
Yeah, they did. They did not play hard to start the game. Yes.
Okay.
And playing hard, if you want to relate anything, Tyler, help me here. Playing hard, you can get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
But that don't mean you have to stop playing hard, does it?
I do think sometimes it's hard to differentiate. When you get your butt kicked, I think the tendency is to be like, you're not trying, right? Well, there are times that, listen, I did my best and I just got whooped.
I'm busting my ass, yeah.
Like that dude was just better than me tonight. And sometimes that is hard to tell.
Yeah, well, but there's film, and then you go back and you go, okay, you missed that shot. Why are you walking back?
Exactly.
The shot went up. Why are you just standing here? And I was told a long time ago, as a big guy, especially, said you either crash the glass or get all the way back. Don't just stay out there. I always call it that mid volley for anybody who's played tennis. You're in that no man's land of mid volley. You ain't really getting anything there. So either get to the net or get to the baseline, one of the two. So, yeah, and that'll be on film, and they probably watch film today, and I guarantee you they're going, okay, miss a shot. Okay, did you go to the glass here? This is a perfect rebound. Weak side. When you see, here's a teaching point. When you see somebody shooting, say, from the right side of the basket, percentages and analytics will tell you more misses come off to that opposite side. And Dennis Rodman once gave a whole speech on it, and it's amazing. His, country mind had this mathematician on angles of the shot going this way. I know it's going in this area and blah, 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 blah. It's always true. So if you're a big guy, why are you standing out the three-point line and watching if you're on the weak side? 4 steps in, you might get 3 more rebounds.
Scott, do we need to close our eyes, turn our noses up, and just sort of say whatever here? Or are there important things to pay attention to during this period?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that is a good question. Here's what David was upset with.
Yeah.
And even the Cleveland game, man, they did some good things. Do you realize they have 2 more rebounds or make 2 more shots? They probably beat Cleveland in Cleveland.
Yep.
Who just smashed you last year with your full complement twice. You could have won that game.
Yep.
And that was more, you got guys that probably ain't going to be in the last 45 seconds of a game taking 3-point shots. That is what Tyler was just talking about. I'm doing my best. Just my best wasn't good enough. And you can live with that. And I think David, that's the message and the culture he wants to believe. We can live with losing. But let's don't make it self-inflicted. And I think playing hard is a self-inflicted thing And I would even say this: we're going back to the Broncos, and if you're just skating, if you're just for me playing everything close to the vest, then what are you doing? Why? Go after it. Let's go.
All right. Well, tonight's seemingly hopeless, but they'll play. And thank you, NBA schedulers. And then we'll see on Wednesday. And Scott, I don't know if you're writing home like you're in the Civil War or how that communication is going because you've been gone so long. Hopefully your daughter does recognize you and your pets acknowledge you as a human being when you return because it's been a minute. But if they've moved on, they've moved on. So, I mean, you can't really blame them at this point.
You do got that extra bedroom you ain't using, don't you?
Come on over. Okay, we'll go to all the changes and where VJ may be going. He's got an interview set up. Details next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, if that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, I got good news for you. All you got to do is pick up your phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. When you call Advanced Hair Restoration, ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, absolutely fantastic at what they do. And guys, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
It's a Rally House victory. Number 1 seed, Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. Be a good excuse to get yourself some good Broncos gear because they're in first place. And yes, there are a lot of naysayers out there. Here is Alex Smith.
Listen, I think they're going to win today, right? We heard Sal Pal talk like the Stars are playing. They're treating it like a playoff game. The truth is they also need the 1 seed more than any other team in the AFC. I think in the sense that this is probably the least dominant 1 seed that I can remember, right? Teddy, I know you love point differential. The Broncos have the 5th best point differential in the AFC. Think about that, and they're going to be the 1 seed. They've had 12 comeback wins this year. That is the most in NFL history, right? Like, do we think that is sustainable into the playoffs when you're going to play the Texans who can close games out, right? When you're going to play the Patriots? I don't know if it is. So I think they need to get the 1 seed. But this is as open a race as I can remember in a field, obviously, for the Lamar Hunt Trophy. I don't know who the favorite is.
Oh, my God, Scott. Tyler, that's exhausting hearing crap like that. It really is. It is.
He's not wrong, but let's be honest. He's Alex Smith, who got a ring from Kansas City after he played a year somewhere else. So he's probably still a little butthurt, like most of my Kansas City Chiefs fans still are. Listen, they might be the weakest number 1 seed. That's fine. Somebody's got to be, but they're the number 1 seed. And the funny thing, I don't know. Listen, the playoffs are a different beast, but they wait till they play Houston. Excuse me, they already beat Houston.
Yeah, yep. Right. I mean, and Houston
hold on, it was in Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, does anybody look at the schedule when you talk?
Right.
They beat Houston in Houston.
Correct.
You realize that, right? Now Houston's been rolling, but let's see.
Yeah, and like, at what point in history do you get to the AFC Championship game and you're like, oh, this should be an easy one?
Of course.
What are we talking about
I mean,
here?
another added benefit that we really haven't discussed is that theoretically, when you're the number 1 seed, the other added benefit is that you get to play, in theory, the worst team that's left.
That's right.
I mean, they're going to reseed this thing. You get the lowest seed.
Yes.
And, I mean, it doesn't always work out that way because teams peak, injuries, whatever. But in theory, you get the weakest opponent.
Well, it's down to 4 teams for the Broncos. I mean, it's the Texans. It's the Steelers. How about that game? Wow. It's the Bills or it's the Chargers.
Yeah, I don't want the Chargers and I don't want the Bills. I'm good with the other 2. I mean, look, I think you can beat any of them. I'm not counting a loss here. I'm just saying if I had my choice, I prefer to not play the Chargers or the Bills.
I think you can beat any of them too. And I don't know if there's one that's easier. I think every team's got their flaws.
Steelers look pretty good, man. I mean, it's easy to dismiss them. They looked pretty good last night.
They looked pretty good till they were giving up yards and scores.
Okay, what about when they were answering? I mean, you're right.
Okay,
but then they're just answering.
Yeah, if you slip and fall down and a guy's wide open, Aaron Rodgers can loft it up to him. I guess you can do that. Listen, Aaron.
Why do you discredit the
Steelers
defensive guys falling down and the guy threw it to him?
Baltimore
but you discredit Aaron Rodgers doing it.
Yeah, Baltimore, by the way, on their last touchdown, it was the same thing.
Guys, what we saw was a really fun, exciting game against 2 very mediocre teams.
I agree.
That's what we saw.
That's
yesterday.
why I prefer to play them. I'm not
Sure,
trying.
me too.
I'm not trying to turn them into a juggernaut here.
I would love to play the Steelers. I think that would be fantastic. I'd love to see what this Broncos defense would do to Aaron Rodgers, who can't really move around. But he's a smart guy, and he's capable of throwing to wide open dudes. I mean, fine. No problem playing the Steelers. Texans, been there, done that, as the saying goes. You're freaked out by the Chargers. I'm not, but I respect the fact that, you see good things with them. Don't scare me at all.
Freaked out's the wrong word, but I do think they know you really well. They've got a good defense, and Jim Harbaugh's a good coach.
Sure.
Herbert's a hell of a quarterback. And
your offense couldn't do anything to the second teamers.
Correct.
The Bills, I don't know what to make of them. Obviously, they've got one of the all-timers with Allen, but I don't know how well they're playing for McDermott, and their defense is sieve-like. It has been all year. It's been incredibly disappointing. Plus, I don't think they're going to survive in Jacksonville. I think the Jags beat them. I think the team that's playing the best right now, top to bottom, is actually Jacksonville. And they have been, by the way, for the past 2 months. They've been playing exactly like this against everybody.
Yeah, they peaked at the right time. I mean, that's Shanahan used to talk about it all the time. Like, we got to peak in December. That's it. Like the whole season, it doesn't really matter. We could ride the ebbs and the flows. It could get high, it could get low. But when it comes to December, we got to be peaking, and that's what that team's doing.
But can you beat a team twice in a row on their own turf?
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah,
maybe.
You can.
And I welcome it. I hope it happens. I hope that happens. You got to play somebody good in the AFC Championship game anyway. Doesn't matter. You don't get the weak sisters of the poor. Unless, some wacky things happen like it did to the Niners and everybody is injured like at the worst possible time as they did a couple years ago. So that's the state of the NFL. I love the Broncos' odds of getting to the Super Bowl. Now, when they get to the Super Bowl, I don't know. We'll have to look at it. We'll take it as it comes. But you got to win 2 home games? Let me tell you guys some funny stuff.
ESPN gives them 30% chance of making it to the Super Bowl.
Okay, who's got the best chance of making it to the Super Bowl?
Good question.
I mean, is that good?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, a lot of teams are like 8%, 20%. Yeah, I mean, 30% that's high.
Hey, guess what just happened? Broncos just won their first round game, by the way. Woo! 12 teams are going to try to do what the Seahawks and the Broncos have already done. 12 are going to have to game plan, practice hard, go on the road, figure out how to win, yibbity-yabbity-you. Risk injury. Broncos and Seahawks, those 2 teams don't have to do any of that stuff. And they did it. They just did it. They won a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
So for everybody who's like, oh, they're one and done, already won one. They already did it. Because whether you win it, or you get a bye, it's the same thing. So the whole they're not going to do anything in the playoffs, they already did. But I'm not discounting any of these teams. I don't think it's going to be easy. I just think the Broncos have a way to do it. 30%. Anybody else better than that? Is there anybody?
The only one higher is the Seahawks, 33.
33%.
34.
So the Broncos' odds are as good as anybody.
Yep.
To get, not to win, but to get to the Super Bowl?
To make the Super Bowl.
To make the Super Bowl. I think winning the Super Bowl is a different conversation, but
What if it's Denver, Seattle again?
That'd be sweet. I'd love that. That'd be amazing. If we got to play the Patriots and the Seahawks, that'd be fun. What's old is new, man.
That would be a trip.
Tyler's going to go the game with half Bronco, half Seattle jersey sewed together.
Tyler wins either way.
No, that would be easy for me. I mean, you know what's harder for me than any of that, honestly? It's not the teams I played for. It's my loyalty to guys like Shanahan, to like Kyle, to Sean McVay. Those are the ones that I've got weird rooting interest in.
All right, here, let's get you updated. And Dan, if there's anything I'm missing here, just let me know. The Raiders fired Pete Carroll. Your reaction to that?
Who are they going to hire next, and what can they pay him?
I know who they should hire. They probably won't, but they should hire Cignetti and draft Mendoza and just give it a roll. That's what I think they should do. I think Cignetti takes things seriously. I think he's got the best relationship with Mendoza.
I think Cignetti, but I thought the same thing about Harbaugh, so I'm not saying I'm right. I thought the same thing here, but I think Cignetti would be a disaster in the NFL.
All right, let me back up. They're going to draft Mendoza. Whoever they have as the head coach should be laser focused on making this guy as good as he can be. So, and by the way, in their press release about firing Carroll, they did say Tom Brady would work closely with the GM, and like by name. Mark Davis mentioned Tom Brady would be an integral part of whatever they're
John
doing.
Spytek, by the way, who is worked here in Denver, great guy, went down to Tampa for a while, but he's retained, which I thought it was questionable whether they would because he was brand new this year also, but they did retain him.
Yeah, they're really saying this is a Pete Carroll, Geno Smith thing. They're going to draft Mendoza. You can't choose when you suck. He's the best quarterback available. That's it. Good luck. Let's see how you do. But I don't know. You got to find somebody that's going to work with Mendoza. Simple as that. If it's not Cignetti, okay, fine. Who is? I doubt it's VJ because I think they'll go with an offensive guy. That being said, Jonathan Gannon, who was terrible as a coach. Horrible. And the Cardinals were equally awful. And they owe Tyler Murray like $36 million next year. Can't get out of it. He gets blown out. Could you see a scenario where VJ gets offered that job back to the Cardinals?
Go ahead, Scott.
I think he's got a good reputation and good name there, and I think they all liked him down there because he did kind of turn their defense around a few seasons ago.
Correct.
So I think they'll give him a good look.
I think they'll look at him, but I know what the tendency is when you fire a coach, you do the opposite, right? So they just hired a younger defensive-minded coach, Gannon. Generally speaking, you go the opposite direction. So for that reason alone, I don't think that Vance will get the job because I think they'll probably go with an offensive-minded guy.
Vance has an interview in Tennessee. We already know that. Do you like him going there with Cam Ward?
I'd like it for Vance. Yeah. There's a couple jobs I would not want Vance to take because I think he needs to be careful. He's been in a bad situation before, and it matters the situation that you go to.
Like Giants is bad?
Giants might be interesting for him.
Well, what don't you like? I should just ask.
I don't like the Raiders, and I don't like the Cardinals.
Okay.
And I don't like the Browns.
And Stefanski gets blown out. But the word on the street is Stefanski is going to get hired like tomorrow, like right away.
Well, he's a two-time coach of the year.
And Haslam today, the owner of the Browns, who I think is the worst owner in football, was talking about how unacceptable things are. And I'm just laughing because you're the one that did the Deshaun Watson contract, dude. You're the one that created this pit of misery. You're the one that, for some unknown reason, drafted a quarterback in the 3rd round and the 5th round. At least your leadership did. So
you're the one who drafted Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round, and then this coach didn't play him or give him any shot at all, so you blew him out.
Yeah, I mean, do you think Stefanski wanted Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round?
No.
I'm rolling my eyes. Give me a break.
But
I think the book still on Shedeur is he's got NFL talent you can look at. Let's see if you can mold it. But his bag around him is so big and so distracting for a team that's trying to rebuild.
I'll say this, though, for Shedeur, it's kind of best-case scenario because they kept the guy that appears to like him in Andrew Berry.
Yeah, they did.
They did keep the GM. We all saw the reactions post-game, all that. I mean, look, Shedeur didn't do well enough to earn the right to be the full, guaranteed starter.
Agreed.
He did not do well enough. He just didn't. I also don't think it was terrible enough that, he's out of the running.
I think best case scenario for Shedeur, best case scenario is he becomes Jameis Winston because he's so unbelievably inconsistent, but he does have obvious talent. It's flashes, though, and he can stink as well. He's kind of like Jameis, man. And listen, Jameis Winston's had a great NFL career overall, but let's be honest, man. You never knew what you're going to get with Jameis Winston. You didn't. And if we're being honest about Shedeur, it's the same thing. I mean, he's good enough.
You know what's going to be weird? Seeing a Kubiak coach of the Raiders. That's going to be weird because that's who they need to hire.
You think?
I do. Yeah. I think Clint Kubiak would be amazing with Mendoza. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, whoever works well with Mendoza.
I mean, here the offensive minds that I can think of just off the top of my brain, and I'm sure I'm going to miss somebody here, but off the top of my brain, you got Joe Brady, you got Clint Kubiak, Kingsbury's always in the mix when you're looking for an offensive guy. Is there anybody else? That's honestly, those are the only 3 I could even think of.
I mean, no, because, no.
Oh, Stefanski.
Yeah, I suppose. And last note on the coaching.
Oh, how about this one? You guys see the rumors about Phillip Rivers? He's gonna get head coach interviews.
Well, I get it. Guy loves football, played at a high level. I mean, it's only been high school, but I mean, it's not like he doesn't know what works. That doesn't really surprise me. Good for Phil.
I mean,
I guess.
Yeah.
If he wants it. And the last fun factoid, the Atlanta Falcons, check this out, tie for first place. Fire their GM and head coach.
Yeah, that one's a little bit weird. I mean, they didn't only tie. Raheem Morris won his last 4 football games.
And they fired
he won the last month of football.
Yeah, gone.
Hey, did I not do something right in the last month?
And in the middle of the year, you're still going with a young quarterback who ended up getting hurt, right? And having to replace him and change things up a little bit because what Pence plays like and the other guy, they're two different guys in how they play, right?
Well, what made me laugh about whatever their strategy was, you pull in Kirk and pay him a nice bag, and then you move up to get Penix. And it was confusing. It never made sense, ever. And the guys that were sort of in charge of it and made it happen are now both on the street. So you got that going for you. VJ in Atlanta?
I think Raheem got a bad deal.
Yeah.
I'd be furious.
They tied for
I would literally be furious. I just won 4 straight football games, and you guys are firing me. We have a young quarterback that got hurt.
Yeah.
We processed this. We managed it. We salvaged things. We got ourselves in a position to compete.
Gone.
And I'm just gone.
And you're in first place in your division.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd be
8-9, but
furious.
you're in first place. Yeah. But that's Atlanta. That's the Falcons. All right, am I missing anything?
Listen, Arthur Blank, I'm not sure about his ownership either.
No kidding.
Yeah, I mean, you get on the other guy because you just don't like Haslam, but Arthur Blank seems like he gets a blank check to do whatever he wants to do and no one ever criticizes.
You know what's clear? If you don't have a focused, organized sort of approach to the quarterback position, you're gonna go down with the ship. The Falcons down, the Browns down, the Raiders down. None of these teams had a cohesive approach to handle the quarterback position. None of them.
Let me ask this: which one of all those jobs we just mentioned is the one that can be easily turned around and you can win quicker rather than later? Got to be Atlanta, doesn't it?
Probably because you're not in a great division, and it's probably. I mean, you tied for first. And, maybe Atlanta.
You got Bijan Robinson and 2 quarterbacks, and although you still not know 100% on Penix, Kirk Cousins can win you some games.
Well, like AFC West, that's going to be a bear. Really? You think the Chargers or Broncos are going to be bad over the next couple of years? That Raiders job is brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal what you got there.
Yep.
The Giants... NFC East,
Giants depends on if you like Jackson Dart or not, which I don't particularly like Jackson Dart.
How about Arizona? That going to be easy to slip in with them, them other 3 in your
no. That's a wasteland.
No, that's brutal. I mean, you got Seahawks 14-3, Rams 12-5, San Fran 12-5. How do they do that?
I'd say this. I would probably, if you believe in Jackson Dart, that's the most attractive job. Second most attractive job, again, if you believe in them, is Tennessee Titans. If you believe in Cam Ward. Because if you've already got a quarterback in place that you feel like you can build around, it is so much easier to build out the rest of the roster.
Tough division, though. Tough division.
Which one are you talking about?
AFC South.
Tennessee.
Well, I mean, all of a sudden, AFC South is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Used to be terrible.
Tennessee, I don't remember off the top of my head, but they've got a stupid amount of draft picks also.
By the way, and so do the Jets, too. They survive in Cincinnati. Zach Taylor and their GM, name escaping me, my bad. They survive, and they move forward. So they must have just said, listen, we really do like our guy. Burrow is out for a chunk of time. We'll be better. We'll be back with these guys. And I like that move, too. They did lose to the Browns yesterday, which was a riot.
I think Cincinnati's been in a wasteland. I've never been overly high on Zach Taylor. They need to move on. They need a cultural reset. And who knows if Joe Burrow even wants, like, what they need to worry about right now is Joe Burrow. And does Joe Burrow want that guy? Want him as his head coach anymore?
You don't think he got a vote before they came out with that statement today?
I don't know.
I would, if
Cincinnati's a pretty dumb organization, so I don't know.
Okay, they are stupid. You're right about that. But that is beyond dumb not to get that signed off by Joe Burrow.
Let me ask this. We started this whole segment with you talking about the Raiders and Mark Davis saying and putting Tom Brady's name out there, blah, 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 blah. And if what Tyler's saying, Joe Burrow, you got to worry about that. If you're Tom Brady, are you not trying to figure a way to get Joe Burrow out of Cincinnati?
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
Would that not help your issue in Oakland real fast?
Joe Burrow would help any crappy team instantly. Yes, of course. Yes. I don't know, man. I'm glad the Broncos don't have these problems. That's for sure. The Broncos' problems are, what do we do with our bye week, and what do we do with guys like Mark Moser who are ticked off and all depressed that the team's 14-3. That is a trip that's going on. You realize that's happening out there in parts of Broncos country. There are people that are really like down in the dumps with the Broncos being 14-3.
It's because expectations change. That's why.
All right. Okay.
I'm not down in the dumps for the record.
No, I didn't think you were. Scott, you down in the dumps about the Broncos?
Down the dumps? Why would I be down the dumps? I don't think they got a chance to win it, but I'm happy.
What do you mean win it? Win what? Win the Super Bowl or get to the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Which one? Both?
Yes.
Do you think they can beat Houston?
I don't know.
Do you think they can beat Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Do you think they can beat the Patriots? Or not the Patriots, the Chargers?
I don't know.
Do you think they can beat the Bills?
I don't know.
Well, okay. So you're a little negative. You're a little like Moser
I'm
right
being
now.
realistic.
Okay. I said fake.
Last time you played the Bills, what was the score?
What, in the playoffs last year in Buffalo?
Well, I mean, that's the last time you played them.
I mean, that's like when was the last time you had brown hair? I mean, like it's forever ago. Who cares? What difference does it make?
32 years.
All right, well, how was it?
Oh,
Hey, is John Harbaugh going to get fired?
I was just going to ask that question. I think he should. And here's why. You blew it. You got rid of Justin Tucker, and I get you. That guy was giving you some issues. You drafted a rookie. I mean, all right. But here's why. With Derrick Henry on your team and 21 seconds to go with 2 timeouts, you decided to take a knee and go for a 44-yard field goal. What in the world are you thinking? Seriously, wouldn't you at least give the ball to Derrick Henry twice and just see what's going to happen? Like you could be a little better off? Wouldn't you have at least tried that?
Probably.
It was one of the most asinine end-of-game decisions. And you want to talk about a team that just is continually lost when they should have won? Yeah, it's time for John Harbaugh to go. In my opinion. You?
That's a tough one, man. That's a really tough one.
Well, let me ask this. Fire him in Baltimore, and then how fast does Tom Brady take him up in the Raiders?
Maybe, but it just ain't working there. It's done. It's the 10 years. What is the line? 10 years. You wear out your whatever it is or whatever. I mean, how long has Harbaugh been there in Baltimore? It's been at least 10 years.
Yep, it has to have been.
Yeah, it's just done. It's just its course is over. It's just
you got a Super Bowl. You'll put him in the Ring of Fame.
All of that.
Time for him to reset. You reset.
Right.
Let him do TV for a year if he wants to.
Gone. He should be gone. And frankly, I think Tomlin should be gone too. But they're in the playoffs again, so I guess you don't fire a playoff coach. I guess you don't.
They still might. I mean, if they go one and done, they could fire him.
All right.
I mean, Baltimore and Pittsburgh could both be without their head coach and their quarterback.
Quick break and an update on Gabe coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, best customer service, and the best inventory. It's my friends at Phil Long Ford. You guys have been buying cars from Phil Long Ford for a very long time. It's the only dealership I ever go to because I think relationships matter. And I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. I always get the car of my dreams, and I always get the best price, and the same thing's going to happen to you. Guys, you don't have to drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Long Ford because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They've also got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
No dumb questions on the way. If you want to throw it in there, 303-504-0925. Let's see here. Here's Bedsy about Landy and Toews a little bit.
Upper body, he's gonna miss some time. You know, he's still getting looked at and diagnosed, but I mean, did not look comfortable, so he's gonna miss some time for sure.
Is he gonna stay here or go with you guys to Tampa, or?
I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I think they're still working that out.
Just what was your kind of initial reaction and everything that happened with Gabe and all the way through?
Well, I mean, I hate to see any player, let alone our captain, go in like that, but I mean, it's fast game and looked like, you know, he just got tripped up a little bit and went into the post. I mean, there wasn't much there except for the collision with the post. Yeah.
There was all sorts of things going on yesterday. It was pretty wild, man. Like the Nuggets are playing, struggling. We're at the Broncos game, offense struggling. And then we're all collectively watching the Avs game. Altitude Plus, by the way. You can watch them both at the same time. It's pretty cool yesterday. We were using it. And we see Landy go down. And we were all, I don't know, man. We all thought it was his knee, frankly. I thought
you want to talk about a deep breath? When you heard upper body, you're like, okay, let's go.
A little bit. And at first I was
like thrilled.
Well, I thought
you're
maybe.
Like broken collarbone. All right.
Yeah, who cares? So he broke 4 ribs. That's fine. The knee's okay.
Yeah.
4 ribs.
I was nervous it was both things, and they were just using upper body to sort of, bum. But from everything I can tell, it really is just something with the ribs, upper body, whatever.
Well, it looked like it was going to be lower body to me, and
So
just
don't you
about
think?
everybody else.
Sure.
I forget the term Raj used for it. There's a term in hockey that when your skate gets stuck like that, and
toe pick.
Toe pick, is that what he said? Yeah, I mean, which makes a lot of sense. And it all of a sudden just gets caught. You're expecting it to glide, and all of a sudden it gets caught, and your knees just buckles. It looked bad.
It looked terrible.
I used to toe pick all the time walking home from the bar.
But there is some weird good news for Avs fans that's not great news for Gabe or Devon Toews. You do have that goofy Olympic break. That would be right there while they're rehabbing, that you're not going to miss any games at all. Now, they are jimmy jamming a mess of games in there so that they can go on this Olympic break, but so game-wise, you probably miss the same as if they didn't have the break because they're throwing all the games in before they go. So it's going to be a very hectic schedule for them. However, time-wise, even though it's disappointing that Gabe wouldn't be there for Team Sweden and Toews not being there for Canada, rough personally, but as an Avs fan, aren't you kind of like, yay, Olympic break for our guys? I mean, isn't that kind of a good thing?
Sure. I mean, they're killing it, and the only thing that can stop it is injuries.
Yeah, it's one thing is that can we not just run this all the way out? But listen. Sometimes you just need a break, but I'm also worried. How do you gear it back up when the break's over?
Yeah, that's
always tough.
You always feel like you got the break at the right time when you're struggling, and it's always a bit scary when you're like, hey, engines are firing.
Well, the Avalanche have such a massive lead at this point. And, yeah, it's fun to go on these crazy streaks that they've done, which is awesome. Seemingly we're never going to lose. But, listen, it catches up to you. Guys get hurt. The schedule's 3 and 4 nights. They're playing tough teams, Florida and Tampa. They play tomorrow, the tough teams. And back-to-back nights, less than 24 hours. I don't know, man. These schedules are so ridiculous. The Nuggets are going through it tonight. And by the way, if you haven't heard, the Nuggets are practically, Scott, sitting everybody, including Jamal, including Christian, including AG. This is on top of Cam, Jokic, and Valanciunas anyways. These are guys who could possibly play, and they're sitting these guys too. Listen, these are just long seasons, and both teams are about halfway through the seasons, so this crap does happen. It is what it is. I think the only thing that matters for the Avalanche, I don't know how they don't win the President's Trophy. Maybe they won't have the best record of all time, but it's going to be pretty damn hard to get them away from the number 1 seed, period, at this point. I mean, it would have to be pretty unimaginably disastrous for them not to have that now.
Which, unfortunately, for Avs fans and just hockey fans in general, just doesn't mean the same as it does in the NFL.
No, but the odds that they have home ice, for whatever that's worth, are pretty strong. And it doesn't look like, I don't think, they're going to have to stress out and do ridiculous things to assure themselves of that. I think they can just play hockey. Like Oklahoma City could just play basketball. It's really not that big of a deal. We got it going for ourselves.
I got an early no dumb question. I know we're coming up on it, but of the big four sports, which sport does home advantage mean the least?
The least?
Yeah.
Hockey.
I know. That's where I'm going.
In my opinion.
Well, me too. And that's why I'm like, okay, so that's the great reward for being the one? Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, I got it. Scott?
Yeah, hockey. Yeah. I for some reason, and I don't know if you're isolated because you got the glass around you or whatever it is. I mean, when you're sitting in the stands, Ball Arenas is absolutely nuts and bonkers and everybody's going crazy, but it just feels like it's different. And home ice is way different.
Can I tell you something weird? Because I've been low on fields and I've been lucky for that. When you're low in a hockey arena, you kind of can't tell how loud it is until they stop. The whistle stops. But during the course of play, it's listen, there's a vibe. Obviously, there's an energy of a building. Of course there is. But like in football, you got to be able to hear it in football or not hear anything. Got to. Basketball, I don't know how anybody hears anything. It's freaking deafening. And hockey, it all feels the same, whether there's a lot of people there or not so much. I think that's the reason, by the way.
Yeah.
I think that's the number one reason. So Sean yesterday, he is a trip on certain things, man. So you know how last week he said, hey, we don't want to see the rotating football helmet thing and all the other things. We just want the crowd to be loud. You kind of got on the crowd a little bit.
I was actually out last week, and I literally checked out. I went on vacation and was skiing. What was the rotating helmet thing?
So Sean was critical of this. It's kind of like Peyton Manning Part 2, ripping on the scoreboard operator. Like, hey, guys, let's be focused on making the crowd loud while the Chargers are in the huddle. That's the most important thing. So let's not have any kind of other things going on. This is the funny part about Sean, man. He obsesses on everything. Can you believe the head coach would even care? Like when you're doing some entertainment sort of things?
Yeah, I can.
All right.
Because it matters. It
Okay.
matters big time.
Well, it mattered big time to Sean. So I'm like kind of like paying attention to the scoreboard. I'm thinking to myself, what are they going to do? Well, sure enough, when the Chargers were in the huddle, it was all about being loud while the Chargers were being in the huddle. Like literally, they put up on the Thunder Vision, the Chargers are in the huddle, be as loud as you can. Literally, like word for word like that, and then be loud and all that. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then it's halftime. And here come the footballs, the football helmets to find the whatever during halftime. I'm like, oh, well, there it is. It's during halftime when the team is in. And I did find out Sean literally had influence on how game day operations happen.
That's good. I think that's great.
You like that attention to detail?
I do. Peyton Manning had that attention to detail. I think it matters. And I hate to say it like this because Broncos fan base has always been great, but we are retraining the fan base on how to create an elite environment. It's getting retrained. It's been 10 years of suck. And now it's like, okay, we got to remember how to make this an intimidating place.
Scott, I think
like when you're booing at the end of the game of a win, and you're like, well, wait a minute, that was your 14th.
Oh
win.
wait, that was our offense we were booing.
The vibe I got, Scott, is that Sean doesn't want a football game to be like a basketball game.
Well, okay.
Well, what do you think of that?
Well, I think there are some basketball things that get way too noisy and crazy. Like Cleveland, it didn't even seem like they had a full house to start the game, and we were getting ready to do our open. It was so freaking loud. They pump all the music and everything else in there. It was crazy. So I can get that part of it.
Do you think
when the other team's on, let's in the Broncos get noisy, man?
All right, I guess this is a no dumb question too. What's the difference between a proper football environment compared to a basketball environment?
I'll tell you the biggest difference in basketball, when you got the ball, they start pumping in the music and they start making it fun. And they, because that's in basketball, that feels like momentum, right? And football, when you got the ball, it's time to shut up.
Well, in football, you're not allowed to play anything while the ball is in play for either side. Like the NFL doesn't allow that. Same in hockey. Same in baseball.
Yeah, but you can encourage your crowd to be loud.
But in the NBA, and I don't know when this changed, Scott, this is total no dumb question. When did things change in basketball that in-arena noise, music, whatever, was allowed to be played while the game was going on?
I don't know if it's still allowed, but I think they do at times.
What are you talking about? Happens every game. Every game has some sort of thing going on.
Yeah, but remember, I'm doing the game with headsets. I can't hear any of that stuff. When somebody in a suit decided that if we're going to charge $200 a ticket, we got to make these folks entertained. We can't rely on the game alone, and especially when teams are bad. Like when you got a bad team, you try to blow it up and get everything and give them prizes every break and things falling from the ceilings, balls being shot out at a time. It's like
right.
Knife throwers come out. You got the jugglers in one corner, the fat lady with the elephant.
It feels like that sometimes.
It feels like that.
It does.
Instead of just saying, "Here's the game, let's go."
Yeah. When did the NBA get like that? I guess Sean's got a point, doesn't he? He's right about that, isn't he? Like, there's elements. He just wants the crowd. He just wants it to be loud. I don't know with the NBA. You're right, man. I mean, every single second there's something going on. I mean, it's crazy. Is it like that on the road too, Scott?
Oh yeah. It's really yeah. Everybody's got drum corps, DJs, dancers, cheerleaders,
old people, fat guys
that shoots balls all over the place. It's crazy, man.
Do you like that when you go to a basketball game, Tyler? Do you like all that stuff?
No, I hate it. It gives me a migraine.
I put in my earbuds, but everybody I look around, it seems to entertain everybody, man. I mean, the basketball, like the games at Ball Arena are unbelievable. They're crazy. There is a vibe and a hype going on that is outrageous from start to finish. But there's a lot of stuff going on. Whereas in football, Sean just wants it to be just be loud. That's it.
At the right times.
All right, so we're giving Sean some good reviews here, man. We're saying
what was the thing that happened? They put up on the screen that PO'd Manning, and he went to the screen guys and got on him.
It was playing House of Pain jump at the 2-minute warning, where they've done it all year against the Chargers, and they would show Manning's face and everybody would cheer, and then they would show Phillip Rivers and everybody would boo. And he thought that was inappropriate.
Because we had the ball.
Because we had the ball.
And it is inappropriate.
Meanwhile, you had Aqib Talib jumping up and down with the towel, getting everybody. This is in the 2-minute warning, by the way. But yes, it was during the 2-minute warning, playing House of Pain, jump around, booing Phillip Rivers, cheering for the Broncos, jumping up and down at the 2-minute warning. That's what that was. And he didn't like it. And he let everybody
and you know. What? He trained him.
It changed.
Yeah.
It changed with Sean. It changed with Peyton. So, they pay attention. By the way, I'll just tell you this. That crowd at Empower Field, the fans, best year they've ever had, man, in terms of just, vibes, loudness, activity, just everything. Seriously, it's been as exciting this year as any year I've ever seen covering the Broncos in 27 years. So, I don't know who's in charge of all that. But, it's cool, man. They've done a great job. It's fun. Every single game's been a blast. All right, no dumb questions coming up next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The new year is here, and getting your health together might be one of your big resolutions. If so, If you're tired, you're low on energy, not sleeping well, you don't see progress in the gym, staying committed to all those things can be rough. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help with your resolution because those symptoms sometimes are just signs of low T. Guys in your mid to early 30s, it starts happening. 2 to 3% of your testosterone sort of goes down, happens gradually. So the sex drive ain't the same. Putting on weight, the gym, not what it used to be. Maybe you're getting sad, depressed, you're feeling it. Well, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Couple of questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple of minutes. And then you go from there. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will go over it with you, discuss the options, and you go from there. It's only $99. You get the T and a PSA test. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So call my friends today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Okay, we'll get back to the Broncos and what they have in terms of the future and celebrating their number one placement in the AFC coming up at 2 o'clock. No Dumb Questions at 303-504-0925 on Twitch, on YouTube. Make sure you like and subscribe. We'd appreciate that. This is from Mao. I just had somebody wish me a happy new year. No dumb question. What's the last appropriate day to wish someone a happy new year? Now, Larry David famously did this in an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm when he was campaigning for a mayoral candidate. And one of the platforms was January 7th was the cutoff to wish anybody a happy new year, which would be in a couple of days. Guys, do you abide by the suggestion of Larry David that January 7th, that's it? No more wishes after that? Or you good with, or should it be now? Or can you keep going? What's your cutoff for happy new year?
If you live in Denver, they used to say you don't take your Christmas lights down until after the stock shows out of town. So in Denver, does it not allow you a little longer than maybe it does Cleveland?
You know, I like to push the limits on the Christmas lights, Scott, but stock show is ridiculous. Like them things need to be done by then. Whatever tradition whatever that started, that needs to be over.
I gotta say, man, the end of the break, the Christmas to New Year's break, the end of it is today. Although, are your kids back in school today or not? They are. Okay. Tomorrow. I know spring college classes don't start for a couple days, but they don't start today. It starts in a couple of days. I might roll with Larry David on that, January 7th. Although, I'd make the argument today, once you're back at work for the new year, right?
I mean, the holidays are done. The holidays are over. Congratulations, we survived.
Yeah. I mean, do you get it?
So then I got a dumb question to follow it. Is it too soon? I wrote a buddy of mine today and said, hey, 354 days left. Merry Christmas.
Okay, well, that's just kind of ridiculous.
Yep.
Well, I mean, Christmas coming up, 354
It
days.
is. It's like hockey season, Scott. You got to start trading now.
Come on.
I see here. First work Monday after New Year's. I kind of agree with this guy. Like, you're back to work today. That's it. You had your break. You had your opportunity to say whatever you wanted to whoever you wanted to.
Are you obliged to laugh at people when they say see you next year?
Oh, God,
Are you obliged
I hate
to laugh at that?
My Lord. It happened with the Avalanche and with the Muggles.
Took my daughter out to eat the other day.
Oh, my God.
It was New Year's Eve. And I took her out to eat on New Year's Eve, the day of. And waitress was telling everybody, we're hearing it the whole time. And we're like just waiting for it. She's like, I can't wait for her to say see you next year. Then it happened, and then I gave her a chuckle, and I was like,
fake chuckle?
Yeah.
Fake chuckle?
Yeah.
That's kind of a dad joke. Sometimes are you mad they said it to you, or are you mad that you didn't get it out before they did?
No, I don't say that one.
It's so cringy. It's so cringy to hear. I think you got to give it but if you really are a Grinch about it, you just do the fake chuckle. Okay.
Here's the Happy New Year. Now it goes from have a to are you having a?
I mean, my real note.
You got to throw a few adjectives and adverbs in there. Are you having a good New Year?
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
I really just want to hear stories from holiday meltdowns. That's what I want to hear from the text line. Like, who's got the best holiday meltdown that you can tell us?
What went poorly?
Like what uncle got too drunk? Like what family got in a fight about politics?
Well, Scott
who was mad about Venezuela.
Scott was in a different country during New Year's. Scott, you got anything you want to share about New Year's in Toronto?
Yeah, I'm talking to the wife back home and the kiddo. We're FaceTiming, and I'm just I got the window. When I'm in my room, I love having the window open, and so looking out. And right at midnight, they go, midnight my time, it was 10 in Denver. They go, Happy New Year, Dad. I go, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. And I'm looking out of my window, and it lasted for 15 minutes. Stopped at 12:15.
Wow.
Toronto put on a fireworks show that was crazy.
All right.
I mean, so I'm like, okay, I wasn't going out. I was about ready to go to bed. I was Happy New Year for them, and I'm looking out, and I'm like, oh, gosh. So I got to flip my phone around, and I sat on the edge of the bed, and me and the family watched a 15-minute fire show from Toronto.
You know what? Cool. I saw a fireworks show up in Breckenridge this year, and it was actually pretty dang good. I mean, it went on for a long time. I was kind of expecting it to be like a 10-minute deal, you know? But this was like a full-on 4th of July fireworks show. It was pretty legit.
That's awesome. It was quiet as a church mouse in Lone Tree.
And then my no-dumb question about Breckenridge.
Yes.
It's New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Fireworks just went off.
Yes.
How come all of downtown, all the shops, the coffee shops, the hot chocolate, the cookie places, how come they all closed at 9 o'clock when you've got thousands of people roaming Main Street?
It's that's the mountain town. Was the crepe place open?
No.
The crepe place was
matter
closed?
of fact, I got to the crepe place and it was open.
Okay.
And there was like 3 people in front of me and they're like, yeah, we're shut down.
No way.
I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me right now.
No
then
way.
Then the exact same thing happened at the hot chocolate place across the street.
Colorado problems.
Well, I mean, really, though. I mean, you've got thousands of people on the street. Why aren't you staying open late?
Yeah, we're out here vacation. Why don't you guys work until midnight? What are you, lazy?
I think the most Colorado.
I would think that would make business sense, Scott. If I'm a businessman, I would think I'd want to be open on that night.
Hey, everybody, the most Colorado complaint ever. The crepe place and the hot chocolate shop shut down too early in Breckenridge.
Yeah.
On New Year's Eve.
Oh, my God.
It was a bad deal.
It's PhD.
Hey, but let me ask you this. Was the hot tub open at midnight?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we'll just leave that there. It's PhD.
I got to go.
Okay, 92.5.
Am I ever happy? No. Am I ever happy? No. Am I ever happy? No.
Hey, welcome to it, man. And the big question, what's next for your Denver Broncos? Tyler, what's next for your Denver Broncos?
I'm not as definitive as you. You've got all these definitive statements. What's next? You came out the show hot that they're ready to make the Super Bowl. It's going to happen. And I'm not as definitive as that. I don't know, dude. Like, what's next? All I know is, like, I kind of just want to live in the moment because, honestly, if I think too far, it kind of gets stressful. And it's like, it's like I'm being dead serious about that. Like if you really think about some of the issues on this team, we're not peaking at the right time, offense, all that. I think it's easy to get caught up on the negative side, but I actually don't want to do that at all. I don't want to do that at all. Like, you just got a number one seed. I played 8 years in the NFL. I only sniffed it one time. I got it one time, and I won a Super Bowl when I got a number one seed, right? So that matters. It's huge. It's big time. This team did not have, my opinion, did not have a very good chance of winning a Super Bowl unless they got the number one seed. Mission accomplished. And I kind of just want to hover there for a minute because I do think the future is pretty cloudy. Even the second round, our first game, that game to me is pretty cloudy depending on the matchup that you get.
Scott, what's next?
I think a great time for reflection on what the season really meant. Be happy what they did. We as fans get to take a week and observe next week's playoff rounds with no envy, jealousy, or anything like that. We get to just relax one last weekend stress-free. And then we'll wait and see who we play. And then come next Monday, we'll go, okay, here we go. This is a chance for them to get healthy. By the way, we haven't done this. Boy, it was good to see Stranad back. Did he make like a difference? And you realize how well he was playing before he got hurt?
He's always he's always had impact. It's crazy.
I thought he was fabulous yesterday's game. He was such in the middle of the game. It was like they were calling number 40 on every single play, including the sack. I think they got a chance to be healthy. Let's see if we can get a safety back. I don't know about Dobbins, but I sure would like that. I am fearful of the running game, but guess what? I don't have to worry about it for 2 weeks. I get to just relax and sit at number one and sit on my couch, and if I want to watch all the games next week, I'll watch them. If I don't want to watch them, I won't watch them, and get ready for Monday to find out who we're going to play.
I believe what's next is similar to probably what you saw with hopefully a couple of improvements, meaning I believe the Broncos are done doing stupid stuff on special teams and giving away the cookies. I do believe that. I do believe the Broncos will win giveaway takeaway. I think they can figure it out. I do believe in that. I believe the Broncos...
Pick sixes help.
Boy, are they something else. Sean said a defensive score, 88% of the time you win. How about that?
Yep.
And when you win giveaway takeaway, you get one of those. 88%
Here's
of the time.
another dumb question. Can you not change the interception rule when you can rule it that the guy hit the guy two of his hands, goes to his hands, and now the quarterback gets the INT on his stat sheet?
Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea.
I mean, Bo had a couple of those this year too, right?
Like it's a conditional interception. It's not something. Yeah, like you can tell the difference. I believe the Broncos will be going to the Super Bowl. I think playing in front of that crowd is really hard for anybody this particular season. The Broncos have a way to figure it out. So I believe the Broncos will go.
Wasn't hard for Jacksonville.
But don't forget they were in the negative and giveaway takeaway. So, sure, if there's a negative side to everything, the games are going to be close no matter what. You could give up, like you just said, a ball could go off Cortland Sutton's hands and into the hands of somebody else. It's not even Bo Nix's fault. Maybe it's not even Cortland Sutton's fault. Who knows? You know, it's football. Weird things happen. And you got to be ready for those weird things.
Yes, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but it leads to a no dumb question.
Yeah.
No dumb question. And I really, and it's probably, I don't know if it's a dumb question or not, but I don't know if you can hear me. I can't hear myself.
Yes, we got you.
Did Sean Payton purposely play it closer to the vest the last few weeks just to make sure you could get a win?
That is not a dumb question.
Any way necessary just to get to the postseason?
So many people were asking that question after the game, Scott.
I don't buy it.
And that was going to be my question if I was allowed to ask a question yesterday. I was in the queue, didn't get my
Wait,
role,
I want to hear how you would ask it. How would you have asked it? Like
Sean, did you feel it was necessary to back off an aggressive game plan to play the Chargers, knowing that you may face them in a couple of weeks?
Okay, all right. Specifically with the Chargers, I might be able to buy it to some degree. But if we're like going backwards in time here a little bit, I think it's pretty insane to think that we're going to have some magically different offense once we get to the playoffs and all that.
For the record, just because I was going to ask that question doesn't mean I believe it to be true. For example, do I think they well, all right. In the red zone, they're inside of the 10-yard line. Or are you really seriously not going to call good plays or give things away there? I just can't buy that.
No, I just thought that was that was just tough. That just stuff that didn't work. And I will say this: if you're just looking at last week, I'm like, boy, the Chargers' defense is better than I thought they were. But in the middle of the field, there was 2 or 3 instances in the game where you're 3rd and 12, 3rd and 15, and all you're doing is a little dump off, pick off 6.
You're right.
And punt the ball. There was never a look. Now I will say this, Tyler, you get to do your breakdown. Is that tomorrow?
Yes. Yep.
The offensive line sure gave up a lot of pressure, it seemed, on Bo Nix, so maybe he just didn't feel he had time to look down. And I'm going to say this. There was opportunity. I will say that there was one time they should have scored in the red zone that the running back was wide open, and all Bo had to do is just kind of drop it right in there, and he just overthrows the running back by 3 yards. If it gets to him, he's going to run into the end zone.
Well, I'll tell you this too, Scott. Good observation. If he leads Evan Engram, not throws behind him, that's a touchdown. It was that open. I don't know if you could tell that on TV or not, but I think that goes in too. So I don't think they were holding anything back, guys, once they were in the red zone. Now, I'll tell you this. If running the ball is going to work, they're going to do it, and that's exactly what they did on their first drive.
I'll just tell you this.
You realize on that drive they ran for 71 yards?
If anybody out there if they've got their fingers crossed and they're hoping and praying that we're going to see some magically different offense in the playoffs because we're holding things back, you're wrong. Like that's not going to happen. You know, maybe the Chargers game, I could understand that, like to some degree. You're both aware that you could be playing each other again.
Well, do you think they called it a little vanilla because of that?
Maybe.
I
tend to agree with what you said, though. There's going to be certain points of the game that goes out the window, and now we're just trying to win a game. We're trying to put ourselves like we're trying to make sure that we win this thing.
Right.
And let's also not discount the fact there was a lot on the line. Like despite the fact that we're playing a bunch of backups, there's a lot on the line. So are we really going to be playing these games where we're not giving our best when we need this game?
I'll tell you this. It was the second game in a row Bo Nix came out after the game and said the defense presented different things than we were prepared for. Second game in a row that it was like, okay, this is different. And they had to adjust to it. So, again, hey, that's the chess match, right? You give Jim Harbaugh a little credit. By the way, for who they had playing, the Chargers were trying to win the game. They were trying. They weren't backing off anything. They had game plans.
Trey Lance that dude does not belong in the NFL.
He is so bad.
But I'll tell you this.
God,
you know where he belongs? He belongs on a college team with RPOs, right? I mean, because when that dude was taking off running, did he look good when he ran?
He looked okay, but his throws were not accurate. He was not comfortable in the pocket at all. There was just
how about Bo or Trey Lance?
Trey Lance. Bo Nix is far superior as a quarterback than Trey Lance.
Oh,
not
even
close.
the same stratosphere.
No, Scott, Trey Lance Tyler was terrible. He's not a good quarterback.
Where would you rate Bo Nix's performance yesterday?
He struggled in some accuracy, but he also was a victim of a couple of drops. And the offensive line, and I'm looking forward to Tyler's breakdown tomorrow. Like, dude, there were some moments I thought the Smoky Hill offensive line, no offense, go Buffs, was blocking for him, not the Denver Broncos. Like, it was like a fire drill, like right from the snap. So I am
think
looking
that's
forward
true.
to your breakdown.
I think that's true. I also think great quarterbacks can overcome poor offensive lines.
Okay.
So I'm not calling Bo Nix bad quarterback at all. I think Bo's a good quarterback. But great quarterbacks, like Peyton Manning, for example, that dude did more with some of the – when he was in Indianapolis in particular, those lines, not good.
God, I hate
Joe Burrow says hello.
Yeah.
Right? Didn't he have –
Yeah. So, like
last
offensive
year?
line play doesn't excuse quarterback play.
I hate to make excuses because it sounds so soft. I'll just tell you guys, it was pretty windy down there yesterday, despite how warm it was. The wind was pretty significant. And if there's one common denominator with Bo Nix having underwhelming performances, it's wind. It's not cold. It's not snow or rain or whatever. It's wind. And I don't know. It's a terrible excuse. It's soft as cotton. I understand that. But now we've seen another game where the wind was a little bit something, and it hasn't been so great for Bo Nix. I don't know how you get over that, Tyler. I'm just telling you what it was.
Yeah, but overall it was.
You get a dome stadium and close the roof.
Dude, within 10 years, there is not going to be an outdoor stadium in the NFL, and we're gonna all regret it. Every last fan is going to regret going to all these indoor stadiums.
Scores are going to go up. Ain't no doubt about that. So I mean,
they all look and feel the same. They're all just a commercial shopping center. They're all like, none of them have got any vibe or character to them. I think I'm actually becoming anti-dome. That's the hill I'm going to die on.
What about retractable?
Yeah, I'm anti it.
Anti-retractable.
Yeah.
You'd love Buffalo.
And you know what
then.
else I'm going to say about a Super Bowl? Cool. You built a new stadium and you got a Super Bowl. Congrats. Like cool. Like you got a Super Bowl. Now you got the next 20 years. You put a dome on your stadium so you can get a one-time event. Cool.
Well, you get a Final Four. You get Taylor Swift in February. You get more monster truck events. I don't know. You get everything.
Yeah, football's meant to be played outside.
All right. Is this your get off my lawn?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, as I'm looking at the entire AFC West is going to be in a dome. The entire AFC West is in a dome. You lose some of the charm.
Technically, SoFi is outside. They've actually had delays from lightning,
which is weird.
Okay, it's a Rally House Football Monday, Victory Monday. Yes, on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Rally House. Shop every team in town. Let's football go. What a day in the NFL. Dan Tanner's going to catch you up next. Hey, by the way, on a side note, lots of entertainment. Just reading Mark Kisla as he is relentlessly responding to people on Twitter today about that interaction.
You know,
not going to make a big deal of it on the air here, but it's a fun thing to watch on the side.
I like Mark. We get along great. I've gotten to know him well, especially in post-retirement, but I hated him when I was a player.
Oh, okay. Why?
Same reason Sean Payton does. You know, like it's like people that are very, very opinionated don't come across well in a locker room, and that doesn't make Mark a bad dude at all. Matter of fact, it's probably what makes him great at his job.
It makes him what he's good at, right?
That's right. That's right. But don't be surprised when people don't like it.
Hey, I'm a
here's what it is.
All right.
Mark's kind of from the old school printer cover, followed the team kind of era.
Yeah.
That guess what? You weren't friends with the players and coaches. Unlike the Muggles that cover 90% of the Muggles that cover all these pro sports teams, they want to be their friend.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's interesting. Malone loved Kisla, loved him, but they had,
Smart.
Yeah, he didn't always write flattering things about Malone either. I really like Mark. I've had so many great conversations with Mark over the years.
Listen, when I was in Atlanta with Mike Fratello, and we had a beat writer that would always fall around, but always sure seemed to break stories and stuff like that. And I asked Coach Mike, I said, "You giving him stuff, ain't you? You're telling him." He goes, "Yep." He said, "I'm making my friend because someday when they fire me, and they will, guess who will be supportive of me when they do?" And sure enough, and I was already gone. I think I was in Detroit when they got rid of Mike. Dude, this guy just blistered the organization for firing the best coach they'd ever had. Just blistered him.
All right. Well, hopefully everybody gets along.
He was playing the long game.
He's playing the long game? Well,
yeah.
Just watching everybody in their 60s yell at each other, Scott, is fantastic.
Am I ever happy? No.
Okay, Mountain High Appliance, we love you. MountainHighAppliance.com. They are the best for all your needs. Dan, hit us.
All right, guys, let's hear from Bo Nix after the Broncos' 19-3 win over the Chargers yesterday. What did Bo like and not like about the offense against the Chargers?
I liked how we just managed the game and continued to find ways to get down the field and, score enough points to not let them back in it. I think red zone, we were in there a couple of times, key moments, and change those 2 field goals for touchdowns, and you never know what happens on a few other drives. You get a little bit of momentum. So, we'll get back to the drawing board with the red zone, but we've been, decent there at times this year, so it's nothing, to panic about.
All right, so we liked the way they managed the game, didn't like not converting touchdowns in the red zone. Let me ask you guys this. What are you guys the most optimistic about the Broncos offense as they head into the playoffs, and what are you the least optimistic about when it comes to the Broncos offense heading into the postseason?
Nothing in running game.
Nothing in running game? So wait, you don't like anything about the offense? Nothing.
No.
Nothing. All right.
I think the same thing I love about the offense is the same thing that drives me nuts about the offense. They are good. Like really, really good at long sustained possessions. Better than most teams I've ever seen. I mean, it is every game they've got a 14 or 15 play drive. Those are really hard, man. So you're doing something right in the game plan as a coach, and you're doing something right as a player to execute for 15 straight plays. But it's also what drives me nuts is that they've got no explosive ability and they don't finish with touchdowns. I think in the last 4 weeks, they're like 2-15 in the red zone.
I think teams have been playing very cautiously against the Broncos too, but I agree with you. You got to finish in the red zone. I wish they were more explosive, but I really do think teams are being conservative to stop that. Okay, fine. But yeah, you got to finish. You're inside the 10-yard line. This no excuse. What I like the most about them recently, well, first of all, they really haven't turned the ball over much this whole year. So I continue to like that about the offense. But I really like the fact that Bo Nix has the ability to scramble around and extend drives by using his feet. I really like that. And in the playoffs, when you can do that, boy, oh boy, is that impactful, especially if you're not turning the ball over. So to me, that's encouraging. Now, do I want to see you running around like a chicken with your head cut off? No. But listen, if they're playing good defense and you're going to play teams with good defense and you can be the unaccountable one like Bo Nix, getting first downs, I think that's awesome. And I think he's shown the athleticism to do that. So I think that's a positive. Which is the running game, Scott, by the way. That's part of the running game. Your QB can do that. And nobody really, game plans to stop Bo Nix as a runner? Not really. I don't think they do. So I think it's a nice weapon.
I will say this, he had a baby toe out from having about a 50-yard run.
I know. That was crazy, wasn't it? And that was kind of cool. And it was so wide open, it was nuts. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys, let's take an early look at the games coming up for Wild Card Weekend. So 2 Saturday games, Rams at Panthers. The Rams are 10.5-point favorites in that game, fellas, even though they're the lower seed. Then we've got Packers-Bears. On Sunday, we've got the Bills at the Jaguars, 49ers at the Eagles, and Chargers at the Patriots. And then it'll close on Monday night between the Texans traveling to Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers. Game you're most looking forward to, and do you see any of these games, have any predictions of an upset in any of these games?
Let me answer your question with a question. Is Wild Card Weekend the best weekend in the NFL?
Could be. Yeah.
Because you get the most games that mean the most all on the same weekend. I mean, these matchups are Rams-Carolina is not awesome, but you kind of get that one out of the way.
I think you got 3 great matchups, 3 great ones. Green Bay-Chicago, that's going to be phenomenal, right? That's going to be a good one. San Fran-Philly, good one. And, the one that, just from a curiosity standpoint for the Broncos, Bills-Jags.
Scott?
I think Bills. Gosh, I'm sure the Jags are favored.
Bills are 1.5-point favorites, Scott.
Yep, Bills are 1.5-point favorites.
Isn't that crazy?
Yep.
Well, no, because I figured because of the home game, the Jags would be favored. But I think the Bills are pretty experienced, and we'll see if they were just trying to get to the playoffs and just get through the season. And if so, then they're going to put one to the Jags, who's got a little inexperience. But Jags are pretty good if it's a team that I saw come into Denver. Chicago Green Bay is going to be an interesting game.
I don't know. Awesome.
I don't know which one's going to be the underdog.
Well, Chicago at home is favored. Yeah, favored by 1.5. But that's a pick'em game. That's a coin flip game.
Yeah, and it's a 2 versus 7. Oh. I'll tell you this, in terms of who got a better draw as a 1 seed, we got a far better draw than the Seahawks. Seahawks they got a tough deal, man.
True.
I mean, they might have to play the Rams in their first game, or Green Bay if Green Bay wins.
All right, but listen, you can really make the argument when you get to the second round of the playoffs, it's always going to be somebody tough, right? I mean, it's hard to get to the second round, and the Broncos and Seahawks have already done it.
Yep.
So, that's the way it goes.
I wouldn't be afraid of Green Bay in Seattle. That you played in there, Tyler. That I don't know if Green Bay's got the cojones to go into Seattle and win.
It's a tough place to go.
Do you think Seattle's got what it takes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
But that doesn't mean they're going to make it. I don't think San Francisco showed particularly well this weekend.
I know. I was surprised by that.
But I do think that they've got it. I mean, the week before, they looked like they were unstoppable.
Yeah. I think they might win the game if Christian doesn't drop that pass and it goes to be an interception. I felt bad for him, man. Ugh. Wasn't a great throw. Got deflected, but Christian's got to catch that, man. You can't let that bounce off your hands. It's awesome, man. NFL playoffs is freaking incredible. Can't
I've actually never seen a less predictable playoffs just across the board.
Pretty fun. Love it. And no Burrow, no Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson. Next story, Dan.
All right, you guys want to see DMac blow a gasket?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this next story is going to make him blow a gasket. So, John Elway was on Club Shay Shay with Shannon Sharp's podcast. Now, we know John has already said in the past he regrets his biggest regret as a GM was not selecting Josh Allen in the 2018 NFL draft, but he goes into a little bit more detail as to why they passed up on Josh Allen and selected Bradley Chubb.
I do, and because I really liked him. But the problem is, in the way that I worked is I wanted buy-in from the coaching staff, and I couldn't get the buy-in from the coaching staff. Right, I couldn't get everybody on the same page with it, and so And I loved him. Now, when he was coming out, he wasn't perfect.
Yeah, he was raw. He
was very, very raw, right? And and his accuracy was the biggest question. He was athletic as hell, big, strong, competitive, and all those type things. But there was that was the one question. I loved him. That's why I say I regret it, is because I didn't overrule everybody and say
I'm taking it.
I'm taking him. Right, I'm taking him because now it's up to you to make him good, right? But none of the coaches were all kind of, and then
nobody,
and they were all hot on Bradley Chubb, right?
Now, DMac, your reaction to John Elway's comments?
I'm just waiting to see if DMac calls him a liar, because that's definitely not the narrative that DMac has been spewing for a long time.
Yeah, that's about as soft as you get. Listen, you're asking me to be really critical of John Elway as a GM. But that excuse is so soft, it's ridiculous. That excuse is so soft, you're kind of proving you shouldn't have been a GM in the first place. If you felt that strongly, do you know who the coaching staff was? Vance Joseph, head coach. Bill Musgrave, offensive coordinator. Joe Woods, he was pushing for Chubb, so you're leaning into Joe Woods. Some dude named Mike Sullivan is the quarterback's coach. You gotta be kidding me. Like, this is somewhat esteemed coaching staff that you even cared about their opinion. The truth of the matter is Elway just never really had a strong quarterback philosophy, period. And if he really felt like that, talk about revisionist history comments to Shannon Sharp. Sean, give me a break. You're better off just to say I blew it and that's that, rather than to make up a weak-ass excuse why you couldn't convince Bill Musgrave to roll with you. Period. I don't know if you guys want to say anything about that, but that is not a strong general manager management answer from Elway there.
He just said that was his mistake, that he did that.
Yeah,
he admitted it was a mistake.
And honestly, the only thing I'd really push back pretty hard on that, DMac, is the fact that I don't think it's a healthy situation for anybody for a GM to draft somebody that the coaching staff doesn't want. Like yes, that you do, I guess, in some situations as a GM, you've got final say. In some situations, you're second say. In our situation, Sean Payton would have final say, right? And I do think that John, in theory, probably had final say. But I don't think it creates a good environment for anybody to draft a player that the coaches don't believe in.
You know what I do in that case? Get new coaches. And
a year later, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we can follow the bouncing ball with coaches and draft philosophy. But a follow-up question that would have made sense, and listen, it's Shannon talking to his buddy, okay? So I don't expect anything too harsh.
I watched a lot of that. It was like an hour and a half or something.
I'm sure it was great.
Yeah, I thought it was really fascinating.
I'm sure it was great. But the next logical question, if you're just going to have that conversation, is why didn't you move up into the second round like the Ravens did and take Lamar Jackson if the coaches wanted Chubb? And for a long time, that's been sort of the thing. Like, you could have had both. You could have had both. You could have had Lamar Jackson and Bradley Chubb if you were more aggressive. And nobody, I think, has ever asked Elway that question, which has stood out to me like a beacon that he didn't do that too. It was the worst draft ever in Denver Broncos history based off of those two things. And Elway was in charge of it. So that's that. That's it. No, I'm like,
fair point on the text line, though. Isn't this the exact opposite thing that happened in Cleveland? Meaning, like, that's not healthy either.
What? Drafting a quarterback in the 3rd and 5th round?
That your coach doesn't want.
Yeah. But
but amplify that now and say it's in the 1st round. So you're right. You're right. Okay. It's the 3rd or the 5th round. But now let's amplify the drama. Let's amplify the lack of belief, because now he's drafted in the 1st round.
All right. I mean, if we're making an apples-to-apples comparison, you got to throw in the fact they got Deshaun Watson to set things off, too. I mean, what Cleveland has done is so unbelievably stupid with quarterbacks, and Stefanski's paying the price for it today. So I actually do feel bad for Stefanski, and that is probably the reason he's going to get a job in this cycle right away, because other smart teams are going to realize that wasn't his fault, the position he was put in. So there's that. All right, next one, Dan. Thanks for stirring the pot.
That was just for you, DMac.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up Kevin Stefanski let go by the Browns. Jonathan Gannon is out with the Cardinals. Tyler mentioned earlier Phillip Rivers has emerged as an NFL head coach candidate in 2026. Who do you guys think is the hottest potential new head coach for the 2026 NFL season? It feels like it's a little bit down this year. Last year, there were a lot of big names out there.
Like the hot coordinator?
Yeah, who's the hot coordinator or the hot name that should be hired first?
Hottest name, and it's not the new name, but the hottest name is Kevin Stefanski.
That makes sense.
That's the hottest name that's out there.
Like, he's probably the quickest guy to get another job.
Yeah.
Where does VJ rank as far as...
He's up there.
I think VJ's, like, in terms of, and I guess I'd put him in a new one even though he's recycled, but him, Kubiak.
Clint Kubiak.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe Joe Brady. He's just always in the mix.
Okay. Yeah, he is.
There's not a lot of huge names.
They talked about last night or yesterday during the game the San Diego's defensive coordinator.
You know who else is going to be a popular name?
Is Bill Belichick in the mix?
No, hell no.
All right. Okay. Who
Hell
else?
no.
Who else?
Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy. All right. Well, there's a retread.
He's going to be in the mix.
Belichick, no, huh? Back to the Browns?
No, God, no. Belichick's done, bud.
Prime?
Is Davis Webb going to be an offensive coordinator next year?
Yes, he is. And he conditional yes if VJ gets a job. I believe that. Do you?
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It'd make all the sense in the world.
Yep. If it's not VJ, I'm not sure. I don't know what his relationships. Well, he was with the Giants. I don't know who's going to get that Giants job.
I don't know. Like, I don't think anybody's looking at Davis Webb like this is a can't-miss project.
Yeah,
like,
it's a tough one. He's never called plays.
Well, not only has he never called plays, not only is he young, but the Broncos offense isn't anything special.
Well, fair point. Very fair point. Yeah, I don't think he's Scott, to answer your question, I don't think Davis Webb is a hot coordinator candidate, except for VJ. I mean, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Any college coaches that is that nuts for Cignetti to be considered by the Raiders?
They've almost all left.
Well, I'm just talking about Cignetti because of Mendoza. Is any shot at that?
I don't know. I don't know why Cignetti would want to leave.
Love Mendoza.
Say what, Scott? Sorry.
I said, I'll bet you Tom Brady isn't a big fan of Mendoza.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. I'd be interesting to see. I just wonder if he's a huge fan of him.
Well, I'm sure Tom Brady's about to become a huge fan of Fernando Mendoza. I mean, no. What are your options if you're the Raiders? Can you imagine if the Raiders didn't take him? Like, you can't take that risk, right? You cannot take the risk if you're the Raiders that he doesn't work out.
Joe Burrow.
Well, fine. Absolutely fine. I mean, okay. I have no idea why Cincinnati would trade Joe Burrow. Zero. I don't care how many draft picks you would put in front of me. There is literally zero chance I, as a GM or an ownership or a coach, is going to let go of Joe Burrow. I don't care how many. There's no amount of first-round picks that are going to equal what you have in Joe Burrow.
I'm kind of going backwards here, sorry, but the more I'm looking at these names, like the candidates, Vance really is an attractive candidate right now. He's got to be at the top of the list outside of Stefanski. And
I agree. If Stefanski's one, VJ's no lower than 3.
I would agree.
So I think it's a slam dunk he gets a
How
job.
many we got? We got 4
5.
so far? 5?
And we'll see with Harbaugh.
There's usually 7 to 8.
Right. That Ravens thing, man.
We'll see with Harbaugh. We'll see with Tomlin.
Yeah.
And I still think we'll see with Mike McDaniel.
Okay. Oh, really?
I think he's safe. I
thought by today, if he wasn't gone, he'd be safe.
Probably. You're probably right.
I mean, you could have a couple days to think about things. That is one hell of a survival, by the way.
I'll tell you this, Mike
lives through
McDaniel,
that.
he's in that category that the organization's going to have to make a statement on. Like we're moving forward.
The Nuggets are 14.5-point underdogs, and if you missed who's not playing, we'll have details for you next. Tonight, 6 o'clock, Nuggets at Sixers. I don't know if the Nuggets will be a bigger underdog than they are tonight, but they're 14.5-point underdogs as Jamal ankle, Tim Hardaway Jr. Illness, Jokic, Valanciunas, of course, you know that, Cam Johnson hurt, but even a rest day for Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon as they are back, both of them, but the Nuggets obviously don't want them playing back-to-back nights. On Peacock, but you can hear it here on Altitude. Scott? Yeah, that game tonight. I don't even know what to say. Rough.
Yeah. Good luck. Is there a football game on tonight?
There is not a football game on tonight.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, we got the world is focused on the Nuggets and the Sixers.
It has nothing to do with the Nuggets, but I actually thought about that this morning, and I was like, kind of got depressed. I was like, man, we're done with Monday nights.
We are
like,
done with Monday nights. Yep.
That blows.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we got Saturday, Sunday coming up this weekend.
Saturday,
it's a
Monday night
Monday.
game, wild card.
Oh, well, next Monday, yes. Not
Monday.
not tonight, though. Not tonight. Scott, David Adelman said it was unprofessional. The effort wasn't what he needed. It is the first time as a head coach that he has, through the media, and I'm sure it's nothing he wouldn't have said in front of the team, by the way. In fact, I'm sure he probably said everything like he said right before he came out to the media, but he did rip them. How do you think that's going to play?
Well, it'll be interesting. Everybody set out this year tonight. I think it's okay. You know, George Carl used to always say, right, you get about 6 bullets a year. This is the first time he's used one. And he's coached his team, including playoffs, you know, 40-some games now. So it was okay. It was time. And now, and I said this earlier, the only thing you control, you lost the best player in the world. And then you lost the best player in the world's backup. And then you're putting a whole lot on one guy. And I told you guys this, you know, last week. A guard with the ball in his hand, a smaller guard, if you will, Murray, is always easier to get off their game than a guy that's, you know, 7 foot and 285 pounds. Can't bang Joker. You know, he's just going to bang you back. You can't really double him because he can look over you. You double Murray with a 6'7" guy and a 6'6" guy that's guarding him, and, you know, he gets squeezed. So, but you can play hard. You can attack. I think what they ran into a little bit, I'm not sure if they didn't play hard, but they played not to make mistakes. Deron Holmes in that game played not to make mistakes. Peyton Watson, who's playing more minutes now than they'd like him to play, I thought he did this in the Cleveland game, and he did a little bit in the Brooklyn game. Gets tired, and he takes off, and he kind of stands around a little too much, and they can't afford to do that. So I think that's pretty much what they were talking about. And like I said, I'm not sure they were not played as much as some of the younger guys, Pickett, Najee, Deron Holmes, what's my guy from Strother, played not to make mistakes. And when you do that, you don't play 100% fast, Tyler. I think you would agree with that. If you're playing not to make mistakes, there's no way you're playing at 100% speed.
Took me about 4 years to truly figure that out, honestly. I mean, you know, even when you start to gain confidence or you start to know the playbook or you know where you're supposed to be, those are kind of first hurdles. Like, do I know where I'm supposed to be? Am I confident in what I'm supposed to do? Now I can play faster. But then truly getting over the fear of failure, that's when you could go from a decent player to a great player.
Scott, did you have a chance to talk to MPJ yesterday?
I did.
How's he
talked
doing?
to him for 2 or 3. Happy. Listen, I don't know if you guys saw the podcast or interview he was on and about the success he's having in Brooklyn. And see what you think of this statement. If you haven't heard it, he goes, "It's nice to play for a coach who respects you."
Okay, is that a shot?
Well, what would you take it as?
I don't know. I'm not sure because
yes, it's a shot.
I saw him post game, and he was very, very nice about the Nuggets and how good they were post game. He had really good things to say about them. He could have taken more shots. Okay, fine. But, here's what he said post-game. He basically said, listen, the teams were so good, we all had our roles. And even though I could be successful in a variety of roles, we just had better options sometimes that would give us a higher chance of winning. Okay, that's a pretty mature sort of approach to it, and correct, by the way. So while, if I throw the ball to a ball screen for MPJ and he's coming off of it, he can make that shot. But is that a better option than dumping it down to Jokic in the two-man game with Jamal? Probably not. So
well, and I think also Michael got into times, and this might have been a confidence thing, where he played too much not to make mistakes either. With Brooklyn, he's got green light. He can shoot it every time down if he wants to.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, I mean, and a guy, he's a great shooter. So, and I don't know how the league didn't put him in a three-point contest. But yeah, he's playing a team, and heck, at one time they had 4 rookies in playing yesterday. This is a young team. They still got a lot of draft picks.
Is he a Eastern Conference All-Star?
He's got a chance. I mean, 26 poents a game, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
Well, I mean, how many guys are averaging 26 points a game?
Yeah.
Can't be a lot. So in the East, actually, is there any? I don't even know. Can we look that up real quick?
Well, 26, and he's shooting 41 from the 3 and 49 from 2.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Who's doing? Are there 5 guys who are doing better? I mean, I don't know how you're going to split it up. I'm sure the East gets, some, they make it because they make it. Eastern Conference, Dan, who's averaging more points a game?
He's a little bit like Murray. For him to get in, it's not going to be from the vote. It'll be coaches, unless Brooklyn's fan base can just go absolutely nuts like some of the fan bases do and vote everybody in. Was it the Knicks a few years ago or some team they voted 5 starters in and the fan base went nuts and really supported, and the league stepped in and goes, no.
That's a little too much.
We're not doing that.
All right, it's KKSC FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. As Mr. Lindahl sort of rolls in here, it's good to see Andy, and I don't know what Andy's take is on the game. We were
Were you listening last night?
We were overall.
You were doing stuff. You were interesting to watch.
Yeah, I had some stuff going on last night, unfortunately, so I wasn't able to.
Oh, I was like, man, he's getting insight. Look, he's texting his guys. He's getting that.
Well, there's all kind of things like that. No. Where are you at with what they did yesterday and where they are?
Look, I didn't love it in the moment. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's frustrating because it was 2 games of watching the same game. But look, they're 14-3. You got your number 1 seed. Let's just see what happens.
Where do you think it's going?
I don't know where it's going. I really don't.
What's reasonable? Just no heart of hearts. Well, you've got to have a heart of hearts. You down deep in your
look. I
don't
think you want to see the Chargers again. I'm not sure you want to see Jacksonville again. Frankly,
nope to both.
Hi Scotty. I haven't seen Scotty in forever.
Hasn't been nice.
No, that's my guy.
That was mean. I didn't mean that, Scott. Happy New Year.
Yeah, New Year, old you. No, look, I don't know because here's the thing. I said it on the show last night, and I know Sean's saying, we're trying to keep some stuff back, but you can't convince me that in the red zone you wanted touchdowns there. Don't tell me you didn't.
Yeah.
Now, look, I don't think you unrolled everything out. I think that's true. I think there's a couple things defensively they're saving. I wouldn't be surprised talking to Leggy if Jahdae Barron maybe doesn't play a little safety because you're going to have to do something now. Did we get any update on PJ Locke as to how long that's going to be?
Do not know.
So, again, here's the thing. I'm not putting all the pressure on the offense because I knew the defense would have to carry things much like his 2015 team. What I don't like is how it's building up its safety. We're all seeing the value of Brandon Jones. Look, Tony Romo said there were guys running open yesterday that probably Justin Herbert would have hit. That ain't great. You got it. That safety injury situation makes me a little bit nervous.
Fair enough, but did Tony Romo also speculate how many times Herbert would have been sacked that Trey Lance was able to get out of because he's just a little bit more mobile?
But maybe. I don't know. What happened to Nick? What happened when Nick Benito had Trey Lance dead to rights and just decided not to fully tackle?
What the heck did happen on that?
Trey Lance just ran out of it.
Seriously, how did that not?
I don't know. See, I couldn't
Well, that's
tell.
a great example because Trey Lance runs out of that and Herbert probably goes down like
you don't know that.
I don't know
Herbert's
about
pretty
that
athletic
one.
too. Don't act like he's Joe Flacco.
I'm feeling relatively confident when Benito next wraps up a guy, they ain't going away. but that was a weird play. You know, it was an odd moment.
I mean, there's nothing to be made from the play.
Why does he have the brace on his arm then? Did you
Oh,
notice that?
well,
Benito had some sort of brace going on his arm. Did that
Benito's
cause
got
part of the problem?
He's got a lot going on. He's got a thumb deal. He's got like an elbow deal. He's got all kinds of issues.
Yeah, but here's the deal. 2 games and you're to the Super Bowl, okay? 2 games, you're to the Super Bowl, and if you really were holding stuff back, great. Let's see another Green Bay Packer game and whoever comes in here. Let's do that.
I don't buy their holding things back deal. I just don't buy it at all, especially like if we're talking about like a month of football, maybe to some degree, specifically against the Chargers. But man, there was too much on the line to hold anything back.
Yeah, but are you upset if they beat the Texans 19-17?
No, don't care. No, I'm not upset about anything. Look, you have, in a way, I want to say they're already ahead of expectations and in the development process. We'd all agree with that. So I don't want to be upset about the year no matter what. But now you're also to the point where you do have a special combination of coaches that I don't think you're going to have next year. I think some of the guys that are important to the locker room. And listen, I don't really want to see Kubiak, Shanahan, Plummer 2.0, which is what I think could happen if Davis Webb gets out of here and Sean and Bo have to deal with each other full time all the time. I think there's a nice little sponge between the two. And there's already stuff about people want to talk to Davis Webb. You know, he wants to go call plays, and Vance Joseph's already lined up for a bunch of interviews this week, too. And I think a lot of guys like him, and defensively, it's kind of what's humming. So because of that, because you have this right now, probably got to go take advantage of it, don't you?
I
you got
agree.
the number 1 seed. You got this combo,
And
so let's go do it.
I think they're about to.
I hope they do. This is weird, man. This is exactly how I felt with his team, where you just drove to the stadium and you were wondering, are we going to get enough offense today or not? Yeah. And you know what? I give them credit. Here's what nobody can take away from them. 14 times you made sure you had one more point than the other team. That's all that matters. It's all that matters.
That's the bottom line.
It ain't easy to get a number 1 seed.
It is not. And I certainly didn't think, I thought they'd make the playoffs. I didn't think they'd get a number 1 seed.
Oh, gosh. Like, if you got an AFC West championship, that felt like a dream.
Did you see Bull's ankle, by the way?
No.
Because somebody wrote that it was puffed up
like in the
pretty
locker
good.
room?
Yeah.
I did not see him in the locker room, no.
I
But
just
it was another classic Ballsy moment.
Was it not? Because I thought of Tyler right away.
It was classic Balls.
I'm
like
watching-
he's down.
Yeah.
He's needing a little guy to help him off the field. Like he has his hand on the little dude and was arms around people, and he's in the tent. 8 plays later, baby.
I'm back, baby,
I'm
now.
back. And he's waving a flag around and
I
waving
know.
a flag.
That's what I thought of Tyler. Tyler was so. Am I allowed to say that?
Oh,
I'm
sure.
not getting you mad.
No, I don't care.
I think you said it on the air, so we're probably okay. Tyler was so mad the rookie year when we thought he had torn his Achilles and we're waving to the crowd.
He's giving a thumbs up to
We're
the
giving
crowd.
the kisses and
I'm
we're doing
alive,
the drive
I'm
off on
good.
the cart.
We took the
And then
cord
by
and we got a
practice,
stretcher.
I'll never forget that Wednesday because Tyler's like, why is he not on the injury report? How is he not on the injury?
I'm like,
he
no,
went
you
off
are
on the cart.
You are not allowed to practice today. We had a Paul
He
Pierce.
was like, for look, you cannot practice
Hey,
today.
we had a Paul Pierce fight when I was playing. So if you did that, if the drill ever stopped, if practice ever stopped, and you came back in, that was $500. You don't get to Paul Pierce this thing.
Yeah, Ballsy had a Ballsy moment, man.
I love it. I do love the guy. I love the story. I love this. I always wonder why people didn't root for Trevor Siemian more, just because he was the guy that was never supposed to be there. He was that annoying kid that kept showing up at the party like, hey, I'm here again. Hey, I'm here at the party.
I don't know. He had a personality like a wet paper bag. Maybe that's why they didn't like
he was
Trevor.
the underdog.
Still
If you
in the
truly
league.
love the underdog.
Yeah, it's cool.
You'd love the underdog. But
he's
my point
awesome.
being, Garrett's the guy that I never thought he'd get to this point. Now he's one of the better tackles in the league. He's just amazing. Amazing. To the
Really
point
is.
where your favorite person went on the radio and actually said, I don't think he knows the rules of holding one time.
He's crazy close to having some of the most starts ever in the history of the Broncos.
All right, Ring of Famer. Do we just fire that up? Then we already kind of get into this?
I think he's a slam dunk Ring of Famer.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen. I do.
Ring of Famer?
So
Yeah.
we've had this conversation a few times, but it's always an interesting conversation because he's not the most talented left tackle in Broncos history. That's Ryan Clady. Ryan Clady's
no doubt
he's
about
the
it.
most
God, he was
talented.
so
He's
good.
the best left tackle that's ever played. But Ryan had more injury problems than I think he really only played, 7 seasons for the Broncos? He was on the team for 8, but the 2015 year he was on the IR. Garrett's got longevity. He's probably going to go down as one of the best, if not the best.
Okay, I got to get a panel opinion here. because I just saw it and I thought about it last night. Because right as we were getting on for the Mile High postgame show, Raheem Morris got fired.
Yeah, I'd be furious.
Because this is a defensive guy. Does that hurt the Vance Joseph cause? Is that like, see, another defensive guy, 2 years? I mean, we know Nate talks about it all the time.
He's got an interview by the
They
Titans.
love the offensive CEO kind of guy, right? The old Josh McDaniels with his slick talk. And
If VJ wouldn't get a job in this cycle, I don't know when he ever would.
I'm not disagreeing. I just wonder, and it should not. I
don't think Raheem himself impacts it, but here's what impacts it. Like, he's probably got a great relationship in Arizona, I would imagine. You know, he was phenomenal as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
But the problem there, they're firing a defensive guy.
Yep.
They're firing Vance Joseph, basically.
3 teams are firing defensive guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And those teams that are firing defensive guys,
They're
what
not-
generally happens, you swing in the opposite direction. If you got an old coach, you get a young coach. You got a defensive coach, you get an offensive coach.
Yeah, the hard coach, get the players coach.
Yeah. I mean, that's generally what happens.
VJ's a leader of men, though.
Now, that hadn't been said.
Classic players coach.
That's why he's got it. That's out the door. There's no leader of men.
But to DMac's point, and I think all of our points to some degree, if you really look at the hot candidates this year, it's not a great class.
Who are the hot candidates this year? Clint Kubiak?
I couldn't believe I heard your high five. Philip Rivers is legit a head coaching
He's
candidate
getting
for who?
interest.
He's getting
What?
He's going to have interviews.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you make the guy at least call some plays and be an
Maybe
OC first?
his agent is the one that's throwing that out there. Oh, he was a dominant high school coach.
Well, remember Josh McCown got an interview with the Texans a few years back.
And Philip Rivers is a legend.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
he's beloved.
For sure.
So he's got all of that going. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Philip Rivers gets in the room with some owner and they start eating lunch. That guy is going to
fall in love with him.
Hey, how many,
That's a lot of lunch, judging by the body.
How many plays did Mike Vrabel call before he was a head coach?
Yeah.
Fair enough, but oh boy, now we got a real full
John
house.
Harbaugh, like what?
Dan Campbell.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan Campbell was a long time, but he wasn't a coordinator, right? Here,
No,
let's all do the dance.
he was.
You stay there.
Again, he was position coach guy. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Tyler Polumbus, Darren McKee, everybody. PhD every day from noon to 3 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are back, and we're all back, by the way. I am Nate Kreckman. That is Andy Lindahl. The Sandman, Mike Sanford, is with us for hour number 1 of the program. Today, we take you up until 6 o'clock. We go to pregame Nuggets Sixers right here on Altitude
who?
Sports Radio 92.5.
Who in the Sixers?
These
Ain't
are
the Nuggets.
These are the zombie Nuggets tonight.
Hey, this might be the zombie G League Nuggets.
So this is what I've got as
gold.
This is what I marked down as the starting 5. What do you guys think?
Well, before you do that,
Yeah.
you know what this roster just oozes of?
Backups?
A Mark Springer serious degenerate gambling moment. Does it not?
Catching 14 and a half.
Covered against the Cavs.
Oh, this is.
Come on now.
You know what though? Like this is a good spot to take the dog. This is. They're going to play hard.
They're going to go balls to the
I
wall.
promise
the
you,
under.
these
Hammer
dudes
the under.
will play hard tonight. So I got this as my starting 5. Jalen Pickett, Bruce Brown, P. Watt, Spencer Jones, Deron Holmes. That's your starting 5. Bringing Zeke, Strother, Hunter Tyson, and my guy, Curtis Jones, off the bench tonight. 9-man lineup for David Adelman in Philly.
Hunter Tyson's going to go nuts.
The entire starting 5 is ducking Embiid tonight.
Is he playing?
I think he is.
Still in the league?
He was listed as probable. No, he went for 26 the other night at the Garden. Like
All
he's been okay.
That's a guy that kind of fell out of our lives.
He really did.
You know what I mean?
Once he was no longer an MVP candidate, we lost track of the guy
when
completely.
we didn't have the hate.
Yeah, now we can just be
Who
mad
cares
at Shea.
about East Coast sports?
Exactly.
I would say
It's
that
on too early.
every single one of us, at least casual to serious basketball fan, has had the Google Joel Embiid in the last 6 weeks moment to see if he's still playing basketball.
Is he still alive?
Is he still alive?
Uh-huh.
And what has he done? And what are his splits? I had that same moment about 15 days ago.
I think Tyrese Maxey's their best player now.
Mm-hmm.
Like most consistent.
And they lost Yabusele, my guy.
Well,
You both loved a little Yabusele.
We weren't wrong.
Guy's got a giant can.
Hey, great text from Bo. These are the Dino Nuggets.
Really good.
That might be what they need to be.
Uh-huh.
You ever
Tell you
serve
what.
those up to your kids?
Have you seen what Gershon's doing this year?
What are his numbers?
Gina?
Give them to me.
No,
I haven't seen her
Gershon
since
Yabusele. Yabusele is averaging
Hold on.
3.2 points per game for the New York
Hey, the
basketball
show's officially
Knicks.
back, baby.
Get in the hunt rando B-level 90s hotties tonight. Gina Gershon, first one in the conversation.
Hey, can I speak? Because I think she had this going on too. I had my brothers over. I got 3 of them. We just kind of watched it as a family yesterday. Good time. But my brother, apparently, this is when I learned. I was like, do you not have a good TV? I swear you do. Because he was freaking out over Tracy Wolfson's mole. And I'm like, dude, it didn't just appear. It's been there. It's kind of attractive. She's got a little Cindy Crawford thing going on. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
You couldn't see it with the rabbit ears in the old tube, man.
I know. I was like, he's like, is your TV better than mine? That mole's bothering me today. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? That mole's been there her whole career.
A couple of broadcast thoughts really quickly before we dive in. First off, Romo, a lot of noises yesterday. He was almost all noises.
I don't know.
There were very few words, just a lot of noises.
Yeah, he's like your dad.
Uh-huh.
Old. For those who don't know what it was like in the 80s eating dinner with your dad, it's Romo. Hey, don't bother him. He's not in a great mood, so he'll just grunt and snort, and you just let him go watch TV.
I've got a theory on the broadcast team.
Okay.
Hey, how many times? I got your theory. How bad does Jim Nantz hate that he did that? There were times where Romo, I think Nate's done this to me a few times where I've wanted a joke to keep going and he's clearly done with it, where just Nantz is just talking. Like Romo's not even there.
So I have a theory. Almost on that.
I got one as well.
Jim Nantz.
Do you have the same one as me?
Jim Nantz
you say we'll find
is a loyal Kreckman and Lindahl listener.
Yes.
And he knows the Broncos drinking game by heart.
I think he does.
And he actually started to take some of Tony Romo's responsibilities.
They went right to Bo Nix as an underrated runner.
And it was him.
yesterday.
It was Jim.
Immediately.
It wasn't Romo.
They just dove into it. It's, guys, we're 2 full years into this. We can lose the he's an underrated runner thing. It's probably, honestly, what he does better than anything else.
Just open up Rivals.com and 247 and see that Bo Nix was the #1 rated dual threat quarterback recruit in America. 5 years, well, it's like 9 years
But
ago.
because he was a white guy that played in the Pacific time zone, nobody ever saw him run with the ball,
You know what I think it comes
With frosted
from?
tips?
Yes.
I don't think, don't hate the tips. You can get you done if you do it at the right time. I did it one time, and we went. It was summertime. Went to a club in
1994
Vale,
was
and
good for
they
you?
were glowing.
I'll
They
tell
were
you,
glowing at Nick's up in Vale.
Svelte Lindahl?
It was
No, current Svelte Lindahl might be trending towards some frosted tips
Were
here
you?
in the coming
Nah, we
months.
won't be doing that.
Were you
I don't know.
ever mistaken for the lead singer of Sugar Ray?
You know, that was the comp. Because guess what? That damn band was all over the radio when I did it.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, listen, Jim Nantz needs to have his award taken away. His fraudulent drop of the year award to begin with, because he called him Vance Jackson at the end of the broadcast.
That he did.
That Vance Jackson is coordinating a hell of a defense. What?
Who ended up winning drop of the year? Was it Dempsey or was
No, it was stupid. That.
It was,
that you just heard.
I was listening
That
to that.
Rando, who cares? We've
You
got
guys-
Dempsey barfing because he can't get a damn thought out, and that doesn't win. Instead, we give it to Nance. Nance doesn't need it. Nance and his burnt toast can go wherever.
The amount of times I use the Broncos.
Okay.
The Broncos. I use it all the time in my life. Like Amriel, my wife will say,
That's
"Hey,
always-
who's playing it? Who's playing tonight? The Broncos."
Because you know what? You're not gonna. You're not ever in any company gonna go "Ugh," before you start to make a point. People think you're sick, but don't tell me it's not in your head. Yeah, you hear that.
Okay, so here's my theory. All right. Did you guys catch on to this through the game yesterday? Jim Nantz would rather be hanging out with Adam Shine than Tony Romo.
Yep. You're right.
Those two have, and I'm not trying to cast aspersions, a very flirtatious energy with each other. It's very flirty between Jim Nantz and Adam Shine. They got banter. They got chemistry. The moment that Adam Shine shows up, it's awkward that Romo's there.
It becomes a zest fest.
It really does.
See who can out zest one another.
Well, my brother was telling me who was Kyle? Something Kyle, the quarterback that played at Carolina. I think it was a West Virginia quarterback. Last name Kyle.
Daryl Kyle, former
that's all I could keep
Cardinals
thinking of.
pitcher.
Do you not remember?
It's not Orton.
No, last name was Kyle. He was a backup Panthers quarterback.
Okay.
Whoa.
Anyway.
It's a deep dive.
Again, my brother was telling me he heard a podcast with this guy on it, and he said one time he
Kyle Allen?
Who maybe?
Kyle Orton? Kyle Lauletta? Hey, get in the hunt. Quarterbacks
Rando
named
Kyles
Kyle.
that played for the Panthers. But anyway, he gets thrown in as we're seeing 1,000 times over this past few weeks, where he's
Kyle
got to be the
Trask?
quarterback.
It's supposed to be the last name, though.
Kyle McCord?
He said,
Eagles practice squatter?
He said that apparently in this podcast, he said he had to do one of the production meetings with Nance and Romo.
Uh-huh.
Because he's just the starter they're stuck with. And he said all that Romo did was house snacks while like he was getting after the snack layout while Nance did all the actual
It
talking
kind of makes
to him.
me love him a little bit more to know that he's just housing Chex Mix.
Yeah. Hey, more of them Cheeto Puffs. I need another bag.
It's you dive into the snack mix and you're just like, can I just get all sesame sticks? They're the best bites. Can I just get all of that?
That Chex Mix bag, is that what you're doing?
I don't need the rye chip. Get the rye chip
Who
out of my
wants a
life.
rye? They're horrible.
Exactly. So yeah, we got a lot to do on this radio show today, believe it or not.
Jason Kyle?
Yeah,
he's a
Whatever, I don't
linebacker,
know.
though, right? You
No,
said
it
he's
was
a
a QB.
quarterback.
Okay.
Hard to find
We'll
anybody
figure
with
it
the
out.
last name Kyle that's played in the National Football League.
Kyle Van Noy, Kyler Murray. Again, get in the Kyle hunt today here on the show.
I knew a Kyle Kowalski. Matter of fact, shout out to Kyle Kowalski when we went to Metallica in 1992. He was an O-lineman. And all hell broke loose as people decided your little chairs on the field that were zip tied together.
I was going to say.
We're not going to sit there. And of course, the Metallica crowd, shocker, ripped them apart and passed them everywhere.
Kyle
and
Kowalski.
So pits were going everywhere. And I got behind Kyle a couple times. I wasn't taking that elbow.
Kyle Kowalski sounds like the kind of guy I'd like to hear about. Kyle Kowalski, you got arrested for pushing a cop.
No, that one him. I got a few of those. I got quite a few of those. That's Daryl Berg. That was not Kyle Kowalski. We're just going to run through the cast of friends I had in my life. Kyle's an upstanding man and lives a fine life at Castle Rock. I don't know where Daryl Berg is. I wouldn't mind seeing him if he's around.
Did he know Daryl Kyle, though?
He might have. He was a bouncer at the bars.
Pour one out. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yes, it is a Monday. Yes, we are smacking rears because the Broncos are the number one seed in the AFC.
Are we? We're ready?
We are.
Hey, listen, crowd. Everybody, let's get on it. There was some booze yesterday. You ain't smacking rears.
Hey.
There's plenty of rears to smack.
Hey, you know what I tweeted yesterday? And I stand by it. Broncos blow out Chargers, claim number one seed in AFC. They blew out the Chargers yesterday.
They sure did. Yeah, it was a double-digit win.
Yeah, it's a 16-point victory, folks.
By the way,
yeah,
I did tweet out this too. Do we need to get the old Mitch Wild Thing Vaughn glasses for Trey Lance? Does he know who the hell is where? I have not seen a guy. I mean, you're not even in the dude. Like, punt, pass, and kick, you'd have failed. You couldn't throw it in the bucket.
You just married Mitch Williams, by the way, with Ricky Vaughn, which I think is pretty strong.
Oh, yeah, it was Ricky.
That's how you know.
I think I tweeted it right.
But Mitch Williams
Wasn't he Wild Thing too?
He was Wild Thing as well. He was the real life one. Mm-hmm.
I want some of the Orlando Woolridge rec specs for Trey.
Some Buck Williams.
Aren't they the ones you could
dude
the in front clasp?
Yeah.
Which usually throws guys off, but instead they could pull it off there.
Bo Nix thinks Trey Lance throws an inaccurate deep ball. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're going. It's Monday. Keep it here.
Update time. Adam Schefter in New York.
Jim, Tony, take a look at this.
Hey, it's Kreckman and Lindahl on a Monday afternoon. Nuggets in Philly pregame at 6 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broncos 19-3 yesterday, 14-3 overall, 14 victories, everybody. The Broncos are the number 1 seed, and they get the bye. They await to see if they will be playing the Steelers or the Texans or the Bills or the Chargers. Those are the 4 potential opponents for Denver in the divisional round. Obviously, that game will be played at Mile High. We don't know if it's 12 days or 13 days away just yet, but we know that the Broncos get a week off to rest up and get themselves prepared for the postseason while everyone else has to go slug it out in the wild card round. Let's start here, Sandman. That game yesterday.
Yeah.
I feel as though I have been at times a little bored by Broncos football in 2025. It's not the most thrilling brand of good football, but it's winning football.
Ever met a guy named Kirk Ferentz?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well put.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Subscribes to the theory that
I don't think it's that bad, but I get your point.
It's Iowa Hawkeye football.
Yeah.
Efficient over the last 20 years.
It is.
Won a lot of football games.
That it is.
I mean, he's Kirk Ferentz, gotten fired.
Would you want to sit through it? Not really. No, Kirk Ferentz is the longest tenured head coach in college football.
You ever want to coach against Kirk Ferentz? Because I did it for 2 years.
How'd it go?
Death by 10,000 paper cuts.
Yeah, exactly.
You know why? Because he subscribes to the theory. And I'm going to throw out my first smack in the rear.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk Ferentz subscribes to the theory that most football games are lost
and not won. Yeah.
And I think that Sean Payton in these spots with his defense has fully leaned into that.
Without question. And I think we saw that in the Chiefs game on Christmas, and we saw it yesterday against the Chargers.
And a pair of Raiders games.
Yeah. Bad teams, but like Sean Payton, to me, his superpower with this Broncos team, I don't think it's the only superpower he possesses as a football coach, but with this Broncos team is his superpower is, and this sounds simple, but it's not losing.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. And yesterday they had a good opening drive, and they ran the ball very successfully, and they went down and they stall out in the red zone and they kick a field goal, and then Jaquan McMillan pick 6, awesome play by an excellent player. And right then, like it was cemented for Sean of, okay, we're done. We did it. Now it is just, let's just tread water for the rest of this football game. Trey Lance can't move the Chargers down the field. They don't have the dudes. My defense will dominate and win this game, and they took care of business. Now, does that lend credence to the Broncos are just more than happy to be vanilla? I think they were vanilla. I also think they lost a lot of one-on-ones yesterday and generally played like crap on offense.
Well, the Chargers defense has done that to the Broncos time and time again.
Jesse Minter is a matchup problem for Denver.
It's not good.
Yeah.
And I actually think that Liam Cohen is a matchup problem for Jesse Minter.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep going back to the fact that styles do make fights. And I don't want to see a rematch of this in 12 days.
No, I think this is a dangerous opponent for Denver. And God, I'm rewatching that game today, and I'm just like, okay, like usually on the rewatch, once it's, the ink is dry and you can kind of go back and you can like football nerd on it. On the rewatch today, I was just like, this game sucks.
Oh, yeah. I think that's why we got Nance making all those noises.
Right.
And he was like, we asked for this.
Yeah.
Although, look, on paper, that was the best matchup. I mean, listen, Buffalo Jets wasn't any better, and New England, who'd they stomp? Who were they playing? Miami.
They destroyed them.
But, I'm sure that Romo and company and Nance and everybody would have liked to have seen some touchdowns.
That game was weird. Like
of the offensive variety?
Yeah.
It wasn't close, but it like had the feel of it.
Well,
because Denver couldn't move the ball.
Weren't you
It was a punt fest.
Yeah, and it just felt like they're one dumb, broken play away
Right.
from this becoming one of those uh-oh moments.
Yeah, Trey Lance, like, not getting wrapped up by Nick Bonito and taking it. Like that. That's why, if that's Herbert, if that's Josh Allen, well, like, you better finish that play, or that dude's maybe going 50 yards. And that's what you got to worry about there. And the Broncos got to clean up a lot of things. Like, by the time they get to the postseason, there was nothing Trey Lance could do to hurt you yesterday. He's appallingly bad.
God,
He's really bad.
How is he so not accurate?
It's insane. That's the thing, is when you watch him, you're just like, oh, he's an insane athlete. Like, I see that part of it.
Even then, though, is he an insane enough athlete to be that bad at throwing the football?
No. That's what's so wild about it, is his lack of accuracy is just stunning. And there's other plays where you watched, and, like CBS will give you a good shot behind Trey Lance, and, like, you'll see where somebody is about to come open, and, like, that's where Justin Herbert he fires the ball because he knows his guy is going to be there. Trey Lance doesn't know to do that.
Listen,
he hangs onto the ball and he gets hit.
It's interesting you go to that point. Why do you think Bo was hold off some of his throws like that yesterday? Because that was the only thing that was kind of bugging me. He had some windows, and he didn't take them. And I don't want to be in the Packer game. I felt like he was taking them, and I was like, okay, is he not comfortable with what he's looking at? Because Romo made a comment that's one of the challenges of this defense. You don't get a pre-snap read on them because they will change most of the time what they showed you at pre-snap. And then it changes up and the coverage is different. So he made that comment, true or not. But I was like, did Sean tell him, don't let it rip? Is he choosing? Like, I'd love to know what was going on.
Like, I've been around the game of football my whole life. I've played it. I've coached it. I've been around offensive play callers that have certain game plans. I've never heard somebody verbalize to a starting quarterback, hey, let's take it easy today, okay?
I don't mean by take it easy, but do you know what I mean, Mike? Like, again,
no, because it looks like that.
His air yards per attempt was like less than 2 yards.
No, it truly
yesterday.
looks like that. And what I would say, the common denominator for the Chiefs game, this was a little bit different because I thought Bo Nix was under duress yesterday on the rewatch.
I thought the pressure bothered him.
How many times did he have to spin out of that guy coming off the edge?
And there was a lot of like, find my check down and get rid of the football and don't take the bad play. There was more of that than against the Chiefs, which was soft shell, too high. This was a little bit more like Jesse Minter wanted to test some of his pressure looks, some of his coverage looks against Bo and sees what I almost feel like he's continuing to gather data of things that really bother.
They blitzed, I believe, 45% of his dropbacks. They blitzed him yesterday.
Yeah, and a lot of them are simulated pressures, which means only 4 guys or maybe 5 are coming.
Yeah.
But it looks like 7 are lined up coming at the line of scrimmage. And Bo, I'll tell you, against Mike McDonald and the Seahawks last year, game 1, I always go back to it. That was very similar to what Jesse Minter does, which is a very college/pro hybrid defensive structure, which is let's mess with all of these quarterbacks and let's mess with the RPO looks. In college, that's what they're messing with. In pro, they're messing with the protections, where your hots, and they try to get you by design to throw the football into areas that they're dropping players into.
You made an interesting comment last night where on the post-game show where you
I actually
said
thought it was terribly uninteresting last night because the game was.
Hey, look at that.
Well,
that's the sign of a good broadcaster, right?
Knowing you that wasn't a good one.
Be interesting when you're talking about crap.
You had said you think Harbaugh wanted it this way. He set up the path that he wanted. He feels good about his matchup in New England, and he knows if they win, they're back to Denver.
It's wild when you think about it. The one matchup that personally for me, and you call me coward, I don't want to see the Broncos because I want the Broncos to continue. Even if I didn't grow up, born and raised in Denver, Colorado, all of us here really want the Denver Broncos.
Parades.
It's really good for all of us, right? And it's fun. It's really fun. I feel when you look at the matchups and you look at who the hardest matchup is just in terms of style points, Sean Payton and Bo Nix versus Jesse Minter and Derwin Damn James, who didn't even play yesterday.
Right.
I don't
really
like
Khalil Mack, right?
I don't like the matchup. And the craziest thing is it's the simplest and most likely outcome based off of how this thing. So the only thing that happens for this matchup needs to happen is the Chargers win a ball game with a bunch of their players back in against the New England Patriots franchise that's really young in their trajectory. It's their first time.
I think Sean, watching that game yesterday, number one, I think Jim Harbaugh was having a pretty good time out there.
Did you see his halftime interview?
He was so good.
You know what they say? If you're in the fight, and we're gonna fight, and we're gonna fight some more. All right? Okay. Yeah, I like that. You guys like that?
You do the best Harbaugh, by the way. That's years of being in the same room as that guy, right?
A couple of meetings
Two
with
is
that guy.
2 is enough.
Uh-huh.
2 is enough to really. He just sprayed DNA of Jim Harbaugh's impersonation all over everybody
really
in his
dial it in.
within purview.
It's pretty good. No, I think that Harbaugh likes this matchup. I think he wants it in a couple of things. It's number one, I think that Minter's defense gives Bo Nix fits, and number two, they're a really good tackling defense. Even their backup dudes. That fifth-round linebacker yesterday that dropped R.J. Harvey in the backfield, you're like, where did this guy come from? But that's the kind of player that Jesse Minter is gonna circle and identify and say, this is my kind of dude. Like, they're really good tacklers. Their lane integrity is generally pretty good. They lost it a couple of times. I think Knicks had it was like a 25-yard run, whatever it was on the opening possession. After that, Bo did not have real clean running lanes yesterday against the Chargers. And it's, Legwald and I did a show a few weeks back when Andy was on IR. And, I mean, the three teams that I circled that I said I'm worried about were Buffalo, the Chargers, and the Texans. Those are the three and they're the three wild card teams. Any one of those teams could be coming into Denver next week.
See, 303-504-0925. You might as well power rank your opponents that you don't want to see. Who concerns you in the field? Who would you like to see if you want to jump in? See, for me, Jacksonville and the Chargers are the two. Here's what's interesting. I don't know how I feel about the Bills. I really don't, because I feel like the Steelers get this. We see this all the time. There's reputation picks by everybody. The Bills are favored at the moment over Jacksonville.
Yes, I think they're like a 1-point favorite.
Now, again, there's a part of me that does believe, I've talked about it all year because I saw this story arc when the Broncos won their first Super Bowl where they actually had more bumps in the road on the way to their first championship than they had in the previous year when they went 13-3 and got knocked out by Jacksonville. They had some ugly losses to the Niners and to the Steelers late in the season. Nobody was really buying the team again. Everybody thought a Jacksonville collapse was going to happen. They had to go to KC where they never win and found a way to win a tight one there. Had to go back to Pittsburgh, who had beat them earlier, and they got that one done, and then nobody picked them against the Packers. So is that the story arc for the Bills? Is that what we're going to see? And Josh Allen finally gets crowned without Mahomes in the playoffs, without all the quarterbacks that we know he hates facing, and Burrows and Lamar Jackson and all that? Or are they really just a team that we overrate how much Josh Allen, especially with whatever this knee or foot or what has he got? Foot, knee?
He hadn't been the same. He's still really good.
He is, but is he enough? That defense is not very good, man. I'm not saying it's poo. But I mean,
so listen to this. Here, this is just an example, okay? Since week 11, this is when Jacksonville went on their win streak. They've won 8 in a row going into the postseason. They are their top 6 EPA per play both sides of the ball. You would go, oh, that's the hottest team going into the postseason. Buffalo is 4th and 11th in those two metrics in that span. They've got a run game which plays this time of year. And they got the quarterback that can beat you single-handedly. Those are the things that Buffalo has going for them. That's why they're scary.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I just feel like with their defense, like I'm trying to think about what kind of Mike brought up right there. Who has a defense that I don't think Bo would be afraid to just let her rip? And again, I don't know that he was afraid yesterday. Part of me wondered, did Sean tell him at all costs? And we could look. And the reason
there was a do not give them the ball mandate.
Do not give them any
yesterday.
surge of momentum.
Right.
And look, I think he coached the Chiefs game that way a little bit, and I think he coached that Raider matchup at times a little bit. So
I think the Jets game in London,
right? So
very much like that.
The reason why I'm comfortable saying this and not feeling like it's a company line is I do think we've seen them kind of been like, "Hey, man, no risks today," because again, against the Packers, it was like he told Bo, we got to have points, and Bo, that was when you and I we were all drooling over the Bo game after the Packers. He's thrown into tight windows, thrown into triple. He didn't care. He was just playing ball. And it feels like since that game, now I don't know. I would say this, and let me ask you, with your coaching experience, I know Nate's seen it in his media career. Is Jacksonville, now listen, I respect the hell out of them because I think they got a really good roster. People forget they picked in the top 10 a lot. They had a lot of
good
accrued
players.
talent, and they're finally figuring out the quarterback. So that makes them scary. But I would also say, do they not feel like the cocky young team that's maybe about to get – I've heard an old coach saying is there's two types of people, those that have been humble and those that are about to be, and I do wonder if Jacksonville's about to be.
I feel this way a little bit with Kurt Cignetti in Indiana as well. Like I feel like the other shoe is going to drop at some point. Maybe it won't. And
I don't know. I kind of thought Alabama would be in that game.
I did too. I predicted it. I thought Alabama was going to win the game. They got obliterated.
Destroyed.
You know what it looked like? It looked like an Alabama versus Indiana football game.
I was going to say, I just think that
the other way around, right?
I think the thing Kurt Cignetti has going for him is he just has a better football team than everybody else.
Yeah.
That's what he's got going for himself
I
at the
feel
moment.
the same way about the Jaguars, though.
Yeah.
And I actually think that part of me looks at Trevor Lawrence getting his gifted bling that he's putting into his mouth after the game, and it's all. And you remember the same thing with Kirk Cochains, and you had our guy Kirk Cousins. It just seems like those stories always kind of fizzle. They fizzle away. The one thing the Broncos are not. The Broncos are not any of that. Sean Payton does not allow this football team to be silly.
No, he does it himself. I mean, he does it. He spent the offseason saying, I'll be the loudmouth and I'll tell anybody that'll listen how good my team is. And guess what? Give him his flowers.
You know
He's
why?
the number one seed in the AFC.
So love my Q. Don't you love your Q too?
I love good barbecue. You're right. GQ's
okay.
right across the
It's
street.
pretty good. It's pretty good.
Now,
Pretty
listen,
good.
man, I will, again, I don't know if that's going to happen in Jacksonville or not, and maybe it does, but I don't think we should. I don't want to be this guy. Because, look, yesterday, did things concern me? Absolutely. You'd be foolish not to say that they weren't trying to score more touchdowns in the red zone than they did. And I think that's why Sean was cranky after the game.
Yeah, the execution was crap yesterday.
But at the end of the day, this team, 14, I'm going to say it again, 14 times
wins.
You've had more points than your opponent. And that matters. And
it does.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. Look, we could get a 9-6 Super Bowl as long as you're the one with 9. I don't care.
Right.
You probably prefer a 6-9 Super Bowl, but
Mike Vrabel winning Coach of the Year?
He is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's by far the betting favorite on that. I think Peyton's back at like plus 10,000. I looked at it last night.
There needs to be another Coach of the Year award. So the Associated Press Coach of the Year can go to Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
There needs to be a Kreckman and Lindahl. It was with Sandman hanging out. Coach of the Year for least likely to lose games. Sean Payton.
That's him.
Sean Payton.
He went from 8 wins to 10 to 14, and how did he do it? Did his offense become just a rocket ship that couldn't be stopped? Absolutely not.
No, he drafted the quarterback that he said doesn't make bad plays.
Exactly. This guy doesn't kill me with negative plays.
And then he calls an offensive style against teams that stink.
Yeah.
And he played a lot of them. Cool.
Right.
Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
They're all dubs.
And you know what? If the Broncos cannot lose twice in the month of January,
they're going to the Super Bowl.
We're hanging out in Santa Clara, boys.
Seriously, name a time. When was the last? I don't think it's happened in the last 2 years. When was the game they lost they shouldn't have? Like the game they should have.
I mean, I guess the Colts just because of the dumb leverage penalty, but I know your point. Like, the Colts were good, and you were at their place. Like, I know the Colts, their season ended up being a disaster.
But that game would be case in point, Exhibit A for most games are lost. You lost it.
Right.
But by one tiny mistake still, that mistake yielded the loss.
That's what the Ravens did last night.
Yep.
They lost,
Mm-hmm.
and the Steelers just simply had to sit back and survive that thing.
Oh my God! How about the end of that?
Should
game?
Tomlin have like gone for advancement of the football with multiple timeouts in the back pocket in time, or should he have just done what he did and just kick it and let the kicker?
Oh, you mean Harbaugh?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
The other way.
No, they hit the play to Likely. I mean, 44
But you
yards.
have 15 seconds remaining. Did you
Yeah,
have 2 timeouts in the bag?
I think I'd have taken one more little chunk just to move the kid
You want to know
closer.
a really disgusting thing that coaches do? They look at that situation and they say, okay, we could go for it, advance this, and make it an easier kick for my kicker. But if it goes bad, and guess who's in trouble?
Yeah, exactly.
Me. If I just decide to kick it from right here, wind it down, center it up, and if he doesn't make the kick, guess who it's on?
All right, do you get that thought in your head because you don't trust your cue?
Probably a little bit. And would you say you fully trusted Lamar Jackson in that spot?
I was up until he had that weird almost, if it wasn't for the chuck before he went out of bounds, he'd had a terrible sack.
Yeah,
Woo!
exactly. Yeah, but he was balling in that fourth quarter.
Oh, that was nice. I was like, man, Zay Flowers been on my stupid fantasy team so many times. He's never had a game like this.
The end of that game is prime example for all coaches that don't want the outcome to be on their shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want the blood on their hands. They'd rather have the kicker have it on their hands. And they're almost sinister about that in their back of their mind.
Guy should have made it, though. Come on.
He should have. Did you see the
Lined
win?
it up in the middle.
Did you see the win? Did you see the way that the PAT took a freaking hard ride for Pittsburgh?
You're a pro kicker. Make the damn kick, but be nicer to him on the internet. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I even have extra people in here to read this one, so I need you all to listen up. It's a new year, but don't get stuck with the same problems. If you're battling ED, let's not puppet show this thing. If you're battling the problem of ED, it's time to go and have a conversation with the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they've got solutions for you. Matter of fact, solutions that could be working a little bit quicker than maybe you even realize. It is a new year, and if you put this off, you keep saying, well, this is the year I'll do it, or I'll do it later in the fall, or I'll do it a month from now, and now here we are, and you can't believe it's 2026, then it's time. It's time to get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let these folks help you, because, again, they do have options for you. Matter of fact, they got things that work when pills and herbals fail. So don't just get stuck living with this. They have treatments that work that have success rates well over 90%, and some will have you lasting an hour or more. Happy New Year to you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So just give them a call right now. And if you want to go ahead and give them a call, that first visit is $99, and it includes a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, you're going to get a test dose. And if the test dose is not working in the office, the visit is free, so you got nothing to lose but your ED. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back and ready for action the day after your appointment. 5 locations throughout Colorado, in Fort Collins and the Springs. They have a great new revamped location in Castle Rock they'd love you to check out. Also North and Central Denver. Give them a call today. This number gets you to any of those locations, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A huge win. Obviously, I think the thing that our guys did the best, you can't control who's playing for the other team, but, man, we did all the things we needed to do defensively. I would have liked to scored more touchdowns in the red zone, but you play a game a certain way. When we understood what was at stake, and now we sit here with the opportunity of having the 1 seed, which is pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty good, Sean. I would say you did it, man. You went 14-3. You got the number 1 seed. You won the AFC West. You set your team up, flawed as it may be. You set your team up in the best possible scenario for them to be able to get to the Super Bowl. You've just got to win 2 games. You legitimately, guys, you got to, after the next 2 games, you just got to be +2. That's it in point differential. That's all that is required of this team. It is wild when you look at it. They're 14-3, 5th best point differential in the AFC, 7th best in the entire NFL this year, and yet it's them in Seattle standing atop the mountain at 14-3. And it goes back to what Sandman was talking about before. Of this is a team that their superpower is just not losing. And playing Kirk Ferentz football, if that's what you want to call it, Bill Parcells at the professional level, you just have to have more points than the other guys. That's what they did against the Chiefs. That's what they did against the Chargers. That said, it looked like paint drying, and the locals were restless yesterday. I think the most excited the crowd got was when they played John Denver. That was about it yesterday. That and a Jaquan McMillan pick 6. That was pretty much it. Those are your lone opportunities to get excited. That was a 2-1 hockey game that the crowd paid to go out and watched yesterday. You want to go nuts. It's not really there for you until the very end where you get to cheer and applaud your team. It's been a weird Broncos season in that way because, Andy, they're 14-3, but are they dominant?
And I mean, it doesn't feel that way, and yet you won 14 games.
14 wins.
That's an elite. That's not a good total. That's an elite total.
It's one of the great seasons in Bronco history.
And yeah, but it doesn't feel like they're set up to just take on all comers,
right,
as they roll into town. But look, we talked about it in Cross. This is how I felt about the 2015 team, so I'm hoping for the same results. But I guess if I had to put money down, I'm not going to bet it's going to go the same way because the offense just doesn't. It's the run game that worries me the most, quite honestly.
Oh, God. R.J.
You know
Harvey
what I mean?
yesterday, 15 carries for 28 yards. By the way, why do they not give the ball to Jaleel McLaughlin more? He's pretty good.
He started the game.
We talked. Yeah. Well, he should be the starter right now.
But he did. But it was like every 3 plays, they were just cycling through backs. Give the guy the ball.
Did he start the game? Get the first touch of the game. I believe he got 7 or 8 yards. And then he was out. In there. He was out the next play, and R.J. Harvey got the next carry.
Did they not trust him in pass? Like, I asked Jeff enough times, and didn't Jeff just tell us the last time we talked to him that, I think it was a couple Fridays ago, he said, look, man, sometimes coaches just, and you maybe can speak to this, you make up your mind about a guy that, no matter how much he shows you, he's still kind of, we all have that happen at work, right? But this is your role, and I'm not changing your role because that's just in my mind what your role is.
Yeah, you're
right?
good at your role. I don't want you to have a bigger role.
Yeah,
right.
So I don't know, because to me, every time he touches, more often than not, when he touches the ball, good things happen. Now, I'm not saying eliminate R.J. Harvey from discussion, not at all. But again, the kids feel. I just don't know that he's found his feel at times running in the zone system. It just feels like there are cutback lanes that he doesn't take. I felt like a couple weeks ago he wasn't being as robotic. Yesterday, it felt like he kind of went back to, like, here's the hole they told me to run to, so I'm running to it.
What was his last good game? Was it the Packers game?
I think everybody's last good game was the Packers game.
It was, yes.
Be honest about it. Offensively.
Yeah, that's it. The defense is good every game because this defense rules. But yeah, offensively, they cannot find any kind of consistent footing. And you look at the numbers at the end of this season, and I'll just rip some stats off for you guys. You tell me if you're surprised by any of these. Okay, this off 14th in scoring offense.
Nope.
Yeah.
God, frankly, a little surprised it's that high.
It doesn't feel.
But
that
we
high.
forget about the great offensive games they had middle of the year.
Yards per play, 17th. Total first downs, 15th. Percentage of drives ending in scores, 20th. 16th in rush yards per game, 15th in rush yards per play. They did punt the ball 75 times, which is the third most in the NFL this year. Now, some of that is, again, back to Sandman's point, Kirk Ferentz football, because they don't go for it on fourth down. They had the third fewest fourth down attempts this year, and Sean Payton, and I've been critical of it at times because he is punted in, when you're in the plus side of the field, and he's still punted on 4th and 3, 4th and 2, and it's annoyed the hell out of me, but that's how he wins games. That's the whole thing. Just don't lose the game.
Until he plays somebody that he thinks is going to score a bunch of points.
And then he'll cut it loose.
And then Sean turns into a bit of a riverboat gambler.
Right.
I think he did that against Jacksonville.
And it didn't work.
Didn't work.
Yeah, it worked against the Packers. It didn't work against Jacksonville, and that's just it. The thing is they're going to have to score points against, unless it's Pittsburgh, they're going to have to score points against whoever they play.
Do you remember the schematic feel and aggressive feel of Chiefs game against Mahomes? Felt similarly aggressive until Sean Payton sort of realized, this isn't exactly the Mahomes.
They're not going to score.
They're not going to score in droves. And so, hey, let's kind of pull off a little bit. Let's make sure we don't turn the football over, give Mahomes a short field. I mean, it's brilliant. Like, you're the 1 seed.
14-3.
It's brilliant. Now, why doesn't everybody do it? Like, why don't I do it? Like, I would have won every game if
you
I
don't
did
have
it,
the
right?
defense.
I don't have the defense.
Yeah.
Nobody does.
Yeah.
Very few teams do.
Well,
Iowa did.
And again,
still does.
What do you think? Like, he knew, it felt like he knew against the Packers, we're going to have to go get after this, and he did.
Right.
What do you think happened against Jacksonville? Do you think he thought maybe he would get one of the games we're describing and then didn't? And then all of a sudden you can't just turn it on and go, okay, let's let her rip today.
I think he was trying to be aggressive until Bo threw I think, what was it, second quarter interception or was it first quarter interception?
I can't remember, but I know this. You can't in the playoffs, you can't let a pick scare you off. Because you're going to probably be playing a pretty high-powered offense.
No, they're gonna have to stay again. They're gonna have to stay aggressive against whoever they are playing in the postseason, and do so intelligently, obviously. But they're gonna have to be an aggressive football team. And
you ready?
And again, why did it work out against Green Bay? Well, I mean, a part of what happened was LaFleur got greedy. Surtain makes an unbelievable play for that interception.
Oh, and Micah Parsons' ACL was left on the empower
Christian
field.
Watson was out, and Zach Tom, the right tackle, got hurt, and he was out, and it just completely changed that game.
Back to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's not call it a debacle, but it was the worst loss this season, 14-point loss. Bo Nix threw it 47 times. 352 yards.
Yeah, it was a season high.
Double thumbs up, right? Nope, interception and a fumble. Lost 2. And that's where Sean really started focusing on this just turnover margin. And, I think this week, Sean's vitriol in the building was directed at the defense for not creating takeaways wisely. And guess what they did?
Pick 6.
2 of them.
Yeah.
I mean, two
takeaways. Strip
takeaways.
sack by Nick Benito.
2 takeaways.
Yeah.
Because the way this team is playing offensive football right now, you're going to have to turn over the Josh Allens or the...
And that's what sucks is you get that strip sack and you kick a field goal.
Right.
It didn't hurt because you're playing Trey Lance.
But that can't happen in the playoffs.
Exactly. Every quarterback is good.
It still kind of deflated that crowd yesterday.
Even zombie Aaron Rodgers is good. They're all good.
That game was fun and sucked at the same time.
He ripped off a couple of throws at the end of that thing. He also knew. How
about him screaming at Arthur? What's the guy's
Arthur
name?
Smith.
Arthur Smith.
That was wild.
Yeah.
How about do you think Arthur Smith's like, just fire me? I don't. If this guy's coming back, please don't bring me back too.
There's no way that old balls Rodgers comes back.
You don't think
next
so?
year, is there?
Hey, how about the death look he gave our gal? Why am I spacing her name? That's
Melissa Stark.
Hey man, it's the question.
Dude, the Stark
it's the question.
She's the best. Don't we love?
Yeah, that
don't
means
we love
he wants
the Stark?
to be asked, are you going to retire?
Dude,
Exactly.
speaking of which, have you noticed that Rutledge? What's her name?
Rutledge.
Laura Rutledge.
I don't know what's going on. Why everyone's
Dude,
mad at her.
everybody just gives her the stiff arm and won't talk to her. It happened again this weekend.
You know why I think so? If I had to guess, and I don't know this for sure, if I had to guess,
you know the world. You know the
it's
antics.
because she's on NFL Network or on NFL Live, and I'm sure there's been some segments that guys have heard that they don't care for, whereas the others
she's
don't
getting
have
it
that.
in college too. Laura Rutledge is getting college head coaches are like, I don't really want to talk to you right now. What? Oh no, it's quarterbacks. It's Bo Nix.
No, it was Herbert,
Herbert,
and then
is yesterday.
Darnold.
See, I think it's nothing but a bunch of angry old Rockies fans that are just mad that Josh Rutledge didn't live up to his potential.
That could be it.
Yes.
Is that her dad?
Mm-hmm. No,
it's her husband. Cool.
Erstwhile Rockies light-hitting, slap-hitting infielder Josh Rutledge.
My respect for him went up 1,000%.
He's a good guy. I like Josh Rutledge.
He's outkicked his coverage.
Exactly. Yeah, and then they got Tulo, and they were like, you don't get to be on this team anymore. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. That's Mike Sanford. Everybody listen to him every day, 10 to noon, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwald joins us to answer Bronco questions next. Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, you shop every team in town. Nuggets tonight, they will take on Philly. Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon are back. Well, that's in the copy, but they're not playing.
Yeah.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Rest day.
Anyway, tune in tonight to watch Curtis and Spencer Jones take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Pregame for Nuggets Sixers on 92.5 will start at 6 o'clock, powered by Ramos Law. All right, Jeff Legwold, let's start in the big picture here on a Monday afternoon. The Broncos are 14-3. They're the number one seed in the AFC. They go from the Nathaniel Hackett Christmas Day debacle against the Rams, where they're fighting each other, they're fighting the Rams, they're losing by 1,000, they're getting their coach fired, and 3 years later, they are the number one seed heading into the postseason. As you have watched this build, and let's start in the biggest picture possible, what has stood out to you the most about how George and Sean Payton have gotten the Broncos here?
Well, I've asked people around the league about that too, who know both of them, and just from what I've seen over the years, here and there of watching teams build, it strikes me how they found a sort of the common ground to work off of. That George Payton has a very good understanding of what kind of player Sean Payton is looking for, and Sean Payton. Look, tons of people around the league, Sean Payton is a forceful personality, like him, dislike him, in the middle ground. If you've met him or haven't met him, whatever, he has a strong personality, but he knows as well what kind of player he's looking for. And you can dispute any of that or argue some of the little things in there. But he has a very clear idea of what he wants. And you can build a roster if the people looking for players know what you want and you are effective in getting those guys in roles once you have them. And, I think, a big part of their developmental curve is the assistant coaches they have. I think they have a good developmental staff. And just look at, like Vance Joseph, for example, on defense. Look where Nick Bonito was 2 years ago. Look where he is now. Look where Zach Allen was when he arrived. Look where he is now. You hit on Surtain, who was here when Sean Payton got here. But look at how all of those people fit together with a clear plan of how they want to play.
Yeah, and it is absolutely fit, and the Broncos have gotten to this place where they play, Jeff, a brand of complementary football that may make the locals a bit restless at times. There sure was a lot of punting happening in that game yesterday, but the point of the exercise of professional sports is score more points than the other guy, right? And that's what I think the Broncos do almost better than anything else. With that said, we have 2 full regular seasons of sample size on what this offense is. In Sean Payton's mind, from where it started with the drafting of Bo Nix and the planting of the seeds a couple of years ago, and McGlinchey and Powers, and starting to construct this whole thing, do you believe that Sean figured his offense would be further along by now?
I do. If he were to admit it, I can't speak for him, but
sure.
I have spoken to him about football matters a few times, and it's hard for me to believe, Nate, that this season in August, I could have walked up to Sean Payton and said, if you end the year and Bo Nix leads the NFL in pass attempts, have you played offense the way you want to? I don't believe the answer would have been yes, in my heart. Mm-hmm. But here we are, and Bo Nix led the NFL in pass attempts. And, in a league when only 2 quarterbacks finished with more than 600, he is one of them. And you go to the other side of it, He's 29th in off-target throws, and I think 21st in completion percentage. So you're doing something more than every other quarterback in the league, and you either aren't built at wideout or tight end to be efficient enough doing it, to be in the league's top 15 even, but you're still doing it more than everyone else. And that's the question I don't really have a good answer to, and I've looked at it, and I've charted it, and I've asked people, and I'm not sure anyone does. I think they just go week to week, during the season and trying to get by, attack the opponent. I think these big picture things get addressed later, when he can step back and look at it. But I don't think the offense is where I think they'd like more in the middle of the field, whether that's a tight end or a running back, I don't know, but they want more there. They need more explosives. I mean, J.K. Dobbins hasn't played since November 6th, and he still has 7 more explosive runs than any running back on the Broncos roster. There are definite things they need more of for him to have the offense he had for a lot of years and that he'd like, I think.
That is Jeff Legwold, everybody, breaking it down with us on a Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff, let's get into some of the news of the day. It's Black Monday. Coaches are getting canned all over the place, as they typically do. We have seen reports that Vance Joseph is going to get an interview with the Tennessee Titans. We have seen other reports of Davis Webb, Jim Leonard, garnering interest around the NFL. Right now, when it comes to Sean Payton's coaching staff, typically a number 1 seed is going to generate some interest. What do we know? How many phone calls are Broncos assistants going to get right now?
Well, I mean, Sean Payton has always contended it's a good sign when people want your coaches, and that if people don't want your coaches, you're not doing much. So I think he takes this as just part of the deal. And I know he expects it, and he will have spoken to all of his assistants who get interest, about this many times. And I think the assistants here believe in what they see around them enough. They're not just this isn't gonna be like a lot of staffs where people are just going to go for a promotion.
Yeah.
They know what this is going to look like here. They know what kind of ownership is here. They know what kind of investment is going to be in the team. And they're not all just going to leave here just, I believe Davis Webb wants to call plays at some point. That is very unlikely to happen here. He could be given more responsibilities here and more game planning, all of those things. But I don't think on game day he will have those play calling experiences. So he may have to go for that. But guys aren't going to just jump from here. So it will take quality offers from these teams to get these guys. And, I know VJ wants to be a head coach again, but he also knows how he wants it to look when he wants to be a head coach again. And I think he'll ask a lot tougher questions of the teams interviewing him because he knows where he's at and he knows what he has.
Like, you're looking at the openings. Is this a good cycle for VJ? Do you think he has a good crack at one of these gigs?
I do. I certainly think, Spytech, there's a Broncos connection there. The teams know VJ. He is a known in league circles. I think sometimes it gets lost here because it didn't go well as a head coach here for him. But an awful lot of people who make an awful lot of decisions in the league think a lot of the way he develops players, how he handles players. And I think his schematic stuff is underrated locally, that football people see a pretty good tactician in those things. So, yeah, I think he's got a good opportunity to get interviews. And, I think it's very telling the Titans were first to call, and they have a former Chiefs executive running the show there, so he's seen what VJ does up close. So again, but I think VJ will ask good questions, tough questions to the people talking to him to make sure. But he'll get tons of interest, and I think it won't shock me at all if a few of these other teams ask for formal positions or permission. It is weird to me that in this cycle, I don't remember this many GMs being retained while the head coaches were getting dumped. And I've always sort of half teased and half been serious with coaches that, when you're coaching the game, the other guy's in the owner's box talking about, I can't believe we used that guy that way. I can't believe we did that. What's up with that timeout? And I think sometimes we see the impact of that, and I think we're really seeing the impact of it today.
I think it pays to be the guy that can hit happy hour with the owner.
Yeah, no, if you got an extra 4 hours with the owner every game day where, the other guy's busy.
Right.
He's doing stuff. You're up in the box just commenting on commenting. But, anyway, that's neither here nor there. But it is weird that, and I would ask that if I was a head coach interviewing at these spots, what's your situation? What, are you on thin ice? I mean, what's happening here? Could the team only afford to fire one of you? It's like, I want to know what's happening before I, dive all the way in.
Yeah, get that peek under the hood. He's Jeff Legwold, everybody. We talk to him Mondays and Fridays here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Read his stuff at ESPN.com. Best in the biz. Leggy, good stuff, man. Thank you.
See ya.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us there on a Monday afternoon. The Broncos are 14-3. They are the number 1 seed in the AFC. They await one of 4 possible opponents. Which one's the ideal? Which one's the nightmare? Maybe not what you think. We'll tell you that next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. Hey, congratulations, Cody Johnston. He was the winner on our last ticket giveaway with Roller Auction. He got himself tickets to the Avs Blues game on New Year's Eve. That was a pretty good one. Well, our next giveaway is going to be a pair of tickets in KSE's catered suite to the Nuggets Grizzlies game February 11th. So go sign up to bid right now with Roller Auction at roller.bid/altitude. That's right. One lucky listener is going to win a pair of tickets in a catered suite for Nuggets Grizzlies February 11th from Altitude Sports Radio simply by signing up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. And hey, they're back to work at Roller Auction. Check out all of the auctions that they have available to be able to bid online right now. Go to roller.bid and check out the website. They've got a model home furniture auction that is open right now. You got about a day left to get in on that, but some great deals on furniture, decor, and so much more. Go to roller.bid and check it out, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because you can win Nuggets tickets.
Sean, that's what, when you come off the field, like with a win of this magnitude, is it easy to put the red zone and all of that? Is it easier to put that to the side for a little while?
Absolutely.
After a win like this, yeah.
Absolutely. Again, each week there's a look, am I ever happy? No. All right. But we shouldn't be as coaches. I know fewer words have never been spoken, Mark. Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions, but you have a lot to write.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Thank you. You're exactly right.
Sean Payton getting all irritable with Kiz yesterday.
Did Kiz, you have the post. Did Kiz
Well, he's a Gazette guy now.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
I mean, Andy, do you want me to give you?
Yeah, give me what he wrote that might have set that off. Or was Sean just looking for somebody because he was frustrated with the red zone?
I'm sure it's cumulative, and Broncos head coaches are always pissed at Mark Kisla.
Sure. There's times where I'm mad at Mark Kisla.
Just like they've always been pissed at Woody Page.
Yeah.
That's
It's the job.
The local columnist is not doing his job if the local NFL head coach loves them, okay? You know, Kiz has been, chewed out by everybody that you can imagine, threatened by everybody that you can imagine, and he's nonplussed. He doesn't care. Okay, he's aware and he knows the risks of his job. Here's the funny part, okay? After that, I was like, all right, you know what? I'll go to the Gazette. I'll read Kiz's latest column. You want me to give you the headline? Why the Broncos have the advantage on the sideline with Sean Payton, but not under center with Bo Nix.
Interesting. When was that penned?
Yesterday. That was after
so that was the Sunday morning column?
After they beat the Chargers.
Okay.
That's after they beat the Chargers. So that's what you get after that game. And that sounds right. Like, again, the Broncos, I believe, have the best coach in the AFC going into the postseason. Even if Jim Harbaugh has his number, I will take Sean. I'll take him over Vrabel, as good as I think Vrabel is. I'll take him over Harbaugh. I'll take him over Liam Cohen. I'll take him over Sean McDermott. Hell, I'll take him over Tomlin and D'Amico. Like again, seven of those teams, I would power rank Sean Payton as the best head coach in the AFC going into the playoffs. If I'm power ranking the quarterbacks, I got Bo Nix and Aaron Rodgers slugging it out in the basement. That's my view of it going into the postseason for the Denver Broncos.
It is interesting because you've got Herbert, who's never won a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
Funny enough, I guess Lawrence has won a playoff game over Herbert.
Over Justin Herbert,
and
right.
Al Michaels, if everybody remembers, could not have been more bored by the most exciting comeback I'd seen in a while.
Josh Allen's never won a road playoff game.
Yeah.
He's going to have to be able to do that this week. So,
and Drake May, we don't know. First playoff action for Drake May.
Exactly.
Frankly.
Great regular season. What's he going to be in the postseason? We'll find out.
How about this? Because we brought this up earlier, and if you want to jump in, some people texted in earlier, and it was interesting. A lot of people said they're going off coaches they don't want to see versus quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And San Diego was high on the list, but 303-504-0925, the teams that you maybe power rank your playoff teams, who don't you want to see coming to Denver? Because, again, two of the teams that you saw in the last couple weeks of the season very easily. Now, Jacksonville, pretty sure Jacksonville can't be your matchup till the AFC Championship, right?
Exactly. So you can't play New England or Jacksonville next week. It goes Pittsburgh, Houston, Buffalo, Chargers.
So a lot of us, I think for a lot of us, Chargers are probably top of the list just because this has been a thing. For whatever reason, Sean has struggled against Jim Harbaugh, and frankly, I'd say considering the guy's missing, that was a little bit of a struggle yesterday. So I don't want to see the Chargers necessarily, but 303-504-0925, text in how you're feeling about that.
See, but isn't that crazy? Like, without Slater and Alt, who are the second and third best players on that team, and Herbert, I think, has been sacked the second most of any quarterback in the NFL this year, given what Denver's pass rush is, you should look at that matchup and say, Broncos should win that game.
Yeah, I'd feel good if I didn't see what I saw yesterday because, again, I'm not
But here's the problem. Herbert's awesome.
Herbert's awesome, but see, this isn't even about Herbert because, unfortunately, back when you played the Packers and had the win that had us all just feeling so good, probably the last good win you had. It was. Not probably, it was. You had a run game. Okay. The run game just continues to be less and less a factor every week that we go along, which is my greatest concern, which throws more on Bo's shoulders. And Bo and the Chargers are not a great matchup. It just hasn't been in his career.
No,
and that's why it bothers me.
Again, like I circle it as I think the Chargers are a bad matchup for Denver because they always are. I think the Buffalo's a bad matchup because of Josh Allen and James Cook.
But see, I do think Bo could have some success against their defense.
I think he could as well. I absolutely think that he could. I think the Broncos can score points against those guys. But I think if you get in a shootout against the Buffalo Bills, you're going to that's a problem.
Oh, well, without Brandon Jones, yes, it is.
Yes. I worry about Houston's pass rush.
Fair enough. The O-line is. What are you making of the O-line?
That Broncos
You've been banging
offensive
the drum
line didn't
by
play
the number.
well.
No, they did not.
They did not play well yesterday.
What about that one where they just let what was the guy's name, Max or whatever, shoot the gap? Like just nobody. I don't know what our guy Crum was doing. It's like nobody blocked the middle linebacker that basically just took a free lane to your running back.
Yeah.
What the hell happened on that play?
You know, you got to worry about Garrett Bowles' ankle. Like you got 2 weeks. Okay, Bowles will be fine. He'll play. But you got to be a little bit worried about that right now. But yeah, and honestly, I didn't think the offensive line was great against Kansas City either.
No, I'm with you.
And so in both of those games, I have not been wowed about Denver's front, which has been really good most of the season. I take nothing away from them, but the recent sample size that I have seen has me concerned. So that's why I get Houston circled as a problem. I mean, ideally, every home team wins this weekend and Pittsburgh comes to town. I think that's the best matchup for the Broncos.
Oh, I don't disagree. So that's where I was going to go, though. Are you worried at all? Because if I was with it, give me Pittsburgh all day. Maybe that's ignorant. TJ Watt's no fun in the park, and Cam Ward. And
there's no team stink.
It's
that are
playoffs.
Left. Yeah, they're all good.
But I do think you could get
Jalen Warren is
problems
weirdly
here.
slippery. DK Metcalf is going to be back.
Yeah, that's true.
And this is
they desperately needed him those last 2 games.
And there's nothing you can do to Aaron Rodgers he's never seen before.
That's why I'm saying, are they the real 2015 Broncos that you've got to be quietly worried about?
Because they have an ancient quarterback.
Well,
that can't move.
but again, you've said it. He's
I know what
seen
you mean.
it all.
Yeah.
Remember.
By the way, speaking of 2015 Broncos symmetry, Broncos won a game yesterday without scoring an offensive touchdown.
How about that?
Was that the last thing they had to check off the box to be full 2015?
I guess so.
That was pretty much it.
And we got a pick 6 in that one.
Got a pick 6 yesterday. Defensive score. They actually got some turnovers yesterday, so that was good to see. I mean, the pass rush was fantastic yesterday. That part of it was outstanding. Again, it's a different picture if Justin Herbert's out there and Omarion Hampton's out there
playing the whole game.
Exactly. Like that's a whole different conversation, but still. That the pass rush has been as excellent as can be, and whether it was a Ludicon or whether it was Trey Lance, they didn't give those guys a bit of oxygen, and that is what a dominant defense does. That's what this Broncos team is going to do if they are going to go to the Super Bowl. Again, it's going to be on the back of this defense because, Andy, like. You look at what this offense has become for the Broncos this year. We saw it yesterday, and really we've seen it most of this season. Basically, you got the Cowboys game and you got the Packers game. Circle those two, and you can be like, hey, the offense was awesome on those days.
And they had an amazing fourth quarter against Philly and the Giants.
Yes, but the first 3 quarters of each of those games were painful.
Can't play that way.
Exactly, and if you play like that in the post, that goes back to the Jacksonville game when they played like crap for 3 quarters, and you were like, here they go, fourth quarter Broncos. Nope, you can't just flip it on. You can't do that against good teams. And I know the Eagles are technically a good team, but you know
they were a weird part of their season.
Yeah, they were a bit of a mess. But this Broncos, all we asked coming into this season, or at least all that I asked coming into this season, by the way, when I picked the Broncos to win the AFC West this year, all that I asked was just be mediocre on offense. And I would say they did it. They have achieved mediocrity.
They have. Man, I hate to put this out there, but it was a thought in my mind. Are you worried at all with some of the throws we saw yesterday that were high from Bo? That he might be dealing with some? He had a throw to Franklin.
He got hit a lot yesterday,
man. And he had a throw to Franklin in the end zone late that it should have been a TD.
Right.
He's been hitting that throw all year. I don't know what happened on that throw. And then that little pop screen that he overthrew Harvey on, that probably would have been a touchdown.
Should have been a touchdown. That was a bad throw.
That made me a little. I'm like, is that back thing coming back? You don't do this.
Pressure,
what happened?
Pressure got to him yesterday, man. It did. And Minter was sent in the house a lot yesterday.
Yeah, he really was. I was a little surprised. You would have thought the Chargers would have been the one holding back. You don't have your dudes out here anyway.
Yeah, no, I think that they were more than happy to just say, all right, we're just going to send pressure at you. I don't think Jim Harbaugh, like, yes, he punted that game away by playing Trey Lance and not playing all of his dudes, but like game plan wise, Chargers got after it. And I think that some of that is just, isn't that sort of Harbaugh's DNA of just like, I don't have my dudes, but like, you're pro football players. Go do the thing.
Hey, look, the Nuggets are pro basketball players. They were just about 2 minutes away from doing that thing against Cleveland, man. Bummed me out, dude. I thought they were going to get that.
David Adelman was grumpy yesterday,
Boy,
wasn't he?
you know what I thought of, too? Your words were ringing in my ears Saturday night when I saw the result of that, because I was like, Nate always says don't take greatness for granted. And, man, you really miss the guys that can hit the key shots in those last 2 minutes. It's been a little bit harder to do that when it matters. By the way, or was it Friday night? Was Friday night that Cleveland game? Because I got disgusted.
Yeah, it was Friday.
Was Cleveland the one? No. What was the game where I thought they hit the shot at the end, so I got disgusted and turned away to the Avs game, only to go back and they're interviewing Peyton Watson. I'm like, hey, what's happening here? No, they won that game. Was that Atlanta? Who did they play where we thought they tied the game?
Here's the funny thing.
And they shot late.
I've been off for so long, I
So you
haven't
don't
known what day it is.
Sure.
You know when you'd stop going to work for a while and you're just like, what the hell day is it? Plus the holidays were on Thursdays and everything. It was the Toronto game.
Toronto game. Thank
Yes.
you. Okay, that was it.
Yes.
I thought
that game was fun, too.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
fun because that was the first night of, hey, look, these guys can play a little bit of ball, and I thought they'd lost it, and I go back and they're interviewing Peyton Watson. I was
P.
like,
Watt's
the
been-
shot must not have counted.
P. Watt's been really good. Jamal's been fantastic. I mean, Jamal had 16 assists yesterday. His
now he's
playmaking
resting his
is
ankle tonight.
on point. Yeah, by the way, guys, if and make sure you tune in. Pregame coverage at 6 o'clock. No Jamal tonight. He's not playing on the second night of a back-to-back. AG and Christian Brown will not play tonight.
They're not pushing that.
Yeah, so second night of a back-to-back. They're both on minutes restrictions. But by the way, Aaron Gordon is so good. He played 20 minutes yesterday, and you felt every one of those 20 minutes that he was on the floor with how friggin' good he is. Christian Brown is, like, obviously it's good to have his defense and his energy back. To me, he's so Jokic dependent. Aaron Gordon, though, he's just good. He's just good all the time.
Oh, there were a couple times, especially in Cleveland, I thought, man, if Gordon was out there, he'd have just went ahead and been the dude.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to make sure Murray wasn't the dude.
Still no Joker, still no Cam, still no Big Val tonight. Tim Hardaway Jr. is also not playing tonight because of illness management. He has illness management.
Does this feel like, hey, League, we're kind of sick of the schedule you gave us, Swiss, so we're not playing anybody on your national game?
Second night of a back-to-back.
I don't think that David Adelman's ready to be that bold, but it just feels a little...
I think Adelman just looked at it and he was just like, well, if I can get one of these two, it's going to be Brooklyn. And then they played like crap, and so they didn't win. And I think he always, like, I think he had this one circled on the schedule of just like,
time to rest, dudes, because we're in
Stupid.
Boston Wednesday.
Yeah, they're in Boston.
They've
and by
been
the
gone
way,
a long time.
The Celtics are good.
Hey, how about that?
And Jaylen Brown is
good.
He's really good. He's really, really good. So
good.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sean, what is he?
Yeah, he is. Glad we could squeeze in some Nuggets conversation here today. By the way, I was at dinner with friends. We were out when the Jokic injury occurred. So, like, you know, we were. I wasn't just like staring at the television. But my buddy was just like, wait a minute, is Jokic hurt? And it ruined the meal.
Oh.
I had a terrible time.
You want to honestly know
I
what
mean,
I
the
was
company
doing?
was good, but I had a terrible time.
You know what I was in the middle of? Calling a game for ESPN, the Mammoth, and Georgia. And that game was going crappy. And
you
all
got
of
a
a sudden,
Jokic alert?
And my buddy goes, Jokic is hurt. Jokic. I was like, what? Send me the video.
That was awful.
And then we're all doing the doctor thing of, all right, does this look good? Did he step too wrong?
No, what's funny is I was doing TV doctor. The first time I looked at it, I was like, he just hyperextended it. Yeah, it's just a hyperextension. But you know, the thing with hyperextensions is sometimes they can make ligaments explode.
Exactly.
You know, Jokic is, again,
But now he's already walking around.
Serbian Oak.
Apparently he's doing the shuffle and the trot.
I'd figure he'll miss a couple more games and he'll be back in there. He's good to go.
Broncos,
Broncos,
were you kind of excited to watch Val? You were not as
I
fascinated with Val, I
Oh,
think,
no.
as I am. But I was like, all right, let's just see a little Val.
No, that part of it was the extra kick in the nuts.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, like, again, you looked at his per 36 minutes, like his numbers, and you were like, okay, he's pretty good. He does the best Jokic impression that they've had from a big man, like, since Mason Plumlee. And Val's better than Plumlee was. No diss to the Plum Dog, but I'm going to take Valanciunas over him any day of the week. And I was very excited. Like, okay, this sucks, but I think the Nuggets. And then when he got hurt, it was. And Deron Holmes, he looks like a guy playing his first NBA action. The highlights are there. He's making open shots. You can start to see him being a little less rushed, a little more composed on the floor. But God, he's raw. And dude, young guys, especially young bigs in the NBA,
Takes a minute.
they just get their asses kicked out
Because
there.
you're playing against men.
Yes.
You weren't in college.
And
You were the man.
They know every trick
Yeah.
that you don't know
And
yet.
they're stronger than you are.
Yes.
Period. They've been in an NBA weight program and probably weigh a little bit more. I am once again, I feel like that politician, I am once again before you asking for enough decent Zeke Naji minutes that a trade can be made. Please. He did all right in Cleveland.
He's okay.
He's got bad hands. Dude.
He's got terrible
Scotty's been
hands.
saying it for years.
He's
He's
got
just
terrible
got bad hands.
He's got really.
It's too bad. He looks the part.
Julian Strother needs to play better too. Anyway.
Anywho. Hey, more Broncos on
More
the other
Broncos
side.
coming up here on the other
Broncos!
side. That is right. Hey, let's when we come back though, I want to look at one other place in the AFC. I like to pat myself on the back for being the guy that picked the Broncos to win the AFC West. I'm so brilliant. You and I were so stupid about something that happened in the NFL this year.
Really?
I mean, we were morons. We couldn't have been more not correct.
Do we need to say I'm sorry?
We may have
Do we have to break out our 150th great bit?
When we come back at just how off we were on something that we repeated over and over again in the offseason coming into this year. That is on the other side.
60 yards from Daniel Carlson for the late lead. Snap there. Carlson swings. Carlson has it!
How bad were the Raiders? They could snap their 10-game losing streak, win in Week 18, and still have the number 1 pick in the draft. Way to go, Raiders. 14-12 yesterday, they defeat the Zombie Chiefs to finish at 3-14. Today, Pete Carroll was fired. Yes, Pete Carroll.
How is that possible?
Was canned today after 1 year on the job as the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. That's simple, Andy. 1 year of crap, and he was out of there. So this is the part where I think we should point out that in the offseason, while discussing how challenging the schedule was going to be for the Broncos, discussing how tough the AFC West was going to be, I do believe one of the things that you and I both said repeatedly was Raiders are going to be better.
At least a tough game.
Raiders are going to be better.
Now, listen, the first game we weren't wrong.
Yeah, no kidding. Pete Carroll didn't lose. He gets his veteran quarterback in Geno Smith. He's got weapons. He's got Brock
a running
Bowers.
back. I thought he'd be committed to till he wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we were wrong. They sucked all the way. I mean the most suckage you could possibly imagine out of the Raiders this year. Where again, if you can win in Week 18 and still have the number 1 overall pick, that is a pile of crud. The Raiders averaged 245 offensive yards per game, second fewest in franchise history. Pete Carroll is fired as a one-and-done head coach after replacing Antonio Pierce as the head coach of the Raiders. They were all the way bad this year, Andy. We weren't close on that one.
No, we really weren't. And I really thought Pete Carroll, especially when they got Ashton Genty, I was like, oh, this could be a problem. He's going to run the football. He's going to go beast mode style Seahawks.
Yeah. They tried to run the football. They couldn't.
And all that. Let me ask you this, though. Do you think in order to avoid further issues with Max Crosby, this almost had to be done? Because he was not thrilled a week ago.
I would certainly think so. Yeah, he's a great friggin' player, man.
Oh, he really is.
Yeah.
You don't need that guy demanding out of your locker room.
No, you need to keep that, and also because the room goes with him. I mean, he is Mr. Raider, and they needed to make a change. Apparently, Tom Brady is gonna have a as what is said in the press release today. Tom Brady will have a loud voice in the choosing of the next head coach of the Raiders.
All right.
And they have the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Why is that a good idea? Because guess what we found out? Tom Brady, pretty damn good no matter what his head coach was. Clearly, Belichick struggled once he left, and he didn't get a great love of Bruce Arians going there, if you remember.
Tom Brady had a loud voice last year, and he got the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Now, maybe he's dumb like a fox to have been able to pull that off, but
Sure.
I don't think that's the case.
I'm with you.
Oh, man.
He's just being dumb at Fox.
One of my friends in Vegas, one of the talk show hosts tweeted out, Pete Carroll is the greatest coach in Raiders history because he got them the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a bad thought.
Well, there you go.
That is the best way to turn your franchise
around. In a year where we've heard the NFL's actively telling a lot of the top quarterback prospects, stay in school so you can get seasoned. We ain't got time to fix you.
Yeah. The Raiders, they're going to go all in on Fernando Mendoza.
Think so?
Yeah, I would at least as it stands right now. We could get into the draft process and Tom Brady could decide he loves somebody else, but that seems to me to be the most likely outcome.
Does he just demand you pick a 6th round QB?
just take
the guy
one.
he knows has been.
Does he like swing some stupid trade like at the end of his roster just to make sure he gets an extra 6th rounder to use on a quarterback?
Just to use on a guy.
I've got to be able to have that guy.
That's the guy.
We have Broncos Chargers highlights coming up at 5:20. I don't think it'll take that long.
Now, this won't be an extended segment.
I can't imagine so. There really weren't many. Andy, I rewatched that game today.
God bless you.
It was as bad as I remember it being.
Oh, yeah.
most football games, like on rewatch, you can really dig into the game within the game. There was no game within any game yesterday. It was just that guy sucks. They're going to punt a lot. Don't try anything stupid. We'll just happily punt the ball back to him. Big Crawshaw game yesterday. By the way, smack on the rear to Crawshaw. And I'm not even saying he necessarily punted all that well yesterday. He just punted a lot.
Yeah, he
and Mullen's own J.K. Scott were quite good yesterday. Do you feel Mullen pride every time that he
all the time
puts a right boot into one?
Yeah,
I would imagine so.
Got a lot of I'm finding out a lot of great athletes that come out of there, and I wasn't one of them.
A lot of stang pride.
Let me ask you this:
Bo Nix threw for 141 yards yesterday.
Since you decided to watch the thing twice,
I did,
and I admire that kind of gumption.
It's dedication to the craft.
It really
Andy.
is, Nate. It really is.
I wish that I had more to say about the game after rewatching it, and I don't.
Much like a plate of quiche once was enough for me.
Yeah.
Is it possible the Broncos kind of fell victim to, and I'm grasping at straws, but I'm going
right.
to throw it out there.
Grasp
Why not?
away.
You played a bunch of dudes that were just excited to be playing football, and the Broncos were a bunch of dudes that were just trying to get injury-free out of this damn game into a bye week.
It's why I like Denver catching 14.5 at Philly tonight. It's a bunch of guys that are thrilled to be
They
out
don't
there.
ever get to play.
Yes.
And the Chargers had a bunch of guys that, they were thinking, hey, man, I make some plays. Maybe I get to play in the playoffs next week.
Oh, without a doubt. There is something to that. That's, you get the dead cat bounce out of teams at the end of the season. Look at the Giants screwing themselves. They fall all the way down to the number 5 pick because they wouldn't stop being competitive at the end of the year. Look at the Falcons killing their own drafts. Look at the Dolphins. Like that happens in the NFL. Sometimes coaches get guys to play hard down the stretch, and I think Jim Harbaugh teams always play hard.
Oh, yeah, Jim Harbaugh. I think Michael Malone, we used to talk about it. Michael Malone wasn't looking for long-term absence of Jokic, but he didn't mind you giving him a couple games where he could be like, I can still coach a bit with whoever you give me.
Now I get to scream at everybody.
Yeah, and I think Harbaugh enjoys a little of that too.
I think he does. I think
you can't tell me the vibe wasn't better in the Chargers locker room than Denver. They're just trying to get to that number 1 seed in the bye. They're all tired and beat up at the end of the year. Chargers had a bunch of dudes that hadn't played, and they were psyched.
Yeah, Broncos were flat yesterday. There's no denying that. It doesn't change the part where...
I know. The red zone is what really has me bummed.
Bo Nix was inaccurate yesterday.
He was.
And he hasn't been terribly accurate since the Green Bay game. And that's that gives me pause. Now, here's the thing, is... The good Bo games this year have generally been against Dallas when he had to score big time points, and he did, and against Green Bay when he had to score, and he went out and did so. There could be more of a cut it loose game due for Bo Nix here in the first round of the playoffs. There's also the possibility that inconsistent, uncomfortable in the pocket, rushed Bo Nix shows up as well. And that's the guy that I thought we largely saw in Kansas City. And again, that's the guy we really saw yesterday. And that's what worries me. But what's so hard to just put a finger on is figuring out when good Bo is going to show up and when 3-and-out Bo is going to show up. I don't know.
No, I'm with you. I don't know either.
I didn't think he'd show up yesterday. Not against that defense.
Well, especially because you think the Broncos, I kept saying it to the people I was with. It's just come on, man, just get some points on the board and get yourself, especially as Forsythe goes down, then Bowles goes down. It's man, just put some points up and get your guys out at least for the fourth quarter. Quit risking. We don't need any more injuries. And PJ Locke, man, that's a little concerning too. I hope that ain't a big deal. You're already down a safety.
Did that team yesterday look like a great team? Of course not. But the good news is I don't think there are any great teams this year.
Remember, the 2015 Broncos had to gut it out against the Chargers too.
Yes.
The last game of the season, I think, is tough, especially if you think you got a bye week coming. And I'm not saying their heads necessarily weren't in the right spot, but come on, you know who you're playing. You find out Herbert isn't playing, and I'm sure Sean Payton probably went in a little harder to make sure. That team looked to me like they were a little mentally tired, too. I don't know. Maybe Sean browbeat him a little too much of the, don't take him for granted. Don't take this lightly. Da-da-da-da-da. I don't know. Whatever. It was what it was. It's over now. I've seen you know how many games I've seen at the end of Broncos seasons where you just go, it was what it was.
Yeah.
Now it's time for the playoffs. Now it's time for the real stuff. Now there's no more making excuses. Here's a great thing for the Broncos, I think, for the first time in a while, I think. I've heard a little of the national radio shows today. I've seen some of the stuff on Twitter. Nobody thinks that they're any good. Nobody thinks that they're a true number one seed.
Mm-hmm.
So Sean, for the next week or so, gets to go back in. And you know that crap that Jacksonville played when they came into your house?
Yeah.
You're going to get to ride that wave maybe through the entire playoffs because nobody thinks you're the actual number one seed. Remember how nobody was giving the Broncos respect in training camp, even everybody was? Well, that is actually the true. Nobody believes they're going anywhere. So,
you know the only problem with that? You can say the same thing about the other 6 teams in the AFC.
Sure can.
Nobody believes in everybody right now.
New England.
You can win the Super Bowl this year being a perfectly cromulent good football team, which is what the Broncos really are.
Yeah,
they're a cromulent good football team, and it's wide open, and anybody can do it, and they've got nothing but home games, and they've got the number one seed. So absolutely they can do it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Oh, bit of a newsy day in the league. You'll want to hear it all, including who the latest to get canned was. That's coming up next. Peyton Watson, Bruce Brown, Jalen Pickett, and Deron Holmes and the Nuggets take on the Philadelphia 76ers tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Make sure you tune in for Birdo's pregame coverage starting at 6 o'clock. It is all presented by Ramos Law. We got a fun one tonight. 9 breathing warm bodies suiting up tonight for the Denver Nuggets as they will take on the Sixers in Philly. Road trip will continue on Wednesday in Boston. The Avalanche.
You know what makes tonight's game tough real quick on radio?
What's that?
You're going to hear names. You're like, wait, that's us?
Curtis Jones?
That was our guy?
Curtis Jones? Avs are in Tampa coming up tomorrow to play the Lightning. The Lightning, that is tomorrow.
And never have I been happy about someone else's cracked ribs, apparently.
Oof.
I don't know if they're cracked. I don't know what's going on, but it's a rib thing. Wedgwood flat out said it in postgame.
Mm-hmm.
Nate said that it's not a knee injury. I guess a bunch of the Florida guys came up to make sure he was okay, so that was good to see.
Body. Upper.
You know what
upper,
I don't like, though?
Upper. Keep it upper with Gabe.
You're right. Hey.
Keep it all upper.
In spring, tell me if you feel this
and
way,
I got
too.
to tell you, the man's got a nice upper.
Yeah, a lot, yeah. He doesn't need the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Anyway. When Bednar just comes out and goes, yeah, he's going to miss a few games, I don't like that. That's code for, it's because he said it with Toews too. Now, we knew it with Gabe, but he came out with Toews and he goes, yeah, he's going to miss some time. When Bednar just gives you that, it's like, oh, all right.
2025 was a little magical for us around these parts. Jokic, just rip it off, player of the month, McKinnon, first star of the month, Broncos. 13 victories in the calendar year, 14th coming yesterday in 2026. But so far, 2026 has been kind of a pile of suck around here.
Pick it up, 2026.
I know we're only 5 days into it, but the Nuggets are missing 7 rotation players tonight. Really, their top 7, essentially, is what they're missing tonight on the road at Philly. The Avalanche injury list is piling up. Lost Mackenzie Blackwood. You got the Gabe thing. You got the Toews thing. It's not going great right there. And, the Broncos offense was poo yesterday against the zombie Chargers. So, 2026, let's be a little bit better.
Yeah, you know what? Go get some coffee, sober the hell up, and let's get to business.
Let's get this thing going. Right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL on day number 5 of the month of January. Let's do this, Mark Springer.
Hey, are you guys wondering what's for dinner tonight? You should try Papa Murphy's Pizza.
I should.
You should.
Can I get a deal, Spring?
Well, they make delicious pizza,
They do.
and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com.
We just had Papa Murphy's for the kiddo's birthday the other day. Delightful.
They're supreme.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Yes. So welcome aboard, Papa Murphy's. Get a take and bake pizza. Let's go, Spring.
All right, the Broncos clinched the 1 seed in the AFC and the bye week. How are they going to treat this bye? This ain't a regular season bye. This is a playoff bye. What's different about it, Sean Payton? He was asked this yesterday.
Hey, Sean, a two-parter. One is, how do you treat the bye that you've earned?
So differently than the bye during the season. There'll be a break, but then we'll come back and have some joint practices prior to the weekend, get the opponent, and then back in Monday. So that's different than the normal bye. And the weight room, training room will be open. Obviously, you study 4 opponents. You begin to, look, this is a divisional opponent. We've got backlogs of tape on the Chargers. They could very well be here in a couple of weeks. And it's, the other teams. But we'll practice Friday and we'll practice Saturday.
So it's kind of interesting because he talked about getting to know when you're going to have your opponent. So none of the Saturday games are AFC games, unfortunately. So the Broncos, the earliest they would know their opponent is by Sunday. Jacksonville and Buffalo is the early game on Sunday. That's the 11 a.m. game. on CBS. If Buffalo wins that game, they're a potential opponent. Now, the Patriots play the Chargers on Sunday night on NBC. If the Chargers win, they're automatically the team that will be coming to Denver as the number 7 seed. It's also possible that New England and Jacksonville could both handle their business on Sunday, in which case the Broncos would not know their opponent until Monday at the earliest, because that's when Pittsburgh and Houston play. So there's like a little bit of a slight disadvantage in that. Like, for example, Andy, the Bears and the Packers play on Saturday night. If Green Bay wins at Soldier Field, which I don't think would surprise anybody, then in that case, like Seattle right away by Saturday, they're already game planning.
They're up Sunday and at it.
Exactly. Like, they're locked into exactly knowing who they are going to play. The Broncos could have a little bit of a weird game planning disadvantage and all of that. Is Sean Payton going to let his coaching staff sleep a single wink without a full game plan for all 4 potential opponents? I would say probably by tomorrow afternoon. Of course he won't.
Here's the good news. Only 2 of your potential opponents have you not played in Pittsburgh and Buffalo, but you played them a year ago.
Yeah.
And look, if it's Buffalo, all you got to do is put on the tape of last year's playoff game and said, are we going to let this happen again?
Right.
Remember what they did to us? So you're right. It can be tough. But, look, this is what you wanted, and they need the time off. With the guys they got hurt, they need the time off. I believe Leggy was saying he doesn't think there's a game restriction anymore on the injury reserve guys, so hopefully Wattenberg can be back in the mix and starting for you by the time we get to divisional round.
That'd be good.
Yeah. I don't know. There's mixed reports on Dobbins. I feel like Leggy doesn't feel like he's close. Vic said on the postgame show last night that he thinks he's still hearing AFC Championship's a possibility.
Dobbins,
God, I'd like to get Dobbins back.
He warmed up on the field yesterday, or at least he took part in workouts on the field. Not really warmed up, but took part in workouts on the field before the game yesterday. Reports are that inside the facility, he's very optimistic. Fingers crossed. Because the run game is completely different when they've got J.K. Dobbins.
This may shock some people because I know you want Brandon Jones back. If I could have one magical guy who could heal, it would be J.K. Dobbins.
I completely agree with that. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's talk NFL head coaching stuff, firings, interviews, all of it. So the Titans fired Brian Callahan earlier this season. We have a long list of names that they're going to interview, a couple of coaches who were also fired recently. Falcons head coach Raheem Morris and Browns head coach, both of the former variety, Kevin Stefanski. Raheem Morris and Kevin Stefanski are both going to interview with the Titans. They've requested interviews with Colts DC Lou Anarumo, a couple of the Chiefs coordinators, Steve Spagnuolo and Matt Nagy. Mike Borgonzi, their guy in charge there, was with the Chiefs organization. And also Broncos DC Vance Joseph.
Yeah, VJ is going to get an interview with the Tennessee Titans, which kind of feels like that could be a good opportunity for Vance Joseph. Andy, I really do believe Vance Joseph has an opportunity to be a good head coach the second time around. He was a flat-out disaster the first time. I don't think he was good. I don't think the organization was good for him. I think everything about it was terrible. I think Vance Joseph learned a ton from that. I think he already was a good defensive coordinator, and he's gotten only better at that job. His players were hyping him up in the locker room after the game yesterday to hopefully get VJ a head coaching opportunity. I firmly believe if he gets another crack at it, he's going to be a lot better the second time.
Oh, I agree. But again, you and I talked about at the top of the show, a couple defensive guys have already been fired, and everybody wants a high-flying offense, right?
Sure.
Now, again, I think you
Now, the Titans, though, they fired a high-flying offense guy.
They did. So hopefully that's his good spot. I think you and I both like the fit in Arizona for him, but again, they just got rid of Jonathan Gannon, who was a defensive guy.
Coach.
They want to probably get things going with Trey McBride and Kyler Murray, and although Trey doesn't need help, but Kyler Murray does need a little bit of help.
Do you guys think that David Swebb, what are the odds he follows VJ?
It's a good opportunity.
Everybody seems to think that could be a pairing.
Yeah,
so.
that's a very good opportunity for him because, again, and Leggy said it earlier today, he'll never get a chance to call plays here.
No,
and that's okay. Like that is a part of the Broncos organizational structure, but it also means that they will lose quality opponents or quality assistant coaches because guys are going to move up the ladder.
Yeah, but I hope, and maybe it ends up being who's the quarterback we keep calling up? Ellinger. Maybe Ellinger is the new Davis Webb. I hope so because I do think I saw this.
like he would become a quarterback's coach?
Please. You need someone between Sean and Bo. You just do. We've seen it on the sidelines. And look, we've all heard the stories well past where Plummer and Shanahan just got sick of each other, and Heimerdinger was not a good fit in between those two. Kubiak was. I do think with as intense as Sean is and finding out more and more this year how intense Bo is, I mean, again, Bo looked like he did not want to stick around for the conversation they caught on the sideline as long as Sean wanted him to yesterday.
He had quite a bit of annoyance on the field yesterday.
Again, you could see him. They caught him at one point yelling about get the formations in. Come on.
Yeah.
I think they need a good buffer between those two. And I would not underrate Davis Webb in that role.
Let's keep talking about firing, Spring.
High five.
Yeah, the Raiders fired Pete Carroll after one season today. Their GM, John Spytek, talked to the media. He was asked if Max Crosby is untouchable in trades in the offseason.
I have a lot of respect for Max and how much he loves to play the game. And I've had the opportunity in the last several weeks to spend a lot of time with Max. And I think it's been well documented that he didn't love the idea of not playing football. And I think you always want that from your best players. In fact, I think that's why they're your best players. So I love Max. He embodies what a Raider is. I've been pretty upfront with that from the day that I sat up here almost a year ago, and I continue to believe that.
Didn't hear the no, we won't trade him though. There was no slashing down the thought of we would not trade him.
No, that was and quite frankly, you know what though? That's what a savvy general manager does. You don't take anything off. You just leave that window slightly cracked because you don't know how insane the trade ideas could become. But the Raiders, you got the number 1 overall pick. They're going to draft a quarterback, but after that they need to draft offensive line. My God, do they need offensive line? It is when you saw the numbers like Ashton Genty's like yards before contact this year, he had no chance. Like as bad as that offensive line. Quite frankly, and Adam Hill, our buddy in Vegas, has said on this show numerous times, like, yeah, Ashton Genty is awesome. The Raiders had no business drafting him because they needed to find somebody to be able to block for him. Like there was no back in football that stood a chance back there.
No, not only that. I mean, they need receivers too. Look at Jacoby Myers. Jacoby Myers kind of got off in Jacksonville. He was their top receiver in Vegas, but it wasn't getting him much.
Yeah,
I guess it was Bowers, but still, yeah.
They need weapons in the worst way. That's just they get the number 1 pick in the draft. They suck. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Cardinals fired their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, today. Also today, their GM, Monty Ossenfort, talked to the media. He was asked about the status, the future of Kyler Murray maybe still continuing to play with the Cardinals. Here's Monty.
I mean, I don't know that that's changed. I mean, I think like I said, Cam, I think what we have to do is we have to look long and hard at this season and what happened. And when you have a season like this, I think all options are on the table. And so things didn't work out. Kyler was injured this year. Jacoby stepped in and played well. And we'll see what that leads to. We'll see what that leads into the offseason as we construct the 2026 team. But those discussions are for another day, not the day after the season has ended.
Don't get a lot of sports Monties, do you?
One of the things that I just enjoy about this day is all of the GM names that I forget about in the NFL.
Yeah. Monty.
We get a Borgonzi thrown in there, an Ossenfort, a Spy Tech. No mention of Gutekunst today, but that's because his team is in the playoffs. Power rank GM names around the NFL.
Are you shocked that Mike McDaniel is not a part of this list, but the Dolphins GM is?
Not really. And the reason why I say that is, and McDaniel, again, that kind of remains all to be seen.
Sure.
But like they were like 5-2 over the last 7. Like they won a bunch of games. I think McDaniel has like a weirdly okay pulse on that locker room, even as much as the Tua thing has turned into a disaster. Quite frankly, I thought firing Raheem Morris was weird, as well as that team.
I don't disagree with you. That felt a little quick trigger. But
yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, you made up your mind a long time ago on that, and there's always something behind the scenes when stuff like that goes down. But yeah, I think there's something to be said for a football coach that gets a bad team to keep winning games.
Well, are we going to get one more in? Because I kind of want to hear this next story.
Yeah, speaking of the Dolphins, so Tua Tagovailoa talking with Barry Jackson of the Miami Herald. Barry asked Tua, if he was hoping for a fresh start. Tua said, quote, "That would be dope. I would be good with it." Let's hear from Mike McDaniel. He was asked about what the Dolphins quarterback room is going to look like next year.
I think, in 2026, I think there'll be competition for our starting quarterback. What that is and how it looks. There's a lot that remains to be seen. We have it's the most important position on the football field, and you have to make sure that you do everything possible to get the best person out there on the field. Who that is, whether they're in-house or somewhere else.
Out of house.
That's something that we'll be extremely diligent on. But I know that there will be competition for those reins. That much I do know.
All the answers we're playing here today sound like the kid that stood up at class and got caught a little off guard about the question he was going to get asked, and he knows he's got to, you know what I mean? Like the debate class maybe, where you're kind of prepared but not fully prepared for everything.
This will sound weird, but that answer right there, like, kind of made me pine for John Fox and his economy of words.
It'll be an off season, and we'll bring in competition for sure.
The end. The end.
We'll probably find a guy with skins on the wall, and then a guy that doesn't have them, and see who wins.
That's all it would have taken.
Or he would just say, "Foxy, I'm not going to go into that at this time. We're not making decisions yet."
Dolphins 6-4 over the last 10. Finished the year with Quinn Ewers at quarterback. They have the number 11 pick in the draft. You can't really do a lot with the number 11 pick in the draft. You know who actually is in the best position in this entire draft is the friggin' Jets, who have the number 2 pick, which is their own, and the number 16 pick, which is Indy's, which the Colts sent to them in the Sauce Gardner trade, which at the time you were like, oh, that's going to be like the 25th or 26th pick. Well, then the Colts couldn't stop losing, so it ended up being the number 16 overall pick. So the Jets are in a really good position, except for the notable handicap, Andy, that they're the Jets.
Yeah, according to Todd McShay, a number of quarterbacks are reaching out. One of the quarterbacks, I'll have to go find the name, one of the quarterbacks even said if the Raiders aren't picking him, he's not entering the draft because he doesn't want to be drafted by the Jets. That's where they're at.
You
ruined enough guys, they want no part of it.
Can you blame them?
No, look where Sam Darnold is.
Yeah, it's insane. So, by the way, real quick, going back to Gannon, this is one of those things I knew and I didn't realize it. You won 15 games in 3 years? How did you keep that job for 3 years?
It is crazy because they're the Cardinals and they're cheap.
Unbelievable.
But Kyler Murray put out a post going, "I love playing with you, Coach.
Yeah.
Warpath."
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Did you guys play a little Call of Duty together?
They were 2-0 and then lost 14 of their next 15 games. We saw them over the summer. They came in for the joint practice with the Broncos. I didn't think they were that bad. I didn't look at them and I wasn't like, ooh, that's a world beater or anything like that. It wasn't like watching a Sean McVay team a couple of years ago. But, like, we watched him for a couple of days and it was like, yeah, they got some dudes.
The one thing I remember only from that joint practice is the Cardinal people going, "God, it's humid here." And I was like, hey, what? What? What are you speaking of? Are you high?
Trey McBride, 126 catches this year.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
And stuck on a crap team.
Could you just trade for him?
Friend of the program, Trey
Please trade
McBride.
for him.
Yeah, that dude does rule. Cardinals, by the way, have the number 3 pick in the draft, which matches their win total from the season at 3-14. They lost yesterday to the Rams, 37-20. Rams number 5 seed. They will play Carolina on Saturday. They're a 10-point favorite. They lost to the Panthers this year, and they are a 10-point favorite in that game. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's a Monday afternoon. We'll take a break. When we come back, highlights from Broncos Chargers. Yeah! 303-504-0925. What's the over-under on the number of highlights we can play from this game?
2.5.
Ooh, 2.5. Can we hit the over?
You know what? 4.5.
Whoa.
I had to make it a little tougher.
That feels generous.
Here's the
to
problem.
me.
You're a diligent man who I know finds things that have talking points.
4.5, but the under is like minus 1.8.
How about we split it then? 3.5 highlights we'll settle on.
Set the number at 3.5.
3.5.
How many highlights
Get
can
your
we
bets in now.
find from this game? It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Here's a 4th and goal. Chased, desperation, and the Denver defense does what it's done almost all season long. That was Ellis who chased him to the sideline. And Vance Jackson has another masterful piece of work here. Vance Joseph, I should say.
Early 2026 drop of the year nominee right there from Jim Nantz.
Give it to me again.
Give it to me again. I don't know if he can repeat, though. Nobody ever has repeated on drop of the year.
And Vance Jackson has another masterful piece of work here.
That makes me want to repeat.
Vance Joseph, I should say.
Good old Vance Jackson.
It's a good coach that Vance Jackson. Hey, you got the initials right. That, by the way, that does not count as one of the highlights on the over under.
That's right. You can't bet that
from yesterday's game. By the way, it would have. I mean, I guess it would have given the Chargers a backdoor cover. I do kind of wish that dude would have hung on to that touchdown in the back corner of the end zone at the very end of the game.
It was a sweet attempt at a catch.
Amazing that dude got 2 feet in and had his hands on the ball. It's just, you got to survive the ground. That's one of those things.
Hey, are you sure? I feel like the NFL every year has a couple they just make up a new point for.
Oh,
right?
it's like they
the Keenan Allen deal.
The challenge.
What was that?
Yeah. And they're like it's getting challenged, and Romo and Nance just assumed the
We're all
Broncos were
laughing at him.
challenging
We're like,
it.
what are you doing?
Yeah, and then it turns out it was the Chargers challenging it, and they were right.
But were they? I thought you had to survive the rollover again.
I guess you don't.
You don't do. You tell me these stupid dictionary worth of rules.
Not if Keenan Allen has a contract bonus
Sure,
on the line.
which
for
I was kind of
receptions.
happy about that.
Yeah, good for Keenan. Go ahead and take the Chargers money. Well done, sir. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House shop every dang team in town over there at Rally House. All right, Andy, highlight time. Let's see. Where should we start?
You got to start. Did you get anything out of the long first drive?
No. I did.
Where's George Costanza?
I thought about Tony Romo leaning into the underrated mobility of Bo Nix.
Okay.
But I saw past that. Will Lutz kicked a 24-yard field goal. It was 3-0.
Nothing. Yeah.
We're not going to play the chip shot field goal. So let's.
Why not? That's points.
It is points.
You're snubbing your nose at points when neither offense scored a touchdown, Kreckman?
It's a 24-yarder.
But there's no buts.
I felt like they were all showing us their butts.
I bet you all three of us could kick a 24-yard field goal right now.
I don't know.
You don't think you could?
I'm not as gaudy as you.
I think you can do it.
My daughter last night, who's an ice skater.
Yeah?
Smallest in the family.
Okay.
Was trying to tell your cousin's in town. She's like, I think I could get a couple yards in a football. I was like, no.
Get a couple of yards?
Yeah. I was like, no, you couldn't.
No, you couldn't.
No.
I said, first off, honey.
Come on.
No.
No.
And I literally said, and just so it wasn't nobody thinks I'm being sexist, I said nobody in this room is gaining a yard on a handoff.
That is like, okay, hitting a major league fastball.
Right. We got into all that because my nephew is just like, I think I could maybe I could hit a fast. I was like, no, you couldn't. No, you couldn't. He brings up Skeens because that's his favorite guy. I go, you're not touching Skeens. Matter of fact, one pitch from Skeens, you're probably not even staying in the box to face another. Matter of fact, the first pitch from Skeens, you probably won't even know he pitched it. You'll be like, wait, is he going to throw it? No, it's already in the glove.
Skeens, here's the like I think I could foul off. I'm not saying like in a major league at bat, but just if I saw enough, I could hack off a four-seam fastball. It would have to be a four-seamer, though. It's just got to be just boom right down the middle. And again, that's pure timing. It's so hard to do. If there's any movement on the pitch at all, I can't touch it. Okay, I'm screwed there. I could not gain positive yardage on an NFL run play.
How are the angry men that are paid to stop you?
I couldn't gain a positive yard on a play where they were rushing 2 and dropping 9.
The only way I think I could maybe get a yard is if you throw me the football. I will catch it, but the DB's got to be 3 yards off and can't advance till I have the ball.
See, here's the thing: is I can catch it, but if I know that an NFL player is gonna be
Spike
running
your knee.
towards me,
Yeah.
I don't think even if I was open by 10 yards, I think I'd be too scared. Get off a shot against an NBA defender. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, because people underestimate how tall even the small
Yeah.
guys are.
Oh,
like Jamal Murray is taller than you.
Do you remember when Sports Hub did that whole
Yeah.
whole thing with
Pros versus
Scalabrine?
Joes and all that
exactly. And just nobody could do anything against him.
I told
Yeah.
gave my nephew, I said, go look up the series Pros versus Joes.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he had brought it up. He said that Scalabrine said somewhere that I am closer to LeBron James than you are to me.
It's an all-timer of a quote.
And it's not wrong.
It's true. It is so
true. You and I
true.
have been around it enough. And look, the reason why some people are like, oh, you're too hard on yourself, Andy. Guys, I'm not. I will tell you. Again, I had the chance to actually play not only pros, but Hall of Famers in Vail and lacrosse. And I could not believe, I was like, man, I really suck. And I'm telling you, the first year I went up there, I was all, bring it on. Let's find out.
Yeah.
I didn't like what I found out. That's all I got to say. You guys are really, really good at what you do. Turns out playing something your whole life, I don't know, benefits you.
Spring, could you return a serve from Djokovic?
Yeah.
I could make contact with it, but to put it over and in?
Could you at least, so you could get the racket out and send it at least back his general direction, right?
Yeah, I could hit it into the stand.
It would take a few, but yeah. Uh-huh. Again, that would be me with the four-seamers. Like, it would take several, and I would just have to get it over just the fear of standing in and watching something whiz by your eyes that quickly.
The closest I ever got to any success, I did get a shoot on a couple of the outlaw goalies when they were doing media day.
Yeah.
And the guys, the GMs always thought it was hilarious because they all thought that nobody in the media had played. And he's like, I want you to surprise them. I remember one was Bill Tierney's kid, Trevor.
Uh-huh.
And Trevor started dog cussing because when I warmed up my high school buddy, you don't take advantage. You don't rocket it at your goalie till he's ready.
Mm-hmm.
So I stayed outside the 3-point line and shot it at him, and he still was mad. He saved it. He's dog because I thought nobody played. What is this BS? And I was like, dude, you just made the save. What are you mad about? But no, man, I go through this all the time.
They're better than us.
Yeah, man. Well, God, here we are talking. We don't even bring up our experience. The greatest thing on the books are all the media versus the coaches' basketball games that just went on a month ago.
Yeah. And again, those guys were coaches.
They were coaches.
They were the coaches.
Anyway, now that we've killed the segment's going to go the length we need, but I don't know if we still have. Do we have 4 highlights to win the over?
3:39 to play.
Yep.
First quarter. Trey Lance drops back. Spring?
It's a 3rd and 5. And Lance from the pocket gets picked off. Off the deflection. And here we go with the run back inside the 20. McMillan is in for the touchdown.
I tweeted it yesterday, man. Jaquan McMillan makes $1.03 million.
That's going to change.
He's got to be one of the best bargains in the NFL. He's still a restricted guy this year, too.
He is.
He'll be. I mean, his pay will go up, but he's going to be a Bronco next year.
But listen, I think this is why they're going to have to make a decision between him and Riley Moss. For all those wondering, why did they draft Jahdae Barron? Because you've got to have him and Chris Abrams-Drain become dudes.
What's the second-round tender going to run on
Moss?
McMillan?
Or McMillan?
On
I don't
McMillan.
know, but...
Because that's what I think you'll have to put on him.
Yeah, you're not going to make that an easy get out of town.
No.
I still would like to keep him.
He's a good player.
You're going to have cap
I think he'll
room.
be here. I think because teams almost never make that offer. So I think he'll be here. Really good player, though. God, that guy is good. Lambert Smith had to go through his hands. That honestly, it wouldn't. I'm not going to argue that was the greatest throw or anything else like that.
But that one actually wasn't his fault.
Yeah, you got to help out Trey Lance.
Of all the bad throws Trey Lance made, that one really the one.
How is he so inaccurate?
God, Nate, I don't know. You know what?
Some of them too. His guys were open. He just overshot them.
That was what. Yeah, that's part of the problem.
There were dangerous throws yesterday.
They had guys. They had plays to be made, and you were playing him. You know, I had a buddy once that played softball, and no matter it was a 1-homer league or a 2-homer league. And one time I was like, dude, just go up with one. He could not hit a home run.
Uh-huh.
He did not know how to hit a short hit.
Yeah.
That's Trey Lance. Everything was at least 15 yards over whoever he was throwing
He's only
to.
good at punt, pass, and kick.
Holy
Not
cow.
really a football player.
Sheesh, dude.
Second quarter, Andy.
It's number 2.
Nothing. All I wrote was this was a great uniform game.
All right.
It was a great uniform game.
It was a great uniform
Broncos
game.
uniforms look great. Chargers uniforms look great. Excellent. As the uniforms were better than the football yesterday.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Now, it's not as good as Hartford Nordiques, but it's up there.
10-3 at the half. Third quarter.
Nothing. Oh, no.
Yeah, no. Bo hit that.
Oh, no.
Bo hit the 37-yarder to Evan Engram, but, that throw sucked. It should have been Romo was right. It should have been a touchdown. Quite frankly, great catch by Engram. That ball was behind him. Yeah, and then Lutz kicked a 26-yard field goal. It was 13-3. I got nothing else for you.
Fourth quarter, there's at least one highlight.
13:22 to play in the football game, and Trey Lance is back there just standing around, looking around.
With no pocket presence.
And Nick Benito showed up.
And right now he's got to extend plays. Here's Lance, knocked out of his hands, and the Broncos are on it. Benito was the one who got the strip. It looked like Roach on top of the football. Jones is there too. Yeah, Jones is the one that ended up with it. A second takeaway today by that magnificent Denver defense.
2 takeaways. Pretty good. Pretty good for this defense.
I love that. Now, I do think it was interesting. Didn't you feel like Benito was trying to tackle the ball a little bit more? Like one time Lance put it up and he was trying to.
Yeah.
That was Lawrence Taylor-esque right there. Just ducked under.
Oh,
he
his
had the
speed
Von
rush
Miller
was-
move underneath the tackle.
Yeah.
And then gave the Lawrence Taylor hammer to knock that ball out.
Yeah, that tackle, that left tackle, Deculus.
He was Declueless.
Yeah.
How did you not get there? I thought that was coming. That was not a Kelsey. You could at least just given me the sitcom crowd. All right, I'll take Belichick.
I thought that one was pretty good. Speaking of clueless.
He did okay.
I watched a movie the other night. Alicia Silverstone was in it. She was in a coma, but she was in the movie.
Listen, there's an 80s hottie, 90s
Hell
hottie.
yeah.
That goes back to our, who is Gina Gershon.
Gina
from the
Gershon.
Start
Got an hour number 1 reference today here on
we
the
got
show.
in the hunt early.
Yeah, Begonia with Emma Stone. Weird ass movie. Yeah, it was really.
I don't even know what the flower looks like.
Oh, it was spelled differently.
How much she get paid to just lay in a coma? I wonder.
I bet it pays pretty good. Yeah.
If anybody out there needs coma guy,
It's always like whenever you see some like struggling actor's resume, and they're always like, I played a dead guy in Law and Order. Sweet.
I bartended with a guy who was in a cell phone commercial once.
Paying gig.
Nick Danger.
Do what you can. Nick Danger.
That's what he went by.
Whoa.
And then one night.
What he went by.
One night.
By the way, Bo almost threw a pick 6 on a shovel pass right after the strip sack.
Yeah, that was not good, Bo. That was really one of the Bo's not had a lot of what are you doing moments in his career here in Denver. That was one where I was like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Come on, Bubba.
Will Lutz kicked a 41-yard field goal.
We
made
gonna
it
play that?
16-3. No. Mm-mm.
Come on, Sean. It's your guy, Lutzy.
I tell you what, and this one's a reach.
This is your throw-in?
But we're going to do it.
Now, was this before or after the number was set? Had we kept it at 2.5, was this already in there?
12 seconds to go after a Chargers turnover on downs.
One last snap, and it is over. What a season for the Denver Broncos. They are the number 1 seed in the AFC.
You know what all that silence is? Jim Nantz going, get me the hell out of here as he spiked his headset. Can't believe this is a game we had to call.
I'm going to Foxborough. This
The heck
sucked.
with this. I got to call one touchdown, and it was defensive. The rest of the game was offensive.
There was so much Tony Romo noise yesterday.
What was he supposed to analyze?
They were bored.
It was like you and I calling a low-level 3A game where it's just the same run play from both sides.
They were breaking down the NFC playoff picture for what felt like 4 minutes of the fourth quarter.
And
I didn't blame
You didn't blame him.
Nope.
Oh. I actually started jumping in on that Avs game to see if there's going to be a comeback.
I got a couple of Broncos numbers to give you when we come back, including a chase for history that came up just a little bit short. That is coming up next on Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy, today is the 5th of January, okay? I got a little today in sports history for you, okay? On this date, 1960, 1961, 62, and 63. So think of those 4 years from 1960 to 1963. On this date, January the 5th, Wilt Chamberlain scored 52, 56, 53, and 50. He had 4 consecutive 50-point games on January 5th in the early 60s. In 62, when he went for 53, that was the beginning of, and listen to this, a 47-game streak of him playing all 48 minutes.
Really?
He did not miss a minute of basketball for 47 consecutive games.
With your player management. How many games did they? So 47 games.
47 consecutive games. Wilt played every minute.
Wow.
Yeah. Those were like the years where he would average like 50 and 26 rebounds, and he never left the floor, and he was up all night doing God knows what, too. They were built differently back then.
Yeah, I was about to say, was there some sort of
also helps when everybody guarding you is 6'6".
celibacy order, though, on January 5th? What led to the 6th being such a good day for him?
I don't know. It's a big day for him, though.
Or what is today? Is it the 5th?
Today's
I
the
don't even
5th.
know.
Yes. Today's
So
the 5th.
4th?
Uh-huh.
May the
52, 56, 53, and 50 points. So, anyway, that's the old... So, I just want to remind people, again, one of our rules, we don't take greatness for granted. Every time you see one of those Jokic stats and it's the first since Wilt, just remember what Wilt Chamberlain was and how friggin' good he was, and the fact that Nikola Jokic often does this against the modern NBA when everybody's good.
You know what also I keep thinking about with all these injuries that the Nuggets keep having? You brought up the stat earlier of all they've done a lot of traveling, they've been on a road trip, how much everybody's moving and how these injuries are going up, and man, that feels like it's been awful apropos to this Nuggets season.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
Well, get healthy, fellas. Again, the entire starting five is out tonight. Jamal's not playing. AG and CB are not playing on the second night of a back-to-back. No Tim Hardaway, obviously no Valanciunas. So it'll be a mash unit tonight for the Nuggets as they will take on the Philadelphia 76ers. Berto's got your pregame coming up here in just a few minutes. A couple of Broncos notes really quickly here, Andy. Number one, they finished with 68 sacks. 68 sacks, tied for the 5th highest total in NFL history with the 85 Giants. That would have been a Lawrence Taylor Giants defense. They came up 4 shy of the 84 Bears.
You know what got him? That weird Chief game.
Yeah. Honestly, you're probably right about
because
that.
I bet you Vance, if you just get a couple more in the Chief game,
right,
then Vance maybe tries a little harder at the records yesterday. Because Vance also felt like, now Vance, the defense not showing you too much.
There were sacks they should have had yesterday.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
God, Benito should have had another one yesterday, and somehow Trey Lance was able to escape that thing. Benito finishes with the team lead, 14 sacks, only player in double figures in sacks. Jonathan Cooper, 8 sacks this year. JFM had 7.5. Zach Allen had 7. That was a pretty sweet one yesterday with Benito having wrapped up Lance and then Zach Allen run it. That one felt like a poetic, that was like an exclamation point on the season kind of sack for the Broncos defense. Sternad, 4.5 sacks.
How good has Justin Sternad quietly become?
Good player. 4 sacks for Malcolm Roach in only 12 games. He became a pretty good pass rusher. DeAndre Tillman had 4 sacks. Jaquan McMillan, 4 sacks from the cornerback position. Going back to our conversation about how good that guy is. Owazarike had 3.5 sacks this year. DJ Jones had 3. Jonah Ellis, 2.5. Hufanga, 2. Riley Moss, Alex Singleton, Dre Greenlaw, each with 1 sack. Q Robinson and Brandon Jones each had a half a sack on the year.
You know who else should have had a sack? Didn't Surtain get in there on him once on a blitz?
Mm-hmm. 68. You guys couldn't get one more for us?
I know, come on.
Just one more.
You couldn't have just had us celebrate this accomplishment for years.
That's
for eons,
all that we asked
decades.
for. Mm-hmm. 68 sacks this year for the Denver Broncos. No 1,000-yard rusher for the Broncos. J.K. Dobbins went for 772 in 10 games. R.J. Harvey ran for 540 this season, although he did score 7 touchdowns on the ground, so that was certainly good to see. They did have a single 1,000-yard receiver this year. That was Cortland Sutton, 74 catches, 1,017 yards. Sutton had a reception for 5 yards yesterday. So, yeah, as we know, he got up over 1,000 in the Chief game. Troy Franklin, second on the team with 709 yards on 65 catches. Evan Engram, 50 receptions for 461 yards. Feels underwhelming, right?
Yeah, for the Joker. Again, what we saw in camp, and there's another I'm sorry bit.
Yeah, we thought Evan Engram was going to be
It wasn't just us. Everybody was talking about how he'd probably be the second leading receiver to Cortland.
I thought he was going to be an 80-90 catch guy.
I'm with you. Bo couldn't quit finding him all during camp.
50, and that was it. R.J. Harvey was actually fourth on the team in receptions this year. Marvin Mims, 37 receptions, 322 yards, 1 touchdown. That's disappointing.
Yeah, I think from a lot of, and I don't think it's all on Marvin.
I don't
just
think
don't
it is
think
either.
Sean uses him right, and I don't know why.
I agree. Pat Bryant had a very good, productive rookie season, 31 catches, 378 yards. Did have the 1 touchdown catch this year. Adam Troutman did have 20 receptions. I mean, I will say this. They got more production from tight ends this year than they usually get.
Yeah, but
still not great, but it's better than it typically has been.
This offense will go from mediocre to good if you can get a tight end more involved, I think, and
I
get
agree.
a tight end worth throwing to.
Right.
By the
Exactly.
way, you know what's interesting? I was thinking about this. It probably proved out you did overdraft R.J. Harvey, but you really were very sneaky with Pat Bryant. Good on you with Pat Bryant.
Good
that
player.
guy's a player.
Yep.
And I'm not saying R.J. Harvey maybe won't turn into something better, but right now, I don't know. It just kind of feels like he's a rollback, like I said. And I hope next year he could show us something different in camp. But, man, I'd like to see Dobbins back, and I wouldn't mind seeing if you can't get another discounted year out of Dobbins.
In a season in which